that's hitting the charts. 10,000 subs, it's just the start. From moonlit prayers to neon night bars, Glenn dives deep where the wild things are.
Have you ever even used one of these sex toys?
No.
They are getting better and better and better.
Like they have like a special like cleaning solution for it.
You wash it with normal soap, then it can deteriorate.
Yeah. So, you don't want to like it to malfunction or short out on you and like you nut in her and like all of a sudden she starts screaming out, me too, me too, me too.
Right now, I was really wondering where's the closest Starbucks because I could use some coffee. And then titties. Starbucks and titties. Like they should have a Starbucks titty shop. Like just like the mermaid was topless originally. That's how these fucked up. Who owns Starbucks?
You know what chore play makes sex turned into? See, sex is supposed to be something you desire to do. Sex is supposed to be something that you want to just bang the fuck out of your wife, and your wife just wants to bang the fuck out of you. It's a desire. When you do chore play, you are taking something that's supposed to be a desire and you turn it into a transaction, okay? Now, let me ask you this. Like, if you had to have pay for sex, would you pay your wife for it? Or would you go get the supermodel? I'm just saying, if you're going to go get a prostitute, you might as well make sure she's fine as hell.
Why should a guy get with a girl that has been ran through high miles? That pussy has a lot of miles on that pussy. Guys don't treat porn stars any better. You're in the service industry. You're just serving up puss. They'll smash it. They'll go. They don't care about you as a person. You're just a cum dumpster.
Like that's fucked up.
Where do you get that from? What are you trying to imply here, Huds?
Hey, I'm just saying, if you fly across the country to hang out with another girl and you film videos like that,
What?
There might be a little bit more to it.
There is nothing to it.
Zerka, what's up, man?
Thank you for having me.
Yeah, man, I had to talk to you. You had words with my wife last night.
Yeah, that was bad.
Yeah, what the fuck's up with that, bro?
I mean, she started it.
She started it.
Yeah, she started. Ask her, bro. Rewind the podcast. She started attacking me because I guess she didn't like that I do a lot of blow with the Bible. But you do blow.
No, I do not. What's a bigger beef than that?
The beef between us.
Beef between us.
We got to do a freestyle battle right now.
You want to battle me?
Yes, sir.
And you expect the fatal to judge?
I would love for him to judge.
You gotta be serious. You trying to step to me. Dude, I put you 6 feet deep. No relief. I won't stop until my goal is reached. True RP, I just to do it from the SIC. I got a clean soul, bitch, and just let me be.
Wake you up, but it won't heal you. It'll feed your rage. It will keep you angry, bitter, cynical, and stuck in this endless loop of pointing fingers and replaying trauma like a highlight reel. Rage feels powerful, but rage doesn't build anything. That's where RP Thor and myself and guys like AJ Matthews and Ray Theentor come in. We didn't just stay in the echo chamber. We stepped out and created the real path forward. Thor calls it the 7 P's of a dominant masculine presence. If you're serious about becoming the kind of man who doesn't just react to life, but shapes it, then these aren't options. They're essentials. Passion. Red pill rage feels like passion, but it's not. It's pain disguised as purpose. Real passion is not about revenge or proving your worth to a woman who ghosted you. It's about knowing why. Passion fuels legacy. It's the fire that keeps you building when everyone else is busy bitching. A man with passion can't be controlled because he already committed to something greater than the game. Psychology. The average red pill guy is mentally sharp, but emotionally crippled. They'll tell you to shut off your feelings, to be cold and calculated, but that's not strength, it's fear. True masculine presence demands emotional durability and not suppression. You need to understand yourself. You need to lead your inner world. Because if you can't lead yourself, you'll never lead anyone else. Prosperity. No, this isn't about stacking cash. Prosperity is about being resourceful. It's the mindset that says, I don't beg, I build. Red pill content tells you to get rich so you could get the girls. That's shallow. Prosperity means you create such an abundant life that everyone wants to be part of it. Friends, lovers, allies. You don't just attract people, you inspire them. Physicality. Your body is the first battlefield, and most men have surrendered it. I've lived it from being 285 pounds, competing on the stage in classic physique, not just because I wanted the compliments, but because I wanted to command myself into something different. Discipline in the gym bleeds into every other area of my life. Problem solving. Red pill dudes love diagnosing problems, but they rarely solve them. They get high on doomer predictions and low trust paranoia, but a man of presence doesn't whine. He wins. He doesn't collapse under pressure. He leads through it. You want to stop being a victim? Then start being the solution. Because the world follows men who can fix what is broken without losing their head. Power. Red pill teaches men to chase power for leverage. Be a high value guy so you can walk away. But real power, that's not about walking away. It's about being a force, a man who doesn't chase or retreat because he's already the gravity in the room. Power isn't control, it's influence. It's the presence that makes others take you seriously without you needing to raise your voice. Now, presence. This is the crown jewel. Presence is what ties everything else together. It's not about what you say, it's about what people feel when you walk in the room. It's the quiet confidence, it's the stillness in your eyes, the certainty in your spine, the presence that can't be faked. It can't be taught in a course. It's earned through fire, through the work, through mastering every other P that came before it. Now, the 7 Ps aren't trendy. They aren't for content creators fishing for clicks or for boys looking for shortcuts. They're for men, real men, ready to go beyond the rage and into responsibility. Men ready to become the thing they were chasing. The red pill might show you what is broken, but it'll never show you how to rebuild. That's where the sons of Thor are here for. We don't sit here in the ashes. We forge the sword. We don't cry about female nature. We master our own. We don't need a godfather. We build legacies.
It's a magical place, face kissed by the sun. Dick Insider flows freely, a conquest to be won. Golden elixir awakens the soul. Oh, feel the magic, the bells will toll. Dick Insider, let it flow deep. Awake your senses, no more sleep. Dick Insider, deep as can be. Exploring realms to be set free. Whispers in the night. Dick Insider takes flight. Electric light surrounds us. In this pure delight, time slows as we taste each drop of bliss. The world fades away around this liquid kiss. Dick Insider, let it flow deep. Awake your senses, no more sleep. Dick Insider, deep as can be. Exploring realms to be set free. Let it flow, let it be. Savor every thrust and drop. In the dark, we feel the dick won't stop. Dick Insider, let it flow deep. Awake your senses, no more sleep. Dick Insider, deep as can be. Exploring realms to be set free. With every tactical soap purchase, get a free crate of Dick Insider.
Yo, what's going on, everybody? It's your boy Glenn Lawrence, and I'm back with another one. How you guys doing this evening? Sorry, we had a little bit of technical difficulties with the camera, but you know, let's see who's here tonight, though. I see Project VO Pod stop by. What's going on, Jake? I know it's late for you guys over there in Dallas. You know, my bad. But soon. We'll be changing my schedule, be doing a lot of things differently. So stay tuned for that, you guys. Stay tuned. I promise. Viking Paradigm's in the building. What up, homie? We got the Raging Patriot. Salute to you, my friend. Thank you. Thank you for your love and support always. Seriously, Shelby's in the house. What's up, motherfucker? How you doing? You doing good? Hope you're doing good. What up, Bishop? How you doing? Hope you're doing well. Let's see. Nick, not sure who you are, Nick. I don't mod people I don't know. Sorry. I gotta earn that. Oh, too late to you? Well, all right. Well, don't let the door hit you on the way out. Don't know what to tell you. Let's see here. Raging Patriot, thank you, as always, sir. I see you. How you doing? So, I'm going to be honest with you guys. I did not watch this. I watched like at the very end. I don't think I never watched the debate. I think I got on right before Pearl brought up that one chick's husband. So, I'm going to be watching this debate like fresh. Like I have not seen anything. Oh, there goes the camera again. What the hell? Hold on, you guys. Stupid tracking. Stop being retarded. Back down here. Thank you. No, up here. There you go. Stay there, you stupid. No, other way. Stay. Don't you move. Don't you think about it. I'll kick your little ass. So yeah, I really don't know much about this debate, other than both of these people are my friends. I'm cool with Pearl. I'm cool with Andrew. I look at both of them as friends of mine, and I have collaborated with both of them in the past. And I understand both of their positions. So this is going to be interesting to break down, and really kind of like give my honest opinion on the responses. So we're going to get into it. I did send the link to a couple people. So like AJ has the link, just a regular crew, you know, AJ and Taro, the Viking, they both have the link, so they could join if they would like anytime. But yeah, so let's get into it. I'm going to like literally just you know, I have it set at like 1.5 speed, so it's gonna be going pretty quick. I'm gonna be just like listening through it really fast. So if I'll pause it, we'll catch up, you know, replay it if we need to. But yeah, let's get into it.
Status, social status, security, things like this.
And what do men get out of marriage?
They get children out of marriage.
Okay. And what do they get out of marriage that they couldn't get from just a living girlfriend?
Mothers. So here's an intact family, in other words.
Okay,
so
they can't,
here's the thing:
if the woman lives with him.
Yeah.
What's the
Well,
difference?
the thing is when we look at
and the other
hang on. Well, let me respond to it. If we look at the social data for what you're talking about, this happens all the time. That's called a single mom, right?
Mm-hmm.
You live with the chick, you impregnate the chick, you're not married to the chick.
Crowder's in the same position. So are a lot of like
he doesn't
public-
have children with some. No, he doesn't. He doesn't have children with some live-in girlfriend, right?
Right, but he's not with the mother of his kids now. He did a really public divorce.
Yeah, but there's a different.
So like I know, but my point is you can say data all you want, but when we're like people are witnessing conservative people that pushed a lot of this stuff getting divorced, like men are going to naturally do a cost benefit analysis and realize there's no difference.
So here's the
And
cost
we-
benefit. Here's a cost benefit analysis, Sim.
Every week, I get hours back while working less. My secret,
No.
an AI tool that plans my schedule.
All right, so let me
They
go
belong to
back a
him or they
little
belong to
bit.
her?
Let me go
Yeah,
back
so I
a little
believe
bit,
in-
guys.
You could say that, yeah. Really always see promiscuous. I don't really want to go down that rabbit hole because good and
Okay.
bad doesn't matter. I'm in the business of predicting.
Okay.
So
well,
if I had
from
to
a-
predict where it's going to go, women are going to keep getting promiscuous.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah.
So your
And-
predictive model, I agree. I'm not going to get into like morals or ethics with you. That's good or bad, like moral or immoral,
Right.
right? But like, is it bad for women generally to be promiscuous? Like, does it lower their value structure?
You could say that, yeah, but I don't
Okay.
really always see promiscuous women have bad outcomes in real life, unfortunately.
Yeah. Well, the thing is like because if it is the case that you think that men are going to check out of society, they're going to check out and become promiscuous because marriage is a raw deal, right?
All right, let me start off there. Like, Pearl said, like she doesn't normally see like promiscuous women, not do well, and that's true. Like, I mean, I know plenty of women that were very promiscuous that got rewarded for it. Whether they use their promiscuity to trap the guy or lock down the guy that they liked, or they used it to, get to the status of celebrity that they want to be at. It benefited them. Now, it depends on what people's decisions or outcome is, or the desired outcome really determines whether or not they get punished for it or there's a consequence they face. Now, she's right. It's kind of hard to judge. It depends on what is the person's overall outcome in the end, because you can't hold someone to a standard or an outcome that they weren't ever trying to reach in the first place. What up, Viking?
Greetings.
What do you think about that? Do you think that makes sense?
I was a little distracted. I was kind of firing things up, so I didn't catch the whole thing. But it sounded like they were talking about. I didn't.
Here,
Get the
I'll go
full
back
premise.
a little bit. I'll go back a look.
Well, I got the later part, but not the first part. That was the thing.
Here, I'll play it right now.
Right. But like, is it bad for women generally to be promiscuous? Like, does it lower their value structure?
You could say that, yeah, but I don't
Okay.
really always see promiscuous women have bad outcomes in real life, unfortunately.
Right there. I agree with her because, like I just said, like there's promiscuous women out there that have used them being promiscuous to capitalize and get to places that they wanted, or whether it's career, whether it's the guy, whether it's the lifestyle, they have capitalized on that. Now, these women can never want to be mothers. So to say like, oh, they lose in the end because they're not mothers or they're not, married. Well, what if they don't want to be married and they never wanted to be mothers? So then they won. They got exactly what they wanted out of life, right?
Yeah, I guess. I mean, I didn't marry my girl, and she lives with me. She's like what Andrew was talking about, the live-in girlfriend, mother of my child, but we never got officially married because there's contract and there's no common law here. So the only thing I'm on the hook for, technically, legally speaking, is child support.
Child support, yeah.
So, and I don't have a problem with that. I wouldn't even have a problem being on the hook for other things, but it is kind of convenient knowing that if we were married, that if she felt some type of way, she could leave me and get cash and prizes rather than just leave me. Right?
And she's staying with you knowing that you're not gonna marry her. So it's like she's proving in a way that she's in it for the right reasons, because most women, they would dip out as soon as you told them like, no, yeah, we're not getting married. I'm not going to give you that state sanctioned security. No. And she's still there. So.
Well, and again, the thing is like I said, do I really need a piece of paper? It's like trying to act like a marriage license, right? I need a license to be married, to live with somebody and have a cohabitation with them.
You don't need that, but they need that paper to enforce laws on you.
Well, yeah, because it's a contract. It's no longer, wedding ceremony, in front of God and everybody. It's in, the state's involved, and they're like, well, this is a legally binding agreement that needs to be enforced.
Yeah. So I mean, it's only been like the state contract only benefits the women. You could get,
but see, that's the thing. The contract only really benefits anybody when they want out.
Yeah, well, no, it only benefits really women when they want out. If the guy wants out, it doesn't benefit him.
Usually, yeah, there are outliers and stuff like that.
I mean, there are outliers.
But I'm saying that when you really think about it, like
Yeah.
imagine if it was 50-50 even, it still would not be beneficial for marriages to have the contract, because once again, it still incentivizes at least one of the people in the party
Yeah.
to get, cash and prizes for exiting the relationship. I know the idea, it's kind of like gun bans. On paper, it sounds fantastic, but in practice, it doesn't really work too much, because the idea of marriage is that, if we get a legally binding contract, that'll make people be more loyal. You can't force somebody to be fucking loyal with a piece of paper. So
Yeah, you really
the way that
can't.
I look at it is that if I'm doing all the monogamous actions for the most part, why do I need to go somewhere, do a ceremony, and have somebody pat me on the head and tell me I'm a good boy and that I'm doing all the right things? No, I'm already doing that. And my woman understands that. She accepts that. And we're both doing our part in that relationship. So again, like this idea that it's somehow morally reprehensible that we don't have a piece of paper or a ceremony that affirms this, to me, that's just illogical.
Yeah, to me, I don't think you need to have the state to, like, they didn't have the state getting involved when people were getting married way back when. You know what I'm saying? Like they just didn't have that. Like, I'm talking about years ago, Bible times, right? Like they didn't have that. Now eventually they did, and they had, like, the government getting involved, but in the beginning it wasn't like that. So if it wasn't needed then, why is it needed now? It's not. That's a man-made thing. But let's get it going, because it's like just starting in this video.
Yeah. Well, the thing is like, because if it is the case that you think that men are going to check out of society, they're going to check out and become promiscuous because marriage is a raw deal, right? Then you're actually assigning.
Some men don't care enough to even like some men are just going to check out. They're not even going to try to get sex.
Yeah, I agree. I agree with that. So
I
wouldn't you be
agree.
assigning these promiscuous women
I
value?
agree.
Then? Wouldn't they actually be a valuable asset to society if it is the case that if men can't get married and can just play the field and have sex with tons of women? Wouldn't they actually be very valuable to men then?
Why would they be valuable to men?
Well, because obviously men want to fuck them, right? And if they're
men need sex, right?
Yeah,
that is a need
then,
for a guy.
So then these women would be valuable, right?
Well, I think if they were valuable, they'd marry them, wouldn't they?
Well, so yeah,
Like,
this is a fundamental question though. If you're
that's
not
the
going to
whole.
marry,
That's the whole point.
if you're not going to marry them and you're just going to have sex with them, then the value is in the sex itself.
Yeah, I mean, men do want to have sex. Yeah.
Yeah. So then that would be what would make women valuable, is that they were essentially that they were hoes. Essentially, would make them.
I mean, they
valuable,
bring
right?
more value than the wives that are married and they don't sleep with their husbands.
Do you think hoes bring more value than wives?
Than ones that don't sleep with their husbands, which is really common.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah,
I went through and pulled a bunch of the stats, right? So, especially when it comes to sexless marriages, that usually happens years into the marriage, over a decade, in fact, before that
It's
starts.
after the youngest kid goes to preschool.
Yeah, that's often the case, and often those are only for limited amounts of time, right? Though not always, right? But it's actually a more isolated case. When I look at this is from Petrelli Privatira LLC. They made a study on this. We're talking about Christian marriage, because you're asking what's the incentive for men to get married. Well, from a secular standpoint, I think I agree with you that secularist men probably shouldn't. It looks like
I'll slate it. Not my first rodeo. Third.
All right, let me say this. Like, I agree. If you are secular, not a believer, no, I don't think you should get married. Why practice a sacrament that you don't even believe in the religion? There's no benefit that a man receives getting married if he's not a Christian or holds some religious belief system that it's in his religion to get married. Okay? Like, outside of that, if you are not a religious person and you don't hold faith of any kind, why get married? It really, to me, it doesn't make sense. But I digress. Let's see what's going on.
benefit analysis and realize there's
Yeah.
no difference.
So here's the
And
cost
we-
benefit. Here's a cost benefit analysis, Sim.
And
If
so,
you
and
say-
also
if
my
you say
other,
that
my
men-
other
okay.
question too would be, who do the kids belong to? Do they belong to him or do they belong
Oh,
to
let
her?
me go back.
Yeah,
to
so
the
I
thing
believe
a
in,
little bit. Sorry.
Crowder's in the same position. So are a lot of like
he doesn't
public-
have children with some. No, he doesn't. He doesn't have children with some live-in girlfriend, right?
Right, but he's not with the mother of his kids now. He did a really public divorce.
Yeah, but this is a different.
So like
he-
I know, but my point is you can say data all you want, but when we're like people are witnessing conservative people that pushed a lot of this stuff getting divorced, like men are going to naturally do a cost benefit analysis and realize there's
Yeah.
no difference.
So here's
And
cost
we-
benefit. Here's cost benefit analysis, Sim.
And so
If you
and
say-
also
if
my
you say
other,
that
my
men-
other
okay.
question too would be who do the kids belong to? Do they belong to him or do they belong to her?
Yeah, so I believe in patrilineal society. I think that children belong to their fathers,
Right,
and
but-
always have thought so. And that would be a form of reform inside the court. By the way,
Right,
traditionally, this
in,
is always the way it
but in
happened.
society today, where women get custody 90% of the time, who do the kids belong to? Do they
That's not
belong
the case
to her?
anymore.
Do
They don't get it 90% of the
do they
time now.
belong to her? Do they belong to her or do they belong to him?
Well, they belong to the court system. They're the ones who make the
Okay,
allocation.
And where are the majority?
Okay, so they may not get custody 90% of the time, but it's damn like 80% of the time. It's still way above 50-50, right? Like let's not.
And in terms of like who the kids belong to, maybe I've missed some context there, but it like both parents technically have a right to the child, right? It's both their DNA, but that made that child. So, like that seems illogical to me. Like on even the premise of it, like who should have the right to the child? It's just like both, because it takes two to tango.
Well, yeah, true, but the thing is, technically, whoever has primary custody tends to be the one that the child belongs to. They're the ones that get to make they're the ones that are making the day-to-day decisions,
Yeah, when it comes to court and separations and stuff like that.
Yeah, exactly. So whoever has primary tends to be the one that the child belongs to, per se.
Yeah, and we know the studies now that technically speaking, that's why, I would tend to agree with Andrew, is that children typically have better outcomes with single fathers than single mothers, as, we discussed with Steelman that he couldn't wrap his head around. But, he thought they were better, but it's just like, well, no, the two-parent household is better. But the thing is that in terms of like the lesser of evils, and that's basically what you end up talking about there.
Yeah. So like, like people are like, well, 60%. I see Felix in here says 60% of marriages don't end in divorce. Well, Felix, that number is not entirely accurate. Like it's anywhere between 40 to 60. They say 40% of first marriages end in divorce. Okay, like so. If you're saying 60% of marriages don't end in divorce, well, how is 40% of first marriages end in divorce? They're only judging first marriages, per se, or one person's first marriage, not necessarily your spouse could already have been married and then this is your first. It depends on who are they giving the survey to as well. But I agree
even though I took the route of not getting married, because of the odds, I still kind of take a Han Solo, standpoint on this shit. When somebody like starts spewing stats about like the risks and this and that, I'm just like, okay, cool, but never tell me the odds.
Yeah, and I agree with Felix here. Like the goal would be to increase the success rate, absolutely. But the reality is that that's an individual problem. You can't force people to want to do better. They have to choose to do better. And they have to do it for the right reasons. She's not a feminist, Jess. That's stupid to even say that. She's not a feminist. She's just very like nihilistic.
Yeah, that's generally speaking women. I agree.
Okay, so what do men get out of marriage? If
Yeah,
the
so
majority of the
I'll-
time
yeah, yeah.
the kids belong to her and not him.
Okay, but here's the thing: you got to let me actually answer.
Okay.
So I'll try to answer this question, but it's
Mhm.
comprehensive. So
Mhm.
the step one, you have to reform the system, the court system. Men have to move towards the reformation of the court system.
Yes.
That is
I
that
agree
challenging?
there.
Yes, but prenuptial agreements, as cited, I went and looked at the data again.
Mhm.
They are mostly enforced. That is the case.
Right,
When it
but when
comes
they're
to-
but when they're contested,
hang
but
on,
when they're
Pearl,
when they're
Pearl, let me finish, Pearl.
when they're
Let me finish.
contested, no, because when they're
Because
contested, you're
like,
still
I'm not
gonna
allowed to. I'm not allowed to make
you're
a
still
point.
you're
Only
still
allowed to
gonna
make points.
you're still gonna get dragged to court. That's the problem. So a lot of guys, if the
No, you're
prenup
not.
is
You're not going to get
contested,
dragged to
they're
court. This is the issue, right?
Okay,
Like
okay.
this is a performative contradiction. Here's how.
Okay.
Because you say that women are reliant upon these men for resources.
Mhm.
That's what women are getting out of it. So why is it if you had a prenup, they're not going to get resources? Why would they drag them to court?
Mhm.
Why?
Because they're spiteful. Why did Crowder's
But
wife?
they would be.
Why did Crowder's wife?
she got a bunch of
why did,
fucking money.
I know, but why did Crowder's wife leak
Yeah.
footage to the press? She didn't have to do that. She probably
Because she thought
got
it would help her case for resources.
right. But the problem is in the court of public opinion. Women are spiteful. It's not always about money. Ashley St. Clair was offered a ton of money just to shut up, right? She didn't shut up.
Yeah, but here's the thing, right?
Um,
Ashley St. Clair is going to get the money either way, right? She has the kid in the arrangement. That was not a marriage.
Mhm.
Inside of a marriage, if Crowder had signed a prenup, I bet you things would have been completely different across the board. Same thing with most men who are wealthy who
Mhm.
sign prenuptial agreements.
Mhm.
They end up women want the resources. That's the whole gain, right? I want the resources. If they can't get the
Right.
resources, it's an incentive
Mhm.
for the behavior. Not only that, but here's the other thing. If you promote against marriage, against the idea of marriage, and I'm not saying that you like this idea that I'm Michael Knowles or something, I'm telling men, just
Mhm.
take the plunge and take the risk. No,
Mhm.
we're both doing risk mitigation.
Mhm.
Pearl's doing risk mitigation. I'm doing risk mitigation. What I'm saying with Pearl saying with risk mitigation is for no man is it ever worth it. So just play the field.
I did
That's
not
gonna
say
make it-
that. I did not.
Well,
I
I
don't tell
mean-
men what to do.
Okay.
I don't think it's my
Yeah,
place.
I think it ultimately reduces to that though.
Mhm.
So the thing is that my position is just this:
Mhm.
risk for risk mitigation. If you want to have children in a family, the best outcome for the kids it's going to be marriage. Like no matter what, it's going to be marriage. But
Right,
you
but
have to do
that's
risk
that's
mitigation
what's in it for the kids,
and for the man
not for the man. Because when you get married, you're just adding on another layer
of what?
of now she can go for alimony. Because a lot of times it's not about the money, Andrew. I mean, yeah, like sometimes it is the money, but it's like men want to stop dealing with crazy women. Like the amount of money men will pay to get a wife to stop nagging him. And now she can contest, she can, if she chooses, contest the prenup and drag him to court. He could agree with the terms that she like asks for or whatever just to get it over with. But it's like the spitefulness of women. It's not necessarily always the money. And so again, you're going back to what's best for the kids, right? But you don't answer the question, what's best for him? What
Having a
does he,
family is what's best for him. By
right?
every single conceivable metric, having a family is what's best for men. It lowers the rates of STDs.
Mhm.
It earns the earning income goes up. Their general welfare and happiness
Mhm.
in a happy marriage goes way up. We can tell because we can look at
Well, yes, in a happy marriage. Reality is a lot of people don't end up in happy marriage, right? Yes, we do see men's income increase because, well, he has more responsibility. He needs to earn more than he would if he was just taking care of himself. He's motivated by his responsibilities to earn more. So they tend to, work harder to earn more. They have to. Their health tends to increase. Yes, because their wife is nagging them because she needs to make sure that he's healthy and he stays, going to the doctor and making sure he's up, he's taking care of himself because she is reliant upon him to acquire resources to sustain her, right? Like there's a lot of reasons for this so you could say it's better off and yes, it is if that's the goal. Now, if a man is wanting a family, yes, if he wants children and he wants offspring and legacy, absolutely, marriage is the best option for him to take. A covenantal marriage, that is, one outside the court. No courts involved, all right? But if he's secular and he's not a believer, I would say no, marriage isn't the best option for him to take. I don't see what's the benefit. Technically, if you are a person of faith, especially Christianity, you're not supposed to have sex outside marriage. So if two people are wanting to have children and create a family, well, then they would have to be married first, or they would be sinning. So it would be wise for them to get married through the church, a covenantal marriage, and not the state. And so they could engage in their, hanky-panky, create that family. But the thing is, most women do not want to get married without the state involvement. The day, and I challenge guys this. Guys, if you could find a woman that says, I would want to get a covenantal marriage with no state involvement, and you do not live in what is that state, or like the when you guys live together? Common law. If you're not living in a common law state, right? Then that you got to keep her. Because at that point, what she's really saying is, I'm willing to take the same risk of not getting anything out of this if you choose to leave me, as he is, if it was the other way around. Right? So that's what I would say.
Yeah, well, and going back to what you asked, you don't see the value. Well, that's because you're a man of value, so you don't really worry about mate guarding your women. See, this is the thing. Most men and women believe in marriage as a form of mate guarding. It's supposed to be the ultimate form of mate guarding, and that's why most women won't do the marriage without that contract, because that's her trump card if he cheats on her. Right. And same thing for the guy. That's their, what they want as their trump card in case bad shit happens. Because a lot of people do know the odds, but they try that shit anyway. And the thing is that most people, I would say from my experience, at least anecdotally, are not in what even people from the outside would consider to be happy relationships. Right. And most people inside would say they're happy, but it's more like they're like tentatively content. Like they're not quite there yet. There's a lot of shit they're not happy with, and they don't know what to do about it, but they suffer with the dysfunction because they don't know any other way.
Yeah. To answer your question, Arctic Timberwolf, a covenantal marriage or a covenant marriage, from the biblical standpoint is like a promise, or it's a sacred agreement or pact between a man and a woman ordained by God that is meant to be lifelong and faithful. So it's just between you, your wife, and God, right? There's no state. Yes, you have witnesses. People are all there to witness. You have the priest or your pastor, conducting the service, but it's more of there's no legal aspect of the state involvement in your marriage.
Yeah, it's a traditional Christian marriage without the contracts involved.
Yeah. And let's continue here. Let's see.
At the suicidality of men who have gone through terrific divorces or who stay single, right? And their depression rates are sky high. All of these things.
Why do you think they make more money in marriage?
Well, that would be the incentive for their kids.
Well, right. To keep up with kids are cheap. It's women's spending habits that are expensive. Right,
No,
the
kids are-
Botox, the clothes.
Yeah,
I mean, we had your wife
someone
on.
do this,
We had your
Yeah, kids
your wife
aren't
on, and she was going
as
through the process.
expensive as most people think.
Kids are not all kids are cheap. Not all kids
I
are cheap.
mean, if it comes down to medical issues and stuff like that, then yeah. But I mean, I'm the oldest of 5. I had like medical issues, and
Well, it's
yeah,
really,
we had some bad times, but we got along just fine. And
It's really
my
depends
son
on
is
the
not that
parent, though.
expensive either, because we don't pay for childcare and a bunch of bullshit that isn't going to set him up to win. But maybe that's just my anecdotal viewpoint.
I'm describing a wedding, not a marriage. No, that's exactly what it is. It's a marriage that is only enforced through your religion. Nobody else will acknowledge your marriage. You can't get like the state to acknowledge your marriage, because the state will be like, no, you don't have a marriage license that says you guys are married. It's basically a vow that 2 people make to God. That's the marriage. It's covenant. It's not a contract like the state marriage. It's a vow. It's a pact. It's an agreement that's a bond. Yeah, that's the difference.
Lots of kids. It's not as expensive, seemingly, as what people say. According to
Yes, I just
she
real
did- she
quick,
did
though,
like
90%. It's up to 90%. The vast overwhelming majority of prenuptial agreements are not successfully contested in court. It seems like a massive incentive for women if they want to hold the resources, even from a secular side, to do this. But if you combine this with the Christian side, the Christian ethics side of very religious women, the divorce rate goes down to damn near nil.
Okay. Well, are most women religious in this society?
No.
Okay.
But neither are most men.
So here's the problem with that, saying that, well, very religious women, it's nil. Well, who determines that? You know, who determines these women are very religious? Is it self-reported? Who's reporting on this? It's kind of hard to state that. You know, we do know that, like, those that are committed to their faith, that attend a service regularly, that also engage into or that are active within that community, that church community, tend to have a much lower divorce rate. Absolutely. Than the regular, you know, go to church regularly, not very much involved in, you know, the community. Yeah, those people tend to have a higher divorce rate, and you know, that's because, like, they don't have that community to help be a buffer, to help support that marriage, to help to, you know, grow that marriage. Absolutely, when they don't have that. But it's just that, again, that's still, it doesn't negate or doesn't entirely solve the problem, because you can still have that and still deal with it. And then there's nothing that's going to take away divorce or the risk of divorce. You know, all a guy could do is try to mitigate and stack the deck as much as he can on his side to favor the outcome that they desire. But even that could fail. So.
Okay. Why do we pay mentors? Because we know they don't need the money.
Oh,
It's
shit, Brandon
actually
Carter,
for
come on,
skin
man.
in the game. Wouldn't you rather have a mentor?
Right. But so now you're going into, like, selling your religion, right?
Well,
Now,
only if you want to have a family. If you want to have the most successful family, yeah.
Right. But I mean, Orthodox is 1% of the population. I'm not a religious show.
It's not just for Orthodox.
What I'm talking about is, and again, you're not really answering the question. You're saying you might get your kids.
No, what I'm saying is that by every
Mm-hmm.
single conceivable metric which is available for men, what is considered the loneliness epidemic, or the number one reported mental health issue for men, is that they're lonely. They feel lonely. If that is the case, and loneliness goes away when they get married, then it seems like what would be really good for men would be to get married in a good, stable relationship. Your counter is, but there's not that many marriageable women.
Correct.
There's
And
never
you-
always.
and
It's
I know,
always been the
but you agree with that, right? So most men aren't getting a marriageable woman.
Most men never got one.
Right. So most men, it's not, marriage isn't for them.
Yeah, but you can't create
Like,
the conditionals.
most men,
Yeah.
like, if like out of 2 men or 10 men over 6 aren't going to get a good deal, right? Which
But they never
correlates.
did.
Which
They never got a
correlates.
good deal.
So are you telling them to take a bad deal?
No, what I'm telling them specifically is very simple. That the historic fact of the matter is that most men never got to reproduce at all.
Right.
Your chances of reproduction now are way higher than ever.
Mhm.
And the reason the sex drive is so high for men is because it's a biological imperative for reproduction. Otherwise, you wouldn't get a boner and want to go have sex, right? Especially not with good-looking, younger-looking women. That's the whole point of it.
Mhm.
If you want stability in society, which is good for men, you want stability against degeneracy, which is also very good for men, then you want stable marriages for men.
What does society give men in return for producing a stable society? What do they give men in return?
Well, society never gave men anything for the production of stable societies.
Fine, but I'm asking today, what do they give them in return?
Yeah, I mean,
Do they give them- do they treat them well?
what men get in exchange for having a stable society
Mhm.
is they get a stable society. That's the exchange. That's always been the exchange.
Mhm.
Like, historically, men have always been fodder. They've always been war fodder. They've always been basically treated poorly. But the idea here that
Well, if it's-
we have to make perfect conditionals for marriage absent any risk or mitigating risk is silly. That's impossible
Well,
no matter what.
if men keep getting married, what is the incentive for the laws to change? Where's
Well,
the
they're not.
incentive?
Well, hang on. They can still get married absent the state,
Mhm.
and that would still create conditionals for the laws to
If
change.
men keep having children, what is the incentive for society to give them fairer laws?
Well, what do you mean? If they have children and there's prenuptial agreements in place, women now have incentive to not destroy their own financial security.
Right.
for the
So, but
future.
again, so you're saying, well, she won't completely ruin your life, right? You're not saying a reward.
Yeah, but
like
let's
you
start
get
with the fact that-
like you get enthusiastic sex with a hot wife.
But there's a lot of you missed the point though that there's a lot of
Statistically-
marriages that work. Pearl.
statistically,
What about
that's
the
not
fact that there's so
true.
many marriages that work?
Statistically, that's just not true.
Well, okay, let's look at the statistics since you want to bring them up.
Go ahead.
You're looking at an estimate of 40%. 40% of the marriages are failing. Okay, the vast majority of them are still not. And as less people get married, those marriages are actually working out
what is
longer.
the obesity rate in America?
Oh, it's overwhelming for men and women.
Okay. Are most men ecstatic to take on this enormous risk and responsibility for a fat wife?
No.
Okay. So again, you have to answer the question, what's in it for
I'm
guys?
answering the question. So what's in it for men
right.
is the only thing that's ever been in it for men.
Yeah.
Family.
Yeah, and I don't think it's going to be a good enough answer. If you're right,
Why?
then men are going to sign up to get married. You don't have to convince me.
Yeah, but what
I
about
get- I
like
get- I-
what
I-
about like the qualifiers of
So now this is the problem. Yes, family, legacy is what's in it for men. That's the entire reason of getting married, is to create a legacy, to let your genes pass on to the next generation, right? The problem is men are struggling and dealing with the fact that women are initiating divorce and stripping him from that legacy, removing him from his position in the family. And guys are like, well, yeah, I want kids and I want a family, but I don't want to have to, risk losing access and being a dad to my children just because she decides that she wants things to be changed, or just because she needs to go on a journey and she needs to find herself. Like guys don't like those odds. And it's not like, I know a lot of guys, I know guys now that are like, would love to be fathers, but they're like, man, I'm better off like getting a surrogate woman, to take care of my kid, or, birth my kid, because like the rate that it's at, it's like, society does not incentivize women to stay in marriages, to stay with, honor their commitments. They don't do that. Society does not incentivize women to do those things. They actually incentivize them to do the opposite, to leave the marriages. There's an article that was written, I think it was like in 2018, where this lady is like literally publicly saying, I want my first marriage to be for money, and then my second marriage to be for love. And it's like, well, are you saying that you want you're the first person you're going to marry, you're going to just get with him to get the bag, and then once you got your finances secure, then you're going to go find love? Well, you're just saying that you're just going to use that guy to begin with. Now, I feel sorry for whoever that guy ends up being. Hopefully this lady changed her mind by then, and she woke up. But if not, that's the case that he's facing. Now, here's the real problem in all this. Men could have fixed this shit a long fucking time ago, but guys never wanted to.
They can still fix it now. They just got to stop complaining and do better.
Well, it's not even just that. They could put who's running the majority of the courts? Men. Who passes majority? Who writes majority of the laws? Men. Who votes on this shit in Congress and in the Senate? Men. So if men really wanted to change the laws to make them a little bit more fair, they can. But you know what? They still prioritize pussy over their own laws that protects them. So they don't. Like personally, I think that what they should do is reform the no-fault divorce laws. Don't like repeal it and like, just remove it entirely. I would say make no fault means no money. If you file for no-fault divorce, you can still get divorced, but you just don't get no money. And then it goes back to when it comes to child support or, custody, who is in the best position to provide the lifestyle for the kids? So the closest thing to the lifestyle of the kids that they are used to. So if that means dad is the breadwinner and, dad makes more money than mom, and dad could sustain the current standard of lifestyle that the kids have, then I think dad should keep the kids. Why should the kids' lifestyle shouldn't change much, right? So then dad keeps the kids, mom go figures it out, and she gets, visitation, or vice versa, whatever the case is. I just think that there's ways to reform this stuff to where it could be a little bit more even. And then now the risk is equally on both sides. That's what they need to do. But men don't care about it enough to actually do anything. You know, exactly. Specifically, liberal men, feminized men. Exactly. I agree with you, Mister.
Well,
Charlie,
yeah,
you got
'cause
anything to add to that?
most men are pussy whipped.
Yeah.
I mean, that's literally what it comes down to. That's why they put up with a lot of bullshit. That's why the women end up leaving them, is because, like I said, I keep reminding guys, women will be as shitty to you as you allow them to be. That's what it comes down to. It always starts small. The death by 1,000 paper cuts. I experienced it myself. You got to learn how to respond correctly, and that's how you're talking about. It's like society incentivizing. Fuck all that. You got to be the guy incentivizing women in order to do better, and you got to do that by learning how to correct them correctly. That's the way that I look at it. But that my bad. I'm the problem. I'm just like cutting right to the problem.
And for people that I have not told guys not to get married. You guys are idiots if you think that. I've always advocated for covenantal marriage, marriage outside of the church, or marriage within the church outside of the state. I have always advocated for that. I don't advocate for guys getting into a legal contract with men or with women when they know that the contract that they're signing is actually stacked against them. You know, incentivizes the women to break the contract and men get the punishment. I don't agree with that. But I do agree with guys getting married within the church. That's I've always said that. I've always held that standard. You know, but minimizing the risk is what's necessary. But again, men don't want to do anything about it because they value pussy way too much. They don't want the woman to not want to give them pussy. So they're not changing the laws. I mean, that's just what it is. And here's the thing. Think about this. If the laws were changed to where you could not use a no-fault divorce to gain assets or resources from the man that you're divorcing or the woman you're divorcing, then people would be way more cautious and picky when it comes to actually getting married. They would actually do their due diligence a lot more just to make sure that they're not getting with the wrong person that's going to screw them over. So, you know.
Well, and see, that's the thing. I don't know what the stats are on it, but as far as I understand it, most guys initiate the relationship. Going back to like what I said before, is that Donovan Sharp has always said, nah, you shouldn't do that. And I agree with him. Because when you try to lock the girl down, like I said, then you're locked into that contract, psychologically speaking. And we know this now. So that's why, you know, you initiating that sort of relationship and commitment is usually going to be, you talk about minimizing that. I know a lot of Christian guys don't agree with my take on this, but yeah, you got to let the girl try to angle for it, you know, and you might perceive her as a whore for doing that too, right? It's just like, you know, a lot of guys will get mad at a girl for giving up on the first date, but they don't understand that most women don't do that. You know, yeah, there are some sluts out there that will do that, but they're actually few and far between. So if a girl like really is going to give it to you on the first date, it's actually because she really likes you. And once again, what is sex? Sex is the reward for men that do good.
And honestly,
that's why most men don't get it, and they don't get to reproduce, because once again, that's a reward for doing good consistently, is having children.
And the problem, and here's the thing, you know, the real problem is that people have inflated dating to equate to marriage. They have inflated, you know, the getting to know each other part is equal to marriage, because
yeah,
it's
there used to be more time and steps in the courtship process. That is correct.
Yeah, like it's like, you know, you guys would not move in with each other until you got married. That was a big thing back in the day, right? And
you also wouldn't commit to the first girl that tried to touch your pee-pee.
Exactly. There was more of a vetting process there. And you know, like there was, like, as you said, sex was the reward for guys that did good. Yeah, and that usually meant they end up getting married. You know what I'm saying? Like, they got married and then now they get the reward, which is sex. Now women are giving out the sex before the commitment, and it just devalues the relationship. So, you know, that's the problem. We have inflated dating to equate to marriage, and until the value of marriage increases in society, you're still going to have this problem.
Men have to live in this world.
Right.
We have to live in this world. We live in a world full of degeneracy and basically horrifying things because of the instability of society. And you almost disempower them in a way because you're saying they don't have the power to change the nature of law.
I just want them to make an informed decision.
Yeah,
That's
but
it.
I mean, the informed decision towards what? Their happiness?
Whatever they want to do. It's not my place to tell
Well,
men.
do you think
It's
they
not
want to
my-
be happy?
It's not my place to tell men how to live.
Well, do you think they want to be happy though?
Well, I think that happiness is a feeling that comes and goes. So I don't really.
So you don't want them to be happy?
I
You
think
just want to do what they want?
No, I didn't say that. I said it's a feeling that comes and goes.
Yeah,
so
I agree.
think
but
I don't think
I would
studies
ultimately you would want men happy, right?
on. I want them to do what they want to do.
Okay, well, do you think that most men want to be happy?
I'm not a preacher channel, right? I'm not
I'm
here to tell
saying that
you
you're
how
a
to
preacher.
live.
I'm not preaching. Right now, I'm just talking about the facts.
Mhm.
The facts of the matter are, don't you think men want to be happy?
Well, if marriage makes them happy, then I'm sure they'll sign up. I'm sure the marriage rates will go up.
Yeah, that's not an answer to the question I asked.
sure.
But the question I asked specifically is, do you think men want to be happy?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So if you think that men want to be happy,
Mhm.
and if we look at all of the data that we can possibly find on male promiscuity and happiness, it doesn't look very good for them. So
Okay.
even if it were the case that you advocate against marriage, which is fair, especially secular
I
marriage,
don't
which is even
advocate
more fair.
against marriage. I
Okay.
see it.
All right, I'll try not to straw man it.
I see it disappearing from the middle class completely. I see it just becoming something that the rich do. And I see the birth rates continuing to decline, and I see
That's
marriage
true.
going away
Yep.
because people like you can't give men good answers on why they get married. Should
Okay.
should
All right.
accumulate that risk.
What
You're
did
saying,
men ever
you're
get?
saying,
What-
you're
yeah, yeah,
saying
go ahead.
risk 40% of your income for 18 years. If you have 2+
Uh-huh.
children, the woman can take you to court and take 40% of your income. It's not that every woman will, it's that every woman can. As soon as you enter into a
Okay.
marriage contract, she has the
Now answer
leverage.
my question. What did men ever get out of marriage? What did men ever get out of marriage?
I don't really care about what they got in the
Answer
past.
my
I don't-
question.
I
What
don't,
did they ever
but
get
I
out
don't
of
care
marriage?
because I'm talking about
Well,
the facts
I don't care if you
today.
don't care. Answer the
I
question.
don't-
What
I
did
don't-
men
I don't
ever get
care.
out of marriage?
I don't care.
Well,
It's
if you're
about
saying
like
the
because we have to
disincentive for
operate.
marriage-
We have to
the disincentive
operate.
for marriage
Like what
is that
does
it's
what
not
does
a
a
good enough
guy
reason.
what does a guy care about what happened 100 years ago? He cares about the decisions he has to make today.
Yeah, I know, but
And
you're
he
just
has to use
you're
the
like a
facts
question
today.
avoiding machine.
No,
So
you
I'm
want
trying
me
to
to you want me to do what you do, which is prescribe. I don't prescribe.
I'm not even asking for prescriptions. I'm asking right now for a description. What did men ever get out of marriage? What?
Yeah, well, I can think it's a stupid question. So like,
What men got out of marriage was offspring. It was their legacy, their name continuing to be passed on, their bloodline. Also, if they lived on a farm, they got help. They got employees, free labor. That's what they got, you know. They got employees that could help out on the farm, that would help, you know, build the family's wealth or build the family's network. That's what they got, like, historically speaking. They also having children also brought in, you know, more wealth, right? Like back in the day, the families would all work together. You know, the dad would have like a farm, and they would have, you know, herd sheep and stuff like that. Everybody would work on as a unit. They would all live there. They would all work there, and with more bodies able to do more things, they were able to acquire more resources to bring in more wealth for the family, for the tribe. You know, that's what was very beneficial to them, right? That's what they got.
As plain and brutal as it is, that's what incentivized men to contribute to society, is that enforced monogamy, giving them access to quality women that can give them good children, so that way they will continue to work and, like you said, be able to grow society, because families is how we build communities, and then the communities build society, you know, and that it requires that structure.
That was also how they were able to expand their power of a family, like the ability to maneuver the way they wanted to maneuver was also by having a large family. You know, they would act as the force, You know, a lot of families, like wealthy families, would have like these huge extended, you know, like offsprings that would have like 7, 8 kids, and then they would have kids, and then, you know, like my grandmother's family, like my grandma's side, right, Italian side. We have over 100. I have like over 150 relatives, just from my grandmother and my grandpa, and then they kids, and then their kids' kids, and then their kids' kids. You know, it's like we have a huge Italian family, immediate family too, and so it's like that right there. Back in the day, that was power. You know, you had that big of a number of people. That's like a small army back then. You were able to, you know, maneuver a certain way that other families other people that didn't have that force, they couldn't maneuver that way. So in a lot of marriages,
nepotism is a real thing.
and for the majority of history, marriage was never done for love or for happiness. It was done for acquiring, you know, resources and making, you know, pacts and, you know, creating peace at times. You know, a lot of people got married to avoid war and conflict. If this person is married to this person, and now you can't start beefing with me because, you know, we're family now. Like that was, and King Solomon used marriage as a means to create peace with other nations, right? Which only ended up being his downfall. So historically speaking, marriage for love and happiness was not a thing. You know.
Yeah, like I said, it was always
I don't think
reasons.
Yeah,
you know, like mate guarding and you know, securing families for you know, so you knew your kids were your kids and not somebody else's kids.
Yep. Oh yeah.
I don't think it matters.
What did they ever get out of it? Ever?
I don't know. Tell me.
You don't know.
No, go
You
ahead.
don't know
No,
what they ever
tell
got
me.
out of it. They got the same thing
It's
I'm
like-
prescribing, which is
okay.
a family. That's what else would the incentive ever be?
And again, if that's so great, then men will sign up.
Why do so many people find it hard to break out of financial stress and build true wealth? See,
If that's
Yeah,
so
okay,
great,
so
like
if we
if
look
a
at the-
product's good, there's a big demand, right?
There is a big demand. Men want to get married.
Sure. Then
Yeah, but
if
what
they
we
wanted to, they would,
When
right?
we talk past each other is like, if you describe all the issues, that's fair,
Yeah.
right? But the description of the issue is supposed to be for the purpose of what men do best, which is solving the issue. I don't mind you giving all the descriptors. I think that's great. But the idea of like, Andrew, what do men get right now? That's not a good enough reason. What did men ever get out of it? It's the same reason. It must be
Well,
the
then-
best reason.
Then run for office. Run.
I mean, I would much.
Andrew's right here. It is the same reason, right? But the outcome is a lot different, right? Especially here in the West. You know, now we have, you know, we don't have families staying intact. We have people, you know, moving away, and families are spread out all across the country. You know, they're not all living together in the same community and acquiring and sharing all the resources together like they used to. They are you know, you got cousins over here, relatives over here. People are all over the place. They're not doing that family tribe type of thing like other cultures do. Unfortunately, I think if America in the West would go back to that, like family tribe mentality where everybody is helping everybody. All your relatives are helping each other when it comes to childcare or when it comes to like bringing in resources for the family as a collective. I think that would, one, keep marriages more stable. Two, that would also, you know, help families be able to make it. You will see less families struggling because they would be working together rather than feeling like they have to do it upon themselves, you know.
Well, yeah, that's why the main core principle of feminism has always been fundamentally flawed. And I argue that, you know, there's no such thing as feminism. There's just women with their nature turned on max, basically. And the main premise of feminism was never do anything for the express pleasure of a man. So in terms of you trying to start a family, if already you're being told you should never, you know, make your man happy by fucking him, right? You're kind of already setting up that divisiveness within the family itself, right? With the, you know, that's why. But that comes back to kind of that jealous female nature trying to sabotage each other. It has
Yeah.
nothing to do with like any real cause or anything like that. It has everything to do with that competition that women have with each other. You know, like Big Mo always says, you know, women are naturally red pilled. That's why they hate each other.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, like women are not like it's all about crabs in the bucket. You
Well,
know
it's
what I
like
mean?
it's why women won't shame each other for being fat, because if that woman gets fat or fatter than her, then she has a better chance. And whether or not she actually is going to benefit from that, women tend to automatically engage in a lot of these instinctual competitive behaviors. The same way
Yep.
that men do. That's why you see weak men do weak men things and strong men do strong men things.
Yep.
Much rather fund NGOs so that I could get people in key positions to change law. But the same principle.
Go do
but what
it.
I'm saying to you is like from
Go
a
do it.
descriptive
But
standpoint,
that's
I am
the point.
doing
Like
it. I have been doing it.
Okay, then I'm sure there'll be great change in the next 10 years.
Well, we're going to try,
and
right?
I'll be completely wrong.
Yeah, but I mean, if the trends can continue to nosedive. But let's assume for a second that like it all nosedives.
Mm-hmm.
What does the future look like then?
Well, I don't think there'll be change until my prediction is we'll only see change when society crumbles enough for women to face the consequences of their decisions.
And what happens then?
Then there might be change. That's what
Okay,
I
but
would predict.
what-
I
I
would
mean,
say
what
I would predict that things go down until things are falling apart enough, and then maybe there'll be a policy change. Maybe
Meaning that
probably
we can
probably
fix,
not. Probably
meaning
not,
we can
but,
fix the problems, right?
not anytime soon.
No, but when we reach this like plateau,
Sure.
so then wouldn't it logically?
We could fix the problem today if guys would actually, you know, grow some nuts and actually change legislation to make it more equal or more the burden and the consequences are felt across the board. We could change it now.
Yeah, I mean the men's right movement tried to do that back in like what, the 2010s, and you know, something like that, 2000s, 2010s, and what did they do? They ended up turning MGTOW, men going their own way, because they found out, oh yeah, we're kind of outnumbered here, both by women and by other men.
Yeah. You see, guys like to guys want to give women all the security and try to, like, you know, when guys use marriage as a negotiation tactic with the state. State marriage is a negotiation tactic. I'll get married with the state. And then now it's, I'll get married without a prenup, you know, to prove myself to you. Yeah, you're giving her everything that she needs, all the security that she needs. If when she decides this is not what she wants no more, there's no way there's no recourse that would hold her accountable for deciding to end the marriage for any reason, you know? And then now you are up Schitt's Creek without a paddle, and now you're mad about it. Well, you should have never given her all that bargaining chip. Now, there are women that will get with guys without any of that because they really just want to be with that guy. They want to be that guy's wife. They want to bring that guy's legacy into the world. Those women are different. But for the majority of guys, they have to use state marriage and the no prenup as a means to negotiate for this exclusive relationship with potential offspring. You know what I mean?
Follow then that we should accelerate the decline as quickly as possible to reach that plateau to fix these things.
Sure. If that's
Yeah.
what-
So
sure.
so then that's an accelerationist mindset, right?
I'm not saying one way or the other. I'm saying I don't see them changing anytime soon. That's it. I don't.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I don't
no,
think.
but-
I don't
but
think in
ul-
my
but-
lifetime there'll be major.
But
policy
ultimately, do you
changes.
want to see them change?
It would be nice.
Yeah. So then if that's the case, I'll just assume the position for a moment, your position, just descriptors, here's where we're going.
Mhm.
It would still
I agree,
be
Archer.
really wise to have men's rights advocacy groups and things like this in place for this inevitable decline so that those types of policies can then be pushed so that we're like ready for them, right?
Sure, but the first one was in 1910. So I don't. If we're where we are today, and the first one was over 100 years ago.
The first what? Policy?
No, the first men's rights advocacy. I think it was around 1910. I don't know the.
Yeah,
exact
but they were
date.
advocating for completely different things, right?
I mean, I saw ones about divorce law early in the 1900s. Off the top
Mhm.
of my head, I don't know, but
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, divorce, it used to be we had coverture laws. So, I mean, coverture laws basically, in that case, you had to have show cause in order to get divorced under coverture laws, things like that. It was most of the early 1900s, I believe. So,
Mhm.
the thing that's interesting, though, is like,
I
as I
don't.
look
But
at this,
my point is, I just don't see it being effective because the last 100 years it's gotten worse, not better. So why would
Yeah,
I
but-
think? Okay, go ahead.
yeah. But I mean, so the thing is like things have gotten better. Abortion laws have been rolled back, right?
But Plan
Men's
B's
advocacy.
gone up.
True. Only in some states, though. I went and checked the stats on that as well.
Sex work has gone up too.
But you know what else is going down is female promiscuity and male promiscuity over time.
Right.
And what's interesting,
but STD rates are up. So how do you explain
because
that?
sex work is up.
Okay, well, if that's not what the guys dating are saying, but okay.
Yeah, because they're dating women who have only. I mean, you're talking about like 1 in 10 or 1 in 20 now. It can have an OnlyFans. The sex work epidemic has exploded STDs. I mean, we can look at this objectively.
When's the last time you dated? Yeah. Like, when's the last time you actually dated?
Oh, it's been fucking, I don't know, like what, 17 years.
So
or
how do you think you know better than the guys dating? Like, what's out there?
I mean, when's the last time you dated?
Like a year ago.
Okay, so from your sample size, you think that in 17 years the marketplace for dating has changed so much that I'm not allowed to have any input in it?
No, I just don't think you really know what's on the ground if you haven't done it in 17 years, because the advent of social media has changed the dating marketplace a lot.
STDs okay, I don't agree with this take. All right, the game is still the game. It's the same game. The dating game is still the same dating game. Okay, it's just a new board. All right. And I always use this like Monopoly analogy. Back in the day when we had Monopoly, it was the board, you had the paper money, like you had the little metal, players or little, knickknacks, whatever. And then you had the houses and all that stuff, right? Fast forward to like early 2000s. Now it's all digital. It's like a little credit card. You don't even have all those pieces. It clocks it for you. It's still Monopoly, but it's just done. It's played differently. The game is still the same game. It's just different advancements have allowed it to play it the same game, but differently, right? So to say that just because Andrew hasn't been in the dating market for 17 years doesn't mean that he's unaware of how dating is.
Well, he was asserting that the STDs are on the rise due to sex work, but it's actually, I would argue, it's more on the rise due to dating apps. So like when one girl gets chlamydia, she's fucking multiple dudes on the dating app and they're all going to get chlamydia.
Yeah, that's true too. It's not a good place. It's like, oh, when was the last time you dated? How do you know the dating market is? You don't have to be in the dating market to understand what the dating market is like. Observation is fine. You can observe what's going on to gain an idea of what's really going on.
Yeah.
Like a lot.
Yeah. Why do you think, wait a second, back up. Yeah. I don't understand why you think that you couldn't have input and research the stat. I'm using the same stats you're using. Like it's not, and I have the same conversations with thousands of people you have, men and women both. The same exact, like the same amount of anecdotal evidence and statistics, right?
Sorry, what I could say, maybe a better way to say it is, I think it's like an oversimplification of the problem when you're saying, oh, it's just like bad women that these guys are dating. Like I don't really think it's
that's not what I said at all.
Or it's just sex worker women that these guys are dating, right?
No, that would account for one thing. STDs.
Okay.
The STD
Correct
rates
me. What did you? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. So what I said gave you was the answer that you're always looking for. That men get out of marriage, same thing they always got out of it, a family. And why is it that men are always gravitating towards family? Well, it seems to be biologically hardwired in them because they've always done that.
Sure, it is.
So if that's the case, their happiness levels intrinsically tied to that. It seems that if you wanted to advocate for men, then you would be advocating the most for the idea of keeping marriage sacrosanct and also making sure that these things got reformed as quick as possible.
Okay, if someone took your prescription, can you give me like step by step your prescription for how men, if just get married, stay married, what's your prescription?
First of all, I wouldn't say, you keep on framing this as I'm saying take a plunge. When I'm not saying take
totally fine. Tell me what's beginning to end.
First,
so where should they source?
I would look at these stats.
No, not the stats. Where should they source the women from?
It's never been easier to start a podcast than with Riverside. Here's how it works. First, go to Riverside.
Like what state should they go to? What church? I'm guessing you're going to say Orthodox.
Okay, so I'll answer your question, right? You're not going to find huge variances state by state. You're just not going to, okay? But you can definitely upgrade the chances of you finding a woman who's not going to have these behaviors, which you and I would both consider non-optimal. So it wouldn't just be the Orthodox Church, Roman Catholic Church, and even Protestants, as long as the worship is more than one time per week, right? Their marriage rates significantly go down. If you get married as a virgin, you almost never get a divorce because your sample size is super low.
So are you saying they should find a virgin, or do you think that's realistic nowadays? To find a virgin woman?
Yeah. No. I'm giving you a step-by-step prescription of all the things you can do to mitigate risk.
Right. No, but I'm not saying mitigate risk. I'm saying, do they download a dating app? Are they going to go on Instagram? How are they going to do it?
Okay.
Yeah.
So
go to
if you
church.
look, so I'll walk through it, right?
Okay.
But what we're talking about is risk mitigation. So let's start with risk mitigation.
I want the dating process from beginning to end.
Oh, okay. We'll give it.
Go ahead.
What? You want me to give a dating process from beginning to end for every individual man on planet Earth?
Well, okay, if a guy wants to go in your prescription.
No, the dating process is going to be
How is he gonna
varied
source women?
on region. It's going to be varied on man. It's going to be varied on what options are available. But what you can look at is all the signs of the universals which mitigate risk. What you're asking is for an absurdity. It's like me asking, tell me step by step how do I become a successful podcaster?
Oh,
every man, every woman on Earth, how do you become a successful podcaster?
I could do that pretty
Do
easily.
it. Do it.
No, but I asked you first, and you don't have an
Okay.
answer because you
Because
don't have
it's an impossible
No,
question.
it's actually pragmatic because
No,
if you have a
it's
real,
not even pragmatic, it's
if you have a real plan for men, you have to have a step by step. Like, what's step one?
Yeah. So step one would be
Okay.
looking at the mitigation for risk. That would be step
But you
one.
have to get a girl on a date first before you even get there.
No, you don't have to get a girl on a date to mitigate risk, bro.
Okay, well, I guess there's no risk if you never get on the date.
Yeah, that's right. So the thing is, if you're talking
so
about
walk away.
mitigation-
So walk
if we're
away.
talking about
Where is he
mitigation of
sourcing the women
risk,
from?
you're asking for
Instagram?
stuff. Stop cutting me off.
So, I need
If you're asking
but
me a question,
answer-
you got to let me answer.
But
the
you're not
fucking question.
answering the question.
What's the question? But then you have to
Well,
not
give-
talk while I
okay.
answer it.
Okay, I'll try. I'm a woman, so it's kind of tough.
Okay, go ahead.
Step by step process. How does he get a girl on a date? Where should he meet them?
Get a girl on a date. You would go online. You'd have conversations with women everywhere that you went. The various things that we've always done to get women on dates.
Okay, so you go on the dating apps and get women on dates.
No, I didn't say that. What did I say?
You
Repeat
said,
back what I said.
You said go online. I assumed you
And-
dating apps and talk to women.
and-
And talk to women. Totally
And
fine.
yes,
And
are
do
you
the
ever
things
going to
that
get a
we've
woman?
done.
Are you ever going to get a woman on a date, Pro, if you don't talk to any of them?
Okay, so you talk to women. And
Are you ever
what-
gonna get a woman
totally
on a date
fine.
if you
No,
don't talk
that's
to
fine.
them?
Okay,
No.
so I want to keep
No.
going through the process.
No.
I want to keep going through the process. So you meet them on a dating app, okay? Or you meet them.
I
at
didn't say
where?
meet them on a dating app.
Okay, then can you tell me where?
Yeah, I would. All you have to do to begin the initial process of dating women is use whatever connections, resources you have to start connecting with various women. You can use dating apps, sure. That seems to be one of the most common ways that you do it.
Okay.
But you can also use friends of friends. You can use your family members. You can use all sorts of different ways to connect with women the same way that men and women have been connecting forever.
Sure.
Except now you have also the online component.
Sure, totally fine. So then what's
Social
next? Do you
circle
take her on a
game.
date? Is that
You
what
can take her on a
traditionally-
date, but usually the second step would be to be in the talking phase. And inside the talking
Okay,
phase,
yeah.
you're able to actually identify many of these risk mitigating factors, which become immediately apparent in 90% of the conversations. They become very apparent, the red flags or the risk mitigation. I wouldn't take a woman on a date. I would be in the talking phase with multiple women for an elongated period of time before I ever took one out on a date.
Okay, fine. So how long should they talk before they get to the date?
Well, it's going to vary from person to person.
Okay, but what would you suggest?
I would suggest that you talk to them until you feel like you've gathered enough information and intel on the mitigation of these red flags, and then I would take them. Sure, you can take them on a date then.
Okay, and what information are you trying to get from them?
Well,
What are the
that's
red
great.
flags? Go
Glad
ahead,
that you
go ahead,
asked that
go ahead.
question for risk mitigation.
Sure.
I'd be looking for things like, were you raised by a single mom, right? What are your goals? What are the structure in life that you're after? Whether or not it is the case you have a present father in your life. How many tattoos do you have? That would be another good one. Your promiscuity level. I do a little intel maybe around their Facebook, things like this. You have many male friends they have? There's tons and tons.
Okay,
The same
fine.
things that women do.
Yeah, totally fine. So now you get her on the date. Are you trying to sleep with her? Are you
No.
waiting till you're suggesting they wait till marriage? Is that what you're?
Well, yeah, only if they want the best outcomes. Yeah.
Okay.
And they don't want to
So-
create single moms that they have to take care of their children. Yeah. it seems
So
like a
if
good idea.
she's not a virgin, are you telling them they should still wait till marriage?
Yeah, I still would. Yeah.
Okay,
If
so-
you're interested in a woman who's not a virgin, right?
Well,
My
that's
assumption is the man's not going to be a virgin either.
95%, right?
Yeah, and most of the men aren't going to be virgins or taking those women out either.
Okay.
That's the case. Yes,
Okay,
factually,
so
that is the
you-
dating market.
So you
now.
want men to pay a higher price for what other men got for free?
Oh, so okay. Well, let's just grant this. Let's say they don't. Right? You want men to sleep with a woman on the first date?
Can you answer my question? I'll answer
I did.
yours.
Okay, so the answer is
yes.
in the answer. I'll explain it.
No.
So
do you
the
want
thing
men
is,
to
it's
pay a
like
high? You don't like the answer
you
to the
don't
question.
you don't have to sleep with this woman to get to know her. If you think that she's worth
Mm-hmm.
the risk, and you think that she's worth it to stick around to sleep with later or to date long term, sure. The problem that you have here is
Mm-hmm. So what
that
if-
we
what if-
operate. No, my turn. We operate off of your logic, right?
Mm-hmm.
Should they, if a woman has ever slept with a man ever, should no man ever wait to sleep with that woman?
I think
Or
that's,
should it be
that's a
immediate?
tough sell.
What's
You
that?
can sell that. It's a tough sell.
So then you think that the woman, if you've ever had sex as a woman, you should just give it up?
Okay, so you want guys to
Like,
marry?
answer the question.
I
Answer the question.
I will answer that question.
No, you're not
I will-
answering the
I will
question. You're
answer.
avoiding
I
it.
will answer that question.
If a woman's
But
ever
if-
had sex, every man should date. Should she fuck
I
him?
will. No, I don't think
No.
so.
Okay.
I don't
So then
think
you're saying
I don't
that
think
she should make him wait.
I don't. I think there's certain men you can treat special though, and I think most men want to be treated special and not like other men. So
So is every man you've ever gone on a date
so-
with, have you slept with him immediately?
No. How about you? How about you?
No, I don't sleep with any men.
No. I mean, what was your dating experience like? Did you wait? I mean, if you want to go personal, yeah.
Of course. I like to get to know people, things like this, of course.
So
But
you
the thing
you
is,
waited
like,
till
that's my
marriage? I mean,
point. My point is,
I don't want to go personal, but if you're, you know what I mean. It's
no, I'm
like-
not trying to be personal. I'm trying to
but-
demonstrate a point. Of course,
Well,
you
I'm-
don't sleep with every man immediately. That
Right.
would be absurd.
Right,
That's
but-
not a personal attack.
Right,
It's just
but
objective
women
fact.
do sleep with men faster that they like.
Generally speaking, I think
Okay.
well, the same thing with men. They generally
So
will try to sleep
how
with
would a
women
guy
faster
know?
if they like
How would
them.
a guy know the difference between a girl that's using him for resources, or like just trying to use him for the lifelong provisioning, or
Mhm.
that actually likes him?
Well, every woman is going to be utilizing men to some degree for resources, and historically always has. The idea, though, that you can't mitigate these risks by taking a look at the entirety of their social media, doing a little social stalking, which is you're just looking around at their connections and things like this in order to see what the general trend is. You can basically determine this fairly quickly. In fact, men have become so savvy to this in the dating market, they're beginning the high rates of rejection now, where they're like, nope,
So there's
nope,
there's
nope,
no
nope.
women there's no women that at all could mitigate any of this. I mean, the biggest hoes that I knew in school had pretty much no digital footprint, no social media, none.
Well, I mean, that's
because they it's like a strategy actually, because they want to get like they want to get around. And
well, it's really difficult now. Well, then even if that was the case,
like a small
I would just put
private-
that as another red flag. Oh, you have no social media presence? Nah, maybe that's another red flag.
But wouldn't you say that women are developing new strategies every like year to
So
get
are men.
around some of totally? But don't you
Yeah.
think that some of the men that you're suggesting this to are going to get got? Just balance the probabilities.
Yeah, but no matter what conditionals we make in society, some men are going to get got. There's nothing you can do about that ever. Doesn't
Mm-hmm. Right.
matter if you had the
So-
perfect utopia, some men are going to get got.
Okay, so what percent going through all these strategies? What percent of men do you think will get got?
I think that
You think
can
it's
lower the risk.
0%?
I think you can lower the risk mitigation down to somewhere around 15 to 20%, which is what we see in
Fine,
these types
totally fine.
of elongated
Okay,
Christian
so,
marriages.
So you think about 20% of men will get got.
I think that all
Okay.
20% of men have always gotten got, and there's a
Why?
damn thing
Right,
to do
but
about
why
it.
would a man take that deal?
Because they want to have a family, like they've always wanted to.
Right. But and do you think that if people stay married, that's automatically a successful marriage if they just don't divorce?
No, that wouldn't always meet the criteria for a successful marriage,
So
right?
what do
But hang on, by the same logic, you would have to agree then that not every time women want to get divorced, it's unjustified.
True. I agree.
So if that's the case, then you have an equal wash there. So
Okay.
the idea here
Okay,
is,
so-
what do we want for a stabilized society, which makes sense,
But you're-
right?
but
For
you're
men
saying-
to
but you're
have
saying-
maximum happiness. It seems to be marriage.
Right, but you're switching it back to what's in it for society, and I keep trying to stick to what's in it for the
Men
individual
are
man.
society.
Right,
Men run
but
society.
Do you really think that a 20% failure rate, where a woman could potentially really ruin his life for 18 years? Like, I mean, I've talked to like a good percentage.
Well,
of
what failure rate's
men-
acceptable?
what-
1%?
I think one is too many. When you have a quarter of when
Okay,
you have a
well,
quarter
then-
of when you have a quarter of men raising kids that aren't theirs,
That's
I
just
think
utopian.
I think one time that happens is too many.
That's utopian. That's literally utopian thinking. So if there's
right.
ever a case that a man can get got, then you would just recommend it. I mean, it's so silly. That's utopianism.
If
That's
I was-
impossible. It's like
if
saying
I-
no men should ever drive cars because they might get in wrecks. Like, it's going to happen.
I wouldn't say that's the same. Because
Shout
I
out to
would say a
Flo
car
for
wreck,
sending some folks over
it is
here
not
for the
likely
raid.
that you're
I
going to be
appreciate you,
enslaved to
Flo.
that car for 18 years. And I think
You're
maybe
enslaved
I
to the
just
damage it does
I
to you
think
for 18
maybe I
years.
just have a different point of view because I've seen men on the brink of suicide, Andrew, and I've seen men like one of the worst. I've told you this story before. One of the worst marriage divorce stories I ever saw was a guy that took pretty much your advice. Okay.
Which was what? What's my advice?
What you say? He waited till marriage. He met a girl in a Latin Catholic mass church.
Yep.
He had the temperament. He thought she was the right person. And it was actually really difficult. She took his kid. She was actually Eastern European. So she was Eastern Europe. So she was actually raised to be a wife, and she came to the US. He met her in California. And she stole the kid and took him back. She won custody. She took him back. And he spent $300,000 trying to get her back. He went into a war zone trying to get his kid.
Yeah.
Now the kid is like 6. He hasn't seen him in years. The kid doesn't recognize him, and he speaks Russian. How is he happy?
But
I know,
here's
and
the
it's
thing.
easy. I think it's
Yeah.
easy maybe for you to like wave it away and just say, "Well,
I'm not waving it away.
Like
That's horrible. That's absolutely horrible.
Men, it doesn't matter. Like, don't even think about that risk." But what I've
No,
seen,
think about that risk.
right? But you're saying, but do it anyway. And I'm saying I can't tell you what to do because that is
Yeah.
an astronomical risk that I understand is if you as a man don't want to take that, I completely understand.
Yeah.
Another
So
issue
here's the
too.
alternative.
Another,
Yeah,
can you let me
yeah.
finish? So another
Go
issue
ahead.
too is like
Do you ever finish?
the waiting till marriage. I mean, you go on monologues too a lot too.
Not
So
long because you
the
cut
other
it every 5 seconds.
the other thing is 1 out of 3 women have STDs.
I just got paid $60,000 for my car crash from using this app on my phone. And I don't know if you could see this, but it's called the Case
Let me get to it.
Compensation
Hold on.
Calculator right here. And it's for $60,000.
Come on.
So you
Does
could
the sex
like
work?
no, not necessarily.
Yeah, we can look at the height of the promiscuity. The sexual revolution wasn't even close. Wasn't even close.
Yeah, but a lot of normal women have STDs too. They do.
Yeah, and they always have.
True.
True. Go to men. They usually get
Okay,
it from
but this
men
is
during
back to the-
promiscuous sex as well.
Right, but that's back to the what about the men though? We're talking about
It's not what
women.
about the men. I'm just giving an accounting for this, for how this works. So STDs would be a good idea for not having promiscuous sex. But if the idea is like, because some men are going to have catastrophic results and we can never mitigate that, I don't care what society you're in, ever, you're not going to be able to mitigate that some men are going to have catastrophic results, that instead they should use women basically, and women them for purely sexual hedonistic needs. If that's the case, then the very ideology of like, look at all these STDs, that explodes under that same ideology. That's like silly. It's counterproductive.
Well, under your strategy, they could marry a woman with herpes. Like,
Yeah, under your
literally marry
strategy, they're
one.
going to get herpes anyway.
Not
I mean,
really, because if
explosive-
you wear a condom, it's less than 1% of men. that
Then
get
why
it.
are they exploding?
They're exploding because men and women aren't wearing condoms. But if you wear a condom, it's not the likelihood of you getting something, especially as a guy, is pretty low.
So men are just stupid, don't know how to wear condoms, or
I mean, some men, they really should.
Yeah? No, I don't think so. I think that
to be
what
honest,
happened is-
I mean, a lot of guys, they don't.
what's
wanna wear
happened
that.
is promiscuity, especially in the sex industry, where STDs are 10 times higher, has now been gravitating towards women's bedrooms on OnlyFans and things like this. They have a continuous chain of men who come in they're promiscuous with, and this has exploded the STD rate. And by the way, I can prove this because in every Western nation where sex work can be done from the home, you see these explosive rates generally in the areas where there's the most amount of sex workers. It gravitates out.
You think it's all sex work? It's not the women in college.
No, there's always been STDs, of course, that have been in the general public. I'm talking about the accounting for the explosion in them.
Right, but you don't.
And who was it that asked me this in the chat? Like, I think it was Arctic. Yes, she did say 1 in 3 women have STDs. And I have it right here. A new study finds infections impacting nearly 1 in 3 women should be tested as or treated as an STD. So it says, new study finds infections impacting nearly 1 in 3 women should be treated as an STD. I don't know. It's not saying they have an STD. A new study is shedding light on women's health and an infection that affects nearly 1 in 3 women and suggesting said infection should be treated as an STD. So it's not saying it is an STD. It's saying it should be treated as an STD. What is this infection? Is it like HPV or something?
Yeah, no, they've been like doing weird word games, like switching it from STD to STI and stuff like that.
Yeah.
It's just like, no, like you're trying to exclude things as counting as, being bad for that, and basically hoes trying to act clean.
Yeah, like another one says more than 1 in 3 female teens who've had sex have an STD. What the hell? Let's see. As your number of partners and sexual encounters increase, your risk of contacting an STD increases dramatically. Okay, but like, what is the realistic? More than 1 in 3 female teens who've had sex have an STD. 1 out of 4 women between the ages of 14 and 19 is infected with at least one STD.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm telling you, it's a lot of chlamydia and gonorrhea, from what I understand.
The curable shit. Not saying it's a good thing to get, at least,
Yeah.
It's at least you could take some medicine and get
Although there is some, I believe it's the gonorrhea. Some of the gonorrhea is getting resistant, so there is a worry about that.
Well, and the main one that they really don't really address HPV.
Yeah,
they could test that in women, but men, I don't think there's a test for men. For HPV.
Because
men are carriers.
Men are basically can be carriers, and they don't always present symptoms. Almost never present symptoms. So once girls get it, then they can give it to multiple people, and and guys can give it to multiple people then too.
Yeah.
A lot of this comes down to a lot of women don't want to get tested because they're kind of worried they'll be a hoe just for getting tested.
I think people don't want to get tested because they rather live in ignorance. You know what I mean? Like they rather just be like, I don't know. They just like to hope that they don't. Rather be responsible and find out.
College campuses for STDs to go around.
Of course, but that's always been the case on college campuses.
Right. But saying that's always, I'm trying to operate in today, not the past, right?
Yeah, but I'm trying to give you a prism so that, because you're acting like this stuff is new, or that that risk mitigation is somehow new. This has always been the case.
Real quick, our Alan comes in with the $5 super chat. Goes, 1 in 3 women have an STD. I didn't think a Taylor Swift concert could get less appealing. Oh shit, that's funny. That actually was pretty funny. Yeah, I mean, it's already bad, right? Taylor Swift is already bad enough. You'll get one of these. All right.
Mitigate risk when it came to marriage. You're only talking about the selection of, well, you could get really fucked by the courts, which is true, and that the courts are biased towards women, which is true. I'm giving prescriptors for how we begin the process of changing those things. Whereas what you do is you act as though these are brand new societal issues when they're actually not brand new societal issues.
No, I operate in today, so I try to focus on what's going on now. And
but can't you look to the past for prescriptors?
Right, but why not if the past, not if it doesn't matter?
It matters.
Okay, well,
or we can't get prescriptors. We can't get prescriptors of the future unless we look at societies which worked.
Right, but societies that don't exist today, that are different than today. I have to operate I have to operate. I'm not a lawmaker, so I have to operate.
Right, those Beyonce concerts are turning into little pre-Diddy parties. That's why nobody's going to them anymore.
in the society we have today.
Yeah, you're not a lawmaker, you're an influencer. So you influence people into lawmaking, or influence people towards laws, or you
Yeah,
influence them
I
towards
think-
better behaviors, or
I
things
think
like that. right?
influencers that think they have that kind of sway and power are just as delusional as the women that think that they're going to get a man that makes like $5 million a year. That's my
Yeah,
belief.
yeah. So
You may
well,
think
here's-
that you may think different. That's just what I think. Go ahead.
Yeah, yeah. So, well, I mean, the Democratic Party and the Republican Party seem to disagree. They're buying up influencers left and right all over the country, and it seems to be swaying a lot of localized elections. So I think influencers must have some kind of, I don't know, influence, right? Otherwise, why is it that the political arms of the various parties are doing everything they can to get them under their wig? So ultimately, I think when we're talking about your kind of descriptive world, again, I don't even disagree with a lot of these descriptions, but if we apply Pearl Davis's descriptions, which do sound
Descriptions.
more prescriptive, why should men do X, right?
Well-
it's like, okay, well, here's why. And then you say, but here's the risk for that. Okay, I agree there's a risk for that. Well, now what? I don't know. Is that it? Just like, I don't know.
If a product is good, then people are lining up to buy it. And so what you're doing is you're saying, no, there's no risk. Men are lining up to buy this, but the stats just don't say that. They don't. So if you're right, then
Well,
if you're
first of all, I
right,
reject
if you're
your
right,
scripts.
if you're right, then
Yeah.
the marriage rate will go up, and traditionalism will return. I hope you're
Yeah,
right.
yeah, but don't you understand that the posits of your framing is completely rejected by me? I'm not one of these guys who's making these crazy advocations for, hey, bro, just take the plunge, bro, and hopefully things will work out, bro. That's the Con Inc. guys who are saying, oh, this is all men's fault, this and that. I'm talking about prescriptive mitigations to try to fix the issues in marriage, the very thing men are screaming that they want more than anything. And you just say, well, kind of just do what you want. Here's the information. Good luck. It's like, okay, you can do that. But then, in what account can you ever criticize any of those guys in the Con Inc. party who give prescriptions? How do you ever do that if you don't give a counter prescription?
Well, if their prescriptions are leading men to their death, and men are 9 times more likely to commit suicide because they don't
Red
warn
Pill
them,
has
I
entered
can't
the
criticize
chat.
them.
Then what
I
should they
think
do
all-
instead,
all
bro?
I'm saying-
Then
all
what
I'm
should they
saying-
do instead, bro?
I think they should make an informed decision.
Oh,
Because I
same
just
thing,
think
I think.
they should
Okay.
make an informed decision.
I
Why
know
is
a
a
few
man
guys give
immoral if he
prescriptions.
doesn't choose to get married? Do you
So
think
that's not immoral.
And they
With
work.
Phoenix Energy, a family-owned oil company focused
I'm sorry, what did you say, Viking?
on unleashing American oil from North Dakota and Montana.
What did you say, Viking?
I was saying Red Pill has entered the chat. I know a few guys that give prescriptions and they fucking work, including correcting Andrew's terrible take on how to deal with women, because the vetting process starts by vetting yourself first, technically.
I was
But
gonna
don't
say,
think
like,
that's bad.
I was gonna like wait to the end, like, kind of give my entire breakdown because,
Yeah, I'm struggling with the blue pill prattle right now. My bad. I'm the problem.
yeah. Like, I'm gonna give my prescription about all this in the end because I think I see what both of them are saying. I agree on both sides. There are truths on both sides. How to get there may be a little different for some, than others, but yeah, we'll get to that in the end.
Okay, so then why are you arguing with me?
Yeah, well, the argument here is about men's happiness and what they get, right? Not about whether or not it's moral if they get married or not. I'm not
Well,
saying
you
it's
see,
immoral for men
I
to not get
could,
married.
I could be okay. Then what's the disagreement? Then why
The
do you care?
disagreement is on the prescription of why it is
But I
that
didn't give a
marriage.
prescription.
That marriage. Well, here's the disagreement. I'm trying to explain it to you. I'm not saying that it's immoral for men to not get married. I am interested in the happiness and longevity of men and their overall well.
Actually, even Andrew agrees with both sides. He even said he agrees with her descriptions of the problem. He just doesn't agree with her prescription. So yes, you can agree with both sides. So I guess Andrew's fence sitting too then. Okay.
Wellness, well-being, and health in the society I have to live in because I count on them to provide the security. I count on them to provide all luxury. I count on them to build all infrastructure. And so if men aren't doing well, none of us are doing well. And so if we're going to associate these problems, and Con Inc. says, well, just take the plunge because society continues to go, and Pearl Davis says, men can just do whatever the fuck they want, then it's like, well, then how do you criticize anything prescriptively? How do we get anywhere prescriptively? It makes no sense
Do
to
you
me.
think men should do what you want?
I think that if prescriptively you move towards the type of society I advocate for, I think, yes, the wellness of men would do way
Okay,
better.
so men should do what you
sure.
want and not what they want.
No, they should do prescriptively what's best for men.
Okay.
That's
but
not
which
now.
is what
That is
you're-
true that I'm aligned with that,
Okay.
but that's not doing what I want. That's
Okay,
doing what's in
so-
their best interest.
Okay, so men should listen to you, and
well-
not what they want for their life, but what you want for their life.
Well, what did I just say? I just said that
Okay, according to
what
the
they want for
statute-
their life
okay.
is happiness, and
So-
if I want for my life happiness also, and if we have a combined belief on the prescriptive things that would make us happy, then that's what
so
men,
you-
including me, should move
So
towards.
you're
right?
saying I read these stats, I read these studies. Now do what I say because I read these studies.
Well, and Pearl Davis is doing the same thing. I read these stats and studies, and everything's really bad for men. So I mean, if you want to, if you want to take the
what I
plunge
say.
of 20%, you might get fucked here, and is it really worth it? I'm not sure it's worth it.
I say you're a man. It's your house. You get to do what you want in your house. It's out of order. I'm not going to tell men what to do.
Well, you're not telling them what to do, but you can still. Isn't it true that you can offer up prescriptions in society which are good for society, good for men, without telling men that they need to do those prescriptions? Like, hey, prescriptively, if we did X, that might be really good for men. That doesn't mean you're telling men what to do.
I can give my opinion if somebody
Mhm.
asks, but that's not my job. I'm here to, did you lower the volume a little bit? I don't know why I like can hear him less now. No? Wait, could you talk again?
Testing, testing, testing.
Could you turn up my mic or like my headphones just like a little bit? Sorry. But then you wouldn't say you should do it. You would say you could. But once you get into should, then you're saying this is what you should
I would
do.
say any prescription
that's
which is
that's
going to be
better.
good for the
That's better.
overall health of men, they should be moving towards that. Yes.
Mhm. Right. And so if it was moving towards the overall health of men, it would be an easy
Hold
sell
up,
to
hold
do
up.
it.
Cam, are you calling Viking Deadpool? Well, I do have connections to that film. I do. I am friends with Aaron Reed, who actually played Juggernaut in Deadpool, but no, not Deadpool though.
Military
And
guys.
that, well, no, not
Las
necessarily.
Vegas
Men have gone along
following
with
the, Agent 47.
Oh, from is that Assassin?
Hitman, yeah.
Hitman, yeah.
lots of different things, which were an easy sell
Mm-hmm.
because they were misled or they had bad information or collectively from the society. Like, here's an easy one. Men go off to war. They go off to literal war when they get drafted.
Mm-hmm.
And that has been an easy sell, but it definitely was not good for men.
What is this? I think it might be here. Sorry. It's like buzzing now a little bit. Okay, sorry. So you're saying that men, well, yeah, but men in reward for protecting the country, they got a family that actually stayed together. But today that's not the norm.
No, they didn't. In the Vietnam War, they didn't get that. That's not the case. They got that maybe post-World War II. They weren't getting it after Korea. They weren't getting it after Vietnam. They drafted for both wars. They weren't coming home to a family. They're coming home getting spit on, literally spit on.
All right,
and the thing is like, yes, men can be tricked collectively into doing things that are really bad for men's health. But the idea here that we should not be
Hey, do you
prescriptively
think they did it
trying.
because it was like an adventure? That's probably why, right? Like,
No, they didn't just want to go on an adventure. They did it for honor.
Yeah. I mean, and
Honor.
I would say at one point society rewarded them for it. Like now white men are the least likely to be in the military, or it's like the lowest numbers in years. Like men are dropping out of the military because they don't see what's in it for them anymore. And you know,
Yeah.
it's interesting. I think this like
Yeah, well, that's because there's no honor in
I think it's an interesting like sell on what you're trying to do. Meet the women, wait till marriage for a woman that's not, pay a higher price than the previous guy, and you'll be married for life. I hope, man, if you
I
want
mean,
to,
that's not. So this is again. This is very
if you guys want
classic
to,
Pearl-
if you guys
that's
want to
very
do
classic
that,
Pearl framing,
if
but
you want to
that's
do,
not actually what I said.
if-
I'm offering
you guys
only
can-
an alternative to black pill. And what am I saying?
Okay.
The same thing you are. Men should be gravitating towards things which are good and healthy for men. Men are gravitating towards families because they want them.
But
If
who
they
has-
didn't want them, they wouldn't be having them.
Who has more information on what makes a man happy? You or him? Like an individual
Well,
man watching your
this will be
stream.
trivially true about any human being on Earth.
So each man has more information to make decisions in his life than you do, right?
Well, no, that's not always the case. But I would say, generally speaking, people tend to think or know what makes them happier than some guy they don't know.
There's-
Sure.
Yeah. So I don't know if I want to use. Can I use you as an example, but not say your name? Can I use you? Yeah, I can. Okay. So my producer's watching now, right?
Yeah.
He's listened to me talk. Now he's listening to you for the first time, and he's hearing your strategies for marriage, right? Who has more information on how he should make a decision moving forward in his relationships, you or him?
Yeah. So obviously him, but I'll also have more information probably on what's better for his relationships than you because I'm a man.
Totally fine. Totally fine.
Yeah.
But so who should make the decision? Should he listen to your advice or should he listen to himself? What he thinks is best?
So I would say that you also have to take into
Mm-hmm.
account that there's social responsibilities and honor that men have, duties that they're supposed to gravitate towards. There are actual duties men have to
So now
gravitate
this is
towards.
just like
this is-
nagging through the duty. Okay. Well, what does he get? What does
you
he
don't
get?
think men don't have duties?
What does he? I mean, why would you do
They-
something?
What,
why-
like men should just do nothing or what?
Well, why should they work hard for a society that doesn't reward them? I have no
Yeah,
problem.
I think that society should reward men for
should
hard
right,
work.
but it doesn't.
Yeah, but it does. It does actually reward men for hard work. It doesn't always reward men for hard work with a family, though. That's not the reward societies have ever given men. Men
Really,
have to
men,
procure
men
their
are-
own stake
men
for
have rewarded
families.
military members the last 50 years. They have.
Yes.
Sure. Then I'm sure
Society
they-
has rewarded military members over the last 50 years. Yes,
Really?
there's more. During the Iraq War, for
more-
instance, there was a
more-
lot of honor that came back to
right.
the uniform, and
More-
then post that, now there's less.
More men have committed suicide than all of the last. More soldiers have committed suicide in the last 50 years than all of the world wars combined.
Yeah.
So society rewarded them.
No, that's not a social societal issue of society trying to punish them.
Right.
Iraqi war veterans were not getting spit on like Vietnam war veterans. Some of them maybe, but it
Well,
wasn't
I
the
guess-
same type of contextual
I guess if
information.
society isn't
Here's why
spitting
this
on
happened.
It got stuck in the branch that it was growing on, and
This happened because of the tour. So it used to be that soldiers were cycled out after one tour. What happened during the Iraq War and Afghanistan wars, they were going back for 4, 5, 6 tours. They were completely broken. This was something the military has recognized multiple times. Society itself, though, demanded that these wars be stopped. Ultimately, they demanded it. That's why they put Trump in. When you're talking about the social duties and responsibilities of men, it is a fact of the matter they do have them. The idea here, though,
Do you think that men-
that this
do you
means that
think
society rewards men with a
The
family.
monologue
is
is it going
crazy.
to end? Is it going to end? Okay. You're doing that to me, so I got to
Yeah, fair enough.
So, do you think that men have been respected the last 50 years and honored in society?
No, that's not. I didn't say that. We're
Okay.
talking about the military, a specific example.
Okay, but in general, do men get
No, I
respect?
think that
in
men have been
society?
completely and totally disrespected as a bygone pieces of garbage. The entire idea here is to try to change that.
Right, but you.
But see, okay, that's men's fault. They allowed the disrespect. They rewarded the disrespect. They said it's acceptable to treat us with disrespect, and we're still going to give you X, Y, and Z. It does fall back on men.
You would understand the rationale for a guy that just says fuck it, right? Because society doesn't reward him.
So here we can maybe come to some agreement. Do I understand the rationale? Yes. Oh yes, I understand the rationale completely. Does that mean that that's good for men though? No. Okay. And clearly it does. It clearly can't be because you say it can't be by your logic.
But you know what's best for an individual.
No, you actually just gave the prescriptions. Pretty great. You just said, well, so society is shitting all over men, and that's really bad for men, right, Andrew? Yeah, I want to change that. And you go, but wait a second. So you think you know what's best for men? It's like, well, if we both agree that society shitting on men is bad, then it appears we both think we know what's best for men. That society shouldn't shit on them. They wouldn't like that, right?
Right, but I don't predict it'll stop. I wouldn't predict that it would change.
Well, I can predict it'll never stop if we don't try to do anything about it.
Well,
I can make a 100% prediction it'll never stop if we don't try to do anything about it.
And run for office, right? Go ahead.
Well, you don't just need to run for office. What you need to do is influence people who are in office. That's the main thing. People forget. See, NGOs and it's the lobbyists who ultimately are going to be able to make these influences for change.
All right. In the next year, what changes can I expect policy-wise?
Probably not much.
Okay. So my producer has to make a decision in the next year. What's he going to do?
Yeah. So
he has to make. Should he look at the history? Should he look at what might happen in the future?
Yeah. So if your producer's going to make a decision on marriage in the next year, I'd give him the same advice any rational human being would ever have. Great. You want to get married? Make sure all of your risks are as mitigated as you can possibly make them, so that you can move towards family, like men have always historically done and are now getting much better at. And then on top of that, Mr. Producer, you can expect within the next few years that you're going to start seeing even more changes in the marriage court. And here's my proof: the number of kids living with their fathers has quadrupled from 68 to 2020 due to men's rights advocacy groups. That seems to be good for men. They can get access to their kids. Quadrupled, bro.
What do you think is going to affect my producer or someone similar to him more? Do you think you saying like these stats, or do you think what he's seen in real life is going to affect his decision making and what he thinks more?
People generally, I think, intuitively go off of experience first, and then they mitigate, but they often mitigate experience when they start looking for answers for why things they've experienced have sucked. So like bad thing happens and I hate it. And so intuitively, I don't want anything to do with this again. But then you start looking for answers for why bad thing happened.
You listing stats and shaming men is not going to make. That's
a shaming tactic. I'm telling you.
And is not going to make men want to get married, and it's not going to make them not believe what they have seen.
How is it shaming men to tell men I care a lot about men's health more than anything else and would really like to see influencers start moving towards prescriptions so that they live happier lives? How in the fucking world could you ever say in a million years that that's a shaming tactic?
Okay, sure, you're not. Sure.
I mean, how? Like, how do you make that step? Now, I would say, on the other hand,
you're shaming men you shame men for sleeping around.
It's impossible, guys. You're way too fucking stupid to understand the system.
You shame men for not living the way that you want them to live.
No, I'm not telling men they have to live how I want to live.
You call them degenerates. You call them degenerates.
Yeah, if they're gays, they're degenerate, aren't they, Pearl?
Okay, well, no, you call them degenerates if they sleep around.
Yeah, if they're highly promiscuous, I consider that to be degeneracy.
Okay,
but I still, even for those degenerate men, want the best. For health and resources for those men.
So what about men that just want to live with a woman for 10 years and have sex first? Are they
terrible idea? Horrible idea by every single metric. Yeah, totally, totally degenerate, and it's a terrible idea.
Sure. But a better idea is to wait till marriage and give a woman the ultimate honor that you could ever give a woman. And she doesn't even,
of those two situations,
she doesn't even have to have sex with you to get it.
They don't have to have sex with you if you live with them either. What's your point? Well, like they don't have to have sex in that situation either. And when you're looking at the fact that living with a woman long term without marrying her, you end up anyway with these ideas of like common law marriage. You can still get taken to the ringer on that. The other alternative there is that the children are generally going to have terrible outcomes. Between those two choices, absolutely, I would prescribe that marriage is better than those. Even bad marriage would be better than those.
Okay, yeah. So again, that's a tough sell. I mean, maybe the men in the audience will buy it, right?
No, I think that mine was the good sell. So I think the shaming tactic comes from the idea of you saying.
But you're
this is how I hear it. What I hear is men are so fucking stupid they can't mitigate their own risk. So just check out, guys. You're too fucking dumb. And I think the opposite. I think men are super fucking smart, and we can definitely do something inside of the societal social field to change the conditionals for men.
Who has more legal?
Okay, so Andrew's right. Men can do that, but men haven't done it, and that's where men are being stupid.
Yeah. Well, and the thing is, I had people give me basically the same advice in a lot of ways. And it didn't work out, in the ways that they said it would. And I made different decisions as a result. Now, that's why I don't agree with it. Like, I don't agree with demonizing promiscuity, because I think you should actually be, testing that compatibility as well, because that comes down to understanding biology. So I don't agree with him on that. He's, once again, claiming that you can't have like a situation like I have and be successful. And I know, I might be an outlier in that regard. But the thing is, I had people give me that advice that it wouldn't work. And here I am making it work. So what am I supposed to do? I was told it's impossible. Like, it doesn't work that way. And that, you're going to have bad outcomes. it's like I'm not necessarily bring my son into this, but my son's a pretty good fucking kid. Gets along with any stranger kids and stuff like that. Shares. Like I didn't have to prompt him, but he'll share candy with me. If he gets candy, he shares his candy with others. How many kids do you know? And he's always done that. Like I didn't have, and once again, it's because he's got good examples. So he exhibits those quality behaviors of what a good little boy would do. And yeah, he can have those moments where he's temper tantrums and he's violent and stuff like that. But he got over that shit quicker. He's not throwing my girl was just telling me she was seeing a little kid throw a temper tantrum in the grocery store, and she's just like wanting it to stop. And I'm just like, yeah, makes you really appreciate our son now, doesn't it? She's like, yeah. So, but I digress.
I have left my son in the store because he started throwing temper tantrum. Like, you're not my kid. See, my kid doesn't behave that way. I walked away from his little ass. Like, you ain't gonna pull that shit with me. Nope. My son doesn't throw fits. You're not my son. It was funny.
But yeah, like I was saying before, it's all about, personal vetting. I had to vet myself better, up my game. And that's what, like MLD's community, I've seen plenty of guys that kind of took this conversation and figured it out to, hundreds of guys go into, lots of success. That's why I know it's just like, yeah, you're going to run the risk of some STDs. I know a few guys that ran into that. That's why I know some about this, and so once again, it just like was said before, I don't have to know personally be in the game right now myself, but I know hundreds of men and have, live reference material over the last like 5 years, working with the Fresh and Fit guys as well, where I can see like the trials and tribulations that motherfuckers are going through right now in real time on multiple levels, from the, guys just starting out young to, the guys old having to restart, to the broke guys, to the rich guys having problems too. Like, I've got a spectrum, so to speak, of experience. So like Andrew's saying, yeah, you can. And unfortunately, his advice is flawed in today's context. He doesn't understand the full trials and tribulations. Pearl's not wrong about that. Like, they're both half right and they're talking past each other a lot.
Yeah.
Power, men or women?
In which context? At the mercy of the system or at the mercy of changing the system?
All right. Who do politicians cater to, men or women?
They generally cater toward women and children's needs first. Yes.
Who does the legal system cater to, men or women?
Generally speaking, it's going to cater to the weaker sex and children. Yes.
Okay. Who does the media cater to?
Yeah, same. I can just answer yes to all the institutions doing
Okay.
this.
So if an individual man is going to outsmart this billion-dollar system,
so they're too dumb to do it.
I would say they don't have power. I wouldn't say dumb, but I don't think.
But don't men collectively have powers to overthrow entire systems via force?
Okay, but I mean, when you're talking in the abstract, that's like easy.
No,
right?
I'm talking in the instract.
I want to go specific. So my producer, he's listening, right? So he's going to make a decision in the next 5 years about what he wants to do with his life, right?
Yeah.
And so he's listening. Now, what power does he have if a woman throws an abuse claim at him? What can he really do?
Yeah, so he can do all the same thing that men have always done during any sort of claim for abuse. He can mitigate risk. You can do this via security cameras. You can do this via the Pence rule. You can do this via all sorts of various rules that men have instituted to protect themselves from false allegations of abuse. Talking about inside of long-term relationships, that's really hard for women to prove. Really hard for women to prove. Even marital rape is hard for women to prove. Those are not the things which men are getting tossed into jail for. They're getting tossed into jail, getting their lives ruined for false allegations, generally from strangers, not for women they're with long-term.
That's just simply not true, because abuse allegations are brought up all the time in family court because it's based on a preponderance. It's not, you don't need evidence, so they can just say things. I mean, I worked on one case where she threw a rape allegation from the first night they met, and then 10 years later, she said that he raped her. Court took it, and she won custody.
Listen, it is the case inside a family court that women will make up all sorts of shit for the custody of children. Nobody's disputing that.
Why are you not investing in tax liens? No, seriously.
The actual
why are you not
statistic
investing
is
into
that
one of the most incredible
67% of women will use false allegations in divorce court just to punish the man, to keep them away from the kids or whatever. And 30% of all false allegations, 37% of all false allegations are made in family court. So
yeah, it
the
happens
majority
a lot
of false allegations are there.
The lawyers will actually encourage them to do it. Like, all you got to do is just say that you were scared at one point, or that you were in fear. It will. So it could even be something as subtle as that, where there isn't even a true allegation that's made, but she'll talk about how she felt in fear for her life, possibly, maybe, in a theoretical scenario, and they'll still be like, oh, side with the woman.
Yeah. Like, and divorce court and family court, they don't need to prove so much the allegation. They go like, well, is it reasonable to assume that this could have taken place? You know, and because it could be reasonable to assume that this may have happened, you know, then they may consider that. But it's not, family court is not like criminal court where you have to, you know, prove your case with as much evidence as possible.
About specifically is the charges of abuse, which generally happen. So in family court, what happens is most women are filing for divorce, not under an abuse claim, but under irreconcilable differences. And the amount of them who are reporting abuse in relationships actually is not nearly as high as you're presenting. The amount of men who are high status who get their lives completely fucking destroyed by false allegations from strange women is extremely high, though, usually in the workplace, if they're in any way connected in the workplace, or if it is the case that they're a high status man who goes on a date with a woman, that's when you start to see those accusations completely level men. I'm not saying that doesn't happen in family court.
It does happen. It does happen in family court, correct?
Yeah.
So women can throw and what can he do if he gets a very feminist judge?
Yeah, he's going to get fucked. Yeah, I agree.
Okay, so do you think he makes him stupid if he gets fucked? Like he's automatically stupid?
I think but what's the prescription? The prescription would be to begin the process of changing family courts so that you don't have the feminist judges that still operate under the old rules of immediately goes to
tick. My producer, he's got to make a decision this year. He's got what's he going to do? He's going to do now is should he bet that Andrew Wilson's going to fix the laws for him?
Should he stay alone for the rest of his life? Because if he ever gets married, the woman's for sure going to give him an abuse claim and throw him in prison?
I didn't say that.
There's a lot of
I didn't say that.
I mean, that sounds like a terrible prescription. Yeah, if you listen to me.
I didn't say that. But you see the way.
So let's compare it.
The thing is, you're
mitigate all risk possible.
Okay, so
and then Pearl Davis, good luck, you're fucked.
Yeah,
I mean,
so,
that's the distinction.
But you see what you're doing is you're making it seem like men have two options, which is sleep around or be married, right? That's kind of I don't know if that's what you mean, but that's what you're making it seem like. But there's a lot of people that are in like 2-year relationships with a woman. There's a lot of people that date casually, right? They just go on dates. They might sleep with 1 or 2, maybe more than that, women. And
that sounds like casual sex to me.
But then they pick their favorite and they get into a relationship and then eventually get married. I mean, I'm sure, and I'm not trying to go personal, but I'm sure most people dated before like they met their previous like partners, their wives, right?
Sure.
So
yeah.
And so it's not really one or the other, right? It's not like degenerates and not. So when does someone become a degenerate? Like when does that line, like when are they beyond the point of return?
Yeah. So when you hit this idea of like,
is it like
fallacious,
any sex
fallacious
outside marriage?
Yeah. When you hit a fallacious threshold fallacy, like when does a thing become the thing, right? We know that there's degenerates. Can I give you the exact number of dicks a guy has to suck before he's, well, that would be just one, I guess. Do I have to give you the exact number of chicks a dude fucks before he's considered societally a degenerate? I don't think I need to. I think that's pretty intuitive. We know what degeneracy looks like. You don't think so?
I mean, I know.
Okay, so so here,
okay.
I'll just pose it to you if you don't think so.
I mean, there's a lot of guys.
A guy is in a gangbang. He's in a gangbang, right? With it's him and 3 of his friends, and they're all fucking one chick. Is he a degenerate?
I mean, what is he? Is he doing those every week the rest of his
life?
No,
he just
personally
decided to go in and do it, right?
I don't tell men what to do in the bedroom. I think I prefer the don't ask, don't tell. Like I just don't. You can do what you want.
Yeah, well, I mean, I prefer not to have STDs floating out in society because people are getting in gangbangs and they're maybe leave their home. And the libertarian idea of like we're not going to govern it.
That doesn't affect you. How does that
affect it affects me.
How does that affect you?
I live in this society. How does it
but
affect me?
You don't have an STD, right?
I have children. I have cousins.
Correct.
I have family. I have all sorts
and that's
of
actually what I was trying to get at is conservatives want men to save society for their children. And that's the point. You don't ask what's in it for them.
Wait a second. I'm sorry.
And that's the point.
Don't you want us to save society for men?
I think people need to make decisions based on the information they have about their own life.
Yeah. So
I am not. I'm going to finish and then you can go.
Go ahead.
I am realistic.
No one's coming
and
to
I
save
think
us.
it's better to be prepared than be blindly optimistic. So things I would personally prepare for, your kids are probably going to like, your kids will probably go to school with women that do OnlyFans. That is probably going to happen.
Yep.
And it's better to prepare and have a plan than it is
to try to stop it.
I don't think it's effective to stop it.
Oh, okay.
I don't think it's effective.
I think it is effective to stop. Not only that, again, the framing is incorrect. It's not that conservatives are trying to. Conservatives are not trying to save. I mean, maybe the TPUSA conservatives are trying to save the society for the sake of their children. But even if that was the case, like, good, that's good. But that aside, no. What I'm trying to do is save men in society. Men. I think men, the patriarchy, is the most necessary component to society's functioning. And so if you want to have men who are in a patriarchal role, who are governing society, then you're going to have to prescriptively move men towards that. That's the only way to do it.
Can a man,
so ultimately, it's like, hang on. My turn now. So ultimately, from your like social bastardization of this whole thing, your framing continuously goes back to, well, conservative men want to save society for their children. Yeah.
Right.
And like, good.
But what does the average man get out of that? And that's the point.
They get a society to live in.
Right. So I just want to know when these changes are going to happen.
Do you think men live in like bubbles in a forest, or do you think that they live in societies which are governed by social relationships?
Okay. So when are these changes going to happen? Like when?
Yeah, but answer my question. think that men
I
live
don't
in
think-
isolated bubbles, or they live in a social dynamic society filled with interpersonal
Well, the
relationships?
average man doesn't have many friends. He's like 3 or less, I think.
Yeah, but they have
so.
friends and they have family members, and they still have to engage in society. You have to go buy a fucking cheeseburger, right? They got to go buy a cheeseburger and not get pickles on it. 'cause
Right,
the
but
fucker doesn't speak
every
English.
stat shows that men are actually checking out of society. So
Yeah, that's bad though,
Mhm.
right? That's not good. Like we want to change that, right?
right,
That's
but
the whole point.
I would say it's pragmatic because they're
Yeah,
realizing there's no.
pragmatism's bad.
Okay, well, I hope isn't a strategy, and what I think you're kind of trying to do is sell hope.
No,
and I think
no,
it's
the
better to.
pragmatic
I think
argument
it's
that you're
still.
making right now is like, guess what? No
Mhm.
men would ever be in pain ever again if they all shot themselves in the head either, would they, bro?
I don't
That would
really
be the
think, I
ultimate
don't, I
form of
don't, I
pragmatism.
don't really think that's the same, but hey, you know.
No,
I
that's
don't,
just pragmatism
I don't,
taken
so,
to its
okay.
logical conclusion.
So
If you
I
want to
said,
stop all
I
suffering
said,
of men, they
okay.
all go bye-bye. They're all
Okay.
dead. Now there's no more suffering
So
of men. That's
I
just silly,
said,
right?
men, look at the facts and make a decision, and you can make a decision for yourself. I'm here to report the facts, and that's the same as shoot yourself. Okay, I mean,
No, that's not. No. You're making
totally
inflation.
fine. I mean, hey,
All you just
wait
did
for
was
the
make
born again
inflation.
virgin, guys. That's
You
totally,
said
that's totally going to get you. That's
Nobody made
the
that
best way.
prescription. Reframing.
That is what
Reframing and total
okay.
bullshit. Never
Okay,
said, guys,
okay.
wait for the born again virgin. In
Okay.
fact, I'm the one wrecking those fucking broads. What are you
Okay,
talking about?
okay.
The thing, I've never made
You didn't-
any such prescription. It's always reframing.
Can I edit it here?
Because the
Where
thing
you,
is,
can
it's
I
like
edit it where I
ultimately-
asked you? I'm going to edit it earlier.
You see all this photo shoots, travel.
I don't get that part,
freedom.
like,
Most
the
people think
editing.
you need millions of followers to live like this, but that's not.
Like I don't get like can I edit it here? Like I don't understand that part. What would
Yeah,
she
I don't know.
edit?
Pearl seems to be pretty impatient with this whole thing in general.
Well, because okay, there's a lot of things that are contingent. They're like Andrew's giving a prescription, yes, but all those things have to be in line before, like, just to mitigate the risk, right? And it's like, okay, but if any one of those pieces fall off, the risk could be, you know, great for the guy currently, the way things are currently, right? So it's almost like the stars have to align to try to get this to work, right? Is basically like what they're saying. And even like you know, James Sexton, the divorce attorney, you know, says like marriage is like playing the lottery. You know, everybody has the opportunity to do it. Everybody should do it if they want to take that chance. But not many people win, right? And it's like, go into it with that knowledge. Although Andrew's giving her prescriptions that guys could take, right? The reality is that most guys won't take these prescriptions because most men are lazy. But even his prescriptions, like as you mentioned earlier, there's still some blind spots there. And we'll get into that a bit.
Well, and the
Yeah,
comment
you-
that you pulled up before, Dead Game Inc., about what I said, you know, no one's coming to save us. You know, he's
Yeah.
right. I mean, that's exactly what, you know, we're doing with Thor's Legacy is and you know, having this community of guys that exchange notes. And we're not trying to tell other people what to do. We're in the middle there. Like I said, it's like, if you want to know how to win, I'll fucking tell you the things that I figured out to win. I don't know if they'll work for you, right?
Mhm.
And I'm not going to tell you if you're not asking. You know, I get on podcasts like this and I talk about this stuff, you know, so other people that end up maybe being interested can get interested and be like, hey, you know, there might actually be answers. You know, that's what I had to learn. Like, oh shit, everybody's lying to me, not because they know they're lying to me, but because they've been lied to. Oh, so I got to figure this shit out myself. You know, I got to figure out why my girl won't do what I want her to do when she says she would. You know, like, how does that make sense? You know, instead of being mad about it, I just decided to get good. So now I, you know, partner up with other people that try to do that, share notes, understand that we don't need to compete. Rising tide raises all ships. We can all fucking win if we believe in that teamwork. You know, and
Yeah.
the same thing goes for women. Women can get together and do amazing things too. But the thing is, they have to have a mission, a goal.
No, I killed Captain Save a Hoe because, you know, got tired of him saving them hoes. You know, that's what happened. But yeah, this debate's almost done here. They
The
come
way you
to
would suggest men dated was to wait till marriage, even if the woman wasn't a virgin. You did say that.
Yeah, that's not has nothing to do with born again virgins.
Mhm.
It's just that's
Okay.
your pragmatism of
Okay.
a social mitigation for bad thing happening. That's
Mhm.
it. It's all a matter of mitigation of risk.
Mhm.
The idea that I said that you need to wait for born again virgins, fucking absurd. Never said it. The reason you have to reframe this is because
How should I?
I'm
How should I?
advocating
What should I
for
call
men's-
them? Okay.
I'm advocating. Hang on.
all right,
I'm advocating
wait for a woman that
men's-
gave it to other
I'm
men for
advocating
free.
for men's happiness, men's rights,
Okay.
men's health,
Mhm.
and the only thing you can think of to do is to consistently
Mm-hmm.
attempt to reframe it into somehow. I'm telling men to take some plunge with
Mm-hmm.
some fucking skank born again virgin. Fuck that. I'm talking about the mass mitigation of
Okay.
risk and the change to a
All right,
system.
all right, guys. I know she slept with your ex-boyfriend. Okay, or I know she
Criminal
slept with your
skank, born again
ex-boyfriend.
That's a straw man.
I
I've
know.
never
I know
I've
she. Okay. Okay. Should men wait till marriage? You said yes, right?
Yeah. Yeah. Generally, yes.
Even if
They
the
have the best
woman, even
outcomes,
if the
yes.
woman isn't a virgin.
If it is the case that you want men to do whatever they want,
Okay.
then if man really
Guys, don't
likes
do
the woman,
Don't
if
do
the man
whatever you want. Do
really
it. Do
likes
what
the-
Andrew. Do what Andrew says. Do
Yeah,
it.
so
No, no.
if it is the case,
My
that the
producer,
man
he's taking notes
really
now. He's gonna
likes-
follow your plan.
Yeah, yeah. So if the man really likes the woman,
Okay.
and men should do whatever it is that they want, right? Then under your feasible system, a man should just fuck a chick because he feels like it, right? It's like that's untenable. One and two. Yes, is it okay for a man to hold his own integrity intact and still be in love with a woman who
Right.
slept with a man before
Right.
and have good outcomes? Yes, of
Yeah.
course it is.
So now
Of
you're
course it is.
shaming men for wanting to sleep with women outside men. That's what I said. You're the one shaming men because you're the one saying that they're degenerates if they,
No,
even
I'm
though
talking about outcomes,
statistically, even though statistically,
outcomes for men who maintain virginity and marry women with low body counts or virgins have really good outcomes.
I am super. You know what? You'd have to show me the study.
I
am
named it for you
super.
earlier.
I am super sure that when the woman is not a virgin and the man is, that is a recipe for disaster.
Listen, you're right that the
I know I'm right.
but it's still mitigated. It's still hang on, but it's still mitigated
Right.
by the fact that if they have a lower body count, right, within the threshold of 1 to 3, right, it does mitigate risk significantly. Is it always best to have a virgin? Sure, but guess what? Unfortunately, in the world that we live in, that's probably not what you're going to get. You're probably not going to get a virgin who's a man either. But
what-
you can still
what do-
mitigate all kinds of risk.
What
Like, I
does
don't
he
understand.
get?
Why do you think?
What
you
does
can't
he
mitigate
get?
risk?
What does he get? What does he get? He gets.
So one more time, I'll explain what men get out of this. Even though you keep asking the question, I answer it. They get what they've
Because you have
always
such
gotten.
bad answers. Like
Oh, okay.
you're like,
I have bad
here's a
answers.
bad deal, guys. You
Yeah.
got a bad deal before.
Yeah,
Here's
no, you're
another
giving me a
bad
bad deal. Not only that, here, let me
I
ask you
say,
this.
I
What
say,
have men
make-
ever gotten?
Man, you've
Ever,
always
Pearl?
got
Name one thing men have ever gotten.
you've
ever.
always gotten it bad, so you should continue to
Answer the
accept
question,
it
Pearl.
bad.
Don't dodge, Pearl. What have men ever gotten?
man,
Pearl?
translation, man.
Not answering. No, notice audience, she's not answering.
Notice
Cool, this is
audience, he
she's
won't
not
notice
answering.
he's not answering either.
I did answer. I answered 15 times.
Yeah,
now,
yeah.
here's my question to
All
you
right.
after I gave you the answer.
Okay.
What have men ever gotten?
Okay, 100 years ago,
Mm-hmm.
average 6 to 8 children. I believe this is off the top of my head.
So so you only care about that's caring about children, not about men.
I'm not done. I'm not done.
That's caring about children, not about men, Pearl.
He got well. I'll finish.
Okay,
he
go
got
ahead.
he got a virgin wife who had been with nobody else, who stayed
No,
with him for
no,
a lifetime.
Wait, I thought that women's behavior was ingrained and that they were always fucking men, according to you, and that the men just didn't know
They
it.
might have been. They may not have them. I wasn't there. I'm not going to speak
I
on
know,
something.
but that's what you said last time. You said no, they were still screwing around even then. And
Well,
it's just behind
according
the backs and nobody knew.
well, I mean, there's genealogy records that show that women did step out. Like, there's people that have done like genealogy records, and like a lot of times it was the neighbor or something like that. I'm not going to go back and forth about 100 years ago because
So what did men ever get, Pearl?
I
What
live
did
in,
they ever get?
but that doesn't matter. And that's the whole
Yeah,
point.
right. So
You
the
keep
thing
going.
is,
You
like,
keep going
you keep
back
on-
into. You keep going back to 100 years ago. I live in the now. I don't care what
Yeah, I
happened
know, but
100
you
years
just
ago.
asked me this
I don't.
question. You
I
said,
don't care.
Andrew,
I know,
what
but
did
you
men
keep.
get?
But you keep
And I say-
deflecting.
and I say
You
this, I
keep.
say, here's
You
what men
keep. But
get.
you keep deflecting
Yeah.
and bringing up the
I'm
past.
not
You're
deflecting.
like a woman bringing up the
I'm
past.
just
Who
making you
cares?
answer the same question
Who
that I'm
cares?
answering.
Who cares
You
about
say,
100 years ago?
Andrew,
So-
you're not giving me
so-
any answers. Here's my answer. Give
okay.
me one, Pearl. What did
Okay.
they get? What did they ever get?
Hi, I'm Brett. And I'm Jonathan. This is Darla. And
Right. I don't care about 100
Yeah,
years ago.
that's right.
I
You
care
got
about.
nothing. You got
I care
nothing.
because you're talking about the past. What do they get today, Andrew? What do
They
they
get
get?
the same thing they've always gotten, which is a family, the thing that seems to make men the most is happy.
Right.
Unless you can name something else that men were getting before that, and I'm all ears.
Or
What
do
was it?
women stay today? Do women stay today? On average, do women stay today?
At lesser rates than they used to.
Okay.
By for sure they do.
Okay.
But if you're asking what men get, that's a different question.
But you're,
You're not-
but
you're not
they
asking
don't.
about
But
how
they
men can
don't.
get
But they
fucked.
don't get it. They don't get it.
Yeah, but a lot of
You're
men do
saying-
get it. That's a lie. They do get it.
No, they don't.
A lot of men do. Yeah, I just gave you the stats. And by the way, if you're talking about, again, even when it comes to guardianship, it's quadrupled. If you're talking about marriage in a Christian sense, 25% divorce, low body counts, even less.
Are
A lot
people?
of
Are
men
more
do get
people?
it.
Are more people getting married today or less?
Less. I'm
Okay.
glad.
Okay.
Fuck them. I don't care if they get married or not.
Right, but this isn't a religious channel, right? Because you're trying
I'm
to
not saying
peddle.
it's a religious
You're trying
channel,
to
I'm just talking
peddle
about
your. You're
outcomes.
trying to peddle your religion, right? And
No,
that's
I'm
kind of
trying
what
to
you're.
peddle outcomes. Why do I
Right.
care if secularist men?
No, he's not trying to peddle religion. I don't agree with that. He's just speaking from his worldview. It's not him peddling his religion at all.
Yeah, he pushes patriarchy more than
Yeah,
religion.
or want to get married or not. It's irrelevant. The
Right.
future belongs to those who reproduce,
Right.
and it's not going to.
I will say they do go hand hand in hand, though.
Is that I don't feel like
What?
I'm getting anything that men haven't always gotten for this. And the one thing you can name, same thing I can name, to get children. When I said it, you said, well, Andrew, that's you promoting
who do the kids
good
belong
for
to?
kids.
Who do the kids belong
Stop,
to?
bro, my turn.
Who do the kids belong
What you do?
to?
Yeah,
Who
my
do the
turn.
kids belong? You don't like
so
the
it's my
answer.
turn.
Who do the kids? Who do the kids
you won't even
belong
let me
to?
answer.
Who do the kids belong to? It's a one-word answer.
Stop
It's a
reframing.
one-word answer.
Let me finish the point.
It's a one-word answer. Who do the kids
Waiting for-
belong to?
I wasn't
Who do
done
the kids?
talking
Who do
before you
the
interjected with your dumb opinion.
Who do the kids belong to?
Yeah, Pearl, one more time.
Can you answer? Can you do it? Can you do it?
Yeah.
Okay,
It goes
go
to the
ahead.
state. Right now, the children belong to the state. Yeah, that's terrible. That sucks. But
Okay, so what do men get out of it?
The children belong to the state
It's
before
like
they
a
belong to the
spurt.
king.
It's like
They
a
belong to
spurt.
the king.
Mhm.
Yeah, you say it's a
What
spurt
do-
because you cut me off every 5 seconds.
What? Yeah, because you don't have a good answer. They don't get.
Yeah,
anything
I
out of
gave
it.
you the same answer you gave me,
Right.
which is hilarious,
Right,
by the
but-
way.
but
Same answer.
They don't get a family because women divorce.
Pearl, can you answer my question? Oh, spurt.
What's your question?
Okay.
Can you not bring up? Can you not bring up
Pearl,
history?
can you answer my question? Pearl, stop spurting. Stop spurting. I'm just going to answer the question. Let me ask it. Before you start spurting. What have men ever gotten, Pearl?
I don't
Ever.
care. I don't care about history.
Yeah.
I don't care.
Yeah.
He has to.
Okay.
Men today have to make decisions off of the information today, Andrew. It doesn't matter what they got. It's like, what do they get today?
Yeah, they get what they've always gotten.
Okay. Well, if you want to keep convincing men to wait for born again virgins, it's totally fine. I hope.
Except I
I'm
never.
sure.
Can you ever tell me where I told any man ever to wait for a born again virgin?
Okay.
Why do you keep making that shit up? Like why?
Just 'cause- What do you want? What do you want? What do you want?
to?
Okay. You want men to wait for non-virgin women, correct?
No, I never said that either. I'm
You
talking
said that
about the
twice.
mitigation
You
of
said that
risk.
twice. Mhm. You said that
Yeah,
twice.
and here's the thing: you can clip it, right? But I'll counter clip. You won't like what you see because I didn't say that. I'm talking about the mitigation of risk. And when you're talking about the mitigation of risk, it still is actually less risky. Yes,
right.
Less
So
risky.
I wanna
Does
go
that
back
mean
to the-
optimal? No.
so you want
Do
men to
understand-
find-
hang on.
okay,
You
you wanna
understand the difference
find-
between
okay.
optimal and risk? Do
So
you
you
understand
wanna-
risk mitigation versus optimal?
So you want men to find women with below what, a 3 body count? Is that what you're suggesting?
No, just less bodies better.
Okay. So what would you say should be the cap?
I mean, yeah, again, we're talking about risk mitigation.
Okay, sure.
You're asking for something which is a specificity, right?
Okay.
So, how many, for instance, if I ask this question to you, how many women, or should you ever sleep with a woman who's fucked 100 men? Should a man ever do that?
Could you answer the question?
Yeah, but it's actually answering by showing you how fallacious the actual question is.
Okay.
So what you're saying is, Andrew, give me a threshold. I'm not here to give you a threshold. I'm here to tell you about the mitigation of risk. The less bodies, the better. Yes.
How would a
Does that
man-
mean though that if you have a high body count woman, it can't work out? No.
Okay,
the
How
risk is way higher.
how would men verify that?
Well, here's the thing. You asked me this last time. It's kind of funny, right?
Mhm.
So they would verify it the same way they've always verified it. They would look at reputation.
Mhm.
They would look at past history. They would talk with friends. And you know what's really interesting? I went back and I took a look at this. And it turns out that when men investigate these things and poignantly ask these questions, they actually do get a lot of these answers very quickly. You can actually verify this based on reputation.
Okay. So if a woman had a past in a different city, how would the man know? Or she does
Especially
something.
with
She does
so it'd be
something
social,
on. She does
social
some-
media, families, big mouth sisters, big mouth friends, all the other ways that you would always
But
verify
if she
these things.
downloads a dating app,
Mhm.
how would the guy know? She
Yeah, I
hooks
know,
up with a
but
guy
you
off a
can
dating app.
endlessly reduce
Right.
this hypothetical to the
Mhm.
point where you can just continuously add variables. Like, what if a woman was in a forest and her plane went down? She was on a desert island for 3 days,
Right.
and the news never broadcast it. Could she have slept with a man then? Yeah, but I'm saying that again, when it comes to risk and mitigation, you can do investigation the same way women do with men, by the way, to find out
Mhm.
their body count,
Mhm.
and you can, in fact, suss out fairly quickly if they have a high one or not. Does that mean always?
Right.
No.
So you
but
think
it's all
most
about risk
men? You think
mitigation.
most men can figure it out pretty easy? How many people she slept with?
Not how many precisely, but whether or not she slept with more than he's comfortable with, or has a reputation of lying about sleeping around, which would be red flags, right?
Okay. So you think that's pretty easy? So how would? So you can just ask around and then men
No.
will tell him.
No, well, here's the thing about women that's great, right?
Mm-hmm.
They never shut the fuck up. So the greatest thing about them is they like to narrate their lives, and they like to do that
Eventually
especially with
they'll
their
reveal
friends.
themselves.
And women also like their friends, like to cause trouble. If you start poking around inside of a woman's female circle, they start blabbing about all kinds of shit about exes, where they've been, where they haven't been. They do this constantly.
Okay. So I want to get back to the. 'Cause I
That is true. That's how I know all the dirt I
So
know.
you want men to wait for the non-virgin women, correct?
No, I don't. No,
So you want them to sleep together?
not my
a month
position.
in?
Tell me what my position is.
You said that you wanted men to wait till marriage.
I said
even
that
if
would
the
be
wo-
more optimal
Okay.
for men's health to do X thing
Okay.
is not a prescription that they should do X thing. So
Okay.
just because it mitigates risk for you as a man
Mhm.
if you fall in love with a woman,
Mhm.
right, for her to have a low body count, that still mitigates your risk. It's not me prescribing that you go find a woman who's not a virgin and marry her. That's absurd. We're talking about the outcomes here, the pragmatic approach.
Okay.
Yeah.
But practically, what
Mhm.
percent of women do you think are marriageable? What percent?
That's hard to say. I don't know. I
Really?
mean, as a practice,
This whole debate, and you didn't even think about this question at all?
No, I thought about the question,
Okay.
but it's a very difficult question to notate. How many exactly? Like, how many women have red hair? I don't know.
Mhm.
How many women, have red eye? I don't know the actual answer.
You've
to this.
interviewed so
but I
many.
still think that somewhere around at least 25% of eligible marriageable women within the element of marriageable men is a good distinct possibility they work out, because that's what the stats show me, that almost 60% of these marriages actually do work out long term if they're under the right conditionals.
Well, if they're religious, right?
No, that significantly increases it from 60%.
Okay. Okay. So you want men to find these 20. So the majority of women are not going to work, right? So you're saying to men, you might find out of 1 out of 4 women, you might get a wife.
No,
And
I was
so-
talking about the totality of the population.
okay, fine.
But if
So-
you insert risk
all right.
mitigation for marriageable women,
Mhm.
right, then your
You think it's
odds
1 out of
actually
4.
drastically
Sure,
increase.
one
Yeah.
out. You think 1 out of 4 women have a body count under 10.
No, I didn't say that either.
But you said marriageable.
But I mean,
so
I think
you think men should accept. You think men should accept more than 10?
Well, here, let's just.
You think men should accept more than 5? Well,
how many women have
well,
less than
I
a
don't.
free body
Yeah,
count?
but I don't trust stats that women report. Their
Oh,
body
okay.
count.
So now, whatever the data says, it's wrong too.
I mean, if women say it, yeah. Come on. If it's asking women about body count, come on, Andrew. You gotta like be realistic here.
Yeah, it looks like it's somewhere. The average of it is about 50% of women by the time they're marriageable age have less than a 5 body count. Yes,
Yeah,
that's what I'm looking at.
You have been out of the dating market too long, Andrew.
This is the stats I'm looking at.
All right, guys.
Yeah. And now we're looking at marriageable age, which is going to be between
Okay.
the age of 19 and 29, right? So we're looking at marriageable age for
Okay.
children. Now,
Okay,
is that
so-
the case? I don't know if that's the case.
Okay,
But
so-
ultimately, who cares ultimately
Okay.
anyway? The truth
Who
of the matter
cares
is
about
that even if
body
it's
count?
damaged,
Ooh,
no,
who cares about
that's
body
not what I
count?
said.
Men
Who
should
cares
just
anyway about the
accept that?
topic? The topic at hand. The case of the matter is that even if none of them right now were marriageable and they were all fucking skanks and they all had dozens of bodies, we would still be trying to move society towards a reform of such a system and not try to black pill and nihilism all. That would be stupid. Ultimately, when we look at
So
men's
I just wanna-
happiness,
I
they
wanna
want to get married.
I want to.
right?
Okay, fine. I want to get back to the step by step.
You know you need to do business as a California LLC, right? Luckily, it's really easy. Just use.
You're happily married. Let's get to the step by step.
For what?
We're getting stuck at the waiting. So what's after that? So then you marry
Well, I
her.
don't
and
understand. What is the question you're asking me?
If you're giving a prescription, I want a detailed how to do it. So
oh, well, what you
okay.
do is you get a club, and you walk over to a chick, and you bash her in the fucking head, and you take her back to your house, and you bang.
Damn
her.
right. That's
That's a
what you
detailed
do.
step-by-step plan. Or did you maybe want to talk about viable prescriptions rather
ahead,
than
viable. What
Andrew
should-
gives dating advice,
what
which has
should-
nothing at all to do with the conversation moving men towards
Well, if you're,
marriageability?
yeah, but okay. So if you want men to get married, you can't tell them how to get there. Really?
That's
Really?
that's fucking stupid. What are you talking? Why would I need to be a determining factor for every individual man on earth for a step-by-step guide of how they get married? That's fucking retarded.
Okay. Well,
Like that's literally retarded. Why
okay.
would you even ask that?
My producer's on the market. 40-year-old guy in the
Mhm.
Midwest. What should he do? There you go.
Lose weight.
Okay. Then what?
I would start with that. No, I'm kidding. Look, I took a cheap shot because it was funny.
Oh, I forgot.
like
I
the guy.
forgot.
I liked the guy. I thought it was funny.
I forgot you
funny.
met him.
Yeah. It was look. He's skinnier than me. I'm just joking with the guy. I was kidding.
Okay.
right?
Fine. Totally fine.
So
Hit
yeah.
the gem. That's
so
fine.
I don't know. I don't know what the intricacies of his life are. Every
Okay.
single individual is going to have a completely
So
different.
he should make the decision and not you, right?
No, based on where people are in the distinctions of their life. Well, yeah. I mean,
Yeah,
ultimately,
so
everyone's going to make their
I
own
just-
decision. I'm going to answer your fucking question. Each individual person on planet Earth is going to have a unique set of circumstances, which, because I'm not an omnipotent God nor psychic, have no ability at all
So
to
I-
understand in a comprehensive way. But I can still, even though I know that I'm not going to be able to tell how everybody on the road drives, I
Right.
can still tell you that a stop sign fucking works.
Right. So if that's true, why do you talk like one?
Like what?
Like you talk like you're the God that knows like the
I
best
don't.
way for people to
I've
live.
never done that
You
one. In
do.
fact, I just told you that I would not sit here and
I mean,
Google out
you call people
prescriptions for
degenerates.
dating.
You call people degenerates if they don't live exactly how you live.
No, I'm not asking them to live exactly how I live. That's ridiculous. Yeah.
Right.
I mean, yes, if you're a
I just think
engaged in
people are tired.
homosexuality-
Preach that, Andrew.
Yeah, I mean, I think that people are tired of you enabling the degeneracy of homosexuality because you won't give a prescription, right? Like,
What power do I have to stop them?
you have the power of the vote, the power of influence, and not only that.
Right.
Here's the other thing that's so funny about this, right? It's like
What power do I have?
asking
like, so-
for, and when you ask for, hang on, real quick before we get to that, when you ask for these like detailed, give me a step-by-step guide. Pearl, you have a job, you're a podcaster, right? Give me a step-by-step guide for how everybody on planet Earth gets to work.
as a podcaster?
No, just as anything.
Well, I don't know how to do anything. I know how to do podcasts.
No, just how does every person on planet Earth get to work? Every one of them.
As a pod, I can tell you how to
No,
do a
just
podcaster.
ever, anywhere, at any
I
circumstance.
wouldn't
at
say
any
that's
time.
really the same, but okay.
It's the same. You're asking me
Totally
to
fine.
write a prescription for every single individualistic circumstance on Earth for every man. That's insane.
Well, I know, but I gave you like what more information. You could ask more questions, and I could give you specific answers. I don't even have to
Yeah.
use my producer.
I mean,
but
why would
like
you-
so.
first of
So
all,
if
I'm
I
not
was
a
gonna,
dating
if I was,
coach.
I know,
That's not
but
what
if
I'm
I
here
was,
to do.
if I was gonna give a quote, like if I was gonna do the podcasting one, like I would have a set of questions that I could easily give you a step by step.
Oh, so you can't tell based you can't just tell based on general circumstance, but you
Right.
need to have
So then ask me,
individual experiences
right. So
tailored to
ask
the
me
person.
a few questions, and then I can give you an
Yeah, right.
example of a
Exactly. That's my
guy.
whole point. So when you ask me
I
for a
can-
prescription for
I
every
know.
man on Earth,
I didn't
would
say
need
every
to
man on Earth.
individually
I didn't
ask
say
each of
every
them a
man.
bunch of questions.
I didn't say every man on Earth, but we can do a
Oh, okay,
hypothetical.
so then-
we could do
yes,
a
you did.
hypothetical,
You
guy.
did.
Then why
You
don't
did.
we do a hypothetical? It should be easy. Ask me a
based-
few questions.
Yeah. So here's the thing.
Okay,
Again, I'm not okay. So I'm trying to answer. I'm not a dating coach. I've never said that I was a dating coach. But the thing is, I don't build highways either. But I sure know when the highway's fucked up, Pearl.
Okay. So you don't have any.
No, I've answered every single question. You don't understand how fallacious even the arguments
Okay.
you're making are, but how absurd the questions become.
It's
when they're
absurd for
reduced.
me to, if you're giving a prescription, which I'm not, but you are, it's absurd for me to ask questions of how to get there.
No, you can ask whatever question you want, but just understand that when I
You-
equate it to, you're trying to get me to give a prescription for every man on Earth, which I stated multiple times, and then you change it to, well, this one individual man, based on his unique set of circumstances, it's going to change and vary from person to person to person to person. It's
Did
like
you-
asking me, what kind of car should
Yeah.
a man drive based on his unique set of circumstances? I don't fucking
Did
know.
you? I mean, okay. So did you meet my dad when you were here? Did you meet him? I don't know if you
I
did.
don't know.
Okay.
I don't
So my dad,
know
he's
if it was
worked
him or
in.
not.
Okay, you might maybe didn't. He's worked in software for like 30 years. He's a really pragmatic guy, right?
Yeah.
And the equivalent of what you're saying is like, if you have an opinion on his software breaking, I mean, it's cool. And then you say, oh, well, this is what you should do with the software? And he would say, okay, well, how do I do it? And then you say, well, I can't give you an answer, you know, and that like he would just think you're an idiot.
Oh, well,
and
really?
it's the same.
So
it's
like,
the same.
so like, if,
it's the
if
same.
a person was
I-
on YouTube and was like,
I'm-
"Hey,
and
you
I
should
would,
really
I know,
have a
I know,
live
I know
chat."
it. I know what you're gonna like. Yeah, I know what you're gonna try to equate it. So, and that's kind of what you're doing. You're saying
YouTube
men,
should have a
and you're
live chat.
saying,
Oh yeah. Do you know how to put one in? No. Well, then you shouldn't tell them that
Well,
they should have a
right.
live
I
chat.
just,
That's
I
fucking
just, in
stupid.
my opinion,
That
and
is
I'll
literally
just, my opinion is you've just kind of been out of the dating game too long.
Maybe.
And I think you would get eaten alive. Like I think if you believe that half of women have 3 bodies, I don't know how you believe that for doing
That's
like
not
whatever.
what I said.
I know,
That's
but you're
literally
citing,
not what I
okay.
said. Why do you
Okay,
keep
okay. The
framing
body,
everything I
fine,
said?
fine. The body count stats that you cited to any guy actually.
They may be.
dating,
Listen,
right?
they
so
may be.
I
But
don't really.
literally said
I
just
don't.
based on what
I
at
don't.
first
Right.
glance.
I know. But I don't even know how you believe them with like being on whatever all
I
the time.
didn't say I believed
Okay.
them.
Okay.
Like I never said any of this.
I don't know if the best approach is gonna. I don't know if your prescription is working in the modern world. I think it's gonna leave a lot of guys
Well, that's
frustrated.
great. Do you, Pearl? Do you have any prescription?
However, I do.
Do you have
I
any
do,
prescription
as
at
I've
all?
said, I don't tell men how to live.
No, you have none.
I
How do you
don't.
criticize anybody for anything? You have nothing. You have
I
nothing to
don't.
offer anybody.
Well, what I do is I do report on the facts and the trends and where I see things going. I'm in the business of prediction.
Yeah,
You
that's
keep-
fine to be a
You keep.
newscaster,
You keep.
but-
I that's what I do, right?
Yeah,
So
you can be a
I do. I
newscaster.
do that.
But then how can you
I do
criticize
the-
anybody's odds,
I do the
though?
call-in shows.
Yeah.
Well, I don't criticize if you say this is a way you can do it or you could do it that way.
You mean all
But
the
when
things that I
you're,
just
but
said
when
for risk
you're, but when
mitigation?
you're, but when you're saying if you don't live how I live, you're a degenerate.
Never
and
happened.
you that's what you insinuate. You can keep
No,
saying.
no.
You can
I will
keep saying-
specifically say
you
like
can-
homosexuality is degenerate.
Right.
Yes, absolutely.
But if a guy chooses to live life on his own terms and not your terms, you insinuate that there's something wrong with them. If they
yeah, if a
don't-
man
they
decides to
don't-
live a life of promiscuity and drugs, I think he's
Right.
degenerate. Yes, that's correct.
Right.
Yes.
But I mean, this is all kind of like, I mean, come on. Were you a virgin on your wedding day? Come on.
Never said I was.
Yeah,
I
know,
was
and
also I was
and
also
that's-
deeply
I
steeped
know,
myself
Like,
in
come
the
on.
degeneracy
I
of
know,
promiscuity.
I know.
It's no
But,
secret.
but so the way it comes across to a lot of people is I had my fun, but you can't. And that's
Why
how
did it come
that's how it's going to come
Oh,
off
I
to
see,
people.
I see.
And I like
So
I am
therefore- so
somehow
therefore
and
you-
I am
I see,
somehow and I am
yeah.
somehow morally superior because
You've
you're
ever done
calling-
anything wrong? So I
Right.
also smoke and tell my kids not to smoke. What a scumbag! I can't believe it. Why would I do that?
Well,
Why would
that's
I
totally
smoke
fine with
and
your
also
kids.
tell my kids
Yeah.
not to?
That's
I also
totally-
tell your kids not
it's
to
totally
smoke.
fine with
I tell your
children,
kids not to smoke.
But these are adult men. Like they don't need to be nagged, right? You're like turning into a woman where you're nagging them.
Nobody's the only one who's nagging them is
Mm-hmm.
you because you're trying to knock down every single societal prescriptor possible to help them.
That's not what I said. I said if men want to
Yes,
try,
it is.
if men want to try your way, I have no problem with that. You can try it. I don't think it's pragmatic in the modern world based on what I've seen. But who am I to tell a guy how to date?
What
in
is
his personal
pragmatic in
life?
the modern world? Can you tell me that?
I think it's tough.
Yeah, well, that's not a fucking answer. It's not
Right.
pragmatic. Well, what's pragmatic? I don't
Well,
know.
I think most men can come up with their own solutions better than me, a YouTuber.
Then how can you make a claim that anything I say is not pragmatic when I say, well, then what is pragmatic? And you say, I don't know.
I wouldn't predict that it would work. I could give my opinion, right?
Okay, so
but
what is that?
but what I'm not going to do is I'm not going to label adult men as degenerate if they don't live according
Okay,
to my
great.
personal
So what is the most
morality.
pragmatic thing men can do? What is it?
I think the most pragmatic thing that men can do is look at the facts and make a decision based on the information he has about his own life. I think but I don't think I don't.
You mean exactly what I've been saying the entire time?
No, but you say that you have the answers, and I don't think you do because I think
I didn't-
that
what answers did I
think
say I had?
I think that the prescription you gave of a step-by-step of how to get to marriage would not work in the modern
What
dating
prescriptions did I
market.
get for that?
You gave a prescription on waiting for a woman that does not wait.
No. No, I didn't give that as a prescription. I only gave it as a contrast of outcome
Mm-hmm.
for men who go and hook up with those women and don't get married having worse outcomes.
Yeah.
That is not a prescription that you should do the thing, Pearl, for the
Okay,
30th
so
time.
okay, well,
It's just both things bad, one thing worse.
right.
That's
But
it.
but the way you're talking, it's like you're the ultimate morality police of what's good and bad.
Great. Give me a single
And-
moral prescription that I've given.
And
A single one.
And well, you insinuated that men are degenerates for what they do in their sex lives. Like I don't think Donald Trump's a degenerate.
What's wrong with these burger buns? They taste perfectly delicious, but due to a production mishap, their bottoms are slightly curved instead of flat. Traditional grocers
The hell's
wouldn't sell
wrong with
these in
these burger
perfect brioche
buns?
buns, but Misfits Market can. Unlike traditional grocery stores.
Hey,
Even though he's been married 3 times.
I think he
right?
was a degenerate.
I don't think so. I think he made the
okay,
most. Yeah, I don't think so.
So then I just want to make sure I got this right.
Mhm.
Any sexual behavior men engage with, you don't believe is degenerate.
I think men are responding to the rules that women made.
Can you, yeah, can you
Women.
just- yes
so
or no
I
would
don't.
be great.
I don't.
Yes or no
I,
would be great.
I gave you an answer. Men
Is it
are,
yes or
men
no?
are-
Is there anything men
I
can
will-
do sexually
will-
with people
I
that you
will.
find degenerate?
Men
Can
are
they fuck a dog?
Men
If they
are
fuck a dog, are they
men
degenerate,
are
Pearl?
men are responding to the rules.
Call him degenerate.
That's just gross.
Yeah, can we call it? Can we at least say that's degenerate?
I mean, I would just say it's disgusting. Like that's nasty.
But not degenerate. You're still not willing to call that degenerate?
I mean, if you want to like be the
If a
moral,
man
police-
grabs
if you
another
wanna-
man and fucks
if you,
a hairy
if you
ass,
want to like
that's not
essentially,
degenerate?
if you want to essentially like act as a preacher, it's totally fine. I just think people are tired.
What's
of
the
it.
preaching? There's no preaching. I just asked you a question. I've never preached on this channel ever. I'm still not preaching. I'm just offering real world solutions under the same very
I'm
idea.
totally-
of
I'm
pragmatism.
totally-
So my question
Yeah,
question
men
to
are gonna
you is,
totally
can you
watch
at least
this and
say
see,
that
yeah.
a man who fucks a dog is a degenerate?
That's
Pearl's girl's
disgusting.
triggered.
I'll
She
call
doesn't
that
know
one
why.
fine.
Okay,
Yeah.
fucking
Yep.
finally.
A
You get caught,
dog.
but a man who fucks another man up his hairy asshole is not.
I mean, I just don't care if he does that.
Is
That's
that
disgusting.
degenerate or not?
I mean, that's gross, but
You don't know. You don't know if that's degenerate.
look,
It's
I'm
like,
just
okay,
not
well-
here. I'm not here to tell men what to do in their sex lives. I think people are tired of getting policed, and like men from the time they're
I'm
really
sorry that
young,
some men who fuck dogs are tired of getting policed.
men. That's not what I'm saying. Like men from a young age are shamed for their sexuality. They're from a super young age. They're told they're not like they're wrong for watching porn. They're told they're wrong for wanting to have sex with women. They're told they're wrong for approaching. I don't think we need another person telling them they're wrong.
This is great.
They're wrong for they're wrong for they're wrong. They're wrong. Stop interrupting me. Stop.
All the things you think have bad outcomes for men, we should still promote.
Andrew, like I'm trying to be nice, but like you're on my show. Can you stop interrupting me, please?
Yeah, you interrupt as much as I do. If not
okay,
more.
I don't think that's true, but it's okay.
And by the way, who's on whose show right now? Really?
You are a very big YouTuber. Okay, you're very big. You're very famous. Okay, so but I just think
kind
men
of wild.
at a
Pearl
young
is
age have been shamed for
interrupting
their
very
sexuality.
early
I don't
on
think they
and
really
hasn't
need
stopped.
someone else doing it. And it just comes off as like a holier than thou when you're constantly calling them degenerates for responding to the environment that women made. I don't think it's pragmatic for most men to wait until they're 30.
Well, Pearl's wrong here. It's not the environment that women made, it's the environment that men made.
Well,
That's the
technically
problem.
speaking, we both have crafted this. This is
Yeah,
just
but
part of the process.
the onus is on
as much
men.
as it sucks.
The onus is on men because they
Yeah,
led
we're the
it.
leaders. We're
Yeah.
the leaders. We're supposed to lead the dance, and we stopped leading the dance. We started the same problem I had the micro in my relationship
Yep.
doing the 50-50. We've done that in society, is giving them 50-50. And women don't want 50-50. They want you to stand up for yourself and have some goddamn self-respect, have some balls, and tell them no sometimes. Not
Yep.
all the time, but you got to make them earn the yeses. And that's the problem. Guys have collectively stopped doing this. So what's the cure to all this? Well, just start knowing when to tell women no and only tell them yes when they deserve it.
Yeah.
There, I fixed it.
To have sex. I don't think that, and most women don't select most men until they're in their late 20s, early 30s. Go ahead.
So let me get this right, just to make sure that I have this correct. Pearl Davis, don't want to govern the behavior of men. How dare you call men who engage in sexual promiscuity degenerates, even though that would be, you governing the behavior of me, man, right? Pure hypocrisy on display, yes?
Well, I can't control it. I can't control anything they do.
Yeah, but so somehow you can give a prescription that I shouldn't be doing that, but I can't give a prescription for what other
well, you
people
can.
should be
You totally
doing, girl.
can. You totally can. But
Yeah.
it's just,
But you just think people are tired of it. They're tired of men saying this is really bad for men to do for their own health.
I would say that men are pretty tired of being nagged for their sexuality in general.
Oh, well, I mean, that's terrible that men get told that they're not allowed to have anal sex with other men because they're degenerates. That's just terrible, bro. Somehow I think that men, though, by and large, are going to agree with me on this, that degenerate behavior and honorifics in men is something which men generally tend to steer clear of, especially on honor cultures, which is the culture that we come from.
Yeah.
I don't think that has anything to do with
Pearl
religion.
is right about
I
this,
don't think what
though,
you're selling is a good sell.
What is the big accusation I usually get when people find out I'm the red pill guy? They automatically want to go to, me fucking around sluts and hoes and shit like that, right? That's usually the first jugular they go for. Is they're just like, oh yeah, you sleep around, you dirty degenerate, you.
Oh yeah, you're a dirty degen.
So I mean,
I think I'm selling something at least, right?
Okay.
You're not selling anything, just descriptors.
Totally
You're
fine.
like a news
totally.
podcast, like a red pill news podcast.
I do the news. It's fine. But yeah, I don't think men are gonna really watch this and think this is a great thing. I'm getting a ton out of this because there's no selling point. You get a ex-ho. That's like pretty much what you're saying. Or maybe a girl that's fucked 2 other dudes.
Literally not saying any of that. In fact, the opposite. In fact, I'm trying to initiate inside any sort of reform so that we can get away from that. But the second I do, you say, how dare you preach about degeneracy?
Okay.
And it's like, well, wait, you can't have high body counts if they're not fucking them, Pearl.
Right.
And they can't have high body counts if they're not fucking. One thing called
But
social shame, which leads to degeneracy, is that.
I don't think anything you're saying is very realistic. I think it kind of sounds like
you just switch between these two arguments. Is it that I call it degenerates or that you think it's not realistic?
Well, I think there's 2 parts to it. The one is that you're shaming men, and 2 is that I think that none of the changes that you're talking about really are realistic anytime soon. And so men have to make decisions on marriage today. And unfortunately, the value prop you're saying just isn't great because at the end of the day, men's kids don't belong to them. Women have more power in the media, in the state, and in society in general. And so I don't really see that men rushing to sign up to get married.
Great. So tell me again, what's the most pragmatic thing men can do right now then?
It depends on the guy. I can't speak about men as a collective.
Okay.
Yeah.
The most pragmatic thing that men can do, I don't know. Depends on the guy. Andrew, walk me through dating. Well, I don't know. Depends on the guy.
Because
no,
you were giving a prescription, but it's okay.
Not only that,
it's okay. I do have another guest coming, so I do have to.
Yeah. But I got one last thing, just real quick. Okay. To summarize this.
I'm gonna send it. I'm listening. I'm just sending.
Yeah. My interest is in men's health and men's welfare and men's well-being. Ultimately, I've given nothing but great prescriptions towards that. You've given nothing towards that. Instead, you just offer epistemic nihilism over and over and over again, and you can't actually refute any of the points without telling me what I should be doing. It's like a performative contradiction on its face.
Okay.
Now, listen. Here's the thing that's funny about this. I won't go on a monologue for a closer here. I did enjoy the conversation ultimately, and I know as heated as this got, I want my entire chat to know, and yours too, I don't have any problems with Hannah, never will. I don't have any problems with Pearl Davis, all right? I've always respected the work that she does, but sometimes this kind of like in-house slugfest is necessary and good for all sides. And I still consider her to be a friend. I know that this was a very heated debate ultimately, but I don't have any bad blood towards you. I just want to let you know that.
I have a lot of bad blood towards you. I'm never talking to you again.
That's fair.
I'm just kidding.
That's fair. Anyway,
hold on.
I think that this sort of
Next-
thing is good ultimately.
Yeah. Have you debated who have you debated in the red pill space?
I don't know. A lot of them.
I was just curious. Okay, well, thanks for coming on. We have Amorous Husbands on next. Do you know who that is?
Oh yeah. Oh, that's gonna be wild. I'll do a raid over to your channel too.
Okay.
Because that's gonna be a fucking wild one. But look, really, there's no bad blood. I know that my job is to debate my worldview the best I possibly can. Sometimes that has created conflict with people like you who are friends of mine in the past. I definitely don't want that. And I am very much a supporter of the types of work that you do with the descriptors that you put out. I think that they're golden, many of them. I've used many of those stats myself. So there's no bad blood here. Never think for a second there is.
Okay. All right. Thanks for coming.
Yep. see
You
ya.
know what? The funny thing is, I always am hesitant to use your first name because I forget yours is public.
Yeah, no.
Because so
Andrew's
many
fine,
people
yeah.
in this space are like not public, so I always have to like think about it first. I'm like, wait, no, I don't have to call you.
Yeah,
first.
I didn't have a
Thanks
choice.
for coming, Andrew.
Docs my
All right, thank
fucking
you, bro.
real
Have a good
name.
day.
Okay, bye.
First time you give me a
All right,
shout
guys, so
out.
next we got
All right. Okay. So let's get down to brass tacks. When it comes to the debate, like who had an actual solution, Andrew had a solution. He had a prescription that men could take that could provide them in the outcome that they desire. Now, there's still flaws in Pearl didn't have a prescription. She didn't have a solution. She was just basically saying, like, why should guys do X? Why would she do this? Why would he want to do this? What does he get out of it? Right.
She knew instinctually that there was something wrong with some of the things that Andrew has said.
Yeah.
Towards men in general, and why that's actually not helpful. But this is the kind of one of the criticisms that Rollo's given of her. She's that she's not as good as she could be if she got more practiced about articulating these points, and also being able to identify and control herself better when she gets triggered. Because like I said, from the very beginning, she was interrupting, and that's why it's kind of ironically funny at the end. She's like trying to call him out when it was just like, he said, it's like a slugfest because they just kind of went at it at multiple times where, and she was just, like I said, she started doing that from the beginning, from what I saw. I mean, I didn't watch it. I missed part of the very beginning, but I did notice it happening a lot. And Andrew just leaned into it and went along with it, but he's used to that. So it went from being like a regular debate to just a more general argument where she was basically given the black pill viewpoint, like Casper said before. And, Andrew's kind of given this like purple pill, kind of like a more blue pill, kind of based, a little bit in religion and, how things used to work, but then with the understanding that, shit ain't what it used to be, and so there's got to be a little bit of compromise, a little bit of, grace and understanding when it comes to like, say, body count and stuff like that. But it doesn't mean it's impossible. So it is pragmatic and fair, but it's not even really even the description that she got him to say is flawed in several ways that I'm aware of, based on, like I said, seeing hundreds of guys go through this process from 2020 onward, and the market is a bit of a shit show. But once again, it's not impossible. It's just a matter of you understanding the more nuanced details, on why, like I said, girls are going to be shitty to you. That's just is what it is now.
If you let them be shitty to you.
Yeah. And there are appropriate responses, and it starts with all the little things. When they say, for women, it's the little things that matter. They're not lying about that. It's the little things they do to you that you don't stop, that you don't say no to. Those, like a good example that I give that a lot of guys will fail on is one time when my girl and I were first dating, like in the first year, I made a joke where I was kind of teasing her at her expense, and she backhand slapped me on the arm, and it was innocent, but it was hard enough where there was like real intent there. And I immediately called that out. I'm like, I would never hit you like that casually ever. Don't you ever do that to me. That is a slippery slope. We don't want to be in a relationship where we're just casually being violent because of a word somebody said or because they felt uncomfortable. It was a simple joke. I didn't need a physical reprimand from you that I actually felt as a man for me saying something. That's not a good precedent for any relationship where you're going to be correcting each other with a physical hit. Like, hell no, I ain't doing that. And that's a test that a lot of guys, if their girl like does something like that, they'll just let it happen. And that's just one good example. You don't want to have that bad precedent because now you've basically let yourself be treated like a bitch. And you don't have to be a macho asshole about it. You be more pragmatic, like what I said, where you're just like, look, this is how abusive relationships can start. When you casually engage in violence for correction, both man or woman, it leads to bad results. The same thing goes with what happens when we have children. Like, is that how you're going to correct a child? That's not how you get a child, let alone even a dog or a cat to comply with you. Violence does not work.
This commercial is brought to you by 1-800-SLAP-A-HOE.
Have you ever felt like you want to smack a bitch like this guy? I did. God damn. That was bad. That was real bad. Somebody get her some ice. Don't do that. Okay. What most likely will end up happening is that you end up in prison. You'll lose everything you own and you'll probably get butt raped. So if you want to avoid getting butt raped, listen up. If you ever feel like wanting to smack a bitch, then all you got to do is call 1-800-SLAP-A-HOE. That's right, 1-800-SLAP-A-HOE. And sweet auntie and Chrono will go over there and smack that bitch for you. No more worried about legal fees. No more worrying about getting arrested. No more worrying about anything. The bitch gets slapped, you get satisfied, and they get paid. So do yourself a favor and call 1-800-SLAP-A-HOE. Call them right now. I know bitches I want them to slap right now. 1-800-SLAP-A-HOE.
That's right. 1-800-SLAP-A-HOE. So here's I'm going to give the prescription. Here's Glenn's prescription. First and foremost, men, you need to learn what you want out of life. What type of individual do you want as a spouse? What are you looking for? Know what expectations and desires that you desire your wife to possess, right? Starting from, you get that from engaging with women. Now, you don't have to have sex with a bunch of women. You don't even have to have sex with any women, in my opinion. I don't think sex gives you that much information about that woman that you couldn't get from not having sex with her, unless like you're trying to find out whether her pH level is off and if she got a little fishy smell or something. Then yes, you're gonna need to get a little close and a sniff test there. But when it comes down to it, I don't think there's any data that really supports any evidence that says the more you have sex with women, the more you know about the more beneficial you would have a better decision for your relationship or marriage. I don't think that that's the case. I have not seen or heard of any data that supports that guys who have sex with women are more knowledgeable of whether or not they would be a good wife. I don't think that's the case here whatsoever. So that I think that's more of a theory rather than actual fact, in my personal opinion. When it comes to like vetting, you could do all the vetting you think is necessary in the world. Vetting is not enough, right? Because honestly, we both know men lie, women lie, and the first 6 months of your relationship, the person is sending their best representative. It's once you guys get in the relationship and everybody feels a little comfortable, then they put the guard down, and now you start seeing the flaws. Now you start seeing like, oh, wait a minute, they're not really like that, like they said they are. Maybe they're working towards it, but it's everybody tries to put their best version of themselves forward, and in reality, that's
It's
not
got to do with hormone response and all that stuff too.
Yeah.
For the first like year of it, you go through like the honeymoon phase, and that usually lasts about 2 to 3 years.
Yep.
You know, these are phases that, you know, we go through in the relationship. And then even, you know, like what they talk about, the 7-year itch, like they briefly mentioned that, like, typically when the kid gets to the point where it can be self-sufficient, girls in a relationship where they're not really committed to the guy, even if they got kids, might feel the need to step out, usually at about year 7. You know, so these are normal processes that, once again, the red pill is aware of. Like, and it has to do with biology.
Yeah. I would also say, before you even think about getting in a relationship, you need to be in the position that you're secure with yourself single. I think you need to be happy single before you could even think about, you know, getting into a relationship. Are you content with just being alone? You know, or are you feeling that you need to have this other person to complete you? I think if that's what you're stuck on, I think that is a huge problem, because now you're looking for this external factor, this external, you know, thing to complete you, when you should be content in your solitude. You should be happy in your alone, you know. And once you're there, you know, in my opinion, like once you have that and you have put yourself in the position to where that you could take on the necessary responsibilities, right, that is required for your role in the relationship. So if you are a man and you are to be the provider and protector and the leader and in my opinion, the priest of your home, well, then are you there? Can you do so? Have you put yourself in this position to where that you could do those things successfully?
Yeah.
You have a job, you have the type of income coming in to where that you could support yourself and others underneath you, okay, that may need it. Are you a good leader? Do you know what good leadership skills are? You know, these are things that you acquire over time, right? And you could observe through other men that are married, and you can see what works and what doesn't work, right? Like, have you done that, or are you just trying to wing it and play it by ear and just see what happens? Because preparation is really the key, and the first part of preparation is preparing yourself for what is going to be asked of you and what is going to be expected of you. And if you can't facilitate that for yourself, well, I don't think you're going to be able to be very successful facilitating that for someone else, right?
Yeah. Well, that's exactly what I was talking about the self-vetting. Because a girl that I knew from OffiStream at one point that was on a panel one time, she was said this really well, is that a lot of people are looking for their, quote, better half, but you need to be a whole ass person before you get in a relationship. And you need to be looking for a whole ass person to be in a relationship with. Because if you're finding, you know, a half person, somebody that's still dealing with trauma and baggage and hasn't gotten over that shit yet, you committing to them, you're only going to do them more harm in the long run, because they haven't a chance to become a whole person themselves. You know, so if you're a half person and they're a half person, then you're going to definitely be in a codependent relationship.
Two fucking half people that can't complete the whole person.
Yeah, so you can't function in a relationship. You're not going to complete each other. You need to be a whole person. And that's what I talk about, this process of self-vetting. Like you said, you got to build yourself up. I was like one of the guys in the Dragon membership, one of the new guys, the last meeting, like he came in asking like how to build confidence and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Well, you know, and I just told him, like, you just got to be honest with yourself, assess what your capabilities are, what you've done, at what you're going to do, and then make those things happen. And the more you do, the more confident you'll become, because you will become competent by doing those things and doing what you set your mind to, and doing it from a measure twice, cut once mindset. You know, where you're not just assuming you know the answer. You're going to do your research, you know, get the book smarts in, you know, and then you're going to actually take the action. You know, failing to prepare is preparing to fail. So prepare, but then you got to take action, like Thor always talks about. That's one of the key things where, you know, even when you referenced before that a lot of guys are lazy, yeah, they just won't take the individual actions themselves. Like even when they know that they need to find other men to like really, you know, teamwork makes the dream work, they still will feel like they're a quote Sigma male or a lone wolf. And it's just like, well, yeah, because you got to develop social skills. You got to learn to, there's going to be a lot of people that you probably can't deal with. But if you learn to get good at social interactions with both men and women, you know, that's why social circle game is so common for finding good mates. It's because you get to partially vet people through their reputation. Imagine that.
Yeah, I mean, there's multiple ways of meeting people, but before you could even meet, I'd say before you even get there to that stage, again, you have to have yourself prepared. Are you ready to take on what's going to be expected of you in this next phase, this thing called a relationship? You know, because when you're dating, you are having to prove yourself. You're showing that you are the guy that is consistent, that could provide the things that he needs to provide. And now what you're also looking into her is she the type of woman that's going to, you know, meet the standard and expectations that I have for my, you know, future wife, right? But here's the other thing, guys, you need to have standards and expectations. And you need to hold them to these standards and expectations. Don't assume that they are going to just change for you. You know, like that's the huge problem. You know, like, yes, some people can eventually change over time and improve. Absolutely. But they have to, one, want to, and two, like, they should do it for themselves. They should see that this is not necessarily doing it for you, but this is a good thing for them to do for themselves overall if they want to have a successful, you know, relationship. You can't fix people. The only person that you could fix and address is yourself. You know, for example, guys need to know what their boundaries are. Bjorn would say it's his left and his right, you know. He doesn't call them boundaries, but what do you call them, Bjorn? Here, I'm gonna send you the link. Check your Discord. You know, it's like, what are your boundaries? What are the things and the behaviors and the things that you will and will not accept? And stick to that. You know, don't try to force a woman into these boundaries and this like standard if she doesn't want to.
Yeah, that's why I like
she doesn't want it, and just be like, hey, you know what? I think you're a cool person. You know, I think you're great. But you know, there's things that you enjoy doing that I'm just not comfortable with, or just not, or things that I don't want in my life. So I'm not going to sit here and try to force you or tell you what you can and cannot do. But I'm just going to say that, you know, these are things that I don't want and I don't accept in my life, and I'm not going to stop you from doing them. So do you, I'm going to go do me. Now, if that individual really desires to make those changes, cool, but I would still vet them longer in that relationship. You know, like, like
that's why I always refer back to Donovan's advice, and because I believe that it's just like what you described there, and it's a win-win, is that you let the girl angle for the relationship first. Because that's how you, first of all, that's like the first test. You know, she wants to be with you, so now she's asking about it. And that gives you that opportunity where because she's actually interested because she brought it up, then you can start presenting those boundaries.
Yeah.
You can start laying out what would be expected of her. And that's how you go through that process of where you've prepared yourself, if you've done your homework and everything correctly. And now you're preparing her for what it's going to take to be in a relationship with you. Because every man's different and he has different needs. And some girls are not going to want to fulfill those needs. And this right here, to present that.
This response right here is the absolutely wrong, like, things that jump through hoops, work, think, pay for her, beg to her, massage her, and most importantly, make her orgasm a lot, so she obviously fucking around. Okay, nobody's saying that. First of all, like, I think honestly, women have to prove themselves to men. Honestly, that's just me. That's my opinion. All right,
this whole describing.
guys do have the burden of performance. We do have a burden of competency. Are we someone, that's why women have hypergamy, right? And I think hypergamy is a great thing. I'm glad for females having hypergamy. I'm glad hypergamous. That way she could use that as a metrics to vet, you know, the good guys from the bad guys, the guys that are competent and capable, and the guys that are not. You know, that's what God gave them this thing for. You know, how they choose to use it, that makes it either good or bad, right? If they use it correctly, it's a good thing. If they abuse it, it's a bad thing. Just like God give men strength, right? We can, if we use it for good, it's a good thing. If we use it to harm people and take advantage of people, it's a bad thing, right? So it's not a bad thing on its own. It's how it's being utilized. Now, with that being said, you know, men have to first vet themselves. Then, hey, does this woman meet my expectations? Does she meet my standards? If she doesn't, why am I still entertaining her? Is the question for these guys. Well, most of the answer is because they don't have many women interested in them to begin with. Okay, so how do you fix that problem?
Options.
How do you fix that problem? Well,
that problem's also solved by that process you said before about vetting yourself before you even hit the market. You have to build yourself up and be capable of being worth being in a relationship in or being in a relationship with.
Yeah, and it's like, get yourself to the position in life where you have prosperity and you have abundance. That's the mindset and the goal to reach. You want to have prosperity in all areas of your life. Prosperity just is not just financial. Prosperity could be you have a great group of friends and relationships with people that you know that you could call on at any time, and they will be there to help you, right? That is prosperous in relationships. You can have prosperity in, you know, in favor with people. You can have this prosperity. It could be a wide variety of things. We typically only seem to talk about it in the financial aspect, but as soon as you get yourself to this abundance and prosperous, you know, status where you have more options with women, or, you know, with locations that you could work at or go to, you know, you're not just tied down to one place. Like the opportunity is a lot greater for you. And then you get to choose and have more selections and be able to vet more women and to go through a process of elimination, you know. But even then, you know, you could still end up getting got. You could still end up, you know, things could turn out bad. Then what now, Glenn? Like, okay, now I found a woman I'm going to marry. How do I protect myself now? Well, yes, you could go through, like, get a prenup. Not do it yourself. Don't do this LegalZoom.com bullshit and try to save some money and do your own prenup. Even if they agree to it, it will not uphold in court, because if the prenup is not obeying the law, it doesn't matter what she signed and she agreed to. The judge will throw that shit out.
Yeah,
okay.
Prenups have to be done in a very particular way. There's, like, for example, it has to be done well before the wedding, so it's not under duress. They also have to be maintained. And they're yearly. They have to be done yearly.
It's not yearly. It's like every so many years.
It depends on where you are, but
the state.
In some places, it's as often as a year to be considered valid.
Yeah.
Otherwise, that could be thrown out because things could have changed and blah blah blah. So are circumstances where if it is questioned, right, it will get thrown out. But if you do follow those, then yeah, they can hold up. But once again, it's still like, it's kind of like a condom. It's only 99%, you know, solution. You know, it's never going to be 100%. So that's what another thing that a guy's got to understand is, like, even with that, there is a certain amount of risk. But knowing that, like,
knowing is half the battle.
Yeah, and you know, I also say, like, okay, so now you got her. Maybe she signed the prenup. Now what? How do you still protect yourself? Look, there's ways to set up your finances and your assets to protect them. All your assets. Say you got a house before you got married, and you got, you know, some assets, some financial assets that you have that are, you know, accruing. All right, you know, maybe it's a 401k, maybe it's your, crypto, whatever the case is, you have assets. Well, form an LLC, put it in the trust, right? If you are self-employed, if you're an entrepreneur, pay yourself, make yourself an employee from the LLC and pay yourself a very minimal wage that, enough that's reasonable. That way the trust has the money. The business is owned by the trust, not necessarily you. You're not, it's the trust that owns it. You could protect yourself by putting things in a trust before you get married. That way, if there is a divorce, the things that are in the trust are protected. All right. There's ways to do it. You have to do a lot of research. You have to talk with lawyers in your state to see how you could form that. But a lot of it takes time. You have to do the research. Most men do not do that. They're in their fields. She loves me. Oh, she's never going to leave me. She said I'm the only one for her. Cool. I hope that's true. But in case some shit happens, how about you just protect yourself and put things in a trust? And, it helps everybody stay honest. There's means to do it. You could even do that going through the state if you want to get married with the state and appease her and provide her with, that sense of security. But again, there's ways to do it. You have to look into it. There's plenty of opportunities for guys. I know Thor talked about it. I think he has even I'm gonna have to pull it up, but in California, he is talking about in California, when he got married, that's exactly what he did. He formed a trust. And then he has his trust, then he has his family trust, which, when it comes to family trust, that's going to be all the assets that were, acquired during the course of the marriage and the course of the family creation, right? And those are the things that are accessible for the wife and the family if divorce took place, right? That's not happening for him, thank God. But if in case there was an issue like that, that would be the assets that would be divided, not from his other trust that he already had set up. That trust is secure. That trust cannot be, accessed, right? So there's means to protect yourself. And for anybody that says, well, why get married and get a prenup, or why get married and go through all that forming a trust and stuff? Aren't you setting yourself up? Aren't you already saying that, like, oh, well, just in case, and then aren't you expecting failure? No, you're just being realistic. You could hope for the best, but prepare for the worst.
It's like when you do a business loan, like you're going to get a contract, right? Like if you want people to be held to it. Once again, like the contract idea is not a bad one if the contract was enforced more fairly. But that's the problem, is that the marriage contract is enforced very unfairly at this point. That's why reform is needed. But, there's nothing that we seem to be able to do about that because of a lack of willingness to do stuff about it. Like I said, guys pushed for it, right? That's how we got MGTOW. Because MRI always said, fuck this shit, we're out.
Yeah. I said, you could form a trust. And I already told you, Justin, I did say speak to a lawyer. So yeah, I know I'm not a lawyer, you dumb fuck. I did say speak to a lawyer in your state and see how they could coach you in doing what you want to be done. Because it is done. It has been done. I have done it. I know other men that have done it and they have been divorced. So it is feasible. It is doable. So I don't know what you're going off about. The other part is, there's a lot of guys don't have a problem necessarily getting married and getting to the altar. Okay. One of the biggest problems is maintaining that marriage. Right? Being another key way to stay successful in marriage is making sure that you are doing the things that need to be done, that is creating that environment for that relationship to thrive, not die. Okay? That means you got to be doing all the provider things that men are expected to do. Yes. but you also have to attend to all the desired things that made her desire you, as well. And maintaining that is a balance, and they're both equally important if you want to have a successful relationship. Intimacy is the glue that will hold relationships together. Now, many people say, well, sex is the glue. Well, sex is a form of intimacy. So
yeah,
intimacy is the glue that holds relationships together.
Yep. That includes a lot of behaviors, because a lot of guys, tend to neglect the whole idea of foreplay. And foreplay can be just being frisky with her around the house hours before you actually do anything, before the kids go to bed.
Yeah.
But a lot of guys will neglect that sort of thing. They don't understand, it's just like women are a volume knob. You got to turn them up. They're just not on off like we are, but that's one of those things that, I myself kind of did at one point, and a lot of guys I've heard do that as well. Once they get in a relationship, they tend to not do as much of those things, and that's stuff that's just genuinely affectionate and whatnot, and if you guys really like each other, you're gonna want to be close to each other, as often as you can be, but just not all the time, obviously. And that's another thing, is that a lot of couples also won't spend healthy time apart either. And that can also make, familiarity breeds contempt, right? That's where people can also, so you do need a little bit of time to not have it be the same. But once again, these are all nuanced things that a lot of guys, unfortunately, overlook in relationships. Going back to what I said earlier, it's those little things, for us, it's typically logical where it doesn't make any goddamn sense, but it fucking matters.
And I will say and you could do all the right things. You could try to be the most perfect husband in every way and lead in the most perfect way humanly possible, and things could still fail. Okay, that's the truth. That's reality. What then? Well, one, don't make your identity in the marriage. You are married, you are her husband, but that is not your identity. That is part of your identity, but it's not your identity. Okay, you are still a father, you're still a brother, you're still a friend, you still are this, whatever your career is, you're still this person. There's so much more to you than just being that woman's husband. Okay, because what happens is a lot of guys just put their entire identity as this person's husband, and then when this person chooses no more to be, or doesn't want you to be their husband anymore, now guys feel like they lost their identity. They don't know who they are, and they start spiraling downhill, and then they end up going down this very dark path, and then one thing leads to another, and then boom, right? So maintain your identity as not only are you her husband, but you are much more than that. You're many things, not just that. And that's a huge role, or a huge thing to keep. And like, yes, like what Andrew was saying, those that have a strong sense of faith, those that are connected to a community of faith that engages in the community of faith regularly, tend to have a better odds at having a long-term successful marriage. Now, how you determine what successful is, that is subjective, because you can say, well, a successful marriage is, a married until death. Well, there's been a lot of couples that were married until death that were miserable, right? So successful needs to be, it's subjective in how individuals want to define it. But doing what is necessary, continuing to lead, keep on working on becoming the man with the dominant masculine presence is ideally the best opportunity, that puts you in the best opportunity to be successful in these things. Yes, the red pill is great at providing you the descriptions of the problems. And I've said this numerous times. The problem with it is that their prescriptions are shit. And this is what Andrew is right about. It's like, well, where's the prescription? What's the fix? What's the solution? And not a lot of them have any good solutions. Okay, they say feminism is the problem, female promiscuity is the problem, right? And then at the next second, statement they're going to make is, you need to, get as much experience as possible with women, go sleep with them, or they say feminism is the problem, but then they'll use female promiscuity and feminism as a means to get your short-term sexual desires met for the short-term satisfaction, but that doesn't solve the problem. That only actually contributes to more of the problem. So yeah, I've said that, like, feminism or red pill needs feminism just as feminism needs red pill. They need each other. They can't survive if one of them goes away. Let's just be honest, in that sense.
Well, and the thing is, as platitudinal as it might sound, the solution is you're the solution for your problems.
Yeah, you are always the solution.
That's why I say no one's coming to save you, and it's not to like make you feel hopeless. It's to make you realize that you're the one. It's what Thor talks about. If you need a helping hand, you need to look no further than the end of your own wrists.
Yep.
So I mean that, and a lot. Like I said, it being one of the guys that kind of was feeling like that at one point. Yeah, I needed somebody to help me more, and it's like, no, I just need to help myself. Realize what I want and work towards it, and I've been able to achieve that in many ways, and I'm still working on shit too, and that's, once again, it sounds platitudinal, vapid even, but you are the solution. Like, anybody listening to this right now, if you've got problems, you are the solution. You've got, you're here, you've got the internet, you've got the world, the humanity's knowledge, both good and bad, at your fingertips. You could literally choose to do great good or great evil. I personally choose to do great good as best as I can, but again, I also understand nobody's perfect. This is why I have the last post, because I changed my phrasing a little bit of my saying. And now I'm asking, do you wish to be right or do you wish to win?
I wish to be both.
But you can't have both because nobody's perfect.
Says who?
Says the creator.
Did he say that? Or did you say that?
I mean, I'm told that we're not perfect. We're all sinners.
But a lot
of good word told me so.
A lot of the problems that men have in relationships tend to be self-inflicted from lack of, one, being honest, two, setting boundaries, enforcing boundaries, and constantly trying to defer to her rather than having her defer and appeal to you. It says in Corinthians that man wasn't made from woman, woman was made from man, and man wasn't made for women, but women was made for man. So if that is the case, why are men appealing and trying to appease women in this sense, hey, pick me? Shouldn't it be the other way around? And the way that you get that to get it to where it is the other way around is, one, like I said in the beginning, be a man that's content and happy with his own solitude, with his own peace, with his own loneliness. Like, if you're just alone, you're still fine and you're happy, you're content. A woman being a wife will only add value to your life, but you don't need her to be in your life. You are already content with life as it is. That's step one. Stop chasing women. That's huge. Stop chasing women. It all comes down to a personal accountability. When you choose to, lower or look past certain things just so that you could get some other desire met in exchange, you are setting yourself up for failure. If you're choosing not to address a problem to try to make sure that you still get some ass that night, then you are setting your relationship up for failure. There's no way around it, because it's going to be those small infractions that do lead to bigger problems.
Yeah. And that's also another reason why I tend to advocate for, you're gonna lose out on a lot of pussy if you tell the truth. But, you know, and obviously you do have to have some tact with how you deliver said truth. But I'd say, you know, if you're the saying goes in the red pill, like when you lie, women buy. And that's why a lot of guys lie to women to try to appease them. You know, simple lies for, you know, to save their feelings. You know, like, oh, if they're gaining weight and they say, does this dress make me look fat? They're not going to say you put on weight. I'm the motherfucker that'll say you put on weight. But then I'll also tell you how to get the weight off, you know, but that, you know, a lot of guys will lose out if you do that, you know, if you're not honest with things like that. And that's just one of many examples.
Right here. Yeah. This is actually the problem. This is actually the solution right here. Yes. Stop complaining and crying with negative attitudes. Absolutely. You can take action. You can do something to improve your situation. Everybody can. The problem is it's a lot easier to say, well, it's all their fault. Women, there's no marriageable women. Well, you know what? That's true if you believe that and don't do anything about it. You won't find any marriageable women. You won't, you know, get anywhere with this. You will run around and find the same women and, you know, that you are attracted to or are interested in you. You know, you're going to have the same options because you're not doing anything to improve yourself. Most of the problem is men do not respect themselves enough. That's the biggest issue. Men need to respect themselves more when it comes down to it. And if you're constantly deferring or putting her above your own self-respect, well, then you can't blame her for not respecting you if you don't even respect you. How could you be mad at her for being disrespectful if you never gave her a reason to respect you?
Yeah. I say it all the time. If you want to be respected, you got to act respectable. A lot of guys choose not to act respectable. They'll pedestalize the girl's feelings over their own dignity. And they don't even often realize they're doing it.
Exactly. And I've laid this out plenty of times on the difference between what we talk about and what we're saying and, you know, what the average red pillar, or you could even say Pearl, is saying. Yes, they're pointing out the problem, and I get that, and that's needed, but there's not enough people pointing to a solution. And we are trying to point to solutions, you know, and I'm going to play a video to highlight that. Exactly what we're talking about.
For me, man who just found themselves in the red pill, he's usually pissed off, bitter, paranoid. Feels like he just woke up in the middle of a battlefield that he didn't even know he was drafted into the war.
Red pill rage was so deep, like at the peak of this like phase, I was like, what? Hell no. Dude, I literally said, I hate women.
I used to hate women. Yep, you heard that right. I used to hate women. Why did my girlfriend cheat on me? I came across a movement called the Red Pill, right? Essentially, this was the answer to all my problems and all my questions. It's in women's nature to cheat on them, is what the Red Pill says, right? It's in women's nature to cheat on you, to find a better option than you. Do your own research on the Red Pill movement, right?
The Red Pill made me hate women. Just like many of you guys, I was conditioned as a blue pill kind of guy.
Because for the very first time, he's hearing the truth, the ugly truth, that women ain't sugar and spice and everything nice, that her loyalty ain't promised, that her love comes with conditions, that hypergamy is real, and that nice guys really do finish last. I get it. That shit hurts. It hits you in the soul, especially if you grew up on fairy tales or Disney dreams or sermons that told you all you had to do was just be a good guy and she'll love you forever. Now you're hearing that female nature is cold, calculated, strategic. Welcome to the Red Pill Rage. This is a pit that many men find themselves falling into and just never getting out of. Why? Well, because a lot of the red pill content, especially from the bitter ones, ain't about growth. It's not about advice, best practices, or solutions. No, it's just a repetitive loop of what's wrong with women. If you want to be a man that stops pointing fingers and starts commanding the room, then you're going to need to take something a little stronger than that red pill. I suggest you become a man with a dominant masculine presence. See, R.P. Thor wrote the blueprint when he came out with his book, A Dominant Masculine Presence. And I wrote the battle-tested field manual
in the essential skill of a dominant masculine presence. And my friends Paul Bauer, AJ Matthews, and Ray Thintor, these are men that are forging the path forward. Men with scars, not just stories. But most importantly, these are men with solutions. Because the red pill tells you what is the problem. But a man with a dominant masculine presence, he solves it. A man with a dominant masculine presence, he doesn't cry about female nature. He calibrates to it. He doesn't demand submission. He inspires it. He doesn't retreat. He leads.
Gentlemen, there comes a time in every man's life that he must choose. Will I remain a casualty of my emotions, or will I rise as the commander of my presence? Too many men stumble across the red pill and get stuck these days. The truth, but they don't grow from it. They get angry. They rage. They point fingers at female nature and cry betrayal. A dominant presence doesn't need the rage. The truth has a fuel, an excuse, a fire that burns about purpose. He is in a forge, the man into iron, that forged man into iron. And when you are forged in a purpose, you don't have time to complain about women. You're too busy conquering your mission, too locked in on legacy, too focused on forging a brotherhood, building strength, and creating impact. That's what a man with presence does. He doesn't flinch. He doesn't fold. He stands. He leads. And those around him feel it. Because if we're ever going to mend the rift between men and women, and if we're ever going to fix the broken homes, the fractured families, the confused sons, and the unled daughters, we need men of presence. We need men of purpose. Men who understand the weight of leadership. Men who move with enlightened self-interest, not selfishness, not martyrdom, but mastery. Men who are builders, not victims. Men who inspire with their presence, not manipulate with pain. And if you're that man, if you're ready to stop the noise, cut through the confusion, and step into your birthright, then it's time for you to join a brotherhood. Not just any brotherhood, but the sons of Thor. But because in this brotherhood, we don't compete, we elevate. We know the secret that a rising tide lifts all ships. And we are that rising tide. So stand tall, brothers. The world is waiting for your presence to arrive. Let them feel it and join the sons of Thor.
Raise your hammer, raise your voice. This is the call, this is the choice. To be the fire that breaks the mold. To be the steel, unbent bold. No more boys lost in the noise.
For those that think it's funny to make fun of a man that's dying of brain cancer right now, good job. Good job.
Yeah, well done, well done. Walked right into that one.
Yeah.
Yeah, the problem with Thor is that Thor is no quitter. So he still keeps wanting to do stuff even though he is fading genuinely. So for anybody that doesn't know, he's had two tumors removed and the third one came back and it's inoperable. So just for context.
And I've been literally here being his caretaker at his house. And he's literally in his deathbed right now. So congratulations. You guys are funny. He's the guy that has been helping a lot of men get out of this red pill rage. His work, his book, he has been a huge inspiration in helping guys see that, yes, things are, rough. They don't look good. They look bleak, but that doesn't mean you have to be a statistic. There's things that you could do to put yourself in better positions, and you don't have to be nihilistic. You don't have to be like, oh, well, all women, you don't know all women are like this. All women can be, hypergamous. All women are hypergamous. All women can be sluts, and they can all have body counts. What then? What does that matter now? If your goal is still to have a family and have, a legacy, then shouldn't you do the best you can to put yourself in the best position? You're not going to get virgins. And even if you did get virgins, there's no guarantee that the virgin is going to respect you, that she's going to treat you right, or that she's not going to cheat on you. Her being a virgin does not, save you from anything. It just means the odds are less. But doesn't mean it saves you from it. What's going on, Crab? What's going on?
Not much, Glenn. I heard you talking shit about the red pill. Thought I'd pull up.
Yeah.
Well, that's why, Glenn and I are doing what we're doing now, is because Thor wanted us to help with the restructuring because he's not going to be able to do it. So we're it's not necessarily that we're shitting on the red pill. It's just that, it's the same reason why Rolo never wanted the RP to go mainstream, because it draws in all the grifters and all the people that, dilute the message. You get the 80-20 rule. So you get a lot of people that are, once again, focused on the problems rather than solutions. There's like Afi always says, Glenn, there's levels to this game.
Yeah.
Most of us know the solutions. Most of us just not gonna tell about them a lot on the media spaces, right?
Well, there's incentivized not to tell you the solutions. And even if they did tell you the solution, the reality is most people will not do what is necessary to even mitigate those odds, to the best of their ability. They're going to look at it like, oh my gosh, that's so much work. Like, why? And then people will just, be lazy and not do their due diligence. And then they cry about, how things didn't turn out for them. Well, you did not put yourself in the position to be successful in this. So,
but it also not only about laziness and just a feeling of certain people that they don't want to do that. It's also about the technology and comfort that we have, all of us have around us in our lives, in our everyday lives, and we simply cannot reject them. We simply cannot move out of those. And in order to achieve those things that we talk about right here, as per my own experience and observations, you have to actually restrain yourself for a certain degree out of technologies that you have around yourself in your everyday life. You have to cut them off, starting to cut them off one by one, and then to feel the life how it was before, and then to actually experience the real life. And then after that, you can gather yourself up and gather other men around you, because there is absolutely no other way to that.
Yeah,
like you can be in symbiotic way to live in symbiotic way with technologies. However, with every decade, it becomes harder and harder to stay invisible, if you know what I mean.
Yeah. Like my main thing is like, you could be mad about female nature, but are you mad that a dog barks? Like you got a dog, you got a pet, you wanted a dog, you got the dog, now the dog barks. Are you mad at the dog for barking? That's the dog's nature. Why are you going to be mad at women's nature?
I'm going to teach the dog not to bark unless there's actually a threat.
Exactly.
My bad. I'm the problem.
There's ways to address these issues, right? It's just like the problem is people don't want to do what is necessary to put themselves in the best position. They just want the other person to do that. Well, they should just care enough. Well, you know what? People are selfish. So if you're concerned, then put yourself in the best position to where that you could address or mitigate as many problems as possible. And that's just what it is. That's just the reality of life. But being mad and angry at women about what they're doing right now is the thing that men for
Allow them
multiple generations have encouraged and desired from them. Now they're doing it and they're monetizing it, and now guys are like, well, it's a problem. Now they're, well, the generations before you wanted this, so.
But we have to always keep in mind that those men who build this system are not the same men as we are. They are absolutely different.
We are. It's the same incentive structure. We're rewarding immediate gratification. Like we're chasing after hoes. So you know what? The girls who actually want us, they become hoes.
Yeah, you know.
I don't know about that.
Guys have encouraged the wholeness. Guys encouraged the wholeness. Guys wanted this. Guys wanted female promiscuity to be this accessible. Now that it's gotten to the point where it's not, you know, conducive for a long-term relationship, now it's a problem. Well, we need to course correct, gentlemen. That comes to us. But I'm sorry, there's a lot of simps out there. There's a lot of guys that are not willing to improve themselves, and the only way that they could get attention from women is by doing this, you know, placating to them. And what they don't realize is that actually hurts them in the long run. That's going to take them a lot longer to get a woman to be convinced to engage with them in any way than it would be to actually put in the time to level themselves up, become the better version of themselves, have standards, have principles, stand on them, and don't give up on those principles and standards.
Yeah, but they don't care. As Mudcraft said before, they are valuing instant gratification. What you're talking about right now is something to be built. It's something that takes time, that takes effort, that takes strength to actually achieve on the long run. And they don't give a shit about that. Once you tell them about this, that this is hard actually to achieve, they just throw hands and say, oh no, I don't want that. Fuck that shit. I want something right here, right now. Whatever it takes, like, and that's it. Because they are feminized by this system.
Who do you think's giving them the approval and the validation?
Men.
I partially agree, because most of the thing that other men did, which I consider to be bad and net negative to all those simps, we just stayed aside and watched this happening without telling them, without bullying them, without knocking them back. You know what I mean? And
it's not even bullying them. It's not like, why don't we encourage them to improve? Shame, yeah. People say shame works. Shame.
I tried that, Glenn. I tried to encourage without shaming. It's not fucking working, bro.
Shame does work in certain circumstances. Okay, but shame doesn't work for all men. Just like shame doesn't work for all people, right?
Yes,
sometimes incentivizing them would work. You know, shame does. If you notice anything since this red pill expansion has become mainstream, one thing we could say for certain is shame has not actually course corrected anything. There are still more women joining OnlyFans and becoming sex workers than ever before. Okay,
shame doesn't work. Shame doesn't work.
Shame is not the tool that's working.
Well, here, we gotta be real quick. A little bit of context here. Both positive and negative reinforcement do work. This has been studied. They've studied both. They both work. But context does matter.
Exactly.
And that's not really the solution here.
I wanted to add up on that. So
negative reinforcement doesn't
only
work
help
when there's
the
another
willing.
1,000 dudes giving positive reinforcement.
So here's the thing.
This is the problem. You can only help the willing. You can't coax or convince somebody who does not want change to change their mind. That's the key problem. And going back to what Andrew said in the debate about how a majority of men have not reproduced. Yes, throughout human history, only 40% of human males have reproduced. So once again, like you guys are pointing out, the majority aren't going to want to do the work. And that's why they literally won't do the base. Even if they had the option, they literally, for some reason, didn't do the basic reproduction. They're just like, nope, I don't want to have kids. Don't want the responsibility. And they checked out, whatever the reason may be. Or maybe they really wanted it, but, you know, for whatever reason, maybe black pillars, like they say, oh, his genetically lost lottery or whatever, and he just gave up. You know, even though I've seen other guys like make progress, you know, just by trying. But I digress on that point. The key thing is that you can only help the willing. You can't save somebody who's drowning. Ask anybody that's a lifeguard or whatever. If somebody's thrashing and you're trying to save them, you can't save them. If you try to save them, they will basically drown you both. So you either got to punch them and knock them out, or leave them drown, you know, pass out, and then drag them back to shore. Like those are your options.
That's how you pick up shocked soldier on the battlefield. Back to the action. You just kick him in the fucking face and say, "Hey, wake the fuck up, bro."
Are you talking about incels, or are you talking about the hoes?
But the point that I'm making is that you, in real life, like that's the extreme example. The thing is, in real life, you can't really do that. You can't sit there and help the thrashing person, the person that doesn't really want to change.
I
you just
understand.
have to be an example, right? That's the thing that Thor has always talked about, that we try to, you know, advocate for more, is be an example to inspire change. Guys, you know, getting interested, going, hey, these guys seem to have figured some of this shit out. I wonder if what they know could help me. And I helped a lot of guys through the Fresh and Fit community. They got woken up by Fresh and Fit, but they didn't know what the fuck to do. And I used to make jokes about it being the Nebuchadnezzar. Yeah, you guys unplugged, and now you don't know what the fuck to do. We got to feed you some gruel, but we'll teach you some kung fu. You know, and that's what it comes down to, is that those are the people that, you know, whether they like it or not, they end up there. And then you just be like, okay, so these are the things that we figured out. Here's some things that might work for you. And you give suggestions to people when they ask for them. But otherwise, you're just like, no, figure out what you want. Tell me what you want. And then if you want some advice on how to achieve it, we'll help you out.
So here's the thing. Back to our points about what should we use, the shame or positive reinforcements. As I don't know the name of the old guy.
I think it's contextual.
But thing is that it's like cooking the meal. You cannot use only salt or only sugar. You have to add both sometimes. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So
some meals require more salt than sugar, and some require just sugar and no salt. It just depends on what you're working with. Who you have to know your audience.
Yes, exactly. That's correct. And that's why you also have to be a part of being masculine and all this kind of shit, working with your body. You also have to work with your mind. You also have to be a psychologist for a degree to understand all of these dynamics and to understand when and where you can manipulate actually some strings in other men's brains to create some kind of circumstances in their lives and reactions to those circumstances that actually may motivate them to act differently. I tried that already and it works. I tried with some doomed guys who was just like Casper right there, thinking that it's all doesn't fucking mean anything because I lost the genetic lottery or whatever he will say about that, right? And the guy turned like absolutely opposite. He was able to see what I've seen with my life. I shown him examples of things in my life. I told him, try it like that. Because first of all, I figured out his personality, the way how he thinks about life, what he experienced in his life, and based on his life experience, what is his overall thinking about the world around him. And I slowly but surely fed him with some arguments and with some points, with some examples. He followed that through and he saw that, actually it works. And as you said before, yes, it's correct. It's for everybody is different. But my point is that it's not only about helping the one who drowns, right? That he will drown you together with him. It's correct, but it's not always the case. You can throw him a life ring.
Well, that's the advice that Rolo typically gives about, you can't red pill your friends, but you can kind of leave them a trail of breadcrumbs. And when you have opportunities to give them one of the quote uncomfortable truths, you can do that and then see what they do with it and see if it sparks conversation. If not, you just leave it be, but eventually, if you leave enough of those breadcrumbs, people will get interested, but it has to be slow, or it has to be where, they go through some stuff and you just might be the person that's there for them to give them some answers. But other than that, you can't like force it down their throat. It has
Yeah,
to be a
Here's,
willing
here's
process.
another thing. Here's another thing. Relationships matter with these individuals. Look, you could call someone out for doing something wrong, and they don't know you, right? They may not know you.
Yeah, they
You could be
won't care
right,
about
and
your
they'd be like,
opinion.
"Who the fuck are you? Fuck you."
Yeah, like,
You're
you
not
don't
gonna
know
say-
me.
Yeah,
You don't
it's
know
the
me.
It's the
Well,
formula
you
of
could be
reputation.
right. Hold on. You could be completely right in what you're saying, like they're doing this wrong, right? But unless you have a relationship with them, they're not going to be inclined to trust you, right? They're gonna be like, "Why would I listen to you? You make,
It's all
you know
about
what I'm saying?" Like
Yeah.
it's relationships do matter, you know.
It's all
Care
the
enough about these
reputation.
individuals rather than just trying to shame them. You know, like are
Well,
you
that's what I say,
shaming
it's-
them
it's-
for? And here's the thing: a lot of people have no problem shaming people because it's also a means to elevate themselves over the other individual. I'm better than you because I'm not doing this. You are a lazy fuck because you're fat. Well, I'm not
But that's
fat. I go to the
fucked up.
gym, right? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like they use shame as a way to elevate
That's a
their status
weapon.
over the other individual. So it's like
Yeah.
people are going to be less inclined to take your correction if you don't have that foundation of a relationship to where, like, oh, I know this individual is saying this for my benefit. They're not out to get me to, you know, they're not just maliciously attacking me. Maybe they are correcting me or they're saying this for my benefit, and I could trust that because we have this established relationship.
But
yeah, and that's
absolutely, of
that's the
course.
difference between being manipulative, which is usually what shame kind of boils down to, versus being persuasive, where you're doing something like, say, incentivizing them and showing merit of, say, an argument or your character to incentivize them to be like, hey, maybe this person is trying to help me and I should ask them more questions. You know, but that, like I said, it always starts out with those sort of social cues, and that's another one of those nuanced skills that a lot of people, you know, underestimate. If anybody, say, is interested in learning how to persuade people, there's a good book I can recommend, Dale Carnegie's How to Win Friends and Influence People.
Yep.
It's a great read.
Yeah.
It'll give a lot of good scenarios. So
Yeah, I mean, all that I said, I meant it exactly as you mentioned, because there's no any other way to work it out like that. You cannot weaponize shame against other people. Of course, they will not trust you after that. They will not take you seriously after that. They will not listen to you. And what Glenn previously said, I want to add up to this and boil down to the reputation formula. We men, we operate on reputation, right?
Mm-hmm.
Reputation scale. If we don't respect other men, we will not gonna fucking listen to him anyways. And it all comes down to what we did with our lives previously. What did we achieve in our lives, and what we have behind our thoughts, actually. And that's how it goes. It's all the same formula of reputation. And yeah, if you have a reputation, if you can prove yourself worthy, like, most of the people are gonna listen to you anyways.
And man, we need to adapt not a selfish mentality, but we really need to have more of an enlightened self-interest. Okay.
Yeah, gaining for yourself like points by enlightening somebody else's and easing their life, making less road bumps on their lives, if it makes sense.
Yeah, it's
yeah,
like,
that's why I know so much about guys' struggles right now, because I've helped so many guys through the Fresh and Fit community. Like I said, I know I beat that dead horse quite a bit, but I believe it has true merit because I might not be in the thick of it myself, but due to aiding guys, achieve victories, I think I know, like, I could speak to it a little bit better than most people, like Andrew was talking about in the debate. And because same thing with people tend to trust my opinion on things when it comes to perspective from behind the scenes of working with Fresh and Fit as well, because I've worked on the show.
I want to point out something here. Marriages have always had conflict and problems. Even in the biblical days, we see the disciples,
especially in the biblical
are
days,
saying shit about marriage.
Yeah.
Even then, okay, if you go to Matthew 19, and I'll read it to you guys, right? This is when the Pharisees come up to Jesus, right? And they're like, can you is it lawful for a man to divorce his wife for any and every reason? And then Jesus replied, haven't you heard? He replied that at the beginning, the Creator made them male and female and said, for this reason, a man will leave his father and mother and be united to his wife, and the two would become one flesh. So they're no longer two, but one. flesh. Therefore, what God has joined together, let no one separate. And why then, they asked, did Moses command that a man gives his wife a certificate of divorce and send her away? Jesus replied, Moses permitted you to divorce your wives because your hearts were hard, but it was not this way from the beginning. I tell you that anyone who divorces his wife, except for sexual immorality, and marries another woman commits adultery. Then the disciples said to him, if this situation between husband and wife, if this is a situation between husband and wife, it is better not to marry. And then Jesus responds with, not everyone can accept this word, but only those to whom it has been given. Meaning, like, look, it was rough back then. It wasn't like perfect and everything peachy keen, and like there wasn't like divorces, or they were still having the struggles and issues back then. And they were even looking at marriage like, whoa, if this is the situation here, it's better not for us to get married, you know?
Yeah, and they had a lot of, quote, red-pilled solutions to problems for relationships too. Actual advice and stuff like that. So, as well as scenarios. So it is, this is something that's kind of funny, is a lot of guys that like find the quote red pill through Fresh and Fit and whatnot, they end up like reading the Bible back or finding like some of the other biblical stuff, and they start like kind of tweaking out, going like, holy shit, the Bible's so red pill. It's fucking hilarious. It's like these are a little thing called universal truths, my friend. Congratulations.
These aren't new issues. The only difference back then is the dating pool was a lot smaller. Your network was a lot smaller.
You live in like a community of like, 100 to 250 people on average, like small little towns, and everybody knew everybody. Like it wasn't the way it is now. Like we live in this huge, society with big cities of hundreds of thousands, even millions of people in some cities. And it's just like,
and now you have internet and everybody can reach everybody in every corner of the world. Yeah. But so also speaking of biblical times and the problems with marriages, I just wanted to add, even before that, just look up to the Greek mythology.
Yeah, I mean, marriage has always been a struggle. It's always been, hard on a lot of people, and a lot of people never got married, and a lot of people never procreated. A lot of men didn't historically. That's to be expected, but for those that want to, you got to prepare yourself. You got to everything. If you want to be successful at anything, you need to prep yourself. You need to make sure that you are set up for success. And especially if you are the man and you are leading this family that you're about to have, then you need to make sure that you are ready to do so. You can't wing it. Winging it, trust me, leads to failure.
Most people already believe they're worthy of that. Most people already have too high of an opinion of themselves.
Yeah, no, they do. They do. And
they also, a lot of people, won't take actions that create more opportunities. But they're too risky, or they're scared, or they think they're too good for it. That's another.
What sort of opportunities are you talking about? Women?
Well, not necessarily women, but I mean in general. Because we're talking about in like context of guys improving, so that way they can actually have women want to submit to them, and that's one of the ways you can improve.
Yeah, like I think that men, we are the solution, but we're also the problem.
Yeah, we're a massive problem.
Yeah.
I think the red pill's a problem. It's putting women on a pedestal. Like you have a whole generation of men changing their ideologies and their focus just to get a fucking woman. And it's like, imagine if we had a whole generation of women doing that for us, what kind of pedestal we'd feel like we're on. It's ridiculous.
I think we could handle that in a proper way, actually.
I think we'd love it, but we would
not lose our fucking minds. We will not go on OnlyFans and selling pics of our dicks.
Yeah, but whose fault is that? Whose fault is that? Isn't part of the ideology that men should lead women? If women are making these mistakes, isn't that a failure of leadership?
I'm not in opposition to your argument.
Well, no, because you still have to acknowledge that women do have autonomy.
Yeah, they have autonomy.
Even by men.
A man could be trying to lead her the right way and doing everything right, and she could still choose not to. You can look at the story of Hosea, for example.
But all
Like,
women have fathers, so
Yeah.
it's a failure of leadership when it comes down to it.
Oh, yeah,
Or
exactly.
it's a
Who
rejection
gave
of
them
leadership.
that autonomy?
Because as much of it's a failure of leadership, there's also a rejection of leadership.
Yeah, failure to comply with leadership.
You know, there's I think like a good leader inspires, men are always like, we hear this a lot, guys like obsessed with the female submission, the woman submission. Women need to submit. Well, do you inspire her to want to submit to you?
Yeah. Most of the cases, of course, not.
No, so
They'll
it's like
they'll submit
it's
if they
kind of
feel
a struggle
safe.
for somebody if you're not inspiring this, right? Then it's going to be hard for them to do this thing that they know that they should do, but it's like, man, I just can't do it for this person because this person is, it goes. There's responsibility on both parts here,
Yeah.
And the only part that we could actually address is ourselves. We can't address them, but we can address ourselves. That's why you are the solution for your problems. Is you could improve yourself. You can, put yourself in a better position.
But the focus should be for you. It shouldn't be for women.
Oh yeah, you're not improving your life for women to get women. You're improving your life so that you have this abundance of life that's
attracts other women.
It just attracts people, good things in general.
Yeah.
You just don't want to have abundance of women. You want to have abundance of good friendships. You want to have abundance of good people around you that that are, that are going to be there when you need them, that you could be there when they need you. Like, you have to foster that.
So
You need to be worthy of yourself.
The good man treats women like a byproduct of his good life. The simp
Yeah.
treats women like a main product of his life.
The abundance of options is always a sub product of success.
Yes, and it's not even like main product of simp's life. It's like main goal of his life.
Yeah.
Because goal and product are different things.
Well, yeah, and that is a problem that even the red pill tries to address, but it still gets because the mainstream and stuff like that, it's gotten very watered down, is not prioritizing sex, understanding that availability of sex is a byproduct of your actual success. You
Yep.
don't you don't get women by focusing on women. You get women by focusing on building a life that women want to ride along with.
Well, it's like
And
this,
that's uncomfortable truth for people, but that's the truth.
Like the saying is, as soon as you start chasing the money starts running, right? As soon as you start chasing pussy will start running. It just goes without saying, like, let your focus be your purpose, your mission, your end goal. That's what you're striving for. And as you succeed in that, women will be the byproduct.
So the solution basically is to rewire simps. How do we do that?
Well, it's not just simps, it's just men in general.
It's the red pill. It's the red pill's been captured by audience. Honestly, like
Well,
red
it's
pill.
also
Once upon a time,
the issue with the red pill is that red pill, what is it a metaphor for? Uncomfortable truth. Uncomfortable truth
Yes.
says nothing about
Basically
solutions.
just-
I
yeah.
don't
It says nothing
disagree
about
that that's
It's just a description.
So anybody
I'm not saying
adding
that's not what it used to be.
solutions is adding on their own. The red pill started out as just guys exchanging notes on the forums back in the day about how to, do cold approach and also how to fix dead bedroom and stuff like that. That's all it was. Is just basically more or less what we're doing right now, exchanging
Yeah,
notes
exactly.
about how shit
Exchanging the
works.
experience. That's
But
it.
now
everybody
it's
tries
not.
to relabel it something that they prefer, and that's why you get like the purple pill, the black pill, the
Yep.
white pill, this pill, that
Yeah,
pill,
black
and
pill.
now all of a sudden everybody's on drugs. What the fuck?
Yeah, absolutely
Yeah,
based.
pills are for sick people, honestly. But the red pill now, optically from the outside perspective, it's been captured by its audience. Like the streamers that do that stuff will just go with whoever's fucking super chat and shit, and they'll just be talking shit about women, and
Yeah.
it's pretty.
Honestly,
it's
it's
not very
And that's
instructive.
why I'm saying, like, okay, this is why I
that's
present
what
the
uncomfortable truth
equation
like.
or the option to guys is like, hey, so now you know that females are not all sugar and spice and everything nice. What are you gonna do about it?
Yeah, this is one of the unfortunate truths about the attention economy is that regardless, it's the same thing you see in like the video game content and stuff like that in these other communities, is that unfortunately the drama is always going to get more views. So no matter what,
Yes.
even if you're not monetized, you are still incentivized as a content creator for divisive content because division, having a boogeyman to fight always sells better. It's literally in marketing books.
It's just the
Yeah,
human
but-
nature. It's the human nature. Human
But you can't, you
crave
can't blame
drama.
media's perception for what they're seeing.
It's just the market demand. Humans are that flawed by design. They crave drama. That's
we
it.
prioritize. We got negative cognitive bias basically for survival reasons. It's as simple
This
as
is
that.
what they have done with the red pill. They took it to becoming uncomfortable truths and tools that men could try to utilize to improve or fix their situation, right? And it was like it's supposed to be like a gas station, a convenience store. You pull in when you need something, you take what you need, and then you go back on your journey. Guys have made this place a destination. It's their
they installed it. No, Glenn.
Space.
Here, I
It's
got
their
you.
safe space.
I got you. They installed a bar onto the gas station. Now motherfuckers won't leave. They just keep getting drunk.
It's like their safe space. It's like, oh, I don't want to go out there and be with and engage with women because they might hurt me and they're hypergamous. Oh, fucking A, just go back on your journey.
Yeah,
go back, get on your purpose.
They built a tent town on this gas station.
And a lot of the creators in this space have done that intentionally because you know why? You
Money.
watching them, you purchasing their products, and you put that's their revenue stream. A lot of this, most of the guys in the beginning were doing this as a passion project and not a career. This was never a career for these guys originally. It was something that they did at like the kindness of their heart or just out of pure interest. They're exchanging this information, and there was no monetization. People weren't getting rich off of this until now. It's like,
pussy.
Exactly. Now it's like, oh, this male pain and male struggle is monetizable. Well, shit, I don't want to give them the solution. Let's just focus on this problem all the time. And then that way, these men are not getting better. And then therefore, they just continue to consume my content. And now we got this echo chamber and I got this consistent cash flow here coming in, and I can live comfortably off male pain. That's what a lot of these guys are doing. I'm sorry to say, but that's the truth.
Yeah, there is some of that out there. But like I said, even the people that mean well, that's what I'm trying to say, is that even the people that mean well, because of the attention economy, which is negatively cognitively biased due to human beings having that, you're going to get more incentive for negative content, for divisive content, for us versus them. That's the key factor. And there always has to, Roll says it all the time. If there isn't a boogeyman, nobody gets paid. So it's just like, it's right there, and it's unfortunate, but this is also why you can't for what like Glenn and I are trying to do, can't necessarily think you're going to go mainstream with it and that you're really going to reach a huge audience. Guys like Myron can cast a much broader net than we can, but the thing is that we can still cast a pretty good net at this point, and we are growing our ability to do that. And once again, it's not a lot of people set out with the foolish idea that they can save the world, right? How are we going to save the world, guys? How are we going to save the West? How are we going to fix the court system? How are we going to do this? How are we going to do that? How are we going to change all these minds? You can't do that. Those are uncontrollables. You have to control the number one controllable, which is yourself. What can you change? What can you affect? Well, this is one of the things that I can affect. I can talk about this shit on a podcast like this and give other people doses of truth. And whether you agree with me or not, it gives you something to think about.
Yeah, like again, that's why I say the solution is always first yourself. Personal accountability, hold yourself to the standard, meet the standard, improve yourself. That's all you can fix. And as you fix that, and as you improve in those areas, you're gonna have more self-confidence about yourself. Then you're gonna start respecting yourself more. Then you're not gonna want to tolerate behavior or attitudes or disrespect from people like you used to, because you know your worth. Once you know your worth and you know your value, you're going to be less inclined to deal with that shit, tolerate it.
But
I don't think the
also
size of your net matters. Like, you
also
guys help 10 people, you're going to be helping more than Fresh and Fit do. All they do is tell people that they're victims and it's someone else's fault.
Yeah, so all
I've
that
helped
was
plenty of
said.
guys from Fresh and Fit. Don't
Fuck's
worry.
sake.
Still
Can I
posting
say
them,
something,
too.
guys?
What's that?
So all that was said just now is basically a living function, a math function. So as long as we help ourselves and we help 10 people around us, those groups will eventually gain in numbers. And after that, when all those numbers are actually growing and all those other people adopting the same mindset as we did, we actually can impact the bigger picture.
It really
I mean,
comes down to mindset. All of it comes down to mindset.
That's the whole function. I used to see the world as a math functions and equations. Once you add more variables to it, it changes. And on this point, the variable is that we have some groups of men that unite around this idea that we talk about right here. And the more we gain in numbers, the more the day of changes, of bigger changes, comes closer.
Yeah, and you know, honestly, the most impact is not done by casting a really huge wide net, in my opinion. It's small groups. It's working with, you know, dedicated small groups of guys that you could help each other, improve with each other, and grow with each other. And then those guys branch off and then they create small groups. And then that's casting this huge net and, like, you know, getting on a megaphone or your platform and just spewing a bunch of stuff. Yeah, you may get heard. People may listen, but you're not able to really get into the minutia and really help work with these guys and help them, you know, improve. Exactly. Each man teach 10 guys, you know, like, yeah.
No, it's not just that either, Glenn. Like, you teach these dudes how to be better partners and better fathers, they're going to raise better sons.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
That's the same thing, no? But also,
it just really, it comes to mindset. And it's guys like, oh, I have to do these things. No, you get to. You get to put yourself in a better position. You don't have to do anything, but you get to.
You can get heard, but you also can get hurt, because there are lots of enemies of this kind of ideology and this kind of mindset that we have right here. There are lots of enemies of this kind of movements in the power having positions. We have to admit that. We have to keep that in mind, because at some point we will not be able to speak freely about that. You know that very well, guys, especially you, Glenn, being in Hollywood and all this kind of stuff. I think you know very good what I'm talking about.
Oh yeah, no, I know well enough. I've been through it
Yep.
myself.
Yep.
You know, but here's the thing: like, a lot of guys are also too quick to let what one person do to you. One person has hurt you. You want to hold all women accountable because you didn't hold that one person accountable. You know, you want all women to get their comeuppance, and because you can't get the person that actually did you wrong, you know, to be held accountable. Well, you're gonna have to let that go eventually, because what you're gonna end up doing is you're going to now condemn everyone else for what someone else has done. And, you know, you are not a victim of that person no more once that person's out of your life, because they can no longer victimize you, but you are victimizing yourself continually by living in that, by not moving forward.
Just stuck in a loop.
Yeah.
Yeah, and people create what they fear, so it'll become a self-fulfilling prophecy.
Yeah, like, you know, and I guarantee you, in every failed relationship, whether she cheated or she did you wrong, there is some ownership that we all must take and hold. May not be all the responsibility or all the blame, but there is some that you have to shoulder, and you have to acknowledge that and figure out what that part was, so you don't repeat that mistake moving forward.
Yeah.
Guys don't like to hear that. Oh, she cheated on me. That sucks. That's horrible. She was wrong for doing that. But did you create the environment where that she thought that was the best option? Did you facilitate the environment where disrespecting you or not respecting you seemed to be okay? You know,
question that nobody likes to hear, right?
There's a lot that we have to look in the mirror and look back on our own actions, be like, damn, maybe if I didn't placate to her here, or maybe if I was actually just more forthcoming and just straight to the point, like, no, I don't like this here, it could have mitigated some potential issues that we did end up facing. We have to acknowledge that it takes two to tango.
Let me play a devil's advocate for a sec. What if the woman that you're talking about is outright fucking crazy and you just don't know yet? You're just still in the process of figuring it out, right? And you still have hope for her.
Did you marry her? Did you get committed to her?
Nope.
Okay,
I mean, it's even if you did,
well, no,
it makes harder, right?
Well, it just means that you missed red flags. You either overlooked them or you didn't, you weren't aware of them, or you didn't vet properly, that when they were available to you, you were like, oh, maybe you dismissed them because you thought they were a minor thing or a one-off thing, rather than actually seeing the severity of them in the moment. You could have been blinded by the fact that she has she gives good head, and you're like, damn, oh, that's not that bad, she gives good head, like guys do that all the time.
If you didn't know her well enough, then there shouldn't be any love lost anyway. Like if you didn't know her that well.
But yeah, that's the thing, because you cannot always know, no matter how long you live in the life. You cannot always know and always be sure. You just cannot. The thing is that different times we live through our lives for several decades, like 70, 80, 90, 100 years, whoever the fuck gets to these digits in their lives. And the thing is that every decade is different, especially with the development of technology. And people around us, the younger people, they grow up differently. They have different minds. They have different mindsets. They have different patterns. They have everything fucking different. And once you just learn about your generation growing up and facing adversity, just grinding your life, at some point you just stop contacting physically the younger generations, because you're not allowed to. You're I mean, what the fuck are you doing? Are you that guy who just talks around the child playgrounds and filming white women on the telephone and saying that she called somebody an N-word, right? Otherwise you just have to move on with your generation. And some people, like, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
and at some point you cannot study them anymore.
When it comes down to it, is just like, you either can make moves or you make excuses. That's it. You can either do what's necessary to improve your life, or you can bitch about it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
sure you could get with a woman and it could turn out she's a complete she was actually a serial killer and you didn't know it, and you're her next victim. I mean, that could happen.
Yeah,
right? There's guys out there where that has happened. But the thing is that, there are things you can do to mitigate that risk, and being aware, and also, like I said before, doing things in a way with self-respect that vet the girl, right? By giving her simple choices. Like I said, I don't give my girl ultimatums, I give her choices. Kind of same thing with my son. It's just like, well, if you do this, like, the good things will happen, but if you fuck around, then there'll be consequences, and you'll lose privileges that you have right now. It's just simple things. And I don't have to be a tyrant about it. I'm more or less a benevolent dictator about it. But the thing is that I'm benevolent, and because I adhere to that benevolency, I get that respect, because they know, I'm going to tell you no when you need to be told no. And I'm going to make those decisions, but that's how you'll get rewarded, and is that going to be working for me long-term? I don't know. Is that going to help the next generation? I hope so. I hope my son will be a better man than me. I've told him that, it's just like, but I'm not going to just assume he's going to do it. I'm not going to put that on his shoulders, just like, no reason. Just like, no, you want to, because he wants to beat me, right? He wants to, outdo dad. So I'm just like, yeah, that's a good thing. But, you might want to team up with me first and learn everything I can teach you, but he's a good kid. I mean, and he even has talked about already, he's like, at age 9, he was talking about how he hoped that, grandma would be around long enough that way he could have his kid visit grandma. Imagine that, already thinking about starting a family. So I think I got him in a good headspace, maybe.
Well, a lot of this all comes back down to mindset. It really does. And it's like, And I'm gonna
can
give
be
you guys
taught.
a
That's the
difference.
thing.
I'm gonna
All
give
this
you
can
guys
be
the
taught.
difference. Hold on. I'm gonna give you guys the difference of like the psychology of like what the red pill is basically is, and what we were talking about. More becoming a man with a dominant masculine presence, right? You know, and the red pill tells you all about female nature, the data, all that other stuff. And mind you, a lot of this is soft sciences and that they're just theories. None of these things are proven to be irrefutably verified, truths. These are theories that seem right, that the dots can connect in that sense. But, guys get hung up on that and they make that soft science like gospel. And that's not the case.
Yeah.
Nobody should do that.
Frameworks.
Yeah.
It's not hard science. It's frameworks and mindsets, perspectives.
So, and this is the difference, right? Self contempt is like clarity. A man a guy with a dominant masculine presence knows who he is without external validation. You know who you are. You don't need other people to validate who you are. You know who you know your value. You know your worth. His confidence is not fake. He earned it through self-respect and through leveling up, through challenges, through his failures, through his growth, through his successes, through his accomplishments. A lot of that is what builds him up. He didn't do it. He doesn't need external. He's doing it internally by what he knows he has done, right? His internal, his logos is not an external logos of control. He doesn't react to the world, but he shapes it. He doesn't blame. He doesn't beg. He doesn't bitch, right? His self-sense of worth and self is built on, not on like what women's approval is. It's on what he has done and he has accomplished, right? The red pill guy needs to be told that he's alpha from other people, right? But a man with a dominant masculine or presence, he already is. He just doesn't posture. He doesn't perform. He just quietly and consistently just dominates what he needs to dominate, right? Mastering his emotions. Guys don't realize, they think that you have to be stoic and suppress your emotions. No, you should master your emotions.
The first thing you need to dominate is your fucking ego.
Yeah,
that's the biggest problem that most guys have, is you got to dominate your own fucking ego, put that shit in check, and then that's why I asked the question: do you wish to be right, because that's your ego talking, or do you wish to win, because that's how you're going to help the team?
Yeah, it's all about controlling your emotions, not suppressing them. It's feeling them, knowing what you're feeling, embracing your emotions, recognizing them.
Yes,
but channeling them to a very more productive and beneficial avenue. Not bitching about it.
Use them for their utility. They're just a signal. That's all they are. They're not something to be.
Yeah, women talk about men lacking emotional intelligence. It's just like, no, men have the ability, right? We don't always use it, but we have the ability to exert a higher level of emotional control. And we had to because of battle. I mean, that's really what it comes down to, because of fighting and hunting. So we have more of the stronger ability, because it's like we'll goof off when we're in a group, right? When we know we don't need to be quiet or anything like that. We'll goof off and have fun and be total fucking dickheads to each other, insult each other, amp each other up. And then when shit gets real, then we'll just get silent, focused, and we'll get the shit done. Whatever.
And a guy with the DMP, a guy with the DMP is mission driven, and he's not attention seeking. There's a difference. There's a lot of guys that like to peacock and be flashy and to like, oh, look what I got. I got the Bugatti, right? Like the most rich people I know, the most wealthiest people I've ever met, they look like hobos. Okay. They don't advertise what they have. Why? Because that makes them a target. Why put yourself out there?
That's actually really funny you say that, because I've known a couple guys, they literally have tailored regular clothes that has like no labeling or anything, but the shit is all custom, extremely expensive in a lot of cases for the work done to it, but it's just regular fucking clothes that's been tailored.
Yeah. And like, again, back to the psychology, guy with the DMP doesn't tolerate disrespect, not because he's insecure, but because he has standards. Boundaries are not about control. It's about clarity. It's about letting people know where they stand. And people respect the man who first respects themselves. I mean, it's common sense. I don't understand why, these are little things that guys could start doing. These are actionable tools that guys could actually utilize today to get out of this red pill rage thing and start improving their life and improving their relationships.
Because young men without fathers in their families, they always will stuck up at some points without the guidance from outside. It's just a pattern. Like you said before, on the gas station of the red pill, they stuck right there. Why? Because they don't have further guidance, because they found authoritative figures in the red pill and they follow them, and that's it. And of course, if they don't provide further solutions, as they don't, right? Those people will stuck up there. And that's the thing. The people, young men, they don't, they're not coming into this world already with the DMP. Somebody has to teach them that. And if they don't have fathers,
foster it themselves.
Absolutely. But if they don't have fathers in their families, therefore, there's nobody else to teach them that shit.
And you're right. Guys like that are very prone to. Nuke's talked about this before. Glenn is developing these parasocial relationships with guys like Andrew Tate and Myron, and I've seen guys do this with Myron, and I've even seen lots of guys come into the Discord, and as soon as they hear a woman, they start trying to role play as Myron. I'm like, yo, did you forget the part where Myron said we argue with the girls so you don't have to? This is why you don't argue with girls, and Myron gets paid to argue with the girls, but yet they're in the Discord role playing as Myron because they are idolizing him, and they're in this parasocial relationship because they either didn't have a dad growing up or a strong enough father figure, and now this is the guy, and they're tweaking out on the internet.
Yeah, like my thing that I say is like, look, if I'm not fucking you, funding you, or feeding you, why am I arguing with you?
Yeah, I have even seen a podcast that is absolute copy of Myron's Fresh and Fit. That was fucking
the only woman that you should want to have to care enough about to argue with is the woman that you're in a relationship with.
Yeah, absolutely.
I don't even argue with my woman. Like, if she tries to argue with me, I end that shit now. I'm
Yeah.
just like, no, because I did that for like 10 years, and I found out, no, the argument valid when your girl's going off about something. Like, pro tip here, your girl's going off about something. It's not about the nail, right? As that video says, if you look that up.
Yeah.
The thing is that usually what she's going to argue with about is not really what she's mad about or upset about or questioning about. And most of the time, you just got to ignore it until she tells you what's really up.
Yeah.
Or reveals it through time. Because the thing is, if you try to push the issue or anything like that, once again, the key thing is to be less reactive. That's the problem most guys have.
Test. Yeah, that's
you just have to be less reactive. That's why stoicism is the key word that so many people use. But it's not about, once again, like Glenn said before, it's not about avoiding your emotions or suppressing them. It's about feeling them, perceiving them, having some emotional intelligence, and controlling it. And that's how you get the proper response to those emotional outbursts. Because, fun fact, when you're with a woman for like 15 plus years, about every month she has at least one emotional episode. Fun fact, unless she's on hormonal birth control.
I was living with my ex for 6 years, and literally every 3 months we had this kind of conversations. Every 3 months.
Once again, once you
trying to bring
understand
some
how to
shit
deal
up.
with it, and she also learns how to handle those situations better. Once again, that's how, as a leader, I've had to work with her on that. And it does get better when you take that approach where you are less reactive. Because it's kind of what Yuri Bezmenov said about the indoctrination to the woke mindset, basically, is the pushback validates the argument. So often when guys think that they're raising awareness, they're actually giving the pushback that's needed to validate the bullshit that they're trying to fight. So they're actually fighting fire with fire, and it's not water, it's gasoline they're pouring on that bitch.
Yeah.
Raging Patriot, I just checked Discord. I totally got your message now. I will drop the link for those as well. And let's see.
I don't think emotions need to be controlled. I think they definitely shouldn't be ignored. I just think a lot of men don't use them how they're meant to be used. That they're just when a man's upset about something, it's usually because there's a problem, and emotions are like a signal to let you know there's an issue, and you use that as a fuel to actually find the solution for the problem. And once the problem's sorted, there's no fucking issue. You actually have a happiness and sense of pride from it. So
yeah, the issue that I've encountered that I try to coach guys about is seeing how you have more options, right? That's where the emotional control comes in, is that a lot of guys will kind of go with the knee-jerk reaction. Like the most common response from men is going to be what? Violence, anger, you know, and when we're upset about something, when we experience a problem, that's the most primal human, you know, great ape mentality, right? You know, if something's not going your way, fucking hit it.
Hit it with a spanner.
But having a bigger brain gives us the ability where when we can control, like you said, harness that feeling and go, okay, what's a better solution? What is the actual problem? Identify the problem, and then what are possible solutions? A lot of people don't want to think outside the box and understand they'll usually be presented with a false dichotomy, you know, but they don't really realize is that you usually have more, like in my estimation, you know, like 5 or 6 options in any given scenario, you know, but you have to actually be willing to control how you're feeling and focus whatever it is you're feeling into a problem solving action rather than an overreaction. And that's going to actually make things worse. And that's a nuanced thing. Then that's something that it's very difficult even to give guys advice on, right? This is where, you know, it's kind of like playing with fire in these spaces where it's just like, you can't tell somebody always how to solve their own problems. You can teach them problem solving methods, but again, everybody, when we get in those moments with our emotions and how we handle them, you're almost like rolling the dice, right? Because you don't know in those situations how you're going to really react, especially if you're in a situation you never dealt with before. Like say you walk in on your girl, you know, fucking another dude, you know, you don't know emotionally how you're going to respond to that. You might have theories about it in the moment, you know, and your best option is to just walk the fuck out and leave that bitch. But, you know, guys don't always know what they'll do in that situation, you know, just for a little bit of context there, a little bit more of an extreme example, but I hope that makes sense.
You know, and for anybody that was like, and I want to address this too, like people are like, well, Pearl lost because she didn't provide any solutions. She's not supposed to.
Yeah, absolutely.
I wouldn't expect her, a woman
solutions.
To provide solutions for men.
For men's problem. Yeah, that's hilarious.
She couldn't even, a woman cannot even fathom how a man should address these problems because a woman never lived a day in a man's life. They don't understand. So you can't expect them to come with a solution or problem solve for men when they're not men.
Yeah, and I know where she's coming from too, because I had a long conversation, a couple of other guys, and I talked to her at the CME3, and one of the things that she talked about was after interviewing so many guys that have been divorce raped and stuff like that, and had all these bad situations happen, and looking at the statistics, she's like kind of doom pilled at this point, she's going like, God damn, these guys have it rough. Like, what the fuck is happening? So this is why she's, so frustrated like she is. And a lot of it, like I said, I understand why she got so triggered in that debate, because the advice that Andrew's talking about is not as poignant as he thinks it is. Now, he's on the right track. The problem is he's about 20 years behind the curve, in my estimate, 10 to 20 years at least. And like you said, technology moves fast. It's the same thing with these socials, advents and whatnot. And we've a lot of things have changed in the last 5 years alone, right? So that alone is going to drastically alter the landscape in terms of the dating marketplace, especially with the red pill hitting the mainstream and all this stuff too. So a lot of women are even countering this by pretending to be trad cons and shit like that now.
Yeah,
straw hats and sundresses, memes again come back. But now it's what is it? Blue jeans, tight-fitting shirts, and MAGA hats.
Even if she had all the solutions, she wasn't winning that. Dude's one of the best in the game. Like,
Well, yeah. Well, and the thing is that yeah, she shouldn't be offering solutions, and she definitely was trying not to say that she offers solutions, but she's still going like, well, what are the solutions? And like I said, that's why they were kind of talking past each other, because even Andrew's kind of saying like, yeah, I've got some frameworks, some generalized frameworks. I think that monogamy is good, marriage is good if you do the right things. But again, in the days of sexual marketplace, I've talked to Christian guys too. It's rough out there. I've
Yeah.
talked to, Christian virgins, and I've talked to guys that, aren't virgins, but are looking for a good Christian bride. And, they're going to church and everything too. And pickings are not existent.
Well, and that's a lot of that's because guys have incentivized women to not be that way. Again, women operate way more on incentives, what they get incentivized by.
Yeah.
Right. So if you incentivize them to be better or different, then you have a better incline to, or the better odds for them to do that. But if you incentivize them to be bad and get what they want through bad behavior, well, then okay, then that's what they're gonna do.
So
Yeah,
who
people are always gonna-
incentivize?
But here it's like this: people will always operate within what's in their best interest. If it's in their best interest to do bad because they know they could get this reward, or they get no consequence and they get whatever benefits they want or whatever from behaving this way, then that's what they're going to do. But if they're incentivized to do good because that without that they will get what they ultimately need and want by doing good, then people will do good. But we have incentivized bad behavior. We have glorified bad behavior. Us as a society, maybe not you as individually, but us as a society have done that over
I
time.
can give an example going back to what you said before about like creating the environment. A good example of this is girls' night out, right? If you're a guy that's going out with a girl and she's going to go to girls' night out, risking getting swept up in a moment, maybe on the dance floor or something, or at the bar with some random dude, and it just one thing led to another. I don't know what happened. Women know that that's a risk, but yet there's a lot of women and men that allow that to happen, knowing it's a very obvious risk of infidelity in the relationship, regardless of the context, and still thinking it's not going to happen. But yet still she would never cheat on me, but they go along with the lie thinking that that's, a good behavior. And that's not. That's something that's encouraged in society right now, incentivizing women to risk cheating on their boyfriend by going out to a public area where alcohol is being consumed and dancing on the dance floor, a common activity, that's a foreplay for a lot of women and men. This is a known fact, but everybody wants to act like, oh no, like, because women have said this: if he can dance, he can fuck. Like, girls have told me this: if he can dance good, I know he can fuck good. So you're gonna try and tell me that that's not creating opportunities if she's out shaking her ass on the dance floor without you. But once again, society wants to try and pretend like you're being a controlling, manipulative asshole if you say, oh, I don't want to date with a girl if she goes to girls' night out.
So my question is, who exactly incentivized that only fools economy and all these corn sites? Our incentive, no matter how hard we try, will not over incentive that one. You know what I mean? We don't have that kind of material resource at our hands to push back their incentive and replace it with ours.
Well,
yeah.
Here's the thing: if women wanted to preserve their relationships, they will make sure that their husbands or men in their lives have no need to look at that stuff. Would have no need to seek it. Guys, if they wanted to have good relationships, that they would make sure that their woman desires them, so that they're not having to be turned away to where that they end up caving in and going and seeking this. Guys, if they wanted to actually have good relationships, they would improve themselves and level themselves up, so they don't have to just watch somebody else bang a chick and jack off to another dick entering a pussy. Like, that's that. If they wanted to, but it takes everybody, it takes both parties to doing the work to get to eradicate something like that.
It's not exactly what I meant, but thing is that in the end of the day, women are harshly incentivized to be hosts. They are paid
Who
a lot of
incentivizes
money.
them? Who incentivizes them?
I cannot say it
I
on
do.
YouTube.
I do. I see. I don't have a problem with girls being hoes. I'm sorry.
There
Like,
are
no, that's a
simps.
hot take. I don't have a problem. And the thing is, I don't have a problem with porn either. You know, the thing is that when my girl and I do stuff, I
What do
actually
you
put
mean
porn
by
on the
that?
background.
Yeah, okay, but it's not what I'm
So,
saying.
like I said, I don't have it. Like I
It's
said,
not what I'm saying.
my perspective. That's why I get called a degen in the chat and stuff like that. So don't worry about it. But you know, the thing is that for me, I think that's a kind of a not my problem. And
It is,
like,
though.
when it comes to like, that's actually why Speakeasy actually hated me, Glenn, was because you know, I admitted to, you know, he's like, you know, porn should be banned completely, no porn at all. We need to just ban it completely. We could just completely get rid of it. I swear, even though like it had to be regulated, you know, in California because there was people like doing all sorts of crazy shit and people were dying and catching STDs and stuff like that. So regulation rather than banning was always the solution, kind of like the war on drugs. But I digress.
That is your problem.
It's not gonna
though.
work anyways. It's not gonna work anyways. My point is
That's
not
what-
that some kind of individuals may have problem with porn. It's not what I'm saying. It's not the point. It besides the point. The point is that it's culturally propelled to have all this shit very easily accessible to both parties, men and women. And that's and especially for women that are partaking in all of this kind of crap because they're heavily incentivized by money to do so. And only when they hit
not
the wall
just
after
that
30
actually.
Yeah,
AJ actually talked about it. He referenced the book by Nancy Friday, My Secret Garden, Women's Secret Sexual Fantasies. There's actually a sequel to that as well, and it goes over a lot of these women's confessed fantasies. And I find it very interesting because, you know, like I said, I do have porn on in the background. That a lot of the videos, as well as the fantasies from those books, as well as a lot of the female pedo teachers, all kind of align when you kind of know. You know,
Yeah.
there are some exceptions, but like it's very interesting. It's like, so a lot of these women are not only working in the porn industry now, because a lot of people don't know that there's quite a few women that are involved in running it at this point. It's not
Yep.
like there's
There's
a
a
lot
lot
of
of
men at the
female-
top, but
there's
there's
a lot of
there's a
female
lot
led
of women
productions.
involved, and they get a lot of say. Like it's actually very simpy in the porn industry. But
yes.
Yeah, like there's a lot of female. Most of the production companies now are female ran or female led.
Yeah, who actually themselves are ex-porn stars.
Yeah, yeah.
Well, yeah. But that's the thing is that
so Trista says here, hold on, you guys. You are aware that men cheat more often than women, right? Men are the hoes in the real world. Well, statistically, like with the new data that's come out, actually that's not necessarily true. There's enough data to support that it's pretty close to even.
Yeah, the thing is that men are more likely to cheat due to our proclivity to spread our seed. But the thing is that we're not as afforded nearly as many opportunities, statistically speaking.
Did you just
and
turn
the
in?
thing
Wait,
is,
hold
and the-
on. She must have just tuned in because I actually have been spending like the last several hours disputing the red pill, telling guys to stop being victims and making themselves bitching and whining. Like you must have just tuned in because I've actually literally just spoke against this. So rewind, then come back, you know. But thank you for tuning in. Like it's funny because I can't, like I said, I don't blame men for being hurt or being lied to, just like I don't blame women for being hurt and being lied to. But now that you know the truth, what are you going to do about it? Are you going to bitch about it or are you going to do something about it? That's the only choice when it comes down to it, guys. You know, that's really what it comes down to it.
Yeah.
Are you going to
Accountability.
put yourself in a better position or are you going to bitch about that you're not in a better position?
Put yourself in better position and help others to put themselves also in a better position.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Viking, I know earlier you said porn's not your problem and those sorts of things, but like, I kind of disagree because you're adding to the economy that's an incentive model for women to behave like that.
Fair.
I mean, I'm not paying into it at all.
Yeah, but you accept it, right?
Okay. I like porn.
And
I
a
like
lot
naked
of
women.
men, sure, but a lot of men actually don't pay for it and they still accepting it, which
Yeah, I know, and a lot of guys
which
struggle with porn
entails
addiction.
which entails incentive for women to behave that way, because they know some men like that, right?
Well, every man wants his wife to be his own personal porn star. It's the Madonna whore complex, right?
Yeah, kinda.
Yeah, I don't have an issue with it. Like I said, you know, my girl cheated on her boyfriend to get with me, so I was the other guy. And yeah, she cheated on me twice, and I was all blue pill. I took her back, and she's sleeping right over here in my studio right now. So, you know, like I said, I didn't have as good a relationship until I found the red pill. So I'm like proof of concept. I made damn near all the fucking mistakes and barely held this shit together for 10 fucking years because I believed a lot of the quote blue pill lies. But the red pill guys, unlike the MGTOW guys and the MRA guys or any of the other mainstream motherfuckers, actually gave me actionable advice. Guys like Thor. You know, Myron taught me about like the sports science side of fitness. You know, MLD told me to get my fucking ass in the gym. You know, Thor taught me about the hormone health and why the me being overweight, where I didn't have low T, but I basically had high estrogen because of all the, you know, overweightness and all the fucking estrogenics in the food and everything I was eating. Yeah. I learned a whole bunch of shit that nobody else fucking knew, and it changed my fucking life forever. You know,
so I guarantee
that's
some of it was valuable. But
well, that's the thing. I was able to pick and choose what mattered for me and what didn't. Because I learned some of the stuff about dating apps and stuff like that, but I haven't utilized any of that knowledge. I don't need to. Right? I'm not.
what's some
I'm
of the
not,
stuff
like,
that you
focusing on
learned that what's some of the stuff you learned from the red pill that you think's bullshit?
Oh, that's a good question.
Well, see,
I
that's
like
the
the
thing.
pause.
I heavily filter out information, so and I typically don't remember bullshit. So
What do you think about
I have some criticisms because even though I'm friends with Myron, I am critical of some of his takes on how he deals with women. Like, for instance, I think it's a little bit hypocritical when he says don't give women free attention, but yet I follow him on X and I see him all the time calling girls thoughts and whores and shit like that and giving them a bunch of free attention. And I understand, yeah, I guess he could be like playing the game and they're probably hitting him up in the DMs, you know, wanting to suck his dick or something like that. I don't know. But, you know, for me, I consider that a little bit, I understand he thinks it's funny, but it still kind of goes against what he says about giving these kind of women free attention. Because the thing is that negative attention for them is still good attention. Because it's
All attention is good attention for women. You
Yeah.
know?
Yeah.
So that's
what do you
one of
think
the things that and I see a lot of guys in the red pill. They end up talking shit about other people in the red pill, and it's about like petty differences and things like that, and they end up making it personal. It's almost like guys go through like two phases of red pill rage, where they first get mad at women, but then they get mad at men trying to help other men. And they don't keep their eye on the fucking road, which is like trying to keep helping other men and stop trying to tell other people how to help men and just give them a better option. Be the example, be the change you want to see in the world.
Shit, sorry.
What
Yeah,
is their
like-
main reason to be mad with men who helps other men? Like from your
Because of
observation.
criticisms, you know, like Rich Cooper is notorious for calling the manosphere the manoswamp now. And that's why he like won't do business or do interviews with pretty much anybody from the red pill. But yet he's like one of the people that a lot of people would consider toxic within the red pill with some of his takes, you know, and one of those guys that he's always talking shit about, you know, single moms and stuff like that. And I you know, see his, you know, feeds too, not because I'm even following him, but because people that I follow comment on his shit all the time. So
Yeah,
I'm
but
still seeing it, and it's more focused once again on the negativity side of things rather than talking about like how to actually handle these things. And most of the handling type stuff tends to be angled more towards avoidance, like MGTOW, rather than going like, you know, you can actually solve these situations when you're having these arguments or disputes or differences of opinion with your woman, you can actually resolve these things. There's methods to doing this if you actually research it. But a lot of guys won't learn the womanese, as Donovan Sharp talks about, and understand what they're actually saying. So they'll keep talking past them or over them and not really communicating. And they then will like try to be logical about it and assume the woman's not going to be emotional. And she's going to go back to the logic, but then she's going to get put in that emotional situation and she's going to default back to what she agreed to, or default from what she agreed to when she was supposedly logical. But a lot of guys want to just get mad about that and rage about it. I hope I made sense. I went a little bit of tangent.
I got another question for you when you're ready.
All right.
What's your opinion on the whole get 50 bodies and then try to find a low body count woman?
Come on, man.
I understand the merit of it because I don't believe that, because the point is it's like kind of an aim high principle. The point is to not actually necessarily get 50
Yeah.
bodies. The idea is to try to get enough bodies to get enough experience where
Yeah.
you've had to deal with enough female bullshit without fully committing to them. Because the idea
Wait,
is
morning,
that
Grid.
it gives you a very high bar so that way you could get enough experience to get to the point where you're like, oh, fuck. Like, okay, I've dealt with, say you've been in a relationship with 5 girls and you've banged 3 of them, right? You're usually going to have dealt with enough of the manipulation factor with at least 1 or 2 of them, or probably most of them, more like 4, and you might have found one that's actually treats you decent and respects you more, and it'll give you some context. So there is some merit to it, but once again, it's an inflated number just to give you such a high bar that you're going to get the experience you need before you ever hit it. Does that make
You
sense?
don't see that as a problem though? Like,
I believe it is problematic because it's so simplified that a lot of people don't get that context, and it's definitely lost in translation where motherfucker, I can explain it, but once again, when you put it on the face of it, it doesn't come off like that. So yes, I believe that is a flawed piece of advice that's given.
Just
I
the
don't
problem is that people used to take this advice literally and consider
Yeah.
having 50 women, which is bullshit,
No,
of course.
if-
I mean,
Hey, guys, real quick,
it's
I just,
obvious.
hold
It's
on.
obvious. This is just about advice having an experience, and that's it.
Yeah, hold on, you guys. I just dropped the link to everybody that has written a book in the Dominant Masculine Presence series. Okay, so you have all my book, Thor's 2 books, Wraith's 2 books. Well, actually, I didn't put the second book out yet. I just released it. AJ's 2 books are out there. You guys, I'm encouraging you guys to go check them out, look at them, read them. They're full of great, useful tools that will help you get out of this anger phase with women. Do you guys want to know what I think about body count? Personally, it's irrelevant. You're never going to know. You're not going to know for certain how many bodies does she really have.
Yeah.
And it's nothing to obsess over. You should be more concerned about how she treats you. Does she treat you well? Does she treat you the way that you desire that your spouse to treat you?
Yeah.
Or
That's
does she
that
look
is-
at, or does she look at like everything that you do is like you're a chore? Like, does she desire to do these things for you or please you? Or it's just like, oh, fuck, this motherfucker wants sex again. Like, how does she? That should be the most important thing. That's something you could actually judge, and that's something that you could base decisions off of, not some number that you don't know for certain is factual or not.
Yeah.
It should be, I agree, but unfortunately, it's not how it works amongst younger people who are in their 20s. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and that's because they are obsessing over the wrong thing. They're thinking a low body count number means good wife. That does not necessarily mean good wife.
Well, and
Yeah,
they're
I think
also
body
assuming
count's
that
a-
they can actually
think it's
determine
not
the
about
body
that.
count when the body count has a chance of being determined by how she treats you. Because if a woman has
Yes.
a really high body count and a lot of trauma, because the thing is, it's more about the trauma than really the body count. It has to do with like the kind of relationships that she had sexually with men, or even women for that matter, as to whether or not she's going to be able to pair bond with you. And so, yes, by an average of possibilities, she is going to have a harder time, quote, pair bonding with you if she's got a higher body count. But the thing is, she could also be kind of like what my girl was, where she had a double-digit body count, but it was with a bunch of soy boys. So when she met me, the game was over. But once again, so I set the standard for her, even though she had a body count that was higher than most per se, and now she's been with me for 15 years. And she did cheat on me, like I said, but the thing is, she didn't go anywhere. She never left, and she, is making good on it now for less.
Can I ask you a question?
Go ahead.
What was her age when she decided to settle with you?
21 when we got together. I was 25.
And from that point, she decided to end her game, right?
Yeah.
All right.
She gave me her password to her Facebook and offered to delete it, and yeah.
Yeah, she was wise enough. Yeah, congrats. She was wise enough.
But again, I made a lot of mistakes and still got fucked around on, and that's the key thing. And I kind of, had once a cheater, always a cheater, as they say, was probably going to happen. So I wasn't exactly shocked. But once again, like Glenn said, there are reasons that, pushed her to want to do that, and now I understand things are different. But
I need to address this real quick. Steven says virgin women have an 80% chance of having a successful marriage. How is a successful marriage defined? What makes the successful marriage?
Yeah.
Because that's a very
slippery slope.
Yeah. Is not getting divorced and these two people dying of old age mean successful? Well, that just means you guys stay together. That doesn't necessarily mean you guys are happy in a loving relationship. It just means that neither of you wanted to divide the assets or the family, or you just thought it would be better overall if you guys just stayed together, but neither of you are in love or whatever. Like, there's
Well, and guys also forget that virgins aren't immune to FOMO, fear of missing out.
Yeah.
They're actually more prone to it. Fun fact.
Now, I would say yes, they may stay together and not divorce. True, but the success of that marriage, is it successful? Are both parties good and happy and satisfied with their marriage? Are the children seeing a good representation of a loving husband and a loving wife that are playing their roles that God has put them in? Or are they just tolerating themselves and just making it work? Sure, yeah, she may not cheat on you. That's cool. But she may not respect you. She may not.
Yeah, is Nala and her husband is defined as successful marriage too?
Yeah, sure, she may not leave you and cheat on you, but she may disrespect you, undermine you, cause strife within the marriage the whole time. Is that better?
Yeah.
Or worrying about the woman's body count from her. It's really contextual. And you think a lot of guys think that, if her body count is low or if she's a virgin, then I have mitigated a majority of the problems. And that's not true.
Well, what you've mitigated is that you've lowered the chance that she got with a guy that left her as damaged goods. And the thing is that girls that typically have that happen once tend to repeat that cycle.
Yes.
Because my mom, she counseled battered women, and this is one of the things that they would have to try to teach girls that would go through like actual rape and trauma and stuff like that, would be how to not act like a victim. How to not put yourself in those situations that would make you get victimized, right? And not think like that anymore. Because if you think about yourself like that and you continue to act like that and put yourself in those situations, you're going to have those things happen again.
I think it's just women have a type.
Well, you can say like Arctic saying like, well, not cheating is respectful. Yeah, so is also deferring to your husband's authority, letting him lead, like following his leadership, not letting him lead, following his leadership, right? Not being contentious and confrontational, nagging wife would also be respectful, right? Not, spending the money that he doesn't say to, like all those things would also be respectful. Not undermining him in front of the kids would be respectful. But
Yeah.
You're just obsessed about the cheating thing. But if she's allowed to do all those other things, she's still disrespecting you.
Yeah. But
Yeah,
if
it's pretty
we
silly.
if we all be honest with each other, with those body count thing, it's visible by the women. Like when you interact with
Well,
her,
yeah,
you can
because
clearly
there's
say on her
there is
behavior
the
if she
saying,
has
the
a lot.
1,000 cock stare. Like, it's
Yes.
a real thing.
Yeah,
We've all seen
absolutely.
it. We all seen it.
Yes.
We know it's a real thing.
We all seen that.
So,
Yep. And also, generally adding to Glenn's point, just to expand it a little bit, that's the point, bro. If a woman has a lot of trauma, guess what? Exactly, she had a lot, like even million cocks there, probably. I mean,
Yeah, but
you
that's
can never know.
correlation, not
that's the
cause.
thing. My first girlfriend was a hot ass stripper, and she had admittedly probably over a 1,500 body count, and she didn't have the 1,000 cock stare. She was actually really nice and cool. You know, she was dating, obviously dating another dude, and I was fucking her on the side because
She just mastered it, okay? She just mastered
that was a whole. Glenn just heard the story before, but I don't want to.
So doesn't that prove it's not the body count that does that then? Shouldn't
Well,
that be
it's an
evidence to
it's an
you that it's not
outlier.
the body
Right?
count?
The
It's an
exception
exception.
does
It's an
not
exception, doesn't make a
disprove the
rule.
rule. It does prove it. But once again, the key thing is what I would say is that unlike Glenn, I'll say that body count doesn't matter as much as most people think it does.
Yeah,
It
but you're
does
taking a
matter
correlation
to a
as if it's the
percentage.
cause.
It does matter to a degree, like I said, in terms of the pair bonding stuff. That is scientific. The higher the body count, especially when it gets over 4 or 5, it gets perpetually worse after that. That's
Yeah, but the
that's
thing
the
is,
real
it's
thing.
not just
But
guys like.
it doesn't make it impossible. That's the key thing. And once again, when you understand it and based on how the girl treats you, like I said, a girl that's got a high body count is probably not going to treat you as good or not treat you as good for that vetting period, right? Because that's
Yeah,
why
but
there's
it's still a correlation, not necessarily a cause. You have to think about the
Well,
mindset
yeah.
of the woman who's likely to find 1,000 cocks first. What type
Well,
of
it's
person
also,
she
you
was
guys-
to get in that situation.
It's also like when we look at these things, it's almost like we look at these things the same way we look at people talk about hypergamy. All women are hypergamous. That means women are going to leave you for the next guy who's better than you, right? And it's just like, no, that's not true. That like anybody that pushes that narrative, like some people do, they're selling fear. They're trying to engage, trigger this like negative response and blah. It's not that. There's a lot of factors that take place. There's a lot of other things that are involved. It's not just this thing. So yeah, a woman could have a high body count and it makes her odds of pair bonding may be diminished. But if you happen to be the guy that was her sexual best, that has now set the standards, that you have a better chance of her pair bonding with you than anybody else that she's been with, because you have now are the new standard bearer of that, and now everybody she's going to be measuring up to is going to be measured up to you. And if you're the last person that she's been with, you're most likely the person that she's going to be quote unquote alpha widowed by and wanting to defer to.
Her being with men that were replaceable and interchangeable isn't a metric you should measure yourself by.
What?
Yes, I agree with that.
Women, like if she's got had a lot of dicks, high body count, then she's been with men who are replaceable and interchangeable. If you're afraid of you being that, then you should try to be better.
Yeah, like I mean, guys.
But what if some men, they just choose not to deal with that kind of stuff? I mean, all this body count conversation and all this kind of crap. If they notice something that actually can point to a woman having a lot of trauma or a lot of body count, what if he just chooses not to deal with that kind of crap?
Women get trauma from relationships, not from dicks.
Well,
and how do they get relationships? Don't they have dicks in relationships, bro?
Yeah, but it's the
So it
relationship is
depends
usually
on the
the
dick.
emotional connection, and that's where trauma comes in.
Why do they even engage in relationship? What is the purpose of it?
I'm not saying all relationships are like that. I'm saying you could meet a woman who's been with one man for 12 years and he beat the shit out of her, and she's got a hell of a lot more trauma than some chick who's been
Yes,
with
you're right.
15 one-night stands.
Yes, you're right. But why do even women engage in relationship with men?
Because women could acquire resources from men.
It's not just that. It's a safety thing. it's a not a safety thing, but like if you're confident and she can trust you and you're loyal, she feels safe with you. She doesn't have to be anxious or fearful.
That's the biggest problem.
So we want to
Guys don't
exclude
guys are
the fact
so
that
bad.
women want a dick, right?
Hold on. Guys look at women like they're your adversary. Women are not your adversary. Okay, like they're not your enemy. Okay, like they're not
said
this
they're enemy?
Now there's some bad women out there. I'm telling guys like operate in fear. They're afraid of women. Oh, she's gonna do this. Well, how about you position yourself to be the guy that she doesn't want to do that to? That she doesn't want to lose access to you, that you bring that much value to her life that she would never risk losing you, or put it your guys' relationship in a situation to where that it would be jeopardized. Like, it's stupid to think that like all women are out to do this. Well, just put yourself in a position to where that you are the best option.
Yeah, if you're replaceable, that's on you.
Yeah, I mean, I get the point, but what if just some men just don't want to deal with that, and that's it?
That's their problem, bro, not yours.
Nothing behind that. Just simply like that. There are some people who think like that. How can you, or even do you need to change this kind of way of thinking? What do you guys think?
Again, it's they stop operating out of fear. Most is, oh, I'm afraid that she's gonna cheat on me. I'm afraid that I'm not the best. I'm afraid that then do something about it.
I mean,
if you're afraid of all
do you
those
think it's
things,
only because of the fear and it's nothing else?
It's
like,
less,
there's no any
it's
other
less
reason.
of a her problem and it's more of a you problem. It's you lack confidence and you lack, the ability to improve. That's not so much on her as it is your insecurity.
How many women do you think want to be with an insecure man?
None.
Probably none. Yeah, exactly. That's your issue, not hers.
Trigger warning coming in clutch. But I mean, a lot of this stuff that guys are complaining about in the space, yes, it does happen. It sucks. It's not all women. You have some part ownership here. Until we actually sort this out and figure out how much of the blame you hold, and you gotta navigate these things and learn from them and stop having this anger. The anger doesn't do you any good. Rage may come off as powerful. You may think rage is powerful and gives you it just, but rage never builds, it only destroys.
Yes. How did we get to the point of anger? I just missed that for a while.
Because like a lot of the guys in the space have this red pill rage, and they have this distaste for women. They're like thinking, all women are 304s. Okay, then there's no hope for you if that's what you think. If that's what you think, then
why do you make it prohibited to think that way? I don't get it.
The average woman is nothing like these women online.
Yeah, like a lot of these people think it's this false dichotomy. Is like either they're all 304s or they're all hiding their 304 past. Well, if that's the case, just assume all women are promiscuous. And if you just think that all women are promiscuous or have a promiscuous past, then you're not going to be shocked if you found out that she did something with someone else. Just assume that all women has had dick, and you're not the first dick.
Exactly.
And you may not be the last. But if you go with that mindset, then you're not having this false expectations from anybody. You're expecting them as where they are, and there you go.
So you're pointing that those people who operate in this kind of fear paradigm, they just expect women to be better when they are not, right? They just have to accept that.
When you operate out of fear, you're operating from not a place of confidence, and like you're playing not to lose, you're not playing to win. Does that make sense?
But what if? Yeah, I get it in the exact how would I say it in English? Fuck. In this conversation about men and women dynamics, right? I get that. But what if some men they just focus on in their lives on different things rather than focusing on getting a woman or something like that. Like they just decide, fuck dating, I'm not doing it for a while, I have to grind myself up to the level. Let's say it like that.
Do that. Check out. Don't date. Work on yourself. Work
Yeah,
on
that's not a-
improving yourself. You know, I'm not saying like don't communicate with women. No, interact with women. Have conversations. They're people. Some of them could be interesting, but just talk to them. You know,
And
guys,
even if it's
the biggest problem
based
with
on
guys
their
is guys don't even know how to talk to women. They freeze up and they just don't know how to interact and have a normal conversation.
But that's their fucking problem, right?
Best thing you can do is go do some fucking indoor rock climbing or gym and just talk to some normal women and realize this fear bullshit that the red pill puts in everyone to make them insecure is just that. It's fucking bullshit, and it's gonna bring them all down. Because when you're afraid of something, you're insecure about something, you create what you fear. No woman wants to be with that shit.
And you're really projecting. You're gonna like, was it that like you're manifesting your biggest fear. You're gonna
100%.
Yeah, self-fulfilled prophecy, right?
Fulfilled prophecy.
Yeah, they're telling all these, oh, women are like this, women are like that, saying all this fucking negative shit about women. It's just making fearful men that creates more of an issue.
So it makes me think that Rich Cooper actually right about this. How Viking said before this phrase, the red pill swamp or something like that.
Mano swamp? No,
Mano
like,
swamp, yeah.
So, and I've done an episode with Paul Bauer about this. There are good, men in this space that really truly do mean to help men and really desire to help guys get better.
Sure.
I always talk about Paul Benjamin, great guy. He has helped me through a lot of things. You got guys like Thor, another great guy that's really dedicated a lot of his, time to coaching young men. Like he's kind of like a father figure to a lot of guys in this space, so there's guys that really do mean well and really try to help men. Then you got guys that see the sensationalized and dollar signs that they could get from just focusing on all the negative, right? And they make you feel like you're heard and like, that someone
Will you say their names?
I've already said their names numerous times.
I'm sorry, I couldn't help myself.
I don't need to give them any more attention than they already have. They already know who they are, and I said, they're very irrational males at times. I'll just say it like that. And
like I said, we do need people to raise awareness, and they are good at that. But what ends up happening is that there is a gap in the market, so to speak, where guys actually need actionable advice at some point. I was one of those guys, and there was very few people that I found in the space. There was only a handful of guys, more or less, well, a couple handfuls, that actually gave real actionable advice that actually worked. But like I said, and like you guys said, those guys are few and far between, especially after this shit went mainstream. And unfortunately, I had a hand in that, shout out to FNF.
I will say this, here's the other thing is that, when you break it down, you can't help but notice that you play a role. Like, and I'll tell you this. Any guy that says they don't like hoes, he's lying. I guarantee you he's a liar. Every guy likes hoes. They just don't want to marry one.
But isn't that what they mean?
I want to marry all of them.
They don't like
Well,
hoes.
except Viking, he just wants all of them.
I mean, isn't that the thing that
because if you think about this, like
when they say they don't like hoes?
Yeah, all the guys. I mean, anybody that's had casual sex, that's had sex outside of their marriage, they had no problem engaging in that sex. But man, when it came to their wife, they want to make sure that woman has no bodies and low body count.
Yep.
What? Now it matters to you? Oh, because you don't want to marry a hoe, but you have no problem making them.
Or being one.
And I say this.
That's an unfixable problem.
Or I'm a whore maker, thank you.
Yeah, whore makers. And here's the thing, guys, the women that we have today, we created.
Seems
And we have
creative.
to own it. That we've created. We've influenced it. We chose this. We promoted this.
I'd rather say we didn't prevent that from happening.
Well, we
Because
can't.
there was time when we actually could prevent that from happening, and we didn't.
Yeah, we chose to act on it. We could have made a different choice, but we're like, this right here seems like a really fun thing to do right now. So I'm gonna go do this thing, not thinking about the consequences that it may have down the road. So as much as you could point out and call women hoes, you got to look in the mirror, and if you ever contributed to some women becoming hoes, then hey, you got some ownership. Flo says rude as a hoe. I can see that.
fuck Flo said.
You know. Like we've created the environment that we have now.
Yeah,
so if
we
have a
need some
problem-
fucking accountability.
So what is our problem with that all? In the end of the day,
I don't.
Well,
That's the thing. I don't have a problem with anything that women do. Like I was frustrated when I didn't understand, but now that I understand it all, like I'm more or less either indifferent or I know the solution. Like I said, some of this shit is a not my problem, and a lot of guys want to obsess over that stuff. I don't care about any of that. Like I said, for me, it's just extra distractions.
so how do you think you should help those guys? In what way? To adopt the mindset of yours, or to make some changes in society?
I only help people that ask me for help. I said that before.
Well,
And then I would tailor if I was gonna
really what the question that they need to ask. What is the desired outcome?
Yeah, what is your?
Yeah, exactly. That's what I was going to say. When guys come to me, if they do want my help, they come to me and I ask them what they want. Like, what are you trying to do? And then I'll tell them if I can give them advice, point them in the right direction for advice to help, give them, actionable information about how to solve their problem. A lot of times I'll just tell guys to do their homework. And it's fucking crazy because sometimes that's all it takes. There's quite a few guys. Like there's one guy.
Probably
he
most
wanted to
of
go
the
to
time.
college. There's a guy mentor. He was about to go to college, and he was lamenting not being able to get his pilot's license. Okay, and I'm just like, what do you mean you can't get your pilot's license? I'm like, how do you know that? And he's just like, I just don't think I'll be able to do it. I'm like, well, have you actually crunched the numbers? And he's like, what do you mean? And I'm just like, do you know what your classes are yet? And he's like, yeah, I'll be getting that information in a couple of days. I'm like, okay, when you get that information, crunch the numbers, find out what kind of free time you have, find out what classes you're going to need to take to get your pilot's license, and see if you can't do both. Now, if you can't do both, you're right. You can't do it. But if you come back to me, you might be surprised the answer. And it turned out he was able to do it. Just, TLDR, and he was shocked. And it was amazed with it. And I'm, was like thanking me profusely. I'm like, no, dude, like I just told you how to solve your own problem and you solved it. Congratulations. You can solve your own problems now.
Pretty much.
That's the kind of help I give. Like I said, other than that, I can just tell you what I've done that works and my perspective on things. And I don't even recommend necessarily the way that I do things. Like I said, I entertain more girl than one, and I typically only date bi girls. That way they get along better.
His girl got a girlfriend.
His other girlfriend, you mean?
Yeah.
So they both own her.
No, like I said, it's.
I'm
there's
just
girls
kidding.
that I've done.
I'm
Well,
just
there's girls I've done stuff with outside the relationship, and then there's girls I've done stuff with in the relationship. So
I agree, Trista. I agree. Too many times guys just like blanket, all women are like this. Well, when you do that, then of course you're gonna not have a good interaction with them. When you start assuming all people or all a group of people are the same way, well then, yeah, all right, you're gonna not have very good success in that. You're setting yourself up for failure.
Yeah, it was kind of funny because I've seen a couple of posts on X where there'll be like these different channels about men and stuff like that against like feminism type shit. And they'll be posting like a rant about a woman that got, some trauma. And then they'll be like going like, oh, but what about men though? And then they'll be criticizing the women for doing the what about women though. And then they're doing it back. And it's just like, my mom taught me 2 wrongs don't make a right. And y'all aren't like seeing this. I'm just like, okay, my bad. I'm the problem. I'm the problem.
Well, I agree with you, Brian Wolf. Like a lot of these guys don't even know how to talk. And it's funny, the guys that are yelling, oh, that woman's a hoe. I will never get with her. Bro, she doesn't even know you exist. She wouldn't even give you the time of day as it is. So you don't have to worry about her. That's the reality of it.
See, I grew up in the 90s, and that was the kind of dumb shit that you'd like, kids would be saying on the playground back then, being like, oh, no, I'd never date her. And there'd be girls like, oh, I'd never date him. Yeah, a lot of those girls that would say out in front of their friends, I'd never date him. They were the ones like trying to look at dirty mags with me, like behind the fucking dumpster and shit like that. No fucking joke. My bad. I'm the problem.
Glenn, what do you think about fish cat ladies? Is there a specific one?
Well, the moral of the story is that a lot of people talk a lot of shit, and they often don't mean it or can't back it up.
That's true.
Yeah.
Like, funny because we live in a time where, before when guys wanted to, if guys didn't like something, they would do what's need to be done to change whatever they don't like so they're not in that situation anymore. Now we seem like we're in this era where if guys don't like something, they want to whine like women, expecting that whining like women will get women to feel guilty for them and give them sympathy. And that's pity sex is not the type of sex you guys want, okay? Well, maybe some of you just will take any sex, but you know what?
You know what? I think it's a bit different right now with this era, with these Zoomers and soy boys. I think they just look how women get away with all of this bullshit that they do, how they get incentivized to whine and all this kind of stuff, how much views they get. They just adopt the same strategy and they think it's going to work out for them as the same way as it works for women.
Well, like when I hear that and I see, I'm like, okay, you are a bitch. You really are a bitch.
And they don't mind to be one.
You. Like
they don't mind.
I think women don't want to be around you. I wouldn't want to be around you. I don't want to hear you continue bitching. Go somewhere.
But the problem is they don't understand why this is an issue. They don't mind. When you call them a bitch, they don't mind. Like, yeah, okay, I am, yeah. So that's fucked up.
Well, then that's their own fault. Like, you can only do so much for men. Like, you can't fix them. You can only inspire them, encourage them, and give them the tools and point them in the direction. But that's about it. You can't do it for them.
I wish Casper was hearing that right now, because he is very opposed to my position that you cannot save 80% of men. If they don't want to be saved, they don't want to do shit about themselves, you cannot do anything either.
Yeah. How many beers before you smash Gorlak? That's a dude, bro. Ugh. Not enough. And I don't even drink beer.
You gotta die from beer and let Gorlak smash
yet
you.
another valid reason to not drink beer.
You gotta die from beer and let Gorlak smash you. That's the only way.
I did send you the link. I did text you the link. You could come on up here, Flo. Oh, did somebody piss off?
Honestly, I think Flo actually has enough self-respect where he doesn't even want to talk about the red pill. Correct me if I'm wrong, sir. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Why are you talking shit on Australians, Casper? I think you're calling out the wrong guy, pussy.
I don't know what's his problem, because that was the issue that we discussed together with him face present on this panel. I don't know what is his problem. He wanna disrespect me out of that? Okay, cool.
He somehow thinks I'm you.
I don't know. Maybe he sees me as an enemy or something like that. I don't know. He never wants to talk about it.
Yeah, seriously, Wally. Seriously. Oh, you're just being lazy right now? Okay. Nah, that's fine. You've probably been streaming a lot because you always are out there doing it. So take a break. Rest up. I get it.
No one cares what you got to say anyway, Dusty. Fuck you.
Well, like, okay, looks are important. I'm sorry. Anybody that says looks are not important, they're lying to you. Okay? You got to be sexually attracted to them. They have to, you have to want to fuck them. They can have the greatest personality in the world, but if they look like Gorlock the Destroyer, it's just not happening. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that was one of the motivators for why my girl cheated on me, was me getting basically overweight to the point where I was classified as obese.
Oh,
Gained
so he was
253
Gorlock the Destroyer with just no hair.
No, I still had hair back then. Well, kind of.
Oh, is it when you had the curly headed fuck?
Yeah, kind of. Yeah, the white fro stuff.
Yeah.
But yeah, like I said, that is definitely a key factor, right? And general health, as you know, right? If you have health problems, that can be a bit of a problem, right? For your relationship. Not all girls are going to stick around if you're having problems. That's another reason why I know my girl really cares about me, is because I'm type 1 diabetic, have been since I was 6, and she still sticks around and she helps me with my condition if I ever need it. She's woke me up in the middle of the night many a times and had me check my blood sugar, and I needed some orange juice. So that helps. That's one of the ways that she adds value to my life.
Yeah, like, again, I would be more concerned, guys, if finding a woman that treats you the way that you desire to be treated, rather than worried about some things that you just can't prove, superficial things that are that really could not mean much into the relationship in the long run. But hey, your life, not mine. No, sir. No, sirree. Hell no.
What if Gorlock would treat you like a fucking god?
It's still a dude, bro. It's still a dude. That's a gay. Just saying. That's a gay.
Yeah, I agree on that.
Just can't help that.
What if she
Oh
had?
God, here we go.
What if she sucked the best dick ever sucked? Had $100 million in the bank.
I would never be in that situation.
And gave you that one-way open relationship shit. And you didn't have to look at her ever. There was just like a hole in the
I
wall.
just would never be in the situation to find out, Like, I'm not TJ. TJ in here, now he has his experience with, those individuals, right? Although he says he's always was caught off guard and didn't realize they were, but he didn't stop either. That's the weird thing. When he found out, he didn't stop. Like, that's the part of the story that always, threw me for a loop. But
what if she could carry your whole motorcycle on her back, like every time, anywhere?
What?
What if she could carry the whole motorcycle of yours on her back
don't
anytime,
care.
anywhere?
No,
We do not care.
Thank you.
I don't know. I think we just ran out of smart conversations.
I think we did. Now we're at that 5-hour
some
mark.
time.
Like, look, we just are now we're on some random crazy shit.
Yeah.
So
All
if
right, then.
anybody in the chat wants to come up and want to add to the conversation, debate, or address an argument of mine or that you didn't like, or opinion of mine you didn't like, now is the time before we start going down this fuckery shit where we're starting to think where John Anthony lifestyle banging trannies is actually a good thing.
I What do you think about toxic masculinity? Do you think it's a thing? Do you think it's a cause?
I think there's toxic people, right? The gender, the traits, the masculinity and femininity are not inherently toxic. It's how people use them. So the person is toxic and they're using these traits to be toxic.
Yeah, for example, I think that it would be, quote, toxic for a man to utilize violence to get compliance, as I mentioned before. When you can be a leader and actually deliver instructions responsibly and get the same result, but you got to learn how to do that correctly. A lot of guys don't want to learn that skill.
Yep.
I got an answer for this that might convince you. I think toxic masculinity is the idea that insecure men have of masculinity. It's a very pronounced and over-projected idea of masculinity, like Wes Watson versus Andrew Wilson. How Wes Watson acted on the stage, like that overt, like violence. This is how a man's meant to be, sort of shit.
Like lack of emotional control. Yeah.
Yeah. I think that's what toxic masculinity is.
Yeah, I
agree. I would say, no, it's just a toxic person. I would say toxic masculinity would be someone who's rejecting their innate natural like traits, whatever they are, male or female, and adopting the opposite. Would be that person.
Yeah, well, like there's examples of toxic femininity, air quotes, right, where a woman will use her like natural manipulation skills to fuck over a man or another person, right?
Mm-hmm.
So that's another thing that you could consider toxic femininity if we need to put a label on it, right? But once again, like you said, yeah, human beings do manipulative things. Most people tend to be good and do the right thing, believe it or not. But there's outliers, it goes back to kind of the 80-20 rule once again as a general framework. And if you think about it in terms like that, yeah, about 20% of the situations might be bad. Fortunately, we're lucky where a lot of situations are actually going to be good, especially if we act in good faith and go in and not let ourselves be a doormat and get fucked over. Take some accountability and have some self-respect.
There is toxic behaviors that are gendered, though. Like I would say, like that whole yas queening thing, how women encourage each other into fucking retarded behaviors. I think that's pretty toxic.
Man, I've been over on Twitch and I've seen dudes go off on that shit. Like, man,
like the same thing that they labeled toxic, right? When the APA came out with this, like the guidelines for counseling men and boys, they were listing traditional masculinity or traits about that, like competitiveness, risk taking, like all that promiscuity, like right, all that stuff being toxic, right? But
basically having testosterone.
But at the same time,
you have high T, you're toxic.
You need men to be risk taking. If a woman is getting raped by some guy in the alley, right? She's gonna want me to risk my life to go protect hers, right? Well, that sounds pretty toxic. Sorry, bitch, can't save you. Guess you're gonna have to get raped. Like, do you see what I'm saying? Or running into the fire to save the women and children. That's a pretty fucking risky behavior. But you know what? When it's doing it for them, it's not toxic. It's heroic. So the same traits that they're calling toxic are not toxic.
They benefit from.
It doesn't benefit them.
Yeah.
So I just think like it's toxic behavior when what you're doing is at the expense of other people.
Well, I mean, it goes back to kind of the human innate need for weaker women and weaker men to try to control the stronger men, if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm. Like, I mean, I don't have a problem with this bullying. Like, I think men need to be bullied and be competitive and challenge each other. I think it's good for them.
Me and my brother were bullied for being white, so okay.
You should be.
It's like I got sand thrown in my eyes. Good times.
I think it's a good thing. I think it gives you tough skin. It shows you that the world is not going to be safe and not going to be nice, and you're going to have to be able to fight and be able to, deal with. Going to be fair, and that's reality.
Yeah, and I made friends with my bully too. Don't get it twisted.
It's a cold, evil heartless, place. And that's the reality.
Yeah.
And no guys, here's another thing. Nobody's entitled to pussy. You're not owed it. There's another one. Truth bomb. Boom.
If you ain't worth it, that's on you.
Yep. You choose. Exactly.
Yeah, guys get pussy when preparation meets opportunity.
Yeah, I'm down with that.
So
Like,
that's
it's
the
like
way I look at it.
Yeah, because for example, like my girl got with me when she was 21. Why? She didn't get with me because I was rich or anything like that, or even good looking for that matter, right? Her ex-boyfriend looked way better than me. He was 6'1", looked like a fucking rock star, but she picked me because I was more responsible and more masculine because he was very feminine. So, that didn't play into it, but she got with me because I had potential. She saw how smart I was. She understood the vision that I had for what I wanted to do with tech and things like that. I was a guy that actually taught her how to play video games. None of her boyfriends had ever taken the time to teach her how to play fucking Call of Duty. And I turned her into a Call of Duty fucking beast. So, that's another one of those little like imprinting things, where if you can teach girls things and they get good at that, they tend to like you because you built a lot of memories with that. But that's another thing where I see guys like not valuing the instruction process in a relationship. They undervalue it. They feel entitled to that submission without any instruction.
Oh my
Just
gosh.
like how is the girl going to please you if you don't give her clear, calm, concise instructions on what makes you happy?
Well, it's like guys like everything is earned. Respect is earned. Every day you are proving your position. And if you don't like the reality of that, then don't be in a relationship. There's no such thing as relationship equity. What you did yesterday was yesterday. Today's today. And if you fuck up today, you could jeopardize your position in your relationship. Simple as that.
It's always conditional.
Yeah, it's always conditional. But it goes both ways too. So don't operate out of fear, because just as much as you have to continue to perform and do what you're supposed to do, so does she. And the only reason why she may get a free pass on it is because you don't hold her to the standard. And whose fault is that? Hers or yours?
Yeah.
Did I miss something?
Nope.
I was just away from the computer for a while.
Ah.
Yeah, like I don't know. I mean, I really got not much more to say other than this angry thing about women is not going to get you anywhere. It's not going to get you what you want. And you don't know how many. Just think about how many women that you may have, missed out on the opportunity with that were good women, but you just having this view of all women are this way, or that you missed out on. I think a lot of guys lose out on opportunities because they have this just like this red pill rage when it comes to women, and they may have lost out on great potential relationship with people that would have been great for them. But because all these women are hoes, okay, she's not a virgin. No hymen, no diamond. Okay, cool. Do your thing.
Did anyone here read Riches from Bitches book by any chance?
Whose book?
Cairo Copeland, Riches from Bitches.
Mm-mm. Nope. Yeah, like seriously. All the guys that are going to be complaining about not finding a virgin bride are all going to get sex robots. That's what's going to happen. I'm predicting it now. That's what's going to be the thing. AI sex robots that they could program to love them, and that's going to be their new safe space.
I think some of them, but I honestly, considering the thing with OnlyFans and the more like girl next door homie types being quite popular, because guys are more interested in the girlfriend experience interaction rather than even the pornographic nature of the interaction. But they do like to have that, because that once again adds the experience of like, oh, I can actually interact with this girl and she actually likes to talk to me, and I can see her boobies. Like for guys, that's like the fantasy of that actual girlfriend that does girlfriend things rather than just a fuck slut.
Yep. Like if you can't, it's how like women have, the guys say women have the ridiculous standards, the 6'6s, right? Guys have some pretty ridiculous standards too.
But they don't enforce them.
You want them to be.
They don't enforce them though. They be slaying dragons.
They just bitch about them. They want them to be virgins. All right. Well, the reality is we live in a very sexualized culture that the odds are, I think it's like 2% of women are virgins on their wedding day. So good luck. So you're going to hold out on that. Cool. You want her to be submissive to you right out the gate, but did you do anything to earn that submission? Yeah, that's unrealistic.
Going back to the question I was asked before, that's another one of those things I'll openly criticize Myron, is criticizing girls for being conditionally submissive. But the thing is that submission has always been conditional, because it's the same thing as loyalty is based on merit. It's just like that's something that it has to be earned. And if you're not demonstrating things like that, a lot of girls are just very impatient with guys. I'll give Myron that, where they'll cut them off maybe sooner than they should. But at the same time, like there's a reason why they're doing it, right? They're not going to be submissive to a guy who's acting like a bitch. And there's a lot of bitches out there. So
they want to be submissive. Like, but you have to
they don't want a guy that's going to be mean to them, but they do want a guy that can tell them no calmly and confidently.
They can't be vulnerable with someone they can't trust.
Yeah. Women know most women understand they're emotional, and that they value a guy, that's why my girl values me, is that if she's overreacting to something, I can calm her down.
It's funny is because a lot of things, women are emotional. That's a good thing, because if women were like you, then they would be a dude. So if you want to date a dude, there's a plenty of out there, guys. If you want women to be more like men,
yeah, that's what I've been saying.
Okay, like we have to appreciate and respect the fact that we are different, and that's a good thing.
Yeah.
That's
why I always think it's funny when girls ask me the typical thing, who hurt you, and it's just like, I actually really haven't had that many girls really hurt me that bad personally, but I've seen other people get hurt quite a bit.
Trigger. I want to know how some of them suck better D than women. Like how do you know this?
Sus.
Is that a rumor that you heard?
Surprise,
Because if you're going
motherfucker.
off of hearsay, okay, that's the word on the street. Okay, cool. Okay, good. I would not.
That's what other people told me.
That is something I would not trust but verify.
But I still have to wonder who he heard that from.
Destiny.
That's got to be
and why? Why did you heard that from?
it makes sense though. Like she got to know what feels good if she's got one.
Yeah, like it's like the right guy will inspire a woman to submission. He's not begging for it. He's not demanding it. He's not reminding her what Ephesians 5:22 says. The guy that's the right guy inspires her to willingly to do it. She desires to submit to him because he is that guy. He is exactly doing what he needs to do, and he meets and fulfills what she's looking for, and she wants to give that willingly to him. It's not a, hey bitch, remember what the Bible says? Ephesians 5:22. You know, why submit to your husbands like the church does to Christ. See, you are the church, I'm the Christ. Submit, bitch. You know, no word in the Bible says, husbands, thou shalt remind thy wife to submit to thee. Like,
Yeah, I tried to warn some girls in the Fresh and Fit community, like that were talking about how they would never like submit or anything like that, and I'm just like, you've obviously never met a guy that you really like before, because I guarantee you, if you met a man that you really, really were into, you'd lose all self-control and you'd do absolutely anything to obtain him and be with him, and you won't know that you're capable of that until you actually meet that guy. And one of the girls, she that was really saying like, no, that's not true, and you know, blah blah blah, I know my value and stuff like that. And then she met one of the other guys from the community who happened to be married, but she really fell for him, and they started spending time together watching movies with his son. And I won't name names, but she basically ended up having to almost get a restraining order put on her, more or less, to TLDR it, because she could not control herself.
Casper, I'm not sure who you're referring to by saying like remove all accountability from women. Got it. Who's removing accountability from women? You know, because the way I look at it is, if the my way of holding her accountable is just not having her in my life by removing her access to me. There you go.
Part of what we're talking about, it's nuanced, I get it, but when you're holding yourself accountable and having better standards, that's what allows you to hold the women you are interacting with more accountable. So if they're not adding value to your life, if they are in fact a liability, say they're like stealing your credit card and running it up or some shit like that, you know, it's like, or run, you know, like get you to put something in her name and, you know, put you in financial debt, you know, just as like more average examples. If she's not respecting you in some capacity, you have to actually enforce a boundary and say, no, that can't happen. And more or less be willing to even prevent a lot of those things from happening by not submitting to those sort of suggestions or asks. You know, like I said, sometimes you got to tell a girl no. She's going to ask you for something. She's going to be mad you told her no. But the thing is, if she really likes you, she'll fucking respect the no. And sometimes you might need a reminder, because I've had to remind my girl occasionally as well. Respect the no. She gets mad, you know, like I said, it'll calm her down.
Just are better off when they're incentivized to do good. If doing good by you means that they still get good treatment from you, they keep that access open, you know, with you, like that your access to them or their access to you, that's what they're going to do. But if they could still get access to you and treat you bad, then what's the incentive to do good by you? This is where it comes back down to, you have to respect yourself enough to be able to walk away from a woman that is not treating you correctly, right? But also, you also have to factor in and look at your own actions, be like, why is she doing this? It's disrespectful, but it's wrong. But did I factor in here? Did I do something here that you know, in her mind justifies this? Doesn't make it right, and it doesn't excuse it, and it still doesn't mean that you don't walk away from her. But you need to address whatever that is in yourself moving forward, so that is not a repetitive problem.
Yeah.
I mean, why you should even let somebody like that in your life at the first place?
Well, because I don't ever think it's always like right out the gate. I don't think people just come into your life and just be disrespectful for no apparent reason. You know, maybe sometimes, sure. I can't think of any time that I have interacted with a woman and a woman was just right out the gate completely disrespectful to me for no reason. The disrespect always seemed to creep in by 1,000 little concessions I made over time, and what I consider like a minor infraction ended up building up to a larger problem later down the road by me never addressing it or not having the respect for myself enough to address it. And that's just my opinion, and that's just my own anecdotal experience.
But I
You
mean,
gotta
not
limit-
that much of overt disrespect right off the gate. But I mean more like some cues that she may give you unwillingly, unknowingly, that you already seen before, that you already experienced before with other people or with other women in particular, and you know exactly where they gonna lead you to with her, right? And based on that, based on your experience and already carved on the stone math that you did before with your life and with your experience with other women, you can predict more or less how it will gonna end up down the line. And that's how you may prevent that.
And yeah, you learn from that. Like, oh, wait a minute.
I mean, it doesn't have to be the outright disrespect from the gate, right?
No, it
Well, and
doesn't have to be.
The
but
thing
like I
is,
said,
as
like,
well, that a lot of times, instead of avoidance or prevention, there are ways that you can actually handle these situations. You know, and that's one of those nuanced things that the red pill tends to gloss over in a lot of places, is the nuance aspect of like, well, yeah, like MGTOW says, you can just go your own way, but a lot of times there are in fact ways that you can handle these situations and gain ground. So like you said, you know, you've dealt with other women before, you know, on that way to getting 50 bodies, and you know that if you handle a situation that way, that this will happen. So you decide, well, I got another option in this situation, maybe a couple other options. Let me handle it this way this time and see if that works out better for me. Because I think this might be more likely based on the other one failing, you know, and try to make a more or less an educated guess. And then you try that differently, a different response, and boom, you might get what you actually want if you handle a situation like that better. You know, like say, instead of like confronting her directly, maybe tried, you know, switching from negative reinforcement to try to enforce something positive that she's not expecting and just ignore the other bullshit. And then she's going to feel bad that you're acting right and she's not, maybe. And I'm just saying in theory, not necessarily true. And she might self-correct then by watching your example.
Yeah, but if there's disrespect, then there's a lack of disrespect, and you can only solve the problems that you actually have control over. And the issue there is that you haven't earned respect, so it still falls back on you.
There's a difference between lacking respect and disrespecting.
Yeah, I understand, but if she respects you, there won't be any disrespect.
Exactly. And that is something that's a you thing, right? If she respects you, that means you have proven that you are a man worthy of respect. And the moment that you have, and that's again, that's one of those things that you are constantly proving daily. Like it sucks. It's not a one time and they get it forever. No, you have to work that out daily. And you don't get days off, because the day you slip up is now the day that you have given her reason to doubt whether or not you are the guy that she should be with.
You can do 100 things right, but she's going to remember that one thing you did wrong.
Yeah.
And that's one of the things that Fresh and Fits talk about too.
Perfect. I'm not expecting any man to be
clock's
perfect.
ticking. Like when you fuck up a lot of times, like you do have sometimes you have some relationship equity, but that depends on the context. And a lot of times, like the clock's just ticking. It's only a matter of time if you fuck up and keep fucking up before something bad happens.
Yeah, and you know, there's plenty of examples in life that we have seen that are just not the right guys, right? Like some of my favorite like Bible story hero is actually Samson, and he dies in the end. And his lust for women is what got him in trouble. And to me, the reason why I love that story is because that's really relatable to me. I have found myself in very many similar situations like that. You know, a lot of them, the worst heartaches that I've been involved in, it had to deal with me just having fun and trying to go after the puss, right? And that put me in a bad position. It really wasn't the woman that did it. It was my desire for the woman that put me in this compromised position. You know, I chose to ignore red flags. Is that can I really be that mad at her? You know,
You
Delilah
chose
wasn't
to
in-
ignore, or you didn't know that those are red flags.
Oh
at
no,
the time.
I ran those red flags like I drive through stop signs. Okay, like like I drive.
I
through
mean,
red lights.
but is it a retrospective right now, or you knew exactly at the time that those were actually red flags, or you didn't know? Because
I knew
speaking
at the
in
time that
retrospective
they
is
probably-
much easier, right?
I knew at the time, like, this could be problematic, right? Like, I knew that, like, I should, proceed with, cautiously here, or at least take a pause. But I was like, nah, this is fine. She has no gag reflex. This is great.
So you was not that much aware of actually possible consequences of that.
I didn't
So you
think
did-
that I didn't think the consequences. I thought I was going to be the exception.
yeah.
I'm not going to deal with that. I'm me. No, so I don't think Delilah was Samson's wife. To be honest with you, I don't think they were married. But Samson did trust Delilah. And I believe she was a Philistine woman who was the enemy. So, if she was his wife, well, then you should just go back to Genesis 2 and realize what got Adam in trouble. What did God say to Adam when, he was, rendering the consequences for eating the fruit? Because you listened to the words of your wife. Well, then, you know what, man? Just right there, you should learn.
Yeah. Well, and I mean, Samson also, he got he let the girl give him a haircut, right? And he lost his mojo.
He didn't
Right?
let her. He was asleep, and then they cut his hair in the sleep. But he revealed to her where his strength came from. So he became vulnerable. You know how women think, oh, guys need to be vulnerable. No, you end up like Samson, shaved, get your eyes plucked out, and tied to the pillars at your enemy's house. The red light will turn green eventually. True. But but see, what it shows me is that, like, even in the biblical times, guys have always would risk their future, risk everything for women. Like, nations have fallen over pussy. Nations have gone to war over pussy.
Yeah.
Isn't
guys
that
will
fucking stupid, right?
jeopardize everything for pussy. And that's that's men's biggest problem.
That's human nature, man. Like people tend to forget. So the elk and the deer, right? They grow antlers and butt heads. Human beings can fire fucking nukes. Micro, macro, right? We're more complex, but it's the same rooted behavior, right? And we can do better, right? And we choose to a lot of times, but we tend to forget that. Like I say, people will often question, like, oh, is free will real or not real? No, free will is a choice, right? We have autopilot going all the time. That's why our brain works, our heart beats, our lungs breathe. But if we think about it, those things, we can actually control them. That's basically what your will is like. You can either choose to use it or you can be NPC mode. You see people do it all the time. Like, I'm just going to turn my brain off, do no research, and have opinions.
I better get out of here, Glenn, before I start trying to debate free will. That's kind of my shit.
All right,
Go
Crab.
have some dinner.
Take it easy, man.
Yeah, too easy. Good talking to you guys. Bye.
See, you have free will to leave.
The thing is that I can't even control whether or not it does exist. I can just accept the fact that I seem to have choices. And most people tend to not be aware of a lot of the choices that they have, which concerns me.
Mr. says, laughing my ass, my brother just texted me, I'm a psycho magnet. Every woman is crazy. It's just to what degree? He's on a second wife. Well, you know what? Everybody's a little crazy. All you got to worry about is, does her craziness level match your craziness level? And can your guys' craziness levels coincide together? If so, then good. If not, well, then it could be catastrophic.
Yeah, women tend to mirror men, and then they also will be as shitty to you as you allow them to be. So, and
Yeah,
if you
that's-
don't
that's
vet
like-
them,
That is the biggest thing. Guys allow women to treat them poorly and without any recourse, without any consequence. And no, I'm not talking about you need to smack a bitch. No, you just remove her out of your life. Like, hey, I don't tolerate this. You want to be disrespectful? That's fine. You can go disrespect someone else. You know? That's simple. Oh, but bro, man, like she got that good, man. She get that Glock 3000 when she gives. Okay, so then you don't respect yourself enough. Okay, cool. Then I don't respect her. I don't expect her to respect you.
Or you call a slap a hoe.
You don't know what a slap a hoe is? I have a service.
1-800.
You can just call 1-800 slap a hoe and they will come do it for you.
Damn right.
Have you ever felt like you want to smack a bitch like this guy? I did. God damn. That was bad. That was real bad. Somebody get her some ice. Don't do that. Okay. What most likely will end up happening is that you end up in prison, you'll lose everything you own, and you'll probably get butt raped. So if you want to avoid getting butt raped, listen up. If you ever feel like wanting to smack a bitch, then all you got to do is call 1-800-SLAP-A-HOE. That's right, 1-800-SLAP-A-HOE. And sweet auntie and Chrono will go over there and smack that bitch for you. No more worried about legal fees, no more worrying about getting arrested, no more worrying about anything. The bitch gets slapped, you get satisfied, and they get paid. So do yourself a favor and call 1-800-SLAP-A-HOE. Call them right now. I know bitches I want them to slap right now. 1-800-SLAP-A-HOE.
That's a genius commercial. I love it.
Well, gentlemen, this is the time I think we're going to wrap it up. So final words about the Pearl and Andrew Wilson debate. Let's start with you, Dead Games.
I mean, I like them both. I think Pearl was just triggered for some reason. I believe it's lays out into her beliefs about men and women dynamics, and that's it. She was triggered. She was not that much listening to Andrew. Andrew was giving his regular long speeches that require actually attention to understand properly, and she clearly were not into it at the moment, and that's it. That's what made it look quite bad.
Yeah.
And apart of that, I have nothing else to say.
What about you, Viking?
yeah, I think Pearl was making good points and a lot of points, and was correctly, like I said, calling out Andrew for some of his deficiencies, but failed to articulate that correctly, in my opinion. So it just got very messy, kind of on both sides, because they were like agreeing past each other a lot of the time and then arguing about semantics. And like Pearl was trying to pin him down on like a blueprint, and she wouldn't answer questions and stuff like that. And it was just all over the place. Honestly, it was kind of a fucking mess,
Yeah.
I kind of think overall Andrew kind of won, but I don't even think they were really fighting or anything like that. It didn't even feel like a debate. It was just like, it kind of reminded me of that Monty Python skit. I don't know if you're familiar with Monty Python at all.
I
where
am.
the guy goes into the office and just this dude just starts braiding him, and he's just like, like, look, I came here for an argument. He's like, oh, sorry, this is abuse. It's just like, that's kind of what it felt like. It's just like, like, oh, I came here for a debate. Well, this is an argument. So I don't know.
Yeah, like I think, and this is the way I looked at it, is that Andrew didn't deny that any of the things that Pearl was saying was true or not. Like he didn't deny that what guys are not going through those things, right? He acknowledged that all of them were true, but he pointed to a path to minimize, right? And no, you know what, Grid? I will stay on. Get your ass up here. Get your ass up here, Grid. Just for you, I will stay on because I want to hear your opinion about the debate because I'm sure you watched it. You know, like the problem with the red pill is that it points to problems, and that's a good thing, but it's also a bad thing because they're not pointing to solutions.
Yeah.
Once you
Identifying
acknowledge the
is
problem,
the first phase.
yeah, like once you acknowledge the problem, you have to start working on a solution. If you just obsess over the problem, you get to the point, well, then what's the point of even trying? Because then you know what? Then yeah, you are defeated. If that's your mindset, then you are defeated. You will lose. You won't have a good relationship. Then you've already fulfilled, your outcome. That's what's going to happen. Again, you can either make moves or make excuses. Making excuses is easy. You try to push off any responsibility of what effect that you can have on your life and assume that it's all this external, source that's going to ruin everything. Well, that to me sounds like lack of accountability. And it's kind of funny because in this space, there's a lot of guys, most of them I hear being really angry, yelling at women that they want women to be. Yet these are the same guys that are refusing to be accountable for the outcomes of their own lives. Kind of funny. Good morning, Jake. I see you there. No, women do not respect men who can't make up their own mind. Women want men to lead. They want men to and know where they're going. Yeah, Joseph, like even a retard could, point to a problem. But it takes someone with problem-solving skills, which is men's basic function in life. We problem solve. And if you're sitting here complaining about your relationships or your failed relationships or your lack of ability to, be successful, well, then you need to work on problem solving your own problem there, bud. And getting the advice and help from those that have been successful. And
that's a good
what
example.
advice that works for you, that works in your worldview, because some of the advice that they give you out there is not good for your worldview. It may be very counter, your worldview.
Yeah, men not being able to make decisions and stuff like that, or being frustrated with women not like, she can never choose what she wants to eat. And I'm just like, motherfuckers, you don't realize like how awesome that is. That woman is deferring to you and you get to choose whatever the fuck you want to eat. Right now, I understand some guys, because they've let girl treat them badly, they end up degrading and not wanting. But see, that's why you usually got to have a main one and a backup one, right? So you have some options and you give your girl a choice and allow her to maybe make suggestions, but just have a plan for what you want to do. And then if she has something that she maybe wants, then if she likes you, she might ask that. Otherwise, she's just going to shut the fuck up and do what you want. And guys get frustrated that they have to tell a girl where they want to go to eat and stuff like that. And it's just like, dude, you don't understand how fucking awesome that is. Like, if a girl doesn't know what she wants, I can show her the fucking world. And guys don't look at it that way. They're just like, oh, this bitch doesn't know what she wants. I'm like, hey, you're a fucking dumbass.
Well, you missed my solutions earlier then. I gave the solutions. I gave the game away for free. Pearl can't be right. She just reports news. Well, she's reporting the problem. Even Andrew said she's right about the problems men are facing. So
to be fair, she plays her part. And,
yeah, she does play her part. And her part is not to provide solutions.
Yeah, absolutely. You cannot
That's not her
expect from her
function.
solutions. Yeah. She just points the problem, and I think that's more than enough from her.
Yeah, she's raising awareness. It's the
She's
same thing
acknowledging
Fresh
that
and
this
Fit does.
problem exists and it's real.
Yes.
You can't get half the women out there to do that.
Yep.
But to expect that a woman's gonna provide a solution for you, for men. Well, why would you even put that responsibility on her? That's not her responsibility. That's yours.
That's kind of gay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a few hours back. Probably like 2 hours ago. But and Pearl is right. Like it's an uphill battle, but nothing worth having in life ever came easy. Nothing worth cherishing and protecting comes easy. It's going to take effort. It's going to take work. It's going to take sacrifice. Or you wouldn't value it or appreciate it if it did come easy.
Yeah, like all those rich kids, the kids of rich parents.
Yeah, like I had a really bad joke. I said, that's why I don't value pussy, okay? Because pussy just comes so easy. No, I'm kidding. Or am I? You'll never know.
I've always admitted that I don't really understand the true extent of guys' problems because I've always been able to talk to girls. Thing was, I was super.
I didn't have sex with a porn star. Number one.
And that got fun. That got fun a lot.
Grid.
Oh shit.
What got fun a lot?
Well, when you talk to girls, they tend to want to do fun things with you because most guys can't carry a regular conversation and talk to them like a human being. So they're often amazed when you can actually talk to them like a human being rather than a girl they're crushing on or trying to be awkward or funny, or be like over on Grid was on a panel last night and Chai Bunny was in there, a girl I know from Twitch. And long story, and oh man, like fuck, I just had my brain just farted there. There was a whole bunch of shit going on. My bad, I lost my train of thought. It's been a
well.
late
Get
night.
your brain flatulence under control.
So was some Twitch girl on the panel and was about how other men usually cannot even engage in a proper conversation with women as if they were human beings.
Oh yeah, so Chai wasn't getting to talk like hardly at all. And then when the host dude that was like tweaking out or whatever finally got to her, he started asking her about her like data security concerns about tracking her menstrual cycle. So I'm just like, motherfucker, like you really
what?
Like you finally
Wait,
let the girl
what?
talk and you're asking her about like menstrual
Her menstrual cycle?
Grid knows what I'm talking about.
Okay, this is interesting. I'm kind of weird. This kind of weirded me out. What's going on? People are tracking women's
Because
menstrual
they got
cycles.
on a tech side tangent about like I was trying to tell people like, yo, you can't be off the grid, and people were saying like this, that, and the other thing about tech. There was something about a mesh network in New York, and I know about it. Like, and the issue was them hooking it up to the actual internet. They didn't build their own internet, but I digress. They got on this whole side tangent about data theft and selling and stuff like that. And this one guy was triggered because he thought it was bullshit that, say, a company like an airline, if you use their airline, then sells like information about like where you traveled from and stuff like that to other companies for like data collection and informational services or whatever. But basically it got to the point where they were talking about different data that's getting stolen and stuff like that, and on cell phones and stuff like that. And he brought up the thing about like apps tracking data, like say like the menstrual cycle stuff, and was wondering what her concern would be if somebody was like stealing that data. And it's just like, come on, man, like you barely let the girl talk, and then you're just like, yeah, tell us about menstrual cycle stuff. And that would be a good example of a guy not really understanding how to talk to a fucking girl, especially an e-girl.
I'm not gonna lie, it's kind of funny.
It is kind of funny, but not in the way that you wanted it to be.
But I don't think that he actually could refer to another model of speaking to her, because he basically don't want to get laid with her, right? He just having fun on the panel, and that's it.
No, he was
depends
actually
on
trying
his
to make a
mood.
point. Grid can talk more about it. He was actually there.
Yeah, sure.
So, Grid, you're arguing about menstrual cycles?
Was I?
I don't know.
No, it was when Prime finally was letting Chai get into the conversation, and then he was
Oh,
talking
fuck,
about
that
the
was
menstrual
hilarious
cycle
last night.
data stuff. Yeah, that shit was wild. That's what I was telling him.
Dude, I don't know what happened to that dude last night. He went bonkers. And it was just insane. Just insanity.
He was the perpetually ever moving goalpost shaped like a giant L. It was fabulous.
So, Grid, what was your opinion on the debate between, Andrew and Pearl last night?
Oh, that wasn't a debate, man. That was an hour and a half of cope by Pearl and Andrew trying to be very patient.
Yeah.
I mean, I wouldn't say cope, because what she did was all the problems that are legitimate concern. Her problem was that she didn't provide any solutions other than just what are guys to do. They should just it kind of seemed like she gave the position of just don't try. It's the risk is not worth the reward.
Don't understand why men would want to get married. Don't understand why, she's so jaded by her. Well, she's so jaded by being in the red pill world. She's so red pilled that she doesn't believe normal women still exist, which they obviously do.
Yeah,
right?
I talked to her. You might not have been here earlier for it, but I talked about how when I talked to her at the CME3, she had talked about when she was doing research and all the different men that she interviewed that had gone through the divorce system and stuff like that, and all the bad outcomes. And she's like shell shocked, more or less, from that still.
Yeah.
And has become very kind of black pilled and nihilistic in her viewpoints now. And as you're seeing, like, she's identifying a lot of valid problems that modern men are dealing with. But the problem is that once again, she's gone down the red pill rabbit hole where she's dwelling on the uncomfortable truth and not able to even theorize about solutions.
I mean, at my most generous, I can say that, right? If I'm being the most generous possible I can be, yeah, we can say that about Pearl. But you're being exceedingly, and you're being a nice guy here. I can't be nice. I can't be nice about it because I've heard Pearl say this now for a year, and I have heard her. So what's really interesting is the same thing I give Rolo shit about is the same shit that Pearl says, and I'm going to give her just as much shit because I don't differentiate between a man and a woman saying the same shit.
Well, do you expect women to come up with solutions for male problems? I don't.
Yeah, me neither.
So I don't like when.
I also
when
don't. I
like-
don't expect women to talk about men's problems.
Well, neither do
And
I.
I,
but
and I
it
really
also
don't expect
like-
women who have made their own choices to expose themselves to so much toxicity that they've basically black-pilled themselves. She admitted she's black-pilled, right? I mean, she did that right there on the air. So I can't give her a pass on that and then say, well, everything that she says now is coming from a place of wanting to help people or wanting to open eyes or any of that. That's total horseshit and cope. Again, I'm trying to be nice about this because I like Pearl, I think, as a person. Every time I've talked to her, she's been very pleasant. She's she seems very nice, but for her to be running around giving this rhetoric over and over and over again, only shows that what she's really done is she's absorbed so much toxicity into herself that she's absolutely incapable of dealing with reality. And she needs to get out of that.
Well, I think what happens is that when this is all you see and this is all you seek, because you're seeking out these horrible divorce stories, right? And what she was doing with her documentary. After hearing all these stories over and over again from hundreds of guys, you're like, damn, like it's not just like a little bit of guys are going through this. There's a lot of guys that are having these problems. And even in this situation, you know, like if the people that watch Fresh and Fit or whatever podcast, and they think that all women are like this now because this is all the type of women that they see, right? They end up believing this because they don't see anything else. They're not experiencing women in other areas that are not like that.
Yeah,
you know,
that's something like this has happened before because there's remember the story about the woman. Remember the story about the woman that pretended to be a man for like 2 years. She wrote a book about it and realized how horrible women treat men and offed herself.
Yeah, that's self-deleted.
So it's not the first time that women got a peek behind the curtain and realized how shitty women are to men, to the average man, and it can't handle it. It's because they care too much. They're caring creatures. They're emotional. They can't handle it, and it kind of breaks them inside. And I think that's more or less black-pilled Pearl. You know, I wasn't attributing.
Everybody, this just in, reporting the news. Grid got his ears lowered.
I got a haircut. Yeah, I get a haircut often, so I'm actually really surprised anybody noticed.
I wasn't attributing intent either. I was just recognizing that she did talk about how, she got exposed to a lot of that. It wasn't even red pill. This is like she went and talked to guys just dealing with the problems that the red pill talks about. She went to the source and got it directly. And that is hard to deal with. Having seen guys deal with this in MLD's mastermind group, as well as the Fresh and Fit community, guys getting woken up and coming in and not knowing what the fuck to do and kind of being disconnected from reality. They have to be put back in touch and literally be told to go outside and fucking touch grass sometimes.
But sometimes they just need to actually experience the opposite from that group of people, right?
Okay,
like,
I like that, Glenn. I like that. So the person that's in a relationship right now is telling people to not be in relationships.
Yeah.
How fucked up is that?
Wait, who?
It's almost like saying like well, I'm different and I'm special like that. But that's every woman. Every woman
But
says
at the
that
same
they're
time,
different
while being in a relationship, they're saying they're black pilled. How does that work, Glenn?
It's almost like certain people that say that they don't promote marriage the way that we do it today, but are married in the world of today. It's kind of the same thing. But I will say this, because it goes biblical. Everything is repetitive. Okay, nothing's new under the sun. All right, even back in King Solomon days, in Ecclesiastes 7, it says this, right? This is my conclusion. 7:27 says the teacher. I discovered that after looking at the matter from every possible angle, though I have searched repeatedly, I have not found what I was looking for. Only one out of 1,000 men were virtuous, but not one woman. So they were struggling with women back then too, with virtue. Okay.
Sure.
So it's like
it's not like it's new. Nothing new under the sun.
Nothing new. Okay. Like they were struggling with this back then. Women weren't being virtuous back then, just like they're not being virtuous now. Like this is not a new problem.
Yeah, let's explore that for a minute, right? Like it's very interesting that the idea that you look for all these red flags in women, and then you just bypass those. And I heard you earlier, Glenn, say that you ran through all those red flags.
Yes,
I have an interesting. So first of all, a red flag is a warning. It's not a no go, right?
Yeah,
like
but when there's many red flags that are in the communist parade,
is a no go.
Well, when you went through all the red flags like a communist parade, then you are in a no-go zone.
Yeah. But I mean, but how many? What's and this is something I think is really interesting. Is it's great to identify specific traits or actions that maybe you don't agree with, or maybe you think that are wrong, or whatever the fuck. That's great, wonderful. How about not using those as disqualifiers, but simply using them as a metric of how much crazy you can take?
Yeah, like I always look at like, okay, if a woman has a combination of 3 red flags, and everybody's red flag severity level is going to be different.
Sure.
You know, because some guys would be like, oh, I'll never get with the woman with tattoos. Well, every woman that tends to get with me ends up getting tattoos. So tattoos are not a problem for me, right? But that could be a full stop for you, right? So it depends on the degree of how severe you make that red flag a red flag. Now, but if there's a combination of 3 red flags, that in my opinion, that's a good reason to pause, reassess this situation here before proceeding forward. You know, and what tends to happen is guys like, oh, that's just a red flag, and they don't realize that they're stacking up. They're acknowledging these red flags, but not realizing how many of the red flags that they just saw. Right?
Yeah. See again. I mean, I look for the warning signs, but it's on you, brother. And here's the thing. I know a lot of dudes that are happily married right now. Probably more happily married dudes than Pearl interviewed divorced dudes. And I'm going to tell you right now that if you stacked all of the red flags of their wives up, you couldn't see Kansas. Okay, just saying, you couldn't see anything and Kansas is flat as a fucking board. You can see damn near Denver. And so, look, it starts bordering on insanity, right? Like what it does is it actually sends you into this spiral of you can't believe anybody, you can't trust anybody. And if you do try and trust somebody, well, the first time that they do something that kind of breaks that trust, well, now fuck that, fuck them, throw this whole thing away and go find somebody else because they're not worth your time. But they were worth a year and a half of your time, and now. Yeah, this is the dumbest. See, this is where I have a serious problem with Red Pill. And again, I think Pearl's a perfectly nice person. I hope that she comes out of this, and I think she'll be stronger for it. To be honest with you, if she comes through this Red Pill, black pill kind of phase that she's in now,
rage phase.
What's
it's
that?
A rage phase. It's like I call it the Red Pill rage.
Yeah,
phase.
rage cage. Yeah. If she comes through this, she'll be stronger by far. I think than Rolo, right? Or basically any of the Red Pill creators that are out there right now, because what her message will end up being, if she gets through it, is that there are a lot of really seriously fucked up people out there, and maybe their kind of fucked upness matches with yours, and maybe it doesn't. But relationships take effort every single fucking day. And if you think that just because your woman or your man does something twice in a week, that's a reason to leave them, then you are the fucked up party, not them. You are the fucked up party, and you need to look at yourself. You need to turn that mirror around.
That's subjective. Like, okay.
That's actually. I'm glad that you said that.
2 dicks that week. If you're gonna leave her over her falling on 2 dicks that week, you're the problem. You can't just go with that grid.
I think that falling on dicks is a little bit more than a little bit of. That's like a metric
more
scale.
That's more of an overt thing. So what you're talking about though is because this is something that's talked about in the book No More Mr. Nice Guy, where one of the things that nice guys do is they make covert contracts with the people they're in friendships and relationships with, and when those contracts aren't fulfilled, then they do passive aggressive bullshit
to them. Black mark.
Yeah, and it's unhealthy, it's manipulative, and it's pathological. And that's something that I have been seeing, that a lot of the nice guys, air quotes, coming into that space, the Red Pill space. Like I said, I'm right there on the front lines. I've seen it. I know exactly what you're talking about. And I've been trying to speak out against that. And that's why I'm glad you brought it up, is that a lot of these red pill guys are starting to do what the old nice guys always did and adopt these covert contracts. Like, oh, well, if she's not a virgin, then no hymen, no diamond and stuff like that. It's just like, but the thing is that you like, you're being toxic about it, more or less. You're talking about this in an angry sort of way, rather than going just like, yeah, I being, kind of laid back and casual about it. Like the fact that they have so much fervor about it and they're just like feeling entitled when they, like Glenn said before, they haven't done anything to earn this. They don't understand they're treating the woman like she's got no agency in the situation. They're talking about things like red flags, not understanding that a red flag is just a term that's a catch-all term just to tell you, like, when something's making you go, hey, maybe I should accept that. Maybe you might want to actually pay attention to it instead of ignoring it. It's not meant to be. It's like what Andrew said in the debate, where when Pearl was trying to get him to give a specific criteria of how many bodies is too much, and he's just like, I can't give you that answer because there's probably not a good answer there.
I mean, yeah, sure, right. Like, I mean, I think that it's an interesting. I don't know. This is just the weirdest thing to me, right? Like the fact that people get hung up on. To such a degree of how many people that women, how many men that a woman has slept with, we get so hung up on it. But the interesting thing is first of all, it's self-reported, right? Like you don't actually know that that's the truth.
Exactly.
First. And second, why do you fucking care? Unless what you need to look at is the pattern of behavior, right? Like, is your woman disappearing for 2 nights a week and won't tell you where she is? That's a fucking problem.
Yeah, okay? that's
the fact that she fell on the fact that she fell on 20 dicks before she fell on yours and decided that you were a cool dude is not a problem.
No.
Yeah.
Unless the tests come back positive, and then.
Unless
then it's
you got
context.
Deshaun coming out, and your name is Patrick, and you're white, and you got a little Deshaun running around with curly hair.
Yeah, I think it's the most fake thing ever. It is literally, to me, the most fake thing ever to disqualify either partner on how many times they've been successful at sex.
Yeah, like
from
that's
the time that you turn about 14 until you die, you are trying to get laid.
Yeah, like I said, like
do you want a winner?
Jake,
ask yourself, do you want a winner? Do you want the woman that couldn't get laid if she fucking tried, or do you want one that was very selective but managed to get the job done a few times?
See, me and Jake from VO Pod, we had this debate. Like he asked me, he's like straight up, he's like, "Would you get with the girl that's an ex-porn star with like 3,000 bodies?" And I was like, if she treated me the way I wanted to be treated, if she treated me better than the virgin, why not? Like, you're not going to know the number.
So I have a friend of mine. His name's James Tarr, Tarr. He's an author. He's a really cool dude.
He probably
he's written a series of books. He's written a series of books, and I was just reading one of his last ones, and in it, the main character. So in the first book with this in this series, the main character dates a stripper. In the second book in the series, he dates an ex porn star, and they have like this, he paints a picture of this really great relationship. And it took me a while to kind of like, come on, James, what the fuck? Are you doing this for like just purely to just drive dudes nuts or what? And but I'm starting to kind of see the brilliance in that effect in the book. I think I'm starting to see it a little more.
Hey, guys, I'm gonna be right back. All right, I gotta.
No, you're not. Don't lie.
Yeah, I'll be right back. Continue.
So anyway, yeah. So I don't know. It's a good series of books. Check it out, James Tarr. It's pretty cool. Nice. It's got a couple of series out actually. I guess I should be more specific, but read them all.
Yeah, and it is funny too, because me being somebody that's benefited from a lot of the information in the red pill and it improved my relationship significantly, I'm just as baffled, if not more baffled than you, Grid, at some of the more or less fuckery, for lack of a better way of putting it, that's gone on. Like I said, with people basically trying to hide behind uncomfortable truth and say like, oh no, I'm the arbiter now, I know what the fuck's going on. And it's just like you're just getting one sample size. Like you're getting some information, you're not getting a bigger picture. Like when I know like some of the stuff that Pearl's talking about because I've seen guys actually dealing with it. But the thing is that doesn't paint the picture for everybody, right? Including me, myself even. Right? Because I was told that, oh, you can't deal with girls that have this, you know, your girl cheated on you. Just like, yeah, because I was being a fuck up. So she was looking for a better option, and I was lucky she failed.
I mean, there's a lot of different things out there. I mean, Terry Strange, I agree. You know, you probably don't want to fall on the community peen. But you probably have at some point, you know, just be honest. You probably, you know, winners win. That's what they do. And, you know, so.
Yeah, women don't like to share, but they often do.
Well, I just mean that you know it's self-reported. You don't fucking know. Like there's not like a digital counter in the back of their head that you can fucking look at, right? It's like, you know, nobody puts a hash mark on the ass cheek when the you know Kilroy was fucking here, right? Nobody does that. I mean, some people do. I've heard of it. Tattoo artists and shit. They mark them up, but you never know, right? I mean, and so when Pearl asked how many bodies is too many, that was just so. What's the word I'm looking for? Sophomore, right?
It's a nonsensical
you don't come at Andrew
question.
with that. Like he's gonna he defeated it. Just I mean, it's too simple for him.
Yeah,
so, I agree a little bit with that Arctic Timberwolf, but people lie. People lie to their priest. Just put that in perspective. People lie to their priest.
Yeah, and Pearl even did point out at one point when they were talking about the studies or whatever, where she's like, "Oh, when women are self-reporting, whether they cheat or not, all women are probably lying." She's like, "Yeah, once again, it's a kind of a safe bet, right? You know, yeah, it might feel kind of shitty, but if you really want to maximize your own risk tolerance, then maybe it's not a bad framework. But once again, if you obsess too much over it." You know, like if you're fixating on like one red flag and that's the deal breaker when there's so much else value that could be added in a situation, you know, once again, it comes down to what my dad always recommended. He's like, son, if you ever have a hard decision to make, do a Benjamin Franklin. Measure the pros and the cons for genuine weights and values and make a comparison and then make a judgment call based on that. And even if you're still stumped, you'll be able to make a better decision in the long run if you actually put shit on paper and actually think about it.
So I think if Pearl wanted to make the better argument there especially about body count and all of that, and what, you know, why women do this stuff, is the better argument to give Andrew, and he would have agreed with it and they would have moved on, is that the prescriptor needs to change from do whatever you want in the when you're a teenager and in college, and then maybe one day down the road when you're 25, 26, 28, you get married and pop out a few kids. That prescriptor needs to change, you know, because we've got to kill feminism, because feminism is in fact evil. But if we started endorsing, hey, have that high school sweetheart, get married young. That way, how many, you know, less bodies, right? And just time-wise, it's just less, right? Now you don't have to worry about it so much. Have an actual marriage where shit matters and you don't just storm out because somebody brought back fucking turkey goddamn hot dogs instead of the real damn thing. I don't want any fucking turkey hot dogs. It's fake shit. I don't like it. And so don't get that shit out of here, right? And the third time, you know, if you just storm out of the house and leave this woman because she did it for the third fucking time, instead of just quietly saying, "Hey, you're not responsible for grocery shopping anymore. Now I have to treat you like a 4-year-old." One of those things, one of those things actually works, and the other one probably doesn't. So I just don't get it. I don't understand it. Absolutely, women ought to be to some degree shamed for not being married by the time they're 25, right? Men who run through a bunch of women probably needs to be a little bit of shame there too, right?
Well, and that's why I do agree with that as well, which given my quote degen status in here, the thing is I don't have a high body count. I've always been picky. I only deal with high interest women. Like I said, so it's not even when I'm saying like I don't mind it when guys are going for sex, I'm also not advocating for, just willy-nilly with your willy.
That's actually
that's how you get
too.
STDs.
Yeah, so that's actually a good point. So, because again, I had, there for a while, I was a fucking degenerate, dude. I mean, like ridiculous. And the thing is that to paraphrase Terry, I forget her last name in the chat, I really only looked for community holes. You know what I mean? Like, why would I corrupt a good girl, or a woman who had a chance at being someone's really great wife? Why do I want to corrupt that person when there's already enough corrupt women out there who will bob your knob, no problem? Right? Like,
Yeah, it's funny. I know a doctor chick like that. Like she's so sweet. I honestly deep down inside I want to corrupt her, but I wouldn't do it. I just won't because I got morals.
Right. So, yeah, don't be a homemaker. Don't be a homemaker. It's okay to take advantage of existing hoes. I don't have a problem with that. Don't be a homemaker.
That's why one of the things, it's funny, in the Fresh and Fit Discord at one point, guys were asking like, "Oh, would you wife up an OnlyFans girl?" I'm like, "Well, I don't know if I'd wife her up, but I might take her more seriously, especially like maybe if she wanted to be with me and maybe wanted to give me more kids, maybe I wouldn't be opposed. I don't see a problem with that. As long as we're able to raise the kids correctly, more good kids in society is not a bad thing." And I'm not saying that that's ideally the situation, but
yeah,
I mean, once again, it's like
that's another good point, Viking. You should look. I don't endorse what I did. I admit to it. I own it, and I will tell you how the good and the bad of what I did. But I fucking don't endorse it. Like, don't do what I did. Don't do that. Use this as a roadmap that you should not do. Right.
Yeah.
So. And more men ought to be just absolutely, more men ought to own their shit like that. Like, don't do this. This is bad. Please don't, because it's wrong or whatever.
Yeah.
And
no, I agree with that. That was my parents' stance with me, because they were both 70s wild child. So they were degenerates and did a lot of drugs and stuff like that. But they didn't try to hide that shit from me. They didn't try to sugarcoat it. And they just told me the truth and advised me not to do it. And thankfully, I'm oldest of 5, and none of us got into any hardcore drugs or any of that shit.
Yeah.
We were all homeschooled, and we all turned out pretty good. Most of us, turned out pretty woke, unfortunately. But I managed to resist the brainwashing.
Well, it happens. It happens, right? I guess again, trying to just kind of stay. I'm trying to stay focused on the Pearl thing, but I just it's rough, but. So I think in the, and I don't even, was it really a debate? It was more like a discussion or Andrew giving a lesson than a debate.
Yeah, it was like just a kind of a slug 'em out argument. It didn't seem like a debate at all, because like I said, very early on, Pearl was interrupting, and then Andrew was just like, "Okay, we're playing this game. We're just going to interrupt." And they're like, "Okay." So you just lead into it because that's his natural habitat. And so.
Well, yeah, again, Andrew mirrors the image, right, or the energy, right? So if you're gonna interrupt him, he's gonna probably interrupt you. So, but I mean, I don't know. From what I saw, I think I think Pearl's trying to hold her worldview. Just my opinion, right? I could be totally wrong about this. This is just what I've seen and kind of looked at. I feel like that Pearl's trying to hold her worldview together because it's getting really difficult to do so. And more people are coming to the conclusion that I think is probably correct for most people, is that, red pill is a great set of tenets to live by if you're a dude. If you're a dude, go out, make money, work out, be healthy, take care of yourself, read some books, get some education, all of that. That's all good stuff. Don't tolerate mean, angry women. Don't do that. That sucks the fun right out of life. And I never needed the red pill when I was growing up, by the way. My stepfather actually told me one time, he said, don't ever marry an ugly woman because it takes the fun right out of life. Actually, I think he said it sucks the fun right out of life. And there's something to that. And ugly being obviously purely subjective, right? What's ugly to me may be beautiful to you, vice versa. But I thought that was really great. But anyway, so I think Pearl's in a state of maybe a worldview change that she doesn't really want to make. I could be wrong about that. I hope I am, to be honest. I think that that can really hurt. That can really tear you up, right? To try and when you have a worldview change, but we'll see.
I find it kind of interesting because it seems like her sentiment is a little bit like my girl sentiment, because she often talks to me about how she would like to have more women speak out about these issues and stuff like that and bring awareness to it. And I'm the one that's always, being reasonable. I'm just like, no, that's not something that we need to do because it wouldn't go as well as you probably think it would. It's a great idea on paper, but in practice, it's probably not going to go the way that, you're hoping it would. And with my experience, she, relies on me to be able to give her that, input. But in Pearl's case, I think she might be getting a lot of this information as well from her boyfriend, who I know, and he's a really good guy, really smart, knows a lot of this stuff. And I'm sure he can help calm her down and help her work through this. But the thing is that she's so caught up in the fact that she has that platform that she's going to use it.
How do two red pill people, how did they have a relationship together?
I don't know. My girl and I are doing it okay, but my girl doesn't have the platform Pearl does.
Well, but Pearl, even though, this is like maybe the one thing I can agree with Rolo on, which kind of pains me a little, but well, actually, I agree with a lot of his tenets. But anyway, so it seems like Pearl, in trying to convince everyone that she's not a feminist and being anti-feminist, is actually kind of really feminist, right? And she's actually does. It really doesn't seem to me like that she's actually trying to help women. She wants to put a bunch of blame on women, which to some degree I agree with, right? I mean, we do need to shame bad behavior. But it goes with Pearl, I think it goes beyond that. I'm not sure. Okay. So don't fry me over it. I could be wrong. I haven't watched like hours and hours of her content. This is just the interactions I've seen. And it's hard for her, having been such a strong female figure, and I use that terminology precisely, for her to then, fit into the realm of what a red pill man would expect from a woman. Right. I did like that she continuously said, I don't try and tell men what to do. That's awesome. But the black pilledness and all of that is very interesting. So I don't know.
Yeah.
And again,
she was extremely impatient with the whole thing. That's why she was interrupting so much and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So it was very obvious. It's just like, I don't know if she had some other shit going on. You never know with women. And I hate to be that guy, but
no, but I mean,
once
again,
again,
I made the statement. My very first statement was I thought she was up in her fifis, and she came there with an agenda, not to have a true back and forth, but to, well, and maybe she. I should not say that. That's fucked up for me to say. I think that she came into it. Maybe she kind of had an idea what to expect. Andrew, before Andrew even really leaned on her, she came out shooting from the hip. And once she did that, she couldn't let that go. Right. And so you're right. She was interrupting. She was borderline rude, all of this. So, I don't know. Chief Wahoo, I don't think that Pearl was had her boyfriend feeding her arguments on her laptop. I don't think that that's the case because she knows this stuff backwards and forwards.
I'm not going to say I know Nuke or her that well. Like, I can't say I know for sure, but I honestly, the little bit that I do know about Nuke being on the dragon ship with him, I don't think Nuke's the kind of guy that would be trying to like feed his girl answers over the internet for a test or anything like that. It'd be like, no, you got to do that shit. Like,
yeah. And look, I don't want to trigger Viking or any of the other red pill guys out there, but look, the red pill's flailing about like a fucking dying hippo. It is a good set of tenets. It has a good foundation. However, the prescriptors, the content creators, the things they have to say to keep their audience and to grow their audience.
Yeah, I talked about that before. Something that the uncomfortable truth that a lot of guys don't talk. The red pill for the red pill is that, unfortunately, because of how the attention economy works, it doesn't matter even if your content isn't monetized. You're still going to favor negative viewership for drama and divisiveness just due to human negative cognitive bias alone. But then you factor in the difficulties people are having, and you can easily get people stuck in that pit of quicksand, more or less, where they just get stuck in that rage mode. It's kind of like the fucking, what is it, the never ending story with the swamps of sorrow or whatever. You just you get stuck in that negativity and you just get sucked in, My bad. I've been showing my age there.
Yeah, no, that's that was cool. What's interesting is that in Pearl's place, I think what Pearl is trying to express, and I could be wrong, but it feels like what she's trying to express is kind of the Princess Bride dynamic, right? Where you have Carrie Elwes coming in, sword fighting, barely alive, but beats the bad guy, all that kind of stuff. That's the dynamic I think she's going for. Since you used Neverending Story, I'm going to use Princess Bride. But the problem is that it's not that. It's just not. So.
Well, the thing is that because guys have always been struggling, that's what I was saying, is that still a majority of the guys haven't decided to actually do anything about it. They continue to want to, like you said, flail about. I made a joke about this over a Project VO's stream the other day in the chat. I was just like, I can't remember exactly what I said, but it's something to the effect of, I helped Myron and the Fresh and Fit team drag the red pill into the mainstream kicking and screaming. So when you say, flailing about, it's my bad. Sorry. It was and we dragged it out into the light. Now everybody can see it for what it is, and like I said, the hope though is, at least on my part, is that more guys can find places like this, guys like you and whatnot, Thor, Glenn, the people that actually have the information that I benefited from and have that more level-headed, not being truly pragmatic rather than being judgmental or assumptive. What did my dad drilled this into my head? I guess I'm just lucky because I had a dad. Amazing. My dad always said, you're lucky you had a dad, right? I didn't have a dad, so I'm giving you the dad that I should have had.
I had a stepdad. So,
but he always said, never assume, son, it makes an ass out of you and me. And you see a lot of guys not learning that lesson. I remind guys all the time, dude, a lot of guys are just assuming rather than, understanding and then exploring. A lot of guys will just be stuck sitting in there in their lab trying to plan and scheme their perfect pickup line, rehearse it in front of a mirror and everything. And yeah, there is something to be said for if you need to like kind of practice your swagger or whatever, your posture, you know, and remind yourself to walk like a fucking man instead of a, you know, like hunched over bitch. But the thing is that if you obsess over, once again, those nuanced details, you're micromanaging yourself into oblivion. You need to get out there and just fucking socialize. That's how I met my girl, you know, is that I went out to socialize. I met both my girlfriends by going to parties.
I mean, so here's my thing. And I think that I was told this when I was in military school by a very wise man. And I tell people this all the time. It's one of my favorite expression, and that is fear is the spare change that keeps you broke. If you carry fear around in your pocket with you all the time, and you're constantly pulling that spare change out and playing with it and looking at it and putting it back in your pocket, that fear just ruins your life. It just fucking ruins you. And it can be fear about anything. It can be fear about talking to women. It can be fear about getting hurt. People get hurt, man. Life sucks. Take a chance. Right?
Yeah.
Like, don't be one of those guys 10 years from now. It's like, dude, that cute brunette librarian chick wanted me, and I was just sure that she was a slut, so I didn't go for it.
Yeah, that's one of the things I kind of remind guys because I'm old enough to remember. You know, and when guys are talking about, oh, do to me too, you got to be careful if you approach a girl and ask her out, you might catch a charge, man. And I'm just like, yo, dudes have always been cowards to approach women, and that might be true. But the thing,
it just gives them an excuse, and that's actually the last thing that I mean, it's not the last thing I say about red pill, but that's the last point I think. The nail in a coffin for red pill for me is they literally talk about how bad women can screw you over, and I'm so fucking sick of hearing it. Yeah, absolutely. And I talk about women will screw over men all the time. I also talk about how men will screw over women. That doesn't mean that you never go talk to them. That does not mean that you just ignore them or that you're going to look. Shit happens, man.
Yeah.
You know, grow a set of balls. It's weird that people talk about having a big ass set of balls and then they just won't walk up and say, hey, what's up? How are you? And even if she says, get away from me, you're fucking harassing me. Well, then just fucking leave.
Yeah, that's the number one thing I tell guys. Guys will ask me like, oh, what's a good pickup line or what's a good opener? I'm just like, a basic introduction.
Like,
hi,
hello?
my name is Tarl. What's your name?
Glenn better hurry up and get back.
It doesn't have to be deeper than that. You literally just have to have the balls to go up and introduce yourself.
No, you're right. You're right about that. And you know, like I said, fear is that spirit change, man. But Glenn better hurry up and get back because I gotta roll out. I literally just came back in from the gym and I smell like a fucking gym, like a bad gym, not a good one, where they don't clean the mats and shit. So I need to go get a shower. But yeah, I mean that's my take on the Pearl thing. I heard some other stuff you guys were talking about. I don't remember what it was, but you know,
yeah. Well, I guess since you're here, I have one other thing because I guess Beth decided she hasn't brought it up again, so I guess she doesn't want to debate me about red pill anymore. I don't know.
Oh, I don't know. She's been like, so there's just been like this never-ending drama surrounding some of these folks, and Beth, I think, is pretty stable, but she's associated with some other people that I think there's a lot of drama in their life. So who knows?
Okay,
but I think she'd debate you for sure.
Well, she was saying that she didn't want to debate me after she said she wanted to debate me and said that she would have a discussion or whatever.
Oh, okay.
And Glenn was saying he was wanting to do it on like his channel, but it's just like, and because we were over there the other night or whatever, and she said something about it, I think, or it got brought up, and she was just like, no, another time or something. So like I said, I don't know, because I'm more or less indifferent, but I did at the time, like, I'll have a discussion about it. I won't have a debate though.
Yeah.
But
yeah, I've yeah, I don't know. I mean, you know, certainly she's on the show a lot, so you're welcome to come by and do that. But Glenn, are you back yet? He's taking a nap, I promise you.
No. It's all good.
Yeah. We're the only two talking. Who else is here? Who's the other guy? He went to sleep too.
Yeah, I'm here. No, I'm not sleeping. I'm
You didn't go to sleep? All right, cool.
Nope.
Yeah.
I mean,
don't know.
I said my take about Pearl just a bit
Oh,
earlier.
okay. Yeah, I missed it because I was in the gym and then I was in the car and then I apologize. So
I mean, it's nothing to apologize here, but yeah, the thing is that I agree with most of your points. I mean, you have your life experience, you have your own age behind, you have your own circumstances that brought you to this way of thinking, and yeah, it's valid basically. But what I said earlier was like, from my standpoint as just a regular viewer of those debate. Even I wouldn't call that a debate. It was just a conversation of two people, because Pearl was looking like she was triggered, and that's it. And she was not really listening to what Andrew had to say at the moment. And it gave a bad look, and that's it. Nobody win, nobody lost at this point. It's just how it is. It's just always gonna be the same way when a man with logic and reason talks with a woman about some things that he knows better, and that's it. That's just the natural order of things.
yeah. Arctic Timberwolf says actually the women should approach the men, not the other way around. I kind of agree with that. Right? Like, and I'm not saying that women walk up and say, "Yo, bro, let's go get some coffee." But women are much more subtle than that, so that if they get turned down, it's not such an ego blow, right? But you have to be aware that women are doing that, right? Like, you have to interpret those signs. And the problem is that in recent history, those signs get misinterpreted or whatever, and then it ends up being a big deal. So I think for a very large portion of men these days, they have not bothered to learn to watch for signs that women are interested in them at all.
Yeah, that's actually one of the things that John from Modern Life Dating, his course addressed, was the actual body language reading aspect of things, the indicators of interest and stuff like that. Like, what are actual genuine indicators of interest, likely rather than unlikely? Because like you said, a lot of guys make a lot of assumptions. Oh, the girl was nice to me, that means that she wants to fuck. No, she was just being nice to you, so you'd leave her the fuck alone.
Right.
You know, just like, you know, and a lot of guys don't understand how to tell the difference between that. And, you know, like Gled has said before, like, yeah, they'll like lock onto the first girl that they, you know, even think will touch their pee-pee. And that's not a good way to approach things.
Yeah. The Raging Patriots, like, woman, hey, can I suck your dick and grab some brunch afterwards? I mean, some are that forward, but even if they were that forward, there are a lot of men that'd be like, no, what are you, crazy? Get out of here with that. You know.
And a couple days later, calling them back, actually.
Right. Hey, about that dick sucking, can I get in on that?
Yeah, exactly.
The way that I think about this is that, like, the man should approach the woman initially, if you know, ideally, right? Obviously there could be exceptions, but ideally, like, if you see a girl you're interested in and you like, you know, her look, you want to find out, hey, maybe she's got a personality to match the look. You go up to her and talk to her, introduce yourself, and start a conversation. Maybe notice something about her outfit or her jewelry or something along those lines. Very simple opener, you know, and then the conversation should unfold naturally from there if you know how to talk to human beings and show genuine interest in them. But once again, like, I digress on that point, you know.
What? No, wait. This is a very interesting line, because on the one hand, you know, Red Pill says that, hey, you have to be this put together dude that women find attractive. But then if a woman attracts you, or is attracted to you, and drops signs that, hey, you know, they're just kind of interested, Red Pill doesn't give you any like idea about how to deal with that, which is fine. They don't have to, but it's very interesting. I personally, I personally think that women almost always make the first choice, and even Red Pill says this. Is that women make this selection long before the man knows that he's targeted, right? And so that's why you become that high value men that women target, right? That's
what Rolos actually says specifically about that is that within 5 seconds, women will know if they're going to disqualify you for sex. But they don't know for sure if they'll actually qualify you. Most like if you're reasonably good and you don't do anything to fuck it up, they'll qualify you. And that's another like nuance about Red Pill is that they think if she puts out on the first date, that's a bad thing. But once again, you could just be that fucking attractive,
right?
So it's like, are you assuming it's a fluke?
Of the first date lays. I literally am the king of that. I'm sorry.
But that's the thing. A lot of guys, in the Red Pill will start assuming that it's a bad thing if she puts out on the first date rather than thinking maybe they're getting rewarded for doing an exceptionally good job. They never know, so once again, they don't have the experience to really understand the nuanced difference of that. And a lot of guys like to assume the negative, like I said, it goes back to what I was talking about before, the cowardice. They're scared to even initiate a conversation.
But they're blind to it as well. They're blind to it as well because, and they're purposefully blind to it because to some degree, Red Pill says that, hey, if a woman is, overtly showing attention, that's a red flag, right? Like that she shouldn't be doing it. But my experience, and actually, you can read all throughout history, you can read every poet ever has written about how women tried to lure a man and he was absolutely oblivious to her intentions. And that like literally that's been going on since the world began. But I really do think that, it started, and some dudes literally need rocks thrown at them to figure it out, but it could be as subtle as just coming over and asking you for the time, right? When I was in college, my freshman year in college, I was really pissed because I went to a military school. They didn't offer foreign language. So I had to take Spanish for my foreign language requirement for college, which was fucking retarded, by the way. That's a stupid requirement. In college, all it does is bump up the price of tuition and the number of hours I have to take, and it took away from the things I actually wanted to study. I digress. The important part is there was this amazingly gorgeous Spanish lady, blonde. Her name was Pilar. She was very, very beautiful. Feel like she was married. I don't honestly remember, but memory tickles that she was probably married. And she taught, she was a Spanish teacher. And so she made some not so overt signs that she might be interested. I was like, yeah, whatever. I've got there's a lot of women in college. So whatever. But one day we're in class and she has this bottle of soda, like Dr. Pepper or some shit like that. And she literally walked over to me, handed me the bottle and said, "I need a man." Implying obviously that I opened the bottle. There's not a more clear signal on the fucking planet. Right? So sometimes women be like that. And you just, you get hit on the head. I'm sure that there are way more subtle signs in class that I missed.
Well, yeah. No, it does happen.
But but I never made any advances towards this woman at all. Like none.
Well, that's still indirect of her because she's got plausible deniability. Like
right,
that's one of the things
exactly.
Talks
Right.
about is that they function on plausible deniability and they will give you opportunities.
Mhm.
Whether it's they accidentally brush up against you when they walk by or something like that and drop something. Like
tits in
there's
your
little
face.
things like that. Same thing with like girls making eye contact with you across the room and then smiling and giggling and blushing and stuff like that. That's more obvious, right?
Yeah.
So,
yeah, no, you're right. Absolutely. And so, but again, most men are, I think right now, most men are willfully ignorant of those signs because there a lot of men from basically birth now are told that if they show any sign of aggression or desire, that could be a big deal for them, right? They could be in a lot of trouble. So
Yeah, so it gives, like you said before, it gives them an easy excuse to be scared. Like guys were already scared. Like it's literally a trope back in like old movies from the 90s and the 80s and shit like that, right? Of the boys being afraid to ask the girl to the dance. You know, it's been in fucking TV
and the
shows
girl
like
literally like
Memorial.
walking by in mini skirts and shit to get their attention, right?
Yeah.
Like, and the dudes are like, I'm not talking to her.
It's a literal old trope, you know. So once again, there is, like Glenn said, there ain't nothing new under the sun, and people tend to forget a lot of this. It's amazing. It's only like been like a generation, and you already got lost knowledge. Like that's how crazy the internet is these days. Like you already got long lost knowledge from like 10 years ago.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy. So Joseph Lee says most men put poon on a pedestal. They worship at the altar of genitalia. It's sad.
Well, that's
Do you
that's
think
the
that
thing. They're
might
not
be
even pedestalizing
biological
pussy.
and
They're
not-
pedestalizing. A lot of them pedestalize the possibility of maybe pussy. They're like the Dumb and Dumber. So you're saying there's a chance. Like
So there's a
goddamn.
chance, right? Well, I mean, but do you not think that is simply putting the
thinking.
pussy on an altar or pedestal, however you want to say it? Do you think that maybe that is biology, like evolution?
Yeah,
wanting
it's
us to
motivated in
have
biology. Like
like wanting the best woman and then valuing that like men and wouldn't that actually be not a bad thing because you're supposed as a man you're supposed to procreate, like that is your one job in life, is to be a father. So while I think the reality is most men get hung up on and well, actually I shouldn't say most. Some men get really hung up on their feeling of inadequacy, feeling of concern, their societal pressure these days, the fact that they could be accused of basically all kinds of heinous things at the drop of a hat. I think all that matters, and I think that gets in men's head. And that is we have to fix that part, right? Like I'm not even talking about like red pill here or anything like that. I'm talking about just simple relationship dynamics. And you hear this talked about all the time by good psychologists and psychiatrists.
Yeah. That's the thing. A lot of people don't want to even address the fact that there are ways that we know that are productive to conduct relationships. You know, that's like kind of the biggest issue is, you know, like I said, that a lot of these social skills have been virtually lost. A lot of guys, you know, they used to be taught by like their dads and their grandfathers and stuff like that, like I was, you know, and you had family then and whatnot. And like the thing that your family member said about not marrying an ugly woman, one of my dad's coworkers told me that at one point. Fun fact. You know, and just like, yeah, because every time you look at her, it'll suck the joy out of your life, no matter how hard you're working or how good your life is. You know, and then
Right.
the other guy on the crew said, yeah, but that's why you put a paper bag over her head.
But ugly is different to different people, right?
Yeah, exactly. But that's the
like-
thing. It's like, and he did qualify that by saying like that's ugly to you, right?
Yeah.
You know, he did qualify that a little bit, but I didn't really understand at the time, but it's the same sentiment. It's just like, yeah, because if you're not happy, basically it's telling you, the moral of the story is, if you're not happy with that woman for a good reason, where it's going to make it where you don't want to be in the relationship with her, but you're only in it for the pussy, right? Then that's a bit of a problem. You're not really going in with genuine purpose for that woman's best interest. You're being manipulative more or less, because you're more or less lying to her and saying, oh yeah, no, you're attractive. It's the same reason why I don't think that it's good for men to lie to women if they're gaining weight, because obesity is like the number one cause of like 17 different cancers and all sorts of shit. It's really bad for you. And if your woman says, "Hey, am I putting on the pounds?" you might want to be a little bit more honest with her, but encourage her to do something about it. And like I said, I only speak from personal anecdotal experience, but again, a lot of guys will take the easy path because they're worried about upsetting her or losing her or whatever. Cowardice, they come up with the excuse for. They won't tell her the honest truth. That's another thing that I see an issue with. It's the same thing with a lot of these red pill guys that, go under the maxim, when you lie, women buy. Keep the lie alive, right? Oh, you sell her the dream, whatever the maxim is, right? And, it's like, and that's a problem too, because you're not being genuine with your intent in the relationship. You're being manipulative at that point. And I always talk about the nuance between being persuasive and being manipulative. Manipulation bad, persuasion good. But I digress.
Yeah, just give me 1 second.
But yeah, that's the thing that I see with a lot of people now, even in the red pill space. And like I said, this is why I kind of go back to that vague framework of the 80-20 rule, where it's just like, yeah, 20% of people are going to get it, and then 80% aren't. And it seems to be true.
Even more than that, even those from 80 who gets that, they just willingly not accepting it. They say just, "Oh no, that's a bullshit. It's not. It's worked with you, but it's not gonna work with me." Blah 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 blah, and that's it. They will not have this capacity to upgrade themselves.
Oh, and I used to be one of those guys. Like I said, that's why I got overweight, and I was a loser at one point because I allowed myself to be. Because I thought, like, oh well, I'm trying to help my girl, so let's put all my effort in trying to fix her. And I neglected myself, and then I was a piece of shit.
Yeah, and the best part that most of us actually had this point in our lives. That's why we know about it better than anybody else, because we actually passed that stage.
Yeah. Like I said, I just decided that I was going to do better and started doing that. I mean, that's kind of what my girl always wanted. I just finally got pissed off enough, angry enough, and channeled that into something productive. Like, what did I do? I didn't like try to solve my relationship. What I looked up was like how to become a multimillionaire the legitimate way. That was my search. A lot of guys are like, oh, how do I get my girl back? How do I get my girl to like me again, or something like that? So my experience is a little bit different when it comes to that, because I'm just like, either way, I need to do better. So I stopped thinking about her, started thinking about myself, stopped worrying about what was going to happen to my son, because that was another thing that kind of held me back, even with like the cheating and stuff like that. I'm like, well, what's going to happen to my son now? Is he going to be another, a byproduct of a single mother? It's like, so that was always a concern, but I just had to get to the point where I just had to more or less kind of let go of my fear and just be a man, sack up and fucking handle shit. And I did. When they said man up, they weren't entirely wrong. It sounds, platitudinal, but it's not. Like, there is an element of what a actual leader will do to solve their problems versus a motherfucker just running around going like, to do.
I don't know if Glenn's coming back, but I have to get out of here. I've got to go. I got to go pick up my car, and I've got to go to Knoxville today. So I've got
a good
super busy day.
Yeah,
he's busy with responsibilities.
Yeah, unfortunately,
and we're in his stream too, so I can't even end it for him because I got no power here.
Oh, Michelle does. Michelle's got the power. I think. Maybe not. We'll find out. Hey, everyone that tuned in and stayed a little bit longer, for me to ramble on and give my opinions, especially about Pearl. I'd actually really like to have Michelle's opinions on what I said about Pearl, but maybe we can do that tomorrow or something on my show or whatever. I don't care. She can even just DM them to me in the Discord. But yeah, come check out my channel, guys. It is An Unreasonable Man, and if you haven't been there, you're square. And you need to live a better life for sure. So, yeah, I got to roll out. It was a great time. Good talking to you again, Viking.
Yes, sir.
and we'll see everybody later.
Yep,
And
I'm going good.
have a great rest of your day.
Yeah,
Yes,
have a good
sir.
one. I find funny how Grid predicted that Glenn is not coming back.
Yeah, it's getting to be early morning, so
Yeah, maybe something with Thor.
probably medication dosage due or
Mhm.
something like that.
Hmm. So yeah, we're having an endless stream from this point, right?
Yeah, we can just keep shooting the shit.
I mean,
Glenn was in the main studio, Michelle, and he said he'd be right back. So I'm guessing that I'm assuming tentatively that Thor woke up and needed a new dose of medication.
Yeah. I mean, basically, I think most of us agree on some core points about what we were talking about before Pearl and Andrew debate.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and the thing is that a lot of these people in all of these content spaces, whether it's black pill, MGTOW, whatever the flavor, purple pill, white pill, it's just like there's a whole bunch of different, sects, so to speak. But the thing is that most of them do mean well. They don't really want to sabotage other people. And some of them
Yeah.
do it unintentionally, but again, it's just like the main issue is a lot of people just don't want to try to look at more data and get a bigger picture. They don't want to do the research. It's like, some of the times where I've had discussions with people, and it was the same thing on that stream that Grid was talking about with the guy Prime something or other. I can't remember what his name was. He was going on so many long rambling tangents about shit he hadn't done any real research on. Like he's trying to talk to Grid about companies and stuff like that. And like Grid owns a company that the kind of company he's talking about. And Grid's going like, that's not how it works. You can't fucking tell me that it works this way because clearly you don't know what you're talking about. And the dude just wouldn't admit that he was just talking out his ass and didn't know what he was talking about. Trying to act like, Grid was, wasn't understanding the right context or something. And that's that kind of bad faith argument where somebody gets confronted where a situation where they were speaking out of their realm of knowledge. And when they were checked, they didn't want to admit it. And that was one of the things that, once again, going back to lessons from my father, that he always told me is that, son, if you're going to ever talk fucking shit, you better be able to back up every bit and then some. Because if you don't, you're a fucking bitch and you're not a man.
Yeah.
And he drilled that into my head. Just like, no, if you say anything, you better mean it. Say what you mean and mean what you say. And if you don't, shut the fuck up. So I try to live that way. When I talk about stuff, I tend to come off, like I'm arrogant, and I kind of am because I've earned that shit. I made a lot of mistakes, and I had to gain that mastery through being in the mud quite a bit. But now I got to the point where I got a pretty good grasp on what the fuck I'm doing. So now I try to tell other people, hey, there are answers. If I could do it, maybe you can too, right? Just simple information and then add problem solving and action. Boom, you can have a better relationship. Even though my girl has a quote high body count, even though she fucked me over a couple of times, she didn't completely screw me over. And here we are now. But that's inexplicable. You're an outlier. Just like, yeah, but if I believed that bullshit, I said this earlier, if I believed a lot of the stuff that the red pill is even saying now, when I first was encountering these problems with my girl, my son would probably be in a single mother household. Or at the very least, a single parent household. But right now, he's with both his parents who actually love him and care about him and are actually raising him right, educating him properly, and he has the manners and the ability to interact with others that proves it. Every time we go out and do stuff, social activities, once again, he's not antisocial, he's social and properly social. Why? Because I taught him. I explain these things the same way I'm explaining them to people on the internet. That's why I guess sometimes maybe it might seem like I'm talking down to people because I have a kid, right? And I was the oldest of 5 as well, so I just had an epiphany there. My bad. I just realized, yeah, that might be why people get offended by how I talk sometimes, because I'm used to, I judged Yu-Gi-Oh, and so I had to explain things to kids all the time then too. So I'm kind of used to explaining things to kids now. When I realize I'm used to explaining things to women and kids, not as much men. So that might be why people tend to think I'm condescending. Damn, I just had a self epiphany there. My bad.
Yeah, I don't know. I think you should not even like be bothered with that shit. Like,
No,
what kind
it's
of
just an amusing realization. I'm just like, that might
what
be
kind
what's
of
setting
what
them
kind
off.
of people getting offended when you tell them the truth? Only bitches.
Exactly. Well, and that's why, like, that's one of those principles that I adhere to, is that I've lost friends over telling the truth, but
Yeah.
I rather would lose friends for telling the truth than lose friends for telling lies,
Yeah.
right? Because one has integrity and one doesn't.
I rather don't have friends that stay for some kind of bullshit reasons with me. I'd rather also lose them all over the telling them truth than having any of those fake ass friends. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, that's absolutely valid.
Yeah, no, I have lost most of my friends at one point. Like I said, I used to know a whole bunch of people from my time when I was judging Yu-Gi-Oh growing up,
Mhm.
but after I got to be a loser, yeah, people stopped talking to me. I only had my one friend, my best friend was the only real, I guess, friend that stayed in contact, him and his mom both. Because I used to go over, I helped them paint their house and all sorts of stuff like that. And she fucking, when my car broke down, when I first had my kid and I couldn't get to work, she bought me a fucking car. So yeah, those are some good friends, they gave me money and shit like that when I was down. They are actual friends,
Yeah,
so
they didn't leave you when you were down.
yeah, a lot of
Didn't
people
turn
just
their
kind of
backs.
expected me low key off myself. And like I said, I've talked about this before. I almost did, but thankfully I didn't, and I never would now. Because like I said, I realized the truth. Nobody was coming to save me. Nobody was going to care, and I had to make something in my life if I wanted that to change. And there was no giving up. There was only progress and hope. And that sounds kind of platitudinal, maybe, but once again, I just made a choice. I'm just like, well, I can't do this, so why don't I just try to do better? And that's why I even tell my son, like, if anytime he's like frustrated with playing a video game or something like that, like he plays this game Fall Guys, and he gets really competitive and he starts getting mad, and I'm just like, son, don't get mad, get good. You got to
Yeah.
focus that anger. Like if you get mad and frustrated and just rage, you're never going to improve at the game. But if you focus yourself, use that anger,
Actually,
that emotional reaction into increasing your reaction time and your focus on doing better so you don't lose again, then you're going to do much better next time. And the more you do that, rinse and repeat, practice, eventually you will be extremely competitive and you won't be as frustrated anymore. And you won't always notice it for quite a while. It takes time. But eventually you'll get to a point where, holy crap, I'm doing pretty good. It's the same process my girl went through when she learned how to play Call of Duty.
yeah, actually, it's such an underrated and underestimated way to raise kids through the challenges in the video games. It's such a life hack, actually, because I tried it on several kids of my relatives. They were like fucking boosted up in their knowledge. Even one day I managed to teach a 6-year-old guy how to read the electrical diagrams, and just in the way of playing a game, it's like a tabletop game. So you just assemble some kind of pieces on the electrical diagram on schematics itself, and connect it to the battery and see how it works, if it works. And yeah, I just taught him this kind of engineering brain wire stuff, that if it doesn't work, you have to go back on the whole diagram and to see where the problem is. And in order to make it work, you have to go through this analysis all the time. Otherwise, you will not get any fucking results at all. And he did it. And of course, from very first steps, it was confusing. But I rewarded that afterwards also. And he was so happy to be able to read them. Like, fuck, man, this feeling is like raising your own child, but he's not your own. You know what I mean?
Well, and you're right about that. People don't understand that kids are incredibly smart. They're just ignorant, right? So when they're in that younger phase, they're sponges. So for instance, like video games and like what Glenn talked about, even incentivizing. My son had learned the basic math because when he was 3, he found a set of cue cards that we got for him to learn. And he just took them out, and I just explained to him how they worked and let him play with them on his own without trying to like use them on him. And he just memorized them all and then started asking me questions and quizzing me on math, and just like had started a conversation. I taught him math then. Anything that he didn't understand, I taught him, and he learned most of it on his own through just looking at the cue cards. So when he was about 5 and he wanted to play the dinosaur game that I like, because he loves dinosaurs, called Ark Survival Evolved, I'm just like, well, you're too young to have your own account, but if you want to play this game eventually, you're going to need to learn how to read so you can understand the instructions on screen and be able to use chat or whatever you're going to need to be able to use, so you're going to understand how to read and write. So if you want to be able to play this game, you're going to have to be able to learn how to read and be able to learn how to at least put in text and then be able to write on paper. And I gave him that task, and this kid could fucking read and write within 3 weeks.
Yep.
And I barely had to do anything. I just basically taught him how basic, phonics work and stuff like that, and gave him the power of Google, and he just went to town and learned everything he needed to learn. And now he's fine.
And planted a seed of reward in his head once he achieves that. And that's it.
So now he gets to play the game, even though he's not old enough technically.
Yeah.
So, and he's able to do that responsibly, and he gets time on that whenever he does his chores, and he's on top of it.
You know what that means. I'm back.
Oh, now you're back, right? Right when I'm talking about good parenting.
Oh, my bad. Was I ruining?
Yeah, no, it was actually perfect timing.
Sorry, guys. Had to help Thor out. Get up.
Yeah, we guessed that. Yeah.
So it takes a little longer. It's slowly targeting to take a little bit longer and longer each morning. So it's a process. But what are you guys talking about? I know you guys. I was reading some part of the chat. Thank you, Air Game. Over. Ego. How you doing, my friend?
He was talking about how it's kind of a life hack where kids they're very good at learning, and if you incentivize them and they're curious and stuff like that, they can just go to town if you just give them the basic materials in a good direction. And I was sharing the story. I'm like, yeah, that's true, because I basically did the same thing with my son with cue cards for math, and telling him that if he wanted to play a video game, that he had to learn how to read and write. And so he basically just got taught all the basics and then did the rest himself, and can now read and write, and I had to do very minimal work. All I had to do was incentivize him in the right way and supervise him.
Yeah. Miss Michelle's here. Hey, boss lady, how you doing?
How are you?
Doing well.
Actually coming to get you, and then I heard your bell.
Oh my.
I'm here, I swear.
Mm-hmm.
Oh shit.
When people say Pearl is black pilled, and I get it. Yeah, she has a very nihilistic view on things. But why? And it's not just her, doing the interviews. Who is she a student of? Whether they like to acknowledge her as a small young Padawan or not, but who is she a student of? Whose work?
Yeah, and she was saying the same thing that Rolla was saying about how,
exactly.
that she's not giving advice, which in her case, she's a woman, so it kind of makes sense. But at the same time, it is basically the same model that Rolla Tomasi took to try to be academic originally. And this is one of the things I've been critical of Rolla about, is that he tried to go down the academic route. And the thing is that he was never, they don't even give their own credibility in academia.
And you guys, I hear what you're saying. Oh, it's bad faith. Absolutely. But who is she modeling after? I'm sorry to say, whoever you're getting your information from, whoever is your main source of data when it comes to this, you're going to adopt their view on things. They're going to respond. You're going to mirror their responses. I don't expect her to do anything other than what she did.
Yeah.
And I know it looks bad.
And it is. But at the same time, it's like, hey, if you teach a child to do something and to respond a certain way, and when they respond a certain way and it just happens to be not a good response, well, yes, you correct the child, but you also have to look at the child's influences and at least understand, like, okay, I understand why they have that view, because who they are influenced by also holds that view. Yeah, and there goes my camera.
It's running away.
It has a mind of its own, damn it. It has a mind of its own.
I hate that mine does that. I had to like lock it down.
Yeah. Like I haven't, and see, I have 4 of them hooked up to this, so it's like when they all go, like they'll
Duct tape. Duct tape it.
No, it's the tracking. Every once in a while, the tracking just goes.
The tracking will just forget that you're human and be like, "Where'd you go?"
Yeah. Is he on the ceiling again? I have to take a look.
Spider Glenn.
Seriously, but it's if you are consuming like only one content or one type of data and one worldview, and you're not listening or being open to other worldviews and seeing how those other worldviews could be influenced in a positive way, a more holistic way, well then yeah, you're gonna be nihilistic. It's like what you consume is what you become.
Yeah, you are what you eat.
Start that shit. You start that shit, I'm gonna fuck you up.
You are what you eat, and it also applies to the content and to the any kind of life experience exchange. I remember one saying, but I don't remember the original author of the quote, and it goes like, "Tell me who your closest friends are, and I will tell you who you are."
Yeah, like you are. I mean, I think what it is like you are the sum of the 5.
Yeah, it's the same thing. Yeah, 5 people.
Yeah,
around.
I know what you're talking about. There's a French saying that translates to that. I just heard recently. I can't remember the exact quote though.
I don't remember. I don't remember the original author of this quote, but I
Lady
also
Mama
heard
Lie?
Russian too. Yeah, I believe it was a French saying. That if
Me, I play?
you
Was it
show me
me, I play?
show me who your friends are, and I'll tell you who you are.
Yeah,
I can't remember the French for it though. But like I said, I think that's a French saying because somebody just I can't remember where that was now. It's gonna bother me now, damn it.
Ask GPT.
Yeah, I might have to.
She was talking over Andrew.
Oh yeah, like
quite a
there
bit.
was
There's a lot of
she
interruption.
would definitely cut him off. I mean, it was exactly what it was, a blood sports debate. Like they both they both took it there.
That
like,
shit. Oh,
it was
Andrew,
entertaining.
you're on my
I
show.
mean,
Was
I mean,
such a
if
fucked up.
it wouldn't have been nowhere near as good and entertaining if it was so polite and like it wouldn't have been entertaining. What was entertaining was them going back and forth and talking over each other.
That's why they basically should not even appear on a debate together as opposing sides, because it's pointless. just some kind of view farming, to be honest with you.
And this is what I said. Where Pearl, in my opinion, loses the debate is there's no solution. There's no. But see, here's the thing. I don't expect her to have a solution.
I mean, either. Who of us in the right state of mind expects solutions from Pearl?
But in the spirit of debate, right? You are debating your position, and if you are expecting someone to provide you a step-by-step how-to, I'm expecting you to have one as well, right? And if you're going to discount his, well, then you should have an alternative option, or then you just didn't provide anything, right? And I think that's where honestly she loses the debate. Now they both agreed on all of the descriptors. Andrew agreed with her on all the problems and the uphill battle or the issues that men will be facing and the risk. that was not disputed or refuted. It was literally the solution aspect.
Well, and that was the ironic part, is that it was her main criticism of Andrew, was that he didn't have a complete solution.
Yeah, but he still provided more of a solution than
He provided
she
a framework. Yeah.
Yeah.
He actually provided a framework. And like I said, I can understand why she would be triggered by that framework, because she understands that was the harsh way that I do, because I took a lot of that bad advice that, you know, she was criticizing there. You know, I was the good Christian boy too, right?
Well, I think
so.
This is
You
what
were
I think
never
about
a
like
good
their solution.
Actually, I was, but I never had a chance.
Nobody from people
Or
who
is not
don't
safe for
have
YouTube though.
who don't
So
have
I think
a real
like
power.
the solution that like Andrew presented, there's more nuance there that it's not described or not presented. So when people try to take it like absolute and literal and like in all scenarios, then it's like it's not going to work, right? But like, you know, yeah, if your wife cheated on you and she's not giving you sex, you're in a sexless marriage, no, you don't have to stay there and make that work. You know, you don't have to do that. You have an step. You can get out of that, even biblically, right? You know,
I mean, at that point, she's clearly moved on.
yeah, like so, like there's ways to get out of it, even in bad situations. But what they do is they present a false dichotomy, right? It's like it's almost like they're in not her argument, but it's like Andrew would have guys have to almost be perfect and do everything perfect and godly like and Christian like, or if they don't, their marriage is destroyed. It's not that, right? It's not that like extreme.
Yeah.
There's a spectrum to this shit. You know,
it's the same thing that you see with anybody making emotional arguments. They go from one extreme to the other. They can't ever understand that there's a middle ground.
But
there's a balance. There's an actual balance.
I like how everybody
doesn't acknowledge though, when the person doesn't acknowledge that, like, yes, there is a spectrum. Both parties have to acknowledge that there's a spectrum to this shit. And even if you did everything perfect, that doesn't remove all risk. Life is
exactly.
risk. And as long as you have
there's no full solution.
As long as you have two people that have autonomy, you take a risk. When you have people, when two individuals have free will and they both can make choices for themselves, you have risk. And that's it.
I like how when we discuss something like that, we somehow willingly or not, excluding the very important aspect right here is the cultural aspect and all the psyops provided for women and men in order to be divided.
Oh, I talk about that. I talk about Yuri Bezmenov all the time. Trust me, brother.
I mean, like right now, for example.
I know the whole history, man. My dad schooled me on that shit, and I know even more now.
Yeah, me too. I mean, I also fond of history things and all this kind of crap was even when I was at my primary school
and Marxism. Yeah, the two biggest plagues on the planet right now.
Yeah. And this is very important because the behaviors of women and men are also a result and product of what we have culturally.
Let me present this.
Put on our heads, on the top.
This idea that because Andrew hasn't dated in 17 years doesn't mean that he is out of touch with the dating market. Men and women are always been the same. Okay? Women were attracted to the same things 17 years ago as they are today. All right? The same things. Nothing is new under the sun. All right?
Well, see, and that's why Pearl
technology
is. Let me give my my example here. When we were kids, we played Monopoly with the paper money and the thimble and the hat, right? We had the pieces and the little houses. Well, my kids are playing it digitally. When they play Monopoly, it's like debit card and everything's digital. They don't have all the same pieces that I have. It's the same game. It's still Monopoly. The same rules apply. Just because the technology has advanced, they just have advanced and how they play the same game. But it's still the same game.
But it's not the same social interaction.
doesn't mean that it's still not the same game and the same rules apply.
Yeah, but
Well, that's the thing.
it's the huge thing that you have in order to play these games and extract proper value that you are referring to while being yourself young and kid. They cannot extract the same value because they don't.
Game,
yeah, it's not only about the game; it's also about the facial, face-to-face interaction, social interaction, being present physically at the place. Because if you're doing it digitally, you don't get a lot of stuff out of that. That
Well,
you
yeah,
got
that's where-
yourself when
that's
you
where
was a
the-
kid.
That's where like a lot of these these younger guys are fumbling, is because they're not used to having to approach people in person and and dealing with the risk of being rejected in person. They like to hide behind their avatar and their Tinder app, right? That's where I would say these younger guys are at a deficiency, right? Because back in our days, we didn't have apps. No, you like that girl, you got to go hand letter that you wrote where you ask her, if you want to go on a date with me, check yes or check no. And then you had a little smiley face and a heart, whatever. That was the original instant message. Okay. And you or somebody that you knew were the messenger. Okay.
Still, you were able to look at the eyes of the person after that.
But the game is played differently, right? It's the same game, same rules apply, same amount of risk. It's just how they address it.
Yeah, it's
right.
a different medium.
Yeah,
not the same brain chemistry, not the same.
This
hormone.
is where there was a small grain of truth when Pearl was criticizing Andrew about his supposedly being out of touch. He's not out of touch in terms of that physical, like social interaction and stuff like that. And he's literally doing social shit and carrying on conversations with random strangers on a daily fucking basis. His skills are honed. I guarantee he could go out, especially with the clout he has now, and slay plenty of puss. Would not be an issue. So the thing is, now if he was like this, the point that Pearl was trying to get to, where she's just like, oh, when it comes down to like dealing with the dating apps, you would be out of touch on that. Right. And I've seen guys deal with that. And I even like got a course included in one of the when MLD's shit that I was in. So I literally know the dating app game side of things and could utilize everything that I know. That's why I have a decent Instagram, like because I actually like learn from that course. Like, hey, this is how you get these professional photos and stuff like that done. So I've got professional photos now. That's why I have the photo that I have here.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's important for guys to learn all the tools that are available to their disposal. Don't just rely on just what you know. Utilize what is also available if it's useful and good for you. Yeah, absolutely.
But what my point is, though, is that's Pearl kind of trying to cherry pick. So she's making a valid point that he's out of date on that stuff, and he doesn't understand those sort of struggles, and he doesn't obviously understand other aspects of the negative things that guys are dealing with. But once again, it doesn't take away from his perspective to not be fixated on all the fuck shit women can do and being a man worthy of women not doing fuck shit too.
But I mean, you don't need to know what it's or experience being rejected on a dating app to know what it's like to being rejected. Like if you're rejected on the dating app and you're rejected in person, you know what rejection feels like from a woman. Okay. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like you don't have to necessarily experience getting swiped left on, all the time.
It's more like in dealing with the difficulty of actually getting engagement with women, especially if you're not able to, like, if you say have exhausted your social circle in your current climate or whatever.
But see, that's where I would say Andrew has the upper hand, because if this generation is heavily reliant on dating apps and digital forms of interaction with women,
that's what I'm saying. It's not as big of a deficiency as Pearl would like to assert, but it is a lack. There is a nugget of knowledge there, like I said, that he does not have, but that doesn't mean his points are invalid. That's what I'm trying to drive home. And that his real world experience is always going to trump that, newbie dating app.
I don't think it's even significant enough to even acknowledge the deficiency. Like, if you ask me, like, just because he doesn't know how to, like, what it's like to deal with
narrow
the digital
sense,
era.
no, it doesn't matter. But I'm talking about Pearl's probably thinking in the broader sense, like she's thinking about all this stuff.
I think like to try to hone in on that little point to be like, see, you really don't know that. It's like, well, that's not really.
Yeah, that's what I'm
significant.
saying. There's a nugget of a grain of truth there, but it doesn't invalidate the other point like she was trying to assert. It's a assumptive conclusion, and it doesn't hold up under scrutiny, obviously.
Yeah, no. But where the reality is this is where the problem is in Andrew's position, and it's not that Andrew's saying this or Andrew's presenting it this way. It's how people will take it. You're saying that, okay, if I become Orthodox Christian and I do everything according to the Orthodox way, then I will be free from dealing with these problems that are in the current marriage and dating relationship issues that people are dealing with. No, that's not true. You may be able to mitigate a lot of risks or problems that those that are not Orthodox or not hold a religious belief are dealing with, because you're not engaging in those activities that maybe non-religious people are engaging in that may add problematic to it. But that doesn't mean that you're safe. There's no safety in anything in life. Everything in life comes at a risk and a cost. You have to be willing to assess that risk and cost and ask yourself if you find it worthy or worth taking that risk. If not, then that's a you problem, not a them problem.
Yeah.
Good morning, sweet auntie. How you doing?
Good morning. I'm doing well. And yourself?
I can't complain.
Having a
good nobody would
living a
care.
dream.
Yeah, nobody would care, Glenn, to be honest.
I know. So what's the point of complaining? But this is where like I go off on like certain pastors, like Pastor Mark Driscoll, right? He posted something on Twitter the other day for Mother's Day, right? And I ripped him a fucking new one on this tweet. And I'm gonna find it real quick because I just thought it was just, the way that he presented it was just ridiculous. He says, let me see. Hold on. I'll get there.
What about Auntie's Day? I'm just saying.
I know, right? There's Mother's Day. Where's like the sweet Auntie's Day? I think they should have one.
That's kind of where I'm at. I teach my nieces some very valuable lessons.
You teach them how to cook and make a sandwich?
Obviously. I do teach them how to cook sometimes and bake. And we were talking earlier about the
do you teach them how to slap a hoe?
No, not yet. They're not old enough for slapping hoes.
Okay.
Maybe when they're 16. But one of my favorite lessons I taught them, which was kind of on par with what they were talking about a little earlier when you were off, was I taught my nieces that if you think you can or you think you can't, you are right.
Yeah.
Poor attitude outweighs poor outcomes.
Quite a bit. Yeah.
Yep. Like whatever you believe is going to be. Yeah. Okay, fine. Sure. That's where you want to stand. That's on you.
It's not always going to be easy, but once again, like the easier paths usually are the things that everybody's doing that, nobody really wants. The hard things to achieve are usually the things worth getting.
Well, here's the problem, like with people when they hear Andrew's messaging, and I'm going to read this. This is from Pastor Mark Driscoll, right? He says this, and I quote, "It is not popular to say to the Andrew Tate crowd, but single men should not overlook single mothers. Joseph probably got a lot of grief for marrying Jesus's mom, but he didn't regret it for a moment, right?" And my response is, single mommies ain't just extra baggage. Technically, they could be spiritual landmines. If she divorced for any other reason other than adultery or abandonment from a non-believer, the Bible calls her remarriage adultery. So if you wife her up, congrats, you're not building a home. You're banging another man's wife. And then I say, banging another man's wife. But hey,
Pastor Mark Driscoll says, go for it. Got to keep those tithing single mommy fan base happy, right? Like, because so like when they see guys and pastors that say this, yeah, hey, you single men, you need to go wife up those single mommies and be the man that steps up.
Wait, weren't they married before she got pregnant with Jesus?
I believe they were betrothed, not married.
Okay.
And I could be incorrect, but I believe they were betrothed, not married. And like it just kind of cracks me up when when people see pastors that say this, and then when they hear any like Christian or any religious person like echoing anything that supports, like, hey, you can marry, like, hey, you gotta show grace, or there are good marriageable women out there, like everybody has a past, like that kind of thing is like, oh, so you now, like, because that was kind of the thing that Pearl was saying. She was like, oh, you want them to wife up these born again virgins? Well, when you hear Pastor Mark Driscoll saying like, hey, yeah, go wife up these single mommies, single guys, it kind of sounds like you're saying go wife up these born again virgins, because that's what kind of like he's indicating, right? And that messaging kind of gets mixed up because of they both rely on the religious factor, and there goes my camera again. What the French toast?
I'm falling.
I'll fix it. What do you guys think of that? Like, do you think that could be part of the problem that Pearl is having when she hears this messaging? Because I mean, I could see that.
Like I said, I think she's coming from a well-meaning place regardless. She's just the way that I was seeing that whole like alleged debate was that she was just overreacting. So, and as we, like I was just talking about before, like if my girls have an emotional response and I have an emotional response to her emotional response, her emotional response does not get better. It only gets worse because she's now freaking out that I'm freaking out. It's just like, and it doesn't matter the context. It's like in that case, Andrew's matching her energy, but at the same time, it's just difficult context to be in because she was clearly in her feelings. Like there's no other way to put it. Like that is like the obvious elephant in the room is that she was clearly in her feelings and overreacting and trying to fixate, like I said, on how he didn't have answers. And it's just like, well, what are we even debating? Like, I'm still confused. Grit even said that as well. It's like, he doesn't even understand. I don't get what the debate was. Because it seemed like she was just basically saying that he didn't have any answers and men have it bad. And he's just going like, I'm not saying I have all the answers, but I think I got a few of the answers. And it's just like, okay.
Okay, hold on. I'm trying to understand this like comment here. Why doesn't Pearl or Candace Owens or Ben Shapiro blame all of the world's problems on white men? Why don't they? And never blame men ever for problems because they are propagandists. I'm going to need some clarification on that. A little bit of clarification, if you can, please, sir.
I think he means that the agenda of those three mentioned people, they are in a way kind of similar to in the aspect of blaming white men for those problems because this guy thinks they are propagandists. Like this is something that they've been told.
Candace Owens blames white men for things?
Yeah, I don't think so, but yeah, I think that's something that he wanted to express. Maybe I'm wrong.
Well, that's why I wanted a clarification. If you can give me some clarification.
I mean, that's what I
don't even hear Pearl. I don't think I heard Pearl blame white men either. I think she's saying like, white men.
Those three blame women, and that why don't they blame white men and never blame men and only blame the women because they're propagandists in the sense that they're working for the white men.
Candace craps on women for being women. Candace blames the problem on black people, etc. They
are grifter sellouts. I don't think like this Candace blame, or you probably mean Pearl. Okay, Pearl craps on women for being women. Candace blames the problem on black people, and they're all grifters. Well, they're half right in part of the problem. Like, you guys remember when Lily Phillips did the whole like 100 body thing, 100 dudes in one day?
Yep.
All right, and instead of like Candace, like, you know, calling Lily Phillips out for doing this and like going after these guys, selecting these guys, like, you know, really just kind of looking for these guys to do this, Candace blamed the guys that Lily Phillips enlisted on this thing as the problem, right? And calling them like, you know, what did she say exactly? Like, I'm trying to remember her exact wording, but like they're predators, right? Like they were predatory, right? But it was Lily Phillips that was looking for them, that was enlisting them. But the guys are predatory, right? Like that right there that would be disingenuous in that case. You know,
thing is, we've been blaming men for a very long time. So these new people that are coming out are solely focusing on women. And so we had it half right, and the whole right is we're all to blame.
Yeah, like both parties have like both parties are responsible. Okay, if you're gonna call out women for what they do, you have to call out men for them contributing to what women are doing. And likewise, if you're calling to call out men for what men are doing, then you also need to call out women for how they're contributing to what men are doing. So it's like both sides are guilty here. Now, who is more guilty than the other? That goes down to who's
Is it even relevant?
To the actual act.
Well, I was going to say, I don't even think that part is relevant, because if we're both guilty parties, then we're both need to fix ourselves, and whether one needs to fix more.
Short. Both parties are not where they need to be, and they both have work they need to be working on. Absolutely.
Yeah, it seems like a competition. Oh, men are more blamed too. No, women are more to be blamed, and
that loses focus on solutions if we're blaming on who's worse than the other. And that's kind of my biggest thing with Pearl. Like, I think she's needed in the space, and I do truly like her. I just think that she has such a, like, I was saying this in the comments, I hate women just as much as Pearl probably does, if not more. But I know that there are good women out there, and she does this thing where she hates on women, and she says all women are liars. We all lie. And she says, we, like she's part of the problem too. And that I've always thought that was so interesting, because when I talk about women, I never include myself in that gambit. I will say we when I talk about we're all a little crazy, because I do have that crazy mind aspect to me, but I'm not a liar, and I try to be a better upstanding woman. And I think that's where she loses me.
So you want to say that you never lied in your life? Come on.
I'm more like an elf. I don't lie, but you have to listen to the words I say very carefully.
Of course.
They're misleading. $2 comes in from God, Guns, and Glory. Says cheap facts get grifted. Pearl lost the debate. Yeah, I said that. I think she lost the debate because she didn't provide. She held Andrew to a prescription, and she didn't even have a prescription to counter or as an alternative option, right? And to me, that's ultimately where she lost, because you could debate and refute all the positions, and that's fine, but they didn't disagree on any of the descriptors of the problems. They agreed, Andrew conceded to that, right? The problem was that when she's going after his prescription, or his, as he said, or she said, step-by-step, list, and you're going to criticize that, then you should have an alternative option. If you don't, then in my opinion, you lose the debate, because you're not providing an alternative option. You're just criticizing the option that you don't like.
Well, and her whole thing is she doesn't want to tell men what to do, but she does definitely tell them what to think. And I don't really see the difference there. And I think that if you're going to do that, then you should have some sort of, in your head, a path to success.
Well, again, like I look at like, okay, who is she influenced by? Who is like been the main source of, you know, data and content that she consumes in this space about this topic? Rollo. What does Rollo say? He doesn't give prescriptions. He doesn't give advice. He doesn't give best practices. You know, so she's literally just mirroring her influences. Influencer.
Just sad because if you're going to have such a big platform, I feel like you should, like, that's one of the reasons I wouldn't mind having a platform. Like, the idea of being an influencer scares the shit out of me, but I know that people need good people out there to listen to, so I almost want to bite the bullet on it. But it would be to influence people into a better views and better paths instead of just mirroring what's out there.
Yeah, you know, like I think that, and like I said, like the biggest problem for her conversation or this whole topic was she didn't provide an alternative solution, you know, and that's where I think like she ultimately lost.
The problem is she doesn't see a solution. She doesn't think there is one.
But see, here's the other thing. I don't expect women to provide men a solution for men's problems.
So
But if you're going to speak about men's problems, then you have to have some sort of solution. And I don't think a woman can really tell a man what to do, but a woman can definitely give an insider view on what they're dealing with.
Well, think about it. How can a woman really tell men like come up with a solution when they never have to experience or walk in the man's shoes? So although they may be able to like say like, oh, well, why don't you just do this, or you should try doing that? That sounds great, you know, but if you actually don't understand that guy's, you know, what he's going through or how he's, you know, you could just like observe and like, oh yeah, women do this and that, whatever, and you could see that, but you don't understand what he's dealing with when he's dealing with this stuff. It's kind of hard to provide a solution because you're not aware of it.
I can agree with that. We don't walk in the shoes of men, so we can't really tell men how to walk.
Yeah.
But also the thing is that, like I said before, I think Pearl plays her part very well. She pointed the problems. And at the same moment, like you mentioned before, Auntie, that she probably tells men how to think. But I will disagree here because men should not take her word for that, how to think and what to observe and what to focus on. Men should think with their own fucking brains. You know what I'm saying? And they could use some of her like problem appointments, but they don't have to follow her like face value.
But if you have a woman,
here's the thing though, is that she technically, because this is the issue, is that perception is reality, and how you present things is framing. You know, Glenn knows this better than any of us because he's a filmmaker. Right? How you frame things and present things at every level does matter for the presentation. And if you don't appreciate that, then that's one of those nuances that, you know, more people should pay attention to. Because the thing is, there are ways that Pearl could give information that's positive about how they could get good results with women, like the examples I've given. But positive ways of addressing problematic behaviors. But instead of talking about that stuff, we're talking about like how men get fucked over in divorce court and stuff like that.
Again, it goes back to the influence.
Not a man.
Where she gets
she's
the
creating
data
a confirmation bias though, because when you have all these men saying this is how women talk, and then you have this very big woman saying, yeah, that's exactly what women are thinking, then you're getting a confirmation bias from an actual woman. So it's almost pushing the narrative that all women are like this. And that's where I just have a little bit of an issue, is that yes, I will say that in general, a lot of women are evil on the inside, but not every single woman is. And that's what I wish she would understand.
Yeah, it's not a matter of evil. It's just like men. It's that they're capable of that depending on the circumstances. And the thing is, the issue that I think Pearl has and a lot of women in the red pill space have is that women typically don't want to tell men what to do, like you said, right? But the thing is, they will try to help a man that they actually care about and give him good advice. But it comes down to, like, say, the losers that aren't worthy. They don't want to, you know, maybe I'm speaking, maybe I don't know. Correct me if I'm wrong. But it would seem to me that women typically don't want to advantage guys that aren't worthy. If you don't get it, you don't understand, you got to have the balls to go up to a woman. They don't necessarily want to have to tell you that, because then if you do it, they could never be sure that you actually did it because you meant it, or if because she told you.
That's fair, but for me, it's the losers I really want to help.
Well, yeah, and the thing is that she does too, but in the moment when she gets caught up in her emotions, she's not thinking about the bigger picture. That's the issue, and that's what happened with a lot of people that are fixating on the problems and not really exploring the solutions. If she wanted to find out, like, hey, what are some red pill success stories? She knows one, Donovan Sharp and his wife, right? She was there for the wedding. I could talk to guys like me in the red pill space, maybe, but the thing is that you don't see a lot of people want to talk about that stuff. What actually gets popular? This is the sad truth. What gets popular is the shit that's divisive, the shit that's riveting, that's indignation driven. Because the thing is people tend to forget it's not just men, like horny men tuning into the Fresh and Fit After Hours. There's a lot of women there too, enjoying the shit show.
Well, she's always waiting for the other shoe to drop, which is if you're waiting for an inevitable failure, then an inevitable failure will come. I mean, that's
when you stare into abyss, right? The abyss stares back at you.
yeah, and she stares into the abyss, and that's an unfortunate thing, because I know the abyss is there, but I'm not staring into it, because I believe that I think that everything that's wrong has a way of correcting itself, and there's good paths to that, and there are bad paths to that. And I just think that, unfortunately, the people that are the loudest are the ones that are so focused on what's wrong with our reality and not on what we can do to fix it.
Yeah, I've talked about this before. The Dunning-Kruger ends, like there's the low end where people are really loud and overconfident, where they don't know shit about something. And then there's the wise people at the other end that typically shut the fuck up because they understand shit's complicated. That's why I kind of crossed the gap, I believe. Maybe I'm being arrogant. And I got to the point where I was wanting to shut the fuck up and just sit back and watch. That's why I was helping Fresh and Fit from behind the scenes and all that stuff, helping a lot of guys like that were putting the content out there. I'm just like, I don't need to do this. I'll just sit back, But I got to the point where I'm seeing so many problems with how things are being done. I'm just like, maybe I shouldn't just sit back. Maybe I shouldn't be the quiet, wise old man. Maybe I should actually say fucking something to the young people and try to help them.
And that's kind of where I'm at.
Civic responsibility. Yeah, and I agree with you on that.
I was very afraid
of people the information and then see who's really doing the work. Because like Glenn said before, it's not so much that the information's out there. People know about the information. A lot of guys know about the information. They're just not willing to actually utilize it. So when you find people that are willing to utilize it, those are the guys I give all the attention to in like the Fresh and Fit community, with the guys that are actually asking questions that are focused on like how they can get better results and how they can do better in not just life, with women, but in life in general. And like I said, those are a lot of the people that I'm still friends with, and I mentor a couple of guys. So, they are making improvements. And like me, they made a lot of mistakes and had some misconceptions and bad mindsets. And they get, they ask the right questions and get good advice, and they can self-correct. You don't have to tell them exactly what to do. You give them the tools to figure it out for themselves.
Yeah, we have a silent majority and a loud minority. And that's, people hear the loud and they think that that's the majority, and really that's only the minority of people, because those ones that are willing to speak out like that are usually the people who it's interesting. The people who are the quiet, like you said, are the ones that usually actually have the more sage advice and wisdom. It's just that we know that we've been given 2 ears and 1 mouth for a reason, and that's to listen more than we speak. But it's gotten to a point that it's so bad in our culture that a few of us are bridging that gap and realizing, no, I can't stay silent anymore.
Yeah, and that's the psychological trick pulled upon us, because as those people with power, they know exactly what they're doing, and they know exactly what you mentioned before, that minorities are loud, they don't know shit, and Dunning-Kruger effect is very applicable over there. And that's why we have to overcome it. That's we have to become loud as well. I mean, those people who bear some wisdom and life experience, they don't have to sit in the corner and watch them talking a lot of shit without even having some expertise behind. They have to step up, I think, and to become loud as well, and to basically counter them with the valid force, giving a proper pushback.
Yep. And I have a very big fear of, I'm not afraid of anything in life except for the idea of being famous, but I'm overcoming that fear because I think that voices like mine and your guys' need to get out there more, and we need to get louder, because the world isn't as bad as everyone thinks it is. It's you got to stop listening to these people that say it's just so awful.
Yeah,
Well,
most
most of
people
the
know what
people
the
that, like,
problems
just-
are now. They just need solutions, effective solutions.
Well, most people don't want solutions because that actually requires effort.
Bing,
Yeah.
bing, bing.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But
it's-
also, you don't necessarily have to become famous. I mean, I don't want to speak how much things around I managed to influence at this point in my life, but I mean, this is the model. Nobody knows shit about you, and you still being able to do some things to people's minds. I mean, change them in a better way, and you still can do that. And this is the way in nowadays world, in this day and age. This is the only way I find valuable and actually utilizable, because any other ways there is no guarantees that you will be left alone while you gaining some clout. Because even more than that, there is a guarantee that at some point, once you gain a lot of numbers of viewers, some people in black suits will appear at your doorstep and make an offer that you will not be able to refuse.
Oh, I'll refuse it. I have no need for any of that. I am one of the few that money cannot buy my voice.
Unfortunately, once they come to your doorstep, they're not coming only with the money, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, well, they can.
What else are
do
they
what
coming
will.
with? Huh?
They're coming with the pew pews and the crazy and the threats. But
Yeah.
I don't.
Yeah,
I
I mean,
just-
that's why you don't have to be famous. You still can impact. You still can do a lot of things behind the scenes.
I just want to be a good role model for younger women, because the thing is like, if anyone could be a victim, I could be a victim. I have all the daddy issues and the mommy issues that you could think of, but I came out of that and I am a stronger person for it and not a victim. And I have a happy marriage. I've been with my husband for 14 years. And, it's those issues don't have to make a person. They can break a person, but it doesn't have to be that way. And I just wish more people understood
It's
that.
all mindset. It really is. It's mindsets. What
Yeah.
you choose to believe is true will be true for you, at least.
Right.
If you,
And I used to blame my
if you're the-
parents for everything, but I don't anymore.
well, you can't blame your parents until after you become an adult.
Exactly.
like,
Once you turn 18,
once
it's
you
all
turn
on you.
18,
Once I realized that, it was such a huge epiphany to realize that it's not their fault anymore. It's my own. And then the biggest epiphany actually was realizing that I'm actually grateful for their terrible ways, because it taught me so many valuable lessons. And the last things
Yeah.
I said to both my parents was I thanked them. I thanked all my demons. I reached out to people from my past that I hadn't spoken to since I was a kid that had a really negative impact on me. And I actually thanked them. And I said, thank you so much for being as awful as you were, because you created such a beautiful person because of how awful you were.
Yeah, it's kind of like I relate to that in aspect to with my dad, because my dad was an alcoholic, but he always, taught me, yeah, I'm gonna tell you not to smoke and drink like me, and if I ever catch you with that shit in your hand, I'm gonna slap it out of there and beat you within an inch of your life, because I don't want you to be like me. I want you to do better than me. And that could be, like Andrew Wilson, smoking and drinking and not necessarily encouraging that for other people. That could be considered hypocritical, but does it take away from the truth of what he's saying? Yeah, don't do that shit. It's not good for you.
Have you heard him talk about how it helps with his gut biomes?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know anything about that, but
Oh, there is some reason that he actually smokes. There is a health benefit for his smoking. It has something to
Yeah.
do with his gut not being able to create certain biomes, and that if he actually
I
quit
think it was a
smoking.
joke.
Oh, was
I
it?
think it was a joke. Yeah.
Oh.
Can you believe this shit? Like,
I definitely like. I didn't look into it, but I was like, oh,
During,
interesting, interesting.
it wouldn't
He said it so
change the
matter of
truth,
factly.
though, because he doesn't.
I'm
he
like
doesn't-
sarcasm
Oracle debate.
illiterate.
It was during the base Oracle debate that he brought that up.
yeah.
Oh, was
so,
it?
like,
Was
this
it all
is-
bullshit? You know, I believe that now. I'm like sarcasm illiterate. When you're really dry like that, my brain goes, oh, okay.
But it also the thing of his character, right? He lots of times he says some like crazy ass bullshit with 100% serious face, and you getting confused. Like this is his thing. Like he's good at that.
Oh
And with
yeah,
this
and
thing-
I'm
this thing
the
with God Bio, I
worst.
think it was the joke.
I'm the easiest one to influence that way. If you're dry like that and 100% serious face, I will take you. I'm very face valued on that stuff. So I need to look into this now.
I mean, I don't find it kind of flawed if you are a woman, to be honest. And
That's fair.
it
You
did
accept
say-
my
the
woman
Bible
brain.
does say women are easily deceived.
We are, and we're easily manipulated into buying things. I've never understood that. Well, I mean, I get why, but it's just so fascinating.
And also very good in doing that back, right?
But see, like
That's why they
when
make
it-
great management.
when it comes
Yeah.
down to like, and Viking was hitting on this earlier. I believe a lot of the problem is the messaging and how the messenger chooses to deliver the message. I know that they all say, I'm just presenting the data, you know, and I'm not telling people how they feel. Actually, you are, by the way you choose to deliver the information, and the context or and how you are providing that information. You are telling people exactly how to feel about it. For example, if I said all women are hypergamous, and meaning all women could end up monkey branching and leaving you for the guy that's the next best guy that comes around, right? Now I'm presenting this, negative view of all women. So that, now you can't trust a woman; she's probably gonna leave you just for the guy that's a little bit better than you. That's what you have to risk, and like that presentation of hypergamy is actually providing you a very negative outlook on hypergamy rather than being more like neutral and objective to it, that yes, women are hypergamous. It is part of their vetting process, is how they choose, a mate, because they want to get with the guy that's going to be able to provide and protect them for them and their offspring. So that yes, women are going to want to look up to a guy. They are going to want a guy that's, above them socially or economically, or whatever the case is. Yeah, she's going to want to get the best option that she can. Why not? Because for her survival and her offspring survival, it would be imperative that she got with a competent guy that could provide those things. That's not a bad thing. That's actually seems like a really smart thing. I'm glad that God did that, because I have a daughter and I want her to pick the best option, right? I wouldn't want to sell her for a lame or a loser that's going to leave. You know what I'm saying? Like, I would rather her use that hypergamy to get the best option. Now,
actually understanding how women filter bad options of men and what they actually favor, and not looking at it like, oh, all spooky and grainy film and found footage style, like it's a bad thing. It's just like, no, there's upsides and downsides. Like, what did I say before? Benjamin Franklin. There are positives and negatives to almost everything, upsides and downsides. You have to weigh those and make a conscious choice. There are risks involved, in any choice that you're going to make.
But like hypergamy is not the problem, it's how it's utilized. Just like men's ability to be men on average are stronger than women. Men could do cause more physical harm and inflict more physical pain than women can. Doesn't mean that all men are going to beat women. It's how that man utilizes that strength that will determine whether he's utilizing it for good or bad. Just like hypergamy. And, just if a woman is using it to, find a husband that she's going to be committed to for life, then she's using it correctly. Now, if she's utilizing it and then monkey branching or swinging to the next guy, well, now she's using it incorrectly, right? But the thing itself is not good or bad. It's how the person that chooses to use it.
How come the hypergamy doesn't kick in until after the first baby is born?
Hypergamy is from the very beginning. It's how you guys select and you vet the guys that you choose to commit to.
Yeah, hypergamy is basically the question. The way Rollo describes it in the back of a woman's mind: is he the best I can do, and could I do better? And if the question comes back, could I do better, and the answer is yes, that's when a girl starts wanting to go to girls' night out and doing all those things that put the relationship in jeopardy. As
I've just noticed a lot of
described as
women
monkey branching.
have children with men that maybe they could have done better with. And then once they have that first child, then the hypergamy starts kicking into overdrive because their protective nature starts kicking in for their child.
I think that could probably be related to hormones, could probably be related to diet and health and the control of hormones, and therefore they're flooded with all that crap, and so they're paying attention to the wrong things too.
Yeah, there's two phases that the red pill talks about, which is usually after the honeymoon phase, which is usually about 2 to 3 years, that a woman will tend to be more unfaithful or have the possibility of being more unfaithful. And then also what's described as the quote 7-year itch. Usually when a child reaches a more mature phase, the women will also tend to get the urge to explore other options or leave the relationship. And this is something that's also like behavior in animals as well, typically, where they'll move on so that way they can, breed with multiple mating partners to get more varied offspring. So this is like a normal animalistic behavior that humans still, I guess, have in some extent. But at the same time, we still have the ability to choose. That's why, and going back to like the monogamy versus open relationships thing, it's just like the same thing with being vegan or vegetarian versus being carnivore. Technically, human beings are omnivores. We're both. We're capable of both those behaviors. To how the skill or extent that we're good at those things varies from individual to individual, but we can technically do both. I hope that makes sense.
Yeah,
I don't even understand how the hypergamy thing can be even some kind of novelty or confusion for some people. I mean, this is the exact pattern that hardwired into all the animals the same way. The female chooses one of the best of the males, and that's it. That's how it was working all the time with people, with apes, with cows, with lions, with whoever the fuck. It was always like that. And it's not gonna change anyway.
Rollo tries to talk about, and honestly, this is still a theory. This is not like proven. It's not replicated. All right, this is still a
simple
theory.
praxeology.
It's
how
a
is that-
theory. It's not even. I wouldn't even go as far as calling it a praxeology. It's a theory. Because I would think a praxeology has to be replicated. You're seeing this, replicated. Praxeology is observing human behavior, right?
Praxeology is a branch of philosophy revolving around the scientific study of human behavior, which involves observation documentation. So that's what, like, when we talk about the red pill stats and all this and all that, that's where Rollo does have a legitimate claim to say this is just academic, because that's the core of most of the information. Now, when it gets down to what people's interpretations and opinions of that information is and how they present said information, that's where things can get varied. It's the same thing as the Bible. Two different people can read the Bible and interpret it in a very different way. That's why when we did the book readings in the Fresh and Fit Discord, we still call it Bible study to this day because of people misinterpreting things like Rollo's work as being a Bible when it's just an attempt at academic presentation of information that we've observed.
Yes. Every one of us observed the same patterns over and over again in a different time periods of human existence. It was always the same, and it will remain the same, and nobody gonna change that.
Yeah. What I was trying to get at is that although Rollo looks at hypergamy having two sides, alpha fox and beta bucks, I don't like. I'm not saying that's not true. I'm just trying to again reiterate, like, this is still just a theory.
Well,
this
Rolo
is
says all the
not
time,
gospel.
hypergamy is not a straitjacket.
Yeah, it's not replicated. It's a theory. It's not like definitive. This is just a hypothesis, you know. And if it is alpha fucks and beta bucks, really what the woman is wanting is she wanting the guy that gets her turned on like the alpha fuck side does, but also is the caring, nurturing, and good, you know, father figure like the beta buck side, right? Like women want both of them in one guy. Well,
that's why even the successful like Christian relationships, the marriages and stuff like that, still struggle a lot, especially guys with like porn addiction and stuff because of not getting touched by their wives, is because of this idea that guys have basically neutered their personalities by not doing any of those things. Like I described that earlier, you know, where you do little flirty things with your girl kind of off and on throughout the day, maybe even through text message here and there, giving her a winky face or something like that, or maybe just sending her an eggplant, letting her know that you're thinking about her, you know, stuff like that. And then when you know she gets home, kids go to bed, then you can have a lot of fun because you already got her warmed up throughout the day. A lot of guys won't do shit like that anymore. And that's like a very rudimentary basic example. There's other things that revolve around that to kind of getting that, you know, alpha fucks air quotes response, you know. But again, this is something that, like, say a good example is a lot of Christian guys have been taught, if you do those dominant behaviors, you're the bad guy, you're being controlling, you know. And feminism will tell you never do anything for the express pleasure of a man. So that automatically sabotages relationships because it's like now you have to feel like guilty or bad if you actually enjoy getting your husband off. Like, what the fuck kind of mind fuck is that to women?
Because the system itself tries to divide women and men.
It is just as bad as saying a woman's orgasm doesn't matter too. It's almost like not doing this. You know what I'm saying? Like there's bad things on both sides here of this conversation that are detrimental to relationships, right?
Division is the way to control the people, though.
Yes, yes. That's what this system is trying to do. It's trying to divide men from women, and it tries to punish
Poor
men
from rich, men from women, black from white. It's a complete division control system on all different angles in order to hit at the max capacity.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Yeah. So I look at like the problems that are being faced and the guys are like, you know, dealing with is, you know, okay, these things can be true. Be cautious of this. Be aware of this. And if women are hypergamous, honestly, to me, I think it's in guys' favor. One, if you really value this woman and you really value this relationship, her hypergamous nature is going to keep you on your game. It's going to remind you get no days off. And that if
hypergamy wasn't real and didn't work in favor of men as well as against men, not only would my girl have not done the fuck shit that she did, but I also wouldn't have been able to salvage the relationship by making changes.
Yeah.
You know, it's just like, so it literally worked in both contexts for me. That's why, like I said, I'm like the fucking, you know, crash test dummy for the fucking red pill. Like I literally did all the quote blue pill shit and had to do all the quote red pill shit to fix shit. It's just like rocket surgery, God damn it.
So like, it's not necessarily a bad thing. I think it actually is beneficial to men. Honestly,
but it needs clarity and correct context. And that's the thing that me being somebody that's been complimented for my ability to deliver clarity in an articulate way. Like I said, that's why I've kind of stepped out of the shadows, as it were. You know, I'm just like, no, okay, I've been getting told by people over and over again that I need to talk more about this. Thor got me involved with the dragon ship, you know, and even though the dragon ship panel stuff was technically optional because he mainly wanted my, you know, behind the scenes skills, you know, but once again, I find myself out of necessity, hey, people need to hear a more clear idea of why this shit works and doesn't work, and why the perception being the reality. Because Myron talks about all the time, oh, it's not what you say, it's how you say it. But there's clarity there. No, it's what you say and how you say it. Both
Absolutely.
things matter. There's a duality to that. And if you don't appreciate that context, you're either ill-informed or lying, because that is
Yeah.
a factor. Once again, if you want to try and pretend that you don't have influence when you clearly have influence, just like, when I talk to people, like, I'm having influence right now. So I have a responsibility to represent myself as truthfully and honestly as possible with as much integrity as possible. And I'm not fucking perfect. And if I make a mistake, I will admit it. If somebody can change my mind will be changed. But I'm going to have to be convinced and persuaded to do that. So I'm not a pushover, but I'm also not a complete dolt that's going to just assume that I know fucking everything. Like I said, I've been wrong enough to know better at this point.
Yeah, like, and again, anything in life worth having comes at a cost. It's going to come at a risk.
Yeah.
And are you willing to pay that cost? If the answer is no, well, then that's not women's fault. That's your choice.
Where does hypergamy ultimately lead? Is it a pathway that should eventually lead to or morph into the genuine burning desire, or does it go somewhere else?
So hypergamy is basically like a way a female is going to vet who she wants to be in a relationship with, right? So
I was going to say, you don't have to explain hypergamy to me, but I understand you may have to explain it to other people. I get it.
So like,
it leads to respect.
What it ultimately does is, like, if a woman selects you, she chooses you, then she is saying that you are her hypergamous best, and that's who she wants to be with, right? She wants to become vulnerable with you, because think about it. If a woman got with the wrong guy back in the day, like, that was incompetent, her and the offspring that she may be pregnant with would be at risk. So, it's ultimately to use to select the mate that could protect her and her offspring. And usually women, their mating strategy is to find someone and stay with that person normally forever, right? Unless they they see the guy dies or he's incompetent, and then they try to go somewhere else, right? But historically, that was never really an option.
Well, it didn't really answer my question.
I was going to say, to answer your question, I think it leads to respect, because if a woman is choosing you and looking at you as her better, then that leads to the end result of respect.
But is respect a component of genuine burning desire?
Of course.
I think
you can't have desire without respect.
Yes.
Yeah, I don't think a woman doesn't love you if she doesn't
will
respect
not
you.
love you. Yeah.
So ergo, it eventually evolves into the genuine burning desire. So it's necessary for that component.
Yeah.
Ideally,
I
yeah.
believe
If
so.
a woman actually selects a man that's actually worthy, that's the catch-22. Is that a
Yes.
man has to accept a woman that's worthy, as well as a woman has to accept a man. It's kind of the dance of life. The man has to lead, but the woman needs to follow as well.
But because of the hypergamous nature, that respect has to be continuously fought for.
Yeah, I think the respect is, constantly, guys have to constantly show that they're worthy of that daily, right? It's something that you're constantly working on. Like,
You can't become complacent, because that will create a nature where the hypergamy wants to look elsewhere.
What you did yesterday was yesterday. Today's today. We're not, what yesterday doesn't matter. Today's now. You know what I mean?
Nah, I think that at some point, I think that you bank clout, you bank respect, you can bank certain things. Don't get me wrong. If you step entirely too far out of bounds, that's problematic, right? But if you're just having a bad day, if you slip, if you whatever, I think at a certain point, once you have built right upon that foundation, I think you can sustain to a certain amount, right?
I think it's
I talked about that before. It
Problems
depends
are
on
not absolutely
circumstances, but the clock is usually ticking if you do fuck up, especially if you fuck up bad.
Yes,
I think
well,
there's
I was not saying the I get the fucking up bad. I get that, but that's also for me. That's one of the biggest issues is that when there is problems that I see is when there's problems in a relationship that are big, huge problems, right? They're often shoved to the side, neglected, for a variety of reasons, right? Whether that just be ego or, laziness or not wanting to deal with it or scared or for the kids or for the family or for the, Instagram face to save Instagram face, whatever that reason might be. And folks don't deal with that. And there's, I don't know. I mean, I think that the large problems, if you're in a relationship and you can figure out a way, right, to be able to overcome those large issues like Viking's talking about, I think you're good to go. I don't think I think you found the cheat code at that point.
Yeah, well, it's not a cheat code. It's that you got to work for it. There are ways that you can
Well, it's
resolve
just a turn of phrase,
situations that
but
other
yeah.
people don't want to think about. Yeah, it goes back to that problem solving aspect. And I talked about this earlier, knowing what your options are. Because a lot of guys think they got like one or two options in all these situations. I realized after coaching guys from that were in the Fresh and Fit community, I'm just like, dude, you do realize that you've got like 5 or 6 options here, right? They're like, well, what do you mean? I'm like, well, you got this option, this option, this option as well. And they're like, oh, I didn't think about it that way. I'm like, damn, you're right. And I'm just like, yeah, dude, like you got more options and choices in a lot of these situations. You just got to learn to believe that you have choices. A lot of people like think that they don't have any other choice. And it's just like, yeah, not all choices are easy. That's the problem. A lot of people are still looking for those easy choices rather than making those hard choices. Like a good example was watching a cooking show with a friend of mine who's a retired 3-star Michelin chef. And he was asking the question in the competition, like if you were in this competition, because the guy had the opportunity to basically pick his opponent. He's like, would you go against somebody that was easier or somebody that that was like stronger? And I immediately said, I'm going to go against somebody that's stronger, because the thing is, if I'm going for a weaker target, then that means that I'm assuming they're gonna lose easily, and I'm either gonna underestimate them, or I'm gonna get somebody out of the competition that's gonna probably fall anyway on their own, and I'm not really doing myself any favors. So why would I choose the easy path when the harder path is gonna prove my worth in the competition already and drive me home? And that's the thing, is that's talking about like a cooking competition that I honestly, when the question was asked, would you compete in it? I said no, because I don't have the skills for it. So I know my limitations. But if I were to, then I'm going like, yeah, I'm not going to play the game like that. And I said all that to, say it comes down to making those hard decisions. A lot of people just don't want to acknowledge that the hard decisions for the long term are usually the better decisions.
Do you always have to play to win, though?
Well, see, and that's the problem. That's the problem.
You cannot learn.
The red pill. Hold on. The red pill teaches guys not to play to win. They teach them not to lose, to play to lose, right? They're just trying not to lose, but they're not trying to win. Yeah, they're playing not to lose instead of trying to play to win, right? And if you're trying to play not to lose, you already lost.
That's why I have the question: do you wish to be right or do you wish to win? Because the thing is that winning is a blanket term for anything that you view as positive. So it doesn't matter what you perceive winning, because that's subjective to you. What do you view as the win? What do you want in life? What are you trying to get?
Bingo. That's what I was getting at.
So if you know that, that's the first thing I ask guys questions when they want to get help from me. I'm just like, well, what do you want in life? It's like I got to be like Conan the Barbarian and be like, what is best in life?
Well, that's like, your story of the cooking competition, right? You go into that and yeah, you don't win, but what value did you extract from that experience, right? And for you, that may actually be a win, because you take that experience now and you go start a fucking restaurant, or you go, that leads into a awesome fucking job you can now get because of what that experience has taught you, you become a better chef, or whatever.
Yeah, by picking a stronger opponent, you have a lot of opportunities to learn some tricks from him. And by picking a weaker opponent, you are not learning shit. If he is,
My apologies.
by definition, worse than
One key detail missing is that this particular cooking show was a competition of expert level chefs, like from around the world. So that's where it was like, would you
Hell's
pick
Kitchen?
what you'd perceive as an easy? Huh?
Hell's Kitchen?
No. I'm sorry, I can't remember what it's called now. It's a newer show. But 24/24, that's what it's called.
Never heard of it.
24 challenges in 24 hours. And it's all a bunch of chefs from like that are all like restaurant owners and stuff like that already. So I do agree with what you're saying though, Clovertac, that if you have an opportunity, like if I was going to compete in an amateur competition as somebody who's an amateur cook, then yes, I would definitely want to engage in that and challenge myself, because then I could rise to a better challenge. And there might be opportunities for me to do that in the future. But in terms of that competition, that was like a question of like, if you're in this real fucking like top competition of competitions, like, are you going to be trying to go for easy targets or hard targets? And I'm just like, no, I'm going for hard targets, because if I don't got what it's got out of the gate to take out the hard targets in this sort of competition, I don't got what it's going to take to finish it, in my opinion. And
Well, it's like,
maybe
don't
I'm wrong about
wanna
that,
wish
but
life-
I believe it's a good mindset.
You don't want to wish life was easier. You just wish you were better. That's
Yeah.
the mindset you should have to have. It's like, oh, I wish my problems were easier. No, just wish you were better at solving them.
Yeah, and I was generally speaking about any sort of competition. You want to pick a harder target for yourself so that you can actually learn something. You can gain experience, a lot of experience, in opposition to having an easy opponent that will not teach you shit. You will just waste your time.
That best friend that I was talking about, the reason why he's my best friend, and his mom, loves me and everything too, is because that was the guy when I started playing in Yu-Gi-Oh tournaments like a long ass time ago. He was the first motherfucker that absolutely destroyed me. He completely pushed my shit in, had a counter for everything I did, and I thought he was reading my goddamn mind.
Pause.
But instead of being
Hold up.
ego and butthurt,
We
I
all
was
heard
just
that,
absolutely
Glenn.
amazed. And I asked him after the tournament, I was like, hey, do you want to play some games? I want to know why you can beat me so easily. And he more or less just explained to me card advantage, which at the time was very important in Yu-Gi-Oh. So if you basically played one card and got rid of two of their cards, you gained +1 card advantage. But I digress on that point. That guy's my best friend because he kicked my ass, and then he taught me what he knew. I got so good, I started winning all the tournaments for a while. And then the store owner made me the tournament runner. And then I started judging tournaments into multiple different states. So I got to travel, make a bunch of friends, meet a bunch of people, socialize, teach people how to actually play the game and have fun with it. So I got
What's
to
the
have a
best
really
way
good
to
time.
learn?
I
That's
just
how I
gotta
learned
say
how to play.
something to that
Abdul,
was,
get the rocks.
Yeah,
that
getting
was
the push
gay
in.
on two levels. You had your shit pushed in, and he did something to your ass, and that just too many gay comments in one.
Well, he said
like,
butthurt too. Did you
and
catch that?
butthurt, yes, he left you butthurt after he pushed your
Yeah,
shit
these
in.
are normal trash talking
that's
terms,
a little
man.
too gay for me,
Oh,
A
you
little
never
too
been
far.
to trash talk before?
Feels
my
like
bad.
No, that
too
wasn't trash
homo.
talk. That was
rather
But the
bedroom.
point still stands, does it not?
No, I
That
agree with you. That's how I learned to play chess.
I lost really bad. Oh, I lost at chess.
When
to
I
my dad
when
for
I was
fucking
like 8 or
years.
9, I had a teacher teach me how to play, or as a daycare, like a professional watcher of kids. He and I were the last ones at daycare, and he saw who I was, and he thought, I'm going to teach this girl how to play chess. So he brought out a chessboard, and he did the ultimate 2-move murder in chess. The first game we played, and I'm 9, and I'm looking at him, and I go, "You literally that took 2 seconds."
Queen's Gambit. Queen's
Yeah,
Gambit,
he
right?
did a Queen's Gambit on me, and
yeah, my dad did the same thing to me.
it was perfect because then I was so intrigued by how he was able to do that I wanted to beat him. Like, that was my ultimate goal. And to this day, I always open with the same move to avoid a Queen's Gambit, and it's worked perfectly for me.
Yeah, I play my dad. It was funny. Glenn talked about Monopoly before. Like my dad made me play all those games until I could beat him, and then he would just move on to something new. Risk, fucking Mortal Kombat, like including video games and stuff like that. Like it was kind of ridiculous. I didn't realize it at the time.
Based.
As I said, my dad was low key Mr. Miyagi, right? Because he was teaching me all like the wax on, wax off shit, and it's just like it's made me a very capable man as an adult.
No, that's super.
Yeah.
That's super cool.
As I said before, teaching kids from the video games perspective is a very huge thing.
Well, just not letting them win, I think, is another one. I've never let any kid that I play games with. I never play offensively first, but I play defensively. I don't ever try to let a kid win because I don't think that's good, valuable lessons.
Yeah,
So
that was actually one of the things my dad taught me about girls too. Is never let them win. Now, if they beat you, and don't be an asshole about it. But never let them win, son.
This is interesting because my dad, not a sports guy, not into the video game, not into the board game, not into fucking playing games at all. He failed kindergarten, I believe, because he didn't play games. And I use that turn of phrase pretty regular for myself. What he did do was come help me, hold this fucking wrench, lift this thing up, hold this while I tighten it, screw this, strip this wire, do this. And so in a way, it's just I think it's a different way to accomplish the same thing.
Yeah.
Because
Agreed.
we're with what y'all are talking about, it's sort of the winning attitude and the winning mentality, the tools to like I was taught more the mechanics behind winning.
Yeah,
Or
exactly.
accomplishment.
Yeah,
I
it's the
should say
same-
accomplishment, not winning.
It's the
Accomplishment.
same pattern of solving
Yeah.
the problems.
Yeah.
So that's how you teach kids to solve the problems. It could be video
Yep,
games, it could
exactly.
be real life,
Problem.
car mechanics, and all this kind of stuff. Like I said before, he was not on the panel yet, I believe. I said to Viking that I managed to teach a 6-year-old boy how to read and how to assemble very simple electrical schematics.
Oh yeah.
Just on the way how the game is played. So I had like a tabletop game with the electrical schematics, with the real battery, with the real wires, and I made him like I told him how to do that, and he was able to comprehend.
Yeah, kids are like earlier the comment that I will to this day I'll remember forever is kids are smart. They're just really ignorant. So if you teach them things, they will learn them. And I think that's one of the biggest goals. And I think that a lot of these culture changing and things really miss is that we actually need to be teaching kids more so than we need to be fixing broken adults.
Yep. Agreed.
agree.
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah, no,
Like I
you're
said, that's
right.
why I teach my son.
But
I teach my
at the
son
same
things
time-
as unbiasedly and truthfully as I possibly can as a human being.
But at the same time, in order to teach the kids, we have to work on with their influences, which are going to be their parents, which are going to be broken adults.
Yeah,
I
we need
wanna
to
answer
simultaneously work on them.
Oh, absolutely. I want to address Ego's question he asked me earlier. When is going to be my next debate? I really don't debate, bro. Like, I didn't even really want to do the debate that I did. And I'm never saying I won't debate. If it's something that I feel confident in or if I have a strong position on, and the opportunity presents itself, yeah, I'm open to it. But it just would have to be something that I'm really like stand on principle wise.
Something you're passionate about.
I'm really confused.
Yeah, because
when
like
people try
honestly,
to
like
debate
my
me.
thing. Here's my thing about arguing with people. If I'm not fucking you, feeding you, or funding you, I'm not arguing with you. Okay? Because I really don't care what you do. Go play tag in the freeway. I don't care what happens to you. I could give you some advice. You tell me to go fuck off. Okay, go play tag. Go get hit by a car. I really don't care. But like I would have to have like a concern or an investment in you, to
A purpose to the argument.
yeah,
You
a
can't
reason
just
to argue for you, with you. That's just
correct.
my
And if I can't get through to you by the end of the argument, then I don't want to have a continued argument with you in the future.
exactly.
Yeah,
like I don't mind
as a right-wing progressive leftist for many years, debating people endlessly online and in
Right-wing.
person. Yeah, I was an interesting beast. And yeah, I spent plenty of time debating and arguing with people and wasting plenty of time with people that didn't matter. It didn't affect. Well, maybe it did affect them in some way, but me believing that is just cope, more or less, because I don't have any proof. So
A
I
good
have
life
to look back
lesson.
at it. Go ahead.
Yep. I was just say a good life lesson is to learn that you can fill a cup, but if it has a hole in it, don't keep pouring.
Yeah. But also, just to advocate your point that you said, you waste a lot of time debating people about some irrelevant shit. I don't think you wasted that time. I think you just learned how, in general, people think, how they communicate, and how they behave. And this is actually
Yeah.
a valuable experience.
The initial
I-
effort would be
I do
valuable.
agree
I
with
think
you,
the
but-
continued would be wasteless.
Well, that,
I
but
always
Yeah,
the
look
sure.
thing
at,
is
like,
now, because of that perspective and my experience, it does lead to genuine confusion when people say, like I mentioned this to Grid before when you were out, Glenn, was that, because Beth was saying that she wanted to debate me about Red Pill, but then wasn't sure she would, like I said, I wouldn't debate her, but I'd have a discussion. And she wanted to have a discussion, and it came up again, but she was tired or something. So I'm confused. I'm like, what does she really want to talk about? I'm still confused on that, but I said I would have the discussion. That's why I'm even the only reason why I'm interested, because I'm a man of my word. But at the same time, when people try to talk to me, like, so I even had a couple people that DM me and said that they wanted to debate evolution. And I asked them to just look up ring species and then get back to me. And I got the and it's just like, okay, so I guess I won. Like, I proved my point. Like, what happened? It's just, like, okay, my bad. I'm the problem. So I don't know. I get genuinely confused when people want to debate me, because I'm just like, I don't even see the value in debating anymore a lot of times. Because Jake was saying this, like saying he wanted me to do more debates and stuff like that. And I'm just like, I don't even see the point. When I was a progressive, I did plenty of debating, and it didn't get me anything but, like you said, experience in arguing with people endlessly. And it was like the same thing, because the way that my dad trained me for debate is that he would force me to debate him. Well, he was intoxicated, funny enough. This is also how I learned how to swallow pride as well, because when you're arguing with a drunk man with a 146 IQ, you're gonna have a bad time. But I endured and gained skills from it. And once again, like, looking back at it, I could consider it a waste of time, but I appreciate your perspective on, locking in that, yeah, you still learn something. You learn some futility.
Well, also,
Yeah,
if
of
they have a
course.
large audience, I think there is purpose as well for the audience, even if the person you're speaking to isn't quite going to get what you're trying to get at.
Yeah, well, and like I said to Jake, it's like, and that's well and good. Waking people up is all fine, but that's
Jake,
not
I
really what I'm
sent
here
you
for. I'm more
the-
interested in I'm more interested in teaching people that want to learn what I learned. And if it will benefit them, I hope they can use it. Because that's what I tell people all the time when I help them. I tell them, you don't even need to thank me. If you use anything that I have said to better your life, and I can even witness it, but in passing, I'll be happy alone just from seeing that. You don't need to give me credit. You don't need to thank me. You doing good in life is reward enough for me. And if I happen to find out, that's awesome.
And I used to add to that, when I say to the people that I influence in a good way, as the same as you do, I used to add to that, the best way you can thank me is you apply the same model and teach somebody else the same way I taught you.
Yep. That's
Yeah.
what I
I want
say
to teach
usually
the
is,
unteachable,
pass it
though.
on if you can. If you
Yeah.
encounter anybody that's in need, like, because we talk about this, you can't red pill your friends, but when you have moments, you can drop nuggets of wisdom and help people learn.
Yeah.
Because that's the thing about people, like Dale Carnegie's How to Win Friends and Influence People, the book talks about. You often can't challenge people's egos directly because it hurts them emotionally. And if you really want them to win, you have to soften the blow in clever ways to
Covert
make it
teaching.
their idea. Like, it's called finesse nowadays, but it's just called social acumen, like understanding how shit works and how people's feelings work.
Yeah, that's why I hate the tone policing thing, because like you were saying before, how what you say and how you say are
both important. I've always thought when you're communicating with someone and trying to teach them something or say something and they can't hear you or understand you, it's not on them. It's on you for the way your message was conveyed. And so you should always find a way to switch up what you're saying to the audience that you're trying to appeal to.
Yeah, actually talk to the person you're having the conversation with, not the person you were trying to have the conversation with.
Right. And if I'm talking to someone,
whenever I'll ask people, like, is that, I ask people often, I've been criticized for this though, but I'll ask, does that make sense? Because I genuinely want to know, like, if I'm making sense to you, because if I'm not, I need to recalibrate.
correct, you need to recalibrate versus a lot of people, like you'll ask for clarification and then they just repeat the same sentence. And it's like the first sentence was the one I had a hard time with clarification on. The repeating it isn't going to help.
Yeah.
And a lot of people are actually dumb and they cannot comprehend with the very simple things that you try to tell them.
Well, then use shapes and colors. You know what I mean? There's other ways to calibrate. There's always a different level of communicating, and it's not always overt communication is too glorified. Covert communication is the key.
Yeah, I agree here.
Yeah, one of the guys in the Fresh and Fit Discord used to, whenever somebody would say something blue-pilled or dumb, he'd be like, "Oh my God, am I gonna have to whip out the crayons again?"
Sometimes you need to whip out the crayons, man.
Yeah, it's the endless work. It always will appear up again and again and over again, and you will have to do that.
But that's the
Well,
fun part
I
of
always
life.
appreciate questions.
Yeah.
Because, like I said, when I can offer clarity, then I know that I've helped somebody out.
Well, you also know that they were listening, right? That's another component of that. Like if you're, if somebody's asking questions, then that, I guess it depends on the question, to be fair.
Right, but it is an active
Yeah.
listening trait to question what you've been told.
Yeah, and I agree with you. That's something I was talking about before, is I'm only trying to help people if they want my help. When it comes to even my own business, my studio stuff, if people don't want my help, I'm not going to sit there and harangue them. Like, a lot of people know what I can do now, and I can help out in a lot of ways. You know,
But the
just
people
like
that
you
don't
yourself
want
know-
help are
you
the
know a
ones
lot
that
about
need the
YouTube. You
most.
know stuff I need to know. Like how to get a check mark with me when you don't have 100K.
So you're like Mr. Wolf, who said, "If my help's not appreciated, lots of luck, gentlemen." You remember that character from fuck, I don't know the name of the movie on English. Let me the one with Travolta and Samuel L. Jackson.
Pulp Fiction?
Yeah, Pulp Fiction. Yeah, thanks. Yeah. Mr.
I haven't seen
Wolf.
it in years, so I don't really remember that much about
Oh shit, man.
Checks are not tied to 100K anymore, by the way.
Jake, I sent you the link. If you wanted to come up, you're more than welcome to come up. But are you delivering the mail? Are you being a good, mailman?
Viking, just Google it up, the Mr. Wolf Pulp Fiction. You will find the quote that I
Mail time.
All right.
Here's the mail it never fails.
Yep. So I will say this. This is where I think part of the problem when it comes to prescriptions for this stuff falls flat. The problems that men or women are having in relationships are extremely nuanced. Okay. So you could say if you do X, Y, and Z, then you should be fine. Your relationship will be fine. And make sure if you got the right woman, then that's like the caveat, right? If you got the right woman, and if you did X, Y, and Z, your relationship will be great. Well, how do you know you got the right woman? You don't know you didn't get the right woman until the relationship is over, right? It doesn't work until it blows up in your face. Well, now you know you didn't get the right woman,
Well, it's a very natural thing, right? Because here's the thing. Whether we're talking cars, whether we're talking vehicles, whether we're talking tools, right? You got to have the right thing for the right perceived outcome, right? So if you are doing construction work, you don't want a McLaren. You probably need an F-250, right? So it's making that correct choice to begin with, and then you got to realize that to get to where you want to be, or for that to be the most effective thing, then there's also maintenance required, right? And it's the same way in a relationship. So not only are you having to choose right, but then you got the maintenance that goes into it as well. And a lot of folks preach. This aggravates me, is that there's a lot of stuff, and I don't know all the peels, right? And I don't really give a fuck. But I hear a lot of people preach things that they don't preach enough, or maybe they overlook, or maybe they don't believe in or think it's necessary, as far as the maintenance side of things.
Oh yeah. And a lot of times, what ends up happening is like people get complacent, they get relaxed, they stop doing all the things that they were doing before to even get them to the altar, right? And over time they stop doing, they do just enough to keep things going and functioning, but not to thrive and continue to grow. You know what I'm saying?
Well, they also don't recognize and embrace change, right? And so,
yeah,
especially if you've been with any one particular person for any length of time, and this can happen. I think it was Viking that talked about, the honeymoon phase, and then you've got different phases, within a year or two, and then, the 5 to 10 year stretch, and then the 10 to 20, and whatever it might be. Each one of those, that person is growing and changing, because we're all individuals, and depending on outside factors and, health and all types of other things, I mean, that's going to happen, right? So it's a matter of recognizing that is going to happen, and then being able to facilitate things in a way where you're moving in that same direction, but not being scared of it. I think that people think that it's a lockdown, right? Like, kind of like we talked about earlier. Okay, so I just got to choose correctly, right? Choose wisely, right? I just got to do that, and then they do that, and they think it's over, and it's like, no, it doesn't fucking work like that.
Yeah, there's no days off. It's like, I think it's a cop out when they're like, oh, you just picked the wrong one. No, it could be that you just didn't do what you needed to do to maintain that.
Yeah, I think
that's why I think perspective is very key.
Because like if the Bible says whoever God, whenever God joins together, let no man separate. So if you two got married, that was obviously God allowed that to happen, right? He put that together. And you guys made this covenant, right? You made this covenant with them. So what God has joined together, let no man separate. So if that relationship falls apart, well, is that because you got the wrong one?
Or is it because it was a secular marriage? Or is it because, was it a
exactly,
ordained thing? Was it actually, God let that happen?
Or were you just a bad steward with what
that
you
gets to a theological thing right there when you go down that road, though.
But I would say even if it was a secular marriage, nowhere does it say that only X marriages God joins together. It says what God has joined together, let no man separate. So what God brought together in marriage, let no man separate. I think that goes for all parties. It didn't say specifically only to my people or those believe. It says what God has joined together, let no man separate. So
even secular marriages take the vows, and once you take the vows, you need to heed the vows.
True.
Old Joe, Pearl did great at presenting the descriptions of the problem. Andrew agreed with pretty much all the descriptions of the problem that she presented. Where she lost, in my opinion, is that she had no alternative solution to Andrew's. Andrew presented a step-by-step solution. She's like, well, good luck with that. I don't see that really working, but there was no alternative solution for him to to offer. And if you don't have a solution, then to me, that's an L.
Mm-hmm.
But I didn't expect her to have a solution to begin with because, again, she's not. You could hear men's problems, but unless you're having to walk in their shoes, it's kind of hard to really understand how to navigate that course, right? You know, you could,
And she at
empathize.
least rightfully admits and acknowledges that, which I think is huge.
Yeah. But again, I also look at the fact that, like, who does she mirror her information the most from? And that to me is a huge component here that is not being acknowledged, right? Who she's like getting the information from and how they are presenting it and what are they saying about marriage and what, like, it's going to eventually affect how the person that consuming that information will also believe on that topic, right? So if she's getting information from a bunch of nihilistic individuals, well, then she's going to have a very nihilistic view of it.
Is there any man that has solutions or prescriptions or whatever that she does agree with? And if that's the case, then why is she not saying when she's pressed for that sort of thing, like, hey, you know, I can't, you know, I don't walk in a man's shoes. I don't understand the problems. However, you know, so-and-so over here, you know, prescribes or, you know, thinks that this is a potential solution. And I tend to agree with him.
Well, because
I think she's unwilling to pick one.
Well, I think it's also nobody wants to really put their name attached to, like, this is a solution, because now as soon as that does not work, you are a failure because that solution didn't work for this person, right?
Well, that's cowardice, is it not?
Yeah. Well, that is cowardice. Is not willing to take the risk and present a potential solution.
She also thinks the other shoe is going to drop. So she's not willing to accept a solution.
Yeah.
Because she thinks those solutions are only temporary.
Yeah. I think there's a better option. I'm not somebody that says I don't provide solutions, advice, or best practices, because I do. So I'm not afraid of it. And I think that, you know, we have written about it very well in our series of books here. You know, establishing your own dominant masculine presence, you know, is part of it. Understanding that, you know, if you are especially a man of faith, that your frame or your worldview is going to be filtered by your deity. So as the red pill says that it's religious. Well, if you are religious, your worldview, the things that you're going to filter your decision making by, is going to be like, what would Jesus do? You know what I mean? That's the easiest way to explain it. Is like, would this please God? Right? It should not be your wife. It should not be, what would my wife be mad at me if I do this? No, that's not who you filter, you know, your decisions by. It should be, if you're one that holds faith, is, would this please God? Does this, you know, bring glory to his name, right? Like, that's where you're filtering your decisions from. Then from there, that's your frame, that's your worldview. Now you have that established. You work on, okay, while you're trying to figure out who you're going to marry, if that woman does not align with that worldview that you have, then that move on to the next one. Just, you know, you have to be solid in your worldview and your frame before you can do anything else. Because if you're not, and you're easily swayed, then you are more likely could abandon your own worldview to adopt hers. Well, now what does that put you in? That puts you in a very bad position, because your worldview was God, but now your worldview is her. So, and a lot of guys do that. A lot of guys tend to sacrifice for the pleasure of pleasing the woman. They placate to women.
Do you think they do that because it's easy? Or do you think they do that? Let me finish. Or do you think they do that because they think it's necessary? Or is it something else?
I think it's
it's a bargaining chip.
Well, then that would be necessary, right?
To them it's necessary.
Right. Exactly. No, I mean from their perspective. Yeah.
I think it's easy and it's propagandized.
Well, I think it's that they offer additional value, maybe to get that woman to be interested in them.
Yeah. People, I get the path of least resistance. Like, I understand that. Like, nature works that way, right? So it would make sense that, we're sort of wired in a way for that. But, whether we're talking electricity or heat or whatever it might be. But the issue is that friction polishes, right? That's that's the flip side of that coin. So you can't be afraid to mix it up.
Yeah, I was talking about this before. If you really want to know if your girl likes you, just see how she handles it. If you tell her no about something, you need to tell her no about. If you can never tell her no, especially when it really matters, like you might be with the wrong girl.
Mm-hmm.
Good for all relationships,
And I
even
think-
friendships.
So does the no need to come with an explanation?
Not
Necessary?
always. Not always.
No is its own sentence, but the reaction to the no is necessary to understanding who you're dealing with and if they are compatible with you.
Right.
Yeah, the way that I explain it to my girl is that sometimes, like, I need her to just do what I tell her to, like, say in case of emergency. If I like whisper to her, like if I see a threat and we're in public or something like that, and I tell her we need to move this way or that way, and I whisper to her, I don't need her going like, "What the fuck you talking about? What do you mean? We don't need to do that," and start arguing with me. I need her to fucking move so we don't get fucking hit with a threat. And maybe I'm wrong, but I need her to just comply with that in the moment. And then later I can maybe give her an explanation, but the explanation is not required because otherwise that's going to be used as an excuse to argue with me.
Well, assuming that it's not obvious in the first place, right? Because I'll do that quite often. I'll say something about, "Hey, we need to do this, that, or the other," right? And then that's whatever, that's done. But then whatever it was that I was trying to either accomplish and or avoid happens, right? And then she sees, oh, this is why he said X, Y, and Z, right? It's because of what just went down, what just happened. So sometimes an explanation is not necessary because life explains it, right?
That's true.
But that
I think after a while, though,
could
it
be
helps.
very costly. That explanation could be, life or death. And oh, that's why he died. That's why he told me not to do that. Oh, my bad.
Well, but here's the other thing, right? Again, everything has a flip side to the coin. Why I brought this up. So let's say that, there's a certain amount of legitimacy, trust, authority, you put all that into that, right? And if you're somebody that cries wolf, that is not educated or aware enough, whatever, like, Viking was bringing up, if you was just switching to the other side of the street and like afraid of every little thing in the world and making decisions, just arbitrary decisions because you were totally insecure about everything, that's much different than we're doing this because of a serious threat, right? And the same way with you making other decisions, it turns out that you're just doing it arbitrarily for the fact of being able to do it. Like there's no reasoning. I mean, you can't, as a man, you can't back it up, right? You can't back it up with logic and understanding or mechanics or safety or like security or any other financial or any other reason. And I think that eventually that could lead, could it not, to like distrust. And she's like, okay, I'm not going to listen because this fucker says we're going to do X, Y, and Z, and it's fucking pointless every time.
Yeah, it's kind of the same thing that my parents did with me and that I do with my own son and my girl is that, yes, I will have a prepared explanation. I don't give a command. I like the old classic parent go-to because I said so or because I told you to. It's just like, but with no explanation, it doesn't have any real authority if there isn't an actual logic behind it, a damn good reason. Because if you hold a kid to a standard where you just have to arbitrarily follow authority without a valid reason, yeah, I understand like that's expedient for your parenting and it can be effective in some context, but at the same time, over time, the child's going to get distrust because they're like, hey, mom and dad don't really know what they're doing here now, do they? And
Well,
that's going to be frustrating for them. You know, all kids have a point where they realize their parents aren't gods, but you want to soften the blow a little bit and give them some realistic expectations, you know?
Oh, I let my kid know from the very beginning I am not God. Run.
It also eliminates the possibility of a teaching experience, right? If there's no potential explanation there. And so like, you know, the youth Viking, right? Like out with his lady, you know, sees a threat, you know, hey, let's go over here, right? Boom, they go over there. Yeah, you seen what that guy was doing? Like, man, you know, he was shady. So next time that there's a situation where a guy looks similar and she recognizes that, right? Then that's a learning thing for her. Maybe she's out on her own, right, Viking? Maybe she's out with a girlfriend. They went out shopping or whatever the case may be. And the same shady looking, you know, looks like a meth head, whatever the case may be, right? Then that's a learning experience. She's learned from that, oh, maybe we need to go to the opposite side of the street. Maybe we need to turn around and go the other way or go over here, right? We don't engage.
No, and that's the thing. Because I know my girl better than she knows herself, when she was walking to one of her jobs at one point, I warned her that she needed to be careful and couldn't be like having her headphones in, having her head in the clouds when she's going to and from, because where she was, it was likely that there's people that, especially like people like out in the country and stuff like that, that have big trucks that don't necessarily see, you know, you shorter women on the side of the road crossing the street per se, you know, because there's a lot of short women driving these trucks too, you know, and I know I'm hyperventilating or exaggerating that for, you know, joke, but she did have a moment where somebody damn near hit her because she wasn't paying attention. She wasn't being aware of her surroundings. And that was a learning experience for her because she had to come home and like acknowledge that I had warned her about that. She made the mistake I warned her about, and she did almost pay the price and was scared for her life, you know? And so that was a kind of harsh learning moment for her. But, you know, thankfully, because I was preparing her, she did react more appropriately and she did realize her mistake and was like, holy shit, you did try to warn me about this, you know?
And that experience will make it so
example.
that you don't require much explanation in the future.
Yeah, exactly. And that's the thing, because I always try to teach her how to think tactfully or tactically and safety wise, you know, because this is how I was taught. You know, one of my mentors for street fighting was a Vietnam vet, and he always taught situational awareness. And he found out I played video games. He thought I played Call of Duty. This man like gave me a whole fucking lesson about how to survive a gunfight and shit like that, like at my job. And then how to use that in a video game and not play like a fucking dumbass and play with survival in mind, and I could do good. And it's funny, that's why I was able to train my girl how to play Call of Duty, because when I did finally pick up Call of Duty, I was really good at it because I had a veteran of the U.S. military tell me how to be a fucking good sniper and how to fucking play smart and not fucking play like a dumbass noob.
Hey, Viking, have you ever seen that guy that went viral, that he's a real life sniper, like in the army? And he just goes on Call of Duty or these video games, and he like snipes people from afar.
I mean, that old guy?
Yeah, and he says that there's actual correlation of physics between the video game and real life. And he uses real life, you know, precision in the video game to actually snipe out people.
But the thing is that it's not a regular thing.
Yeah.
I just wanted to say welcome.
Yeah, what's up, Glenn? Good to see you, bro.
How you been, man?
I've been good, chilling here and there, man. You know,
I witnessed a couple of your debates. It was pretty good, man.
Oh, I appreciate that, bro. Yeah, fucking. I debated Destiny. Not.
I saw that. I saw that.
Yeah, in Detroit, bro. I went over there.
Very, very, very pleased. Very pleased with your performance.
That was
fun. You didn't call him a Coomer Gremlin like I did, but you know it's okay. Not everybody could be like me. I get it.
Yeah, I tried to be nice, bro. I'm not gonna lie. I was going
in
there.
You were very civil. I really wasn't.
Civil.
I was trying to be civil.
Yeah, I know. I know.
I
tried my best.
Okay, I'm sure you saw the debate yesterday.
Yes, I did.
What was your overall opinion of it?
Okay, so Glenn, I'm pretty sure you know that because I've spoken to you before. I don't know necessarily.
I know your opinion of Pearl.
Pearl,
personally.
okay.
I know that personally.
Okay, all right, cool. So I did see the debate with her and Andrew, and I think dude, honestly, I think Andrew crushed her when it came to, like, I get when she says that she's like, hey, I just don't tell men what to do. However, she made a whole entire career about having an opinion on men's issues, right? And it's kind of like the Rolo thing, how Rolo says, well, I am not telling men what to do. But however, even you having, you kind of can't help but give some type of either insinuating type of advice or straight up advice. I don't think Pearl gives straight up advice. However, I think she does a lot of insinuation of what men should do. You know, like when she says, well, all men
they shouldn't do.
Or they shouldn't do, vice versa, right?
She creates a perspective.
Yes, yeah. Like me personally, I don't even think women should be in this fucking space at all, to be honest. Just my opinion.
Okay,
here.
bye guys. You guys have a good day.
Well, to me, it's the way they do that is plausible deniability. Well, I didn't necessarily say you should do this, but it's a cop out for them. And I mean, like, can you blame her though? Because where does she get her information from? Who's her influence? She's mirroring her sensei. If you think about it, like,
who's her sensei? Rolo Tomasi? Or
absolutely.
Well, that's what Rolo's criticized her about frequently, is that, you know, she more or less took off his talking points and misrepresented him.
That is true. Yeah, that is true.
So if he's saying that, like, well, she's taking his information and ripping off his talking points, well, he has said he doesn't give advice, solutions, and best practices. So if she's saying she doesn't give advice, solutions, and best practices either, well, you're just mirroring her sensei.
Well, you know what's funny? I think Pearl's better at it, though. I think Pearl's much better at, because like Rolo does give advice. Like he literally has the 12 rules?
9 iron rules. 9 iron rules.
The 9 iron rules. And then Pearl doesn't have any type of rules things, but she does like a shit ton of insinuation, right? She makes money off of this, and that's perfectly okay. But I think she does do the same thing as Rolo, but I think she's just better at it, to be perfectly honest.
Yeah, and like you said before, Glenn, because other women aren't necessarily going to identify with her. But the thing is, the people that will identify with her, a lot of those guys that are struggling right now because they do pedestalize women. So they're going to look at her being kind of like almost a pseudo role model for a normal girl next door, you know, from the Midwest type shit. And like, hey, like, that's my ideal type girl. And this is what she thinks about women. Like, oh shit, I'm in trouble. Like, this is a problem.
Right.
And
a
like
woman
I said,
saying
it's
that
a
is
fixation on
validating.
negativity.
Her saying that as a woman makes it so much more validating as a point of perspective. And that's what I have a fear of with her perspective, is the nihilistic view is going to hone in with men a lot better than someone like Rolo or the red pill community, because it's an actual woman saying these things. So it has to be true.
Yeah, a woman saying like, there's no hope for you guys. Don't even try. Just like,
But
you know,
by
like,
the way, Glenn, that's another problem that I have with Pearl, that, you know, the whole black pill thing, which I've spoken to you about this already, but
yeah,
I kind of feel like, correct me if I'm wrong, Glenn, have you kind of leaned towards that kind of black pill mentality too throughout the, you know, year or so?
I mean, there's certain talking points that are factually true, you know, but I don't think I have a black pill position. I have more of like, look, the only thing that you could do is improve yourself. So you can do what you can to establish a dominant masculine presence, work on, you know, all these areas in your life that can help you, you know, have a better positioning or options or opportunity. If you choose not to work on that and improve those areas, if you're going to sit here and bitch and point at women like, oh, these women are hypergamous, well, then you know what? Then you're wasting time and you don't really want change. You just want to bitch. So then it's going to be bad for you. But I actually have more of a holistic and, you know, positive worldview of it. I just see like there's certain people that if you're going to have a negative outcome, if you think life's going to suck, okay, life's going to suck.
Right. No, I understand that. I understand that. I'm just saying, like, when Pearl, like, for example, like a lot of the black pill that I'm talking about, I remember her on her show, she stated this statement, and tell me if you agree with this. And I'm kind of paraphrasing, but she more or less said, women won, guys. Women are the winners. They control the media, the laws, etc. And they won, right? That was her perspective, that women won. Now, I think that's total bullshit, obviously. Men have been winning for thousands of years prior before this, okay? And maybe
Well, the thing
they're on a
is,
little bit of a winning streak,
but
but
there's some nuance here.
There's
some
a lot of nuance here, yeah.
Well, see, the thing is that like we talked about before with like say the laws in the court system. Yeah, men have the majority to be able to make change in the system, but the thing is that we're outnumbered by the men that are influenced by the women and favor the women's side of things now. So in terms of what Pearl's saying, like women won, they kind of did because they've been able to change the rules of the game and get other men to work with them to rig it in their favor. Now, this has been to their detriment. They never really wanted that truly. That's kind of the whole idea of a quote shit test in the red pill.
Well, that was
they
the
really
propaganda.
want a man to tell them no when they needed to be told no, and the men that were given that responsibility did not tell them no. That's how a lot of things go bad, and they did it on societal level. Like part of what women original in the suffragette movement were pushing for was the right to vote, but it was also the prohibition of alcohol because their husbands were avoiding the responsibility of dealing with their wives and going off to the bar and fucking with hoes and floozies.
It's a much better
Imagine
outlet.
that. So, guys, like people talk about fresh and fit going to the club, but what the fuck were they doing back then? And that's why we got the prohibition of alcohol.
And that's why I say, like, a lot of this issues that we're seeing stems from lack of accountability on both sides.
Can I ask
On
you,
both
Viking,
sides.
is there any way of reversing that? Like, so for example, we had giant propaganda campaigns to convince women to get into the workforce and like it, right? Oh, your husband's going to leave you, even though we know that's a lie. Women initiate vastly amount of the breakups and the divorce in this country, but that's what they were told, right? Get into the workforce and you will like it, right? And you will be independent and you're powerful. This was the propaganda that was given. Do you think that now that that's the case with women, is there any way of going back to what it was prior before?
Oh, the thing is that
At
it was
all.
never as good. We see this is another common like psychological trope that humans have is that we always like to backwards rationalize. So we like to go back in time and think about the good old days and how things were back way when things
When
were
none of us
simpler.
live in the good old days. None
And
of
the
us
thing
were
is,
there in
the thing is,
50s.
I've taught. See, the thing is, I was advised when I was very young to actually talk to the elderly and listen to the elders and stuff like that. That's why I know a lot more than the average Joe, because I did exactly that. I talked to old ass motherfuckers about women and relationships and religion and politics and racism and all this shit. And it was fortunate enough to meet so many different people that I got a unique perspective on. We're actually better off now than we were before. A lot of people don't want to believe that.
Well, you
in
can't
the
go back. You
best
can only go
time.
forward.
Yeah, and that's the thing is that we can't undo Pandora's box. Pandora's box is open. It is still open, and it is continuing to flow out knowledge of good and evil. From the result, if you want to go back to the Christian religion, the fruit of the forbidden tree, the knowledge of good and evil. That's why we have the ability. That's why we have free will, right? We have the ability to choose to do good or do bad, right? And
Sure.
we can do bad even though we know it's bad, right? The thing is even most serial killers know them killing people is bad. They just don't agree with it.
Well, I think most serial killers believe the morality to be subjective. So even if they do kill somebody, it feels good to them. Therefore, it's not bad.
Yeah,
Like,
all bad
that-
guys think they're low key the good guy. They're the
Exactly.
underdog.
Exactly. That's my point there. So anything bad could still be good in their eyes because it's subjective, right?
Yeah,
is
so
that grid?
I don't think there's going
That is
back.
grid, and
just
all the background
finish up.
noise.
Yeah, to finish up.
What's up,
I don't
man?
think there's any going back, but I do think that there is a way forward.
Okay. I agree with you to a degree, Viking, but I will say I think if we were able to launch out giant propaganda campaigns to convince women of these lies of feminism, etc., then I don't see there's no reason in my mind that we can't do the same propaganda campaigning just on the other side of things because women are so impressionable, they're able to
We're
follow,
doing it
etc.
right now. That's the thing. We're fighting
you gotta
differently
remember,
because we
it's
can't use the
taken-
same tactics See, this is the thing about, psychological warfare, if you will, right?
Mhm.
Is you have to evolve the tactics. You can't keep copying other tactics that have already been documented. You can't
No,
keep
yeah, you
doing
can.
the same shit
You
that's already
can.
been
Sure, you
counted.
can. Yeah, Marxist ideology has been doing this for hundreds of years, and then
Yeah, you can.
they've succeeded. You totally
Because the
can.
human nature is the same. It remains the same, and all the patterns that used in
here's the
psychological
thing.
warfare, they still remain the
But
same.
this is where, what did I say before about having
Like,
more
you
options?
guys,
There's
I'm
better
talking, I'm
options.
trying to talk. Here's the thing.
Sorry, maybe I didn't notice.
It took over
Can you guys hear me? Is my
100
mic working?
Yes,
It's
we can hear you,
it's
Greg.
pretty fuzzy, but we can hear you.
Here's the thing, though.
All right, cool.
It has taken over 100 years for it to get here, right? So it would take even more, if not to go back to try to suppress what we've already have now before we could course correct. It's going to take time.
No, it
It's
will,
not
but
gonna
it's
be
not going to
overnight.
take the same time. It's not going to take
I'm
the
not
same
saying it's
time.
going to take the same time, but it can take actually even more.
Nope.
Sure, but
Well, no,
Depends on how many resources you put in
okay,
that.
if we're talking about the indoctrination, the woke quote mind virus, is that what you're talking about? Is that what we're talking
I'm
about
talking
here?
about all of it. If you're
he's
gonna
talking about like feminine, like how long did
Yeah,
feminism take
feminism
to
is
really
part of
take
that
over?
woke mind
to
virus.
get to where it's at
that-
now,
that
It took
to
over
get
100
to-
years, Glenn.
over 100 years.
It
Yeah.
took over 100 years. So why can't we do the propaganda take another 100 years to go back
That's what
to
I'm
the
saying.
opposite direction?
We can do it even
We can do
faster.
that.
Or we could probably
Here's
do it
the
even faster, to be
problem.
honest.
But
Here's
no,
the
no,
problem,
see,
though.
that's silly. Here's why. Is because you're we literally got here because of that. So you want to go back and then do this shit all over again?
No,
No,
what
we
I
need
am
to
saying
do
is
better.
Well, we're not going to live long enough to
You could-
even see it, Viking.
That's
But
the
Yeah,
problem.
exactly.
Right there, Jake, is the
That's
problem
fun,
is that people be like, why would I do that?
yeah,
I'm not going to see
I'm not gonna
any
see it.
change in my lifetime. It's my life is not going to improve, but
Yeah,
they're
and
not
with-
thinking about their children's children, or they're not thinking about their nephews, or
Yes,
the future.
but Glenn-
That's the problem.
Glenn,
It's selfishness.
it's selfishness. But I feel like when people have children, they're more likely to make those sacrifices because of their kids' future, right? And if you see the birth rates, the birth rates are going down even lower. Another form of that propaganda would be encouraging more births in society, thus lowering down the selfish nature
what I'm
of
doing.
single people. That's
I'm doing.
another.
I'm encouraging. I'm encouraging
Yeah.
men to get as many women as possible and have as many babies as possible. I'm full Elon Musk here. I'm full.
Yeah, go full on turkey
what's the
baster,
other
bitch.
guy? What's that other guy's name? Fuck, I can't remember his name now.
Who are you talking about?
I think
Another
he's trying to sound like
Nick
Hung
Cannon.
Lo.
Nick Cannon.
Oh, Nick
Shout out to
Cannon.
Nick Cannon.
You're Nick Cannon them Kibbs, bro. Nick
Genghis
Cannon,
Khan, man. Genghis Khan is where you gotta go.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Like,
Mikey
no,
wants-
seriously. People say, "Oh, would you wife up an OnlyFans girl?" It's just like, I'll take a strong, independent woman. I don't have to worry about financially supporting her. If she just wants babies to have a good dad, I got you back.
Okay, Viking, can you be a father to like 10 kids with 5 different baby daddies? I mean, sorry, 5
baby
sorry,
daddies?
sorry.
I'm gonna be the daddy.
Yeah, you're the daddy of 5 women, you have 10 kids. Can you legitly be a father to all 10 of those kids?
Yes.
Now, effectively, or
I don't
good?
think very effective father.
Remember,
Elon Musk couldn't do
I
that.
have experience doing volunteer work where I've had to organize large groups of kids.
But
So
can you do it
I actually have
effectively?
experience
And
in teaching full groups of kids, whole rooms.
I think he refers not to the capacity of you to have an
Exactly. I
experience,
don't think it
knowledge
could
to do
ever
that,
be done-
but to the
I don't think it
physical
ever be
resource
done
that you will be capable physically to do that.
I don't think it could be done effectively and to the best of the ability for each child. I think
Unless you
there
could get
should
them
be
all
some
to live in one home, I
Yeah.
don't think the
Even
effectiveness
then,
would be as
even
high.
then, you only
Even
got
then,
so
it would
many
be
hours a
difficult,
day.
but that would be the closest.
I think
you
that
could
would be
get,
better is having
Is
them
if you
all
could
in
get a
one house.
generational
Well,
home.
Elon did.
Way
Like,
too
he has everybody in the
efficient.
compound.
Don't
Elon had
conflate.
everybody living in his compound. All the baby
But even a
mamas,
compound wouldn't work because they're in separate homes, so you would have to physically be separated from
They will
kids at certain
compete
times.
for your resources if you separate them. They will
The
compete for
closest you
your
could get
resources.
is one whole household, or else I just don't
think-
think it would be as effective.
I
Yes,
think you.
and
I
still
think
they
you
will
set up your kids to not be able to have the right type of parent that they ought to have if you didn't have as many kids, right? You
To
know,
be
different-
fair, though, it would be better than most scenarios, so it's still an
True.
improvement.
It is in one area, but the deficiency could also be more in another area. So, like, yes, you may have more kids, and you're increasing the birth rate and the population, all that stuff. That's great, but if you're not able to give each child the quality time that they need, because it's not quantity, it's quality, right? So, if you're not able to give them the quality time that they need from their parent, then they're going to be deficient in missing out on that. If you were able.
Well, hold on, Glenn. Hold on. So I'm actually going to take issue with this because I don't disagree that it is about the quality and not the quantity, but you have helicopter parents showering kids with every possible advantage, and those kids have fucking failed society. So I can't get there from here. I think the reality. I honestly think the reality. I think the reality of large families has been proven to work better over time because that's how the entire world flourished right up until we started having a birth rate crisis. All of these other modern problems that we've brought upon ourselves. So I would actually say that I think a guy could have 10 kids.
What you're talking about when you said the time, you're talking about quantity of time. I'm saying quality of time. You could have.
I understand that, but
you can spend a short amount of time, but if it's quality time, it could be more.
But these parents are giving them quality time. They're literally helicopter parents. They literally give them everything they need, every advantage.
That's quantity. That's not quality.
How is that?
Again, by definition, helicopter parents are giving them the best that they can. They're
like
full
Deion Sanders.
focus. They're full attention.
I don't think that they're giving them the best that they can. I think
they
they're
just
removing,
spoil them too much.
Yeah, they're removing like problems or
Okay,
obstacles
good.
in their way.
And that doesn't happen when you have 10 kids. You don't end up with spoiled kids when you have 10 kids.
Yes.
Yeah,
I
but
agree with
the
Greg.
helicopter parent thing assumes that full focus is what the child needs, and that's just factually not true.
Yeah,
I agree. I think that the reason that large families work is because you didn't have spoiled kids. It could not happen. It could not exist and there was always competition amongst those kids to do better than their brothers, than their siblings. And we've removed that entire thing with the idea of this, modern family of, wife, husband, 2.5 kids, and a dog. And that, I think that we've doomed society in a way to saying that you can't have these large families anymore. I 100% believe that you could. I'm actually sorry that I don't.
But Greg, that was
easier
not
than
even
ever
the
before.
position that was presented. It was 5 baby mamas and 10 kids. So you're navigating different locations, different parenting schedules. Unless you could get them
if I do this,
in
it's all
one.
going to be in one house. Like Sweet Auntie said, she's on point.
Again, the odds of that happening, being that guy to be able to do that, is very rare.
Never tell me
And it
the odds,
doesn't happen
Glenn.
Yeah,
very
Viking.
often.
Do you
So,
really want to have an OnlyFans whore living in your household with other women and your kids?
Although it's attainable,
I mean,
it's
she wouldn't be doing work because that would be against policy. But she wasn't.
You could write
working,
off your
then,
house,
no
though.
problem.
You
See,
could.
that's the thing. I don't have a problem with body count. I don't have a problem with.
But do you have a
whores.
problem with promiscuity women?
No, I do not.
Okay.
I only care about how they treat me and if they're loyal to me. And yes, is it a possibility that they won't be loyal to me? Yeah. And if I find out, then I won't deal with them anymore when they claim that they'd be loyal.
So
to
then
me
you're
when
willing
they
to
weren't.
make a single parent household right there when the parents are broken up. That's my point here. And that's not very cohesive for a child's growth, wouldn't you say?
Okay, but I mean, I already took my girl back who cheated on me twice, so I've already proven that I can deal with that, no problem.
Okay, all right.
And that was because we have a kid, and I knew that he would be doomed to a single parent household, so I gave her another chance.
Okay, good.
So
you are
I
making rational
understand where you're
decisions.
coming from.
Right.
This is not something I would angle for. If
Right.
a girl really did fuck me over, like say found out she took a hit out on me or some shit like that, yeah, I'd probably have to make her a single mom.
Yeah, I mean, that's
could see
more
that. I
that's
gotta
more
be
reasonable.
honest. I could see that. I could see an ex-girlfriend of yours taking a hit out on Lex Luthor. I could see that.
Thank you.
She comes with a mech machine and
couldn't you
shit.
take the kid then in that scenario, so you wouldn't be creating a single mom? You'd be a single father household, which would be all right.
And you see,
But
and
it's
that's
better.
another thing.
See,
Thank you, because that's the thing is that if I did have a situation where, say, the mom fucked up so bad that she had to, be taken out of the situation, maybe incarcerated or something like that, then I would end up getting custody of the child, and then I would have other females there that could maybe take up the parenting that would already have. An
I kind
established
of want to
relationship.
just hold on. Can I address Jake's point now that I understand it a little better? Could you be the father to 10 kids by 5 women? I don't know. That sounds like you have a lot of energy, to be honest. But well, let me ask you this. I have a friend of mine, and they probably have had 20 adopted children over the past, I don't know, probably 30 years that they've been married. She can't have kids, but they love kids, and they adopt kids. Those kids grow up, and then they adopt more. And I think now they're down to about 1 because they're older, but they literally just adopted another kid a few years ago, maybe 2 years ago. And so they have. So how does that not work? I mean, he's not the father of those children, and yet they all grow up to be very successful and have no problem. So I understand your objection. I'm just saying that you're drawing a conclusion that is not always the conclusion.
Yeah, and that's the thing. I'm not like saying that 10 baby mamas is a little bit of an exaggeration. I think of what would be
It isn't
actually
an
feasible.
exaggeration.
But it's kind of like the 50 body count, that you supposedly need, right? It's not a real number. It's a framework concept, right? If you take it literally, that's the low IQ take, right? Is because it's supposed to be more metaphorical
And
than
a lot of
literal.
people took it that way.
And well, no, I've had other people try to like take it literally and say, no, it's literal. It's just like, no, this is a concept. You have to
Of
get
course.
50 bodies. So like, no, like, so in this concept, like getting 10 baby mamas, that's not very likely. But in terms of being able to actually give those kids attention and education and direction, that's where, it's going to come down to more of a skill issue than anything. Definitely. And that's where I can't
And to
say
be fair,
that
this
I
actually might
could
be a good
do
solution.
that. Well, and I'm not saying that I know for a fact that this will work. I recognize the risk. And the thing is that I would also have to get other women that would be interested in having children. But the thing is that, that's like a possibility, not a for sure thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. So could it happen? Possibly. My girl is all for it. But the thing is that will it work out? I don't know that either. But I do understand good parenting. I'm the oldest of 5 kids, so I helped raise my siblings. I helped organize groups of other kids and teach them things. And I know how to captivate an audience because I have that skill. So I'm able to do that. I'm learned better leadership now in the red pill space, so I can articulate things better to different people.
So I like all of that, but I think Jake, I think the more likely outcome is you have a man that marries a woman with 10 kids by 5 men.
Yeah,
5
that would be
different
more
men.
likely. Yeah.
And in that case, we know that those relationships can work. They don't always, but they can work. And that there's, so of course I'm fairly anti-red pill, right? Like I don't, I think it's the biggest amount of dope I've ever heard in my life, but,
No, I get you, Grid. I wouldn't consider myself an anti-red pill guy. I do, to a degree. I actually agree with some of the prescriptions that RP men give. Some, not all.
Yeah, I don't give any of their prescriptions credit at all. I don't think so. Now the the tenets, if you will, of the ideal, right? Again, and I've already talked about this today. For men, that's go out, learn stuff, have a job, be productive in society, work out, get yourself in some kind of shape. Not maybe you don't need to be a bodybuilder, but be reasonably fit. Keep yourself, read a book once in a while. You know, that kind of thing. I like that. Like that, I believe is that should be taught to all young men from birth, is that you should always be bettering yourself. I just believe that. But when we get into the red pill prescriptors of, well, you know, you can date a woman with a high body count, but you can't marry her because she's going to cheat on you. Well, you're probably going to cheat on her before she cheats on you, because you know, for all I know, you're a piece of shit that's never had a faithful relationship in your life, and yet we're putting these prescriptors in place for women. And by the way, I've never heard a prescriptor in the red pill saying that men need to be faithful in their relationships. As a matter of fact, it seems to say the exact opposite most of the time, so I have a real problem with that. Like, my wife is faithful to me because she knows that I'm faithful to her, and if I broke that trust, then where would I be, right? Same thing if she breaks that trust, and that comes down to this. That I think red pill is horrible for interpersonal dynamics, and it really fucks people up. And and at some point, it's going to be, it's already, I don't know. I can't go much further than that. But I did earlier. I did hear the sound bite that Glenn has. I thought that was pretty funny. As I got into my car, apparently I still had the video up from earlier. I thought it was recording, but no, you guys are still live. What the heck, man?
Yeah, Glenn usually goes live for like 12 hours, especially back in the day.
I think he's going for a marathon on this one. Yeah.
Yeah, he is.
Back in the day, I have a bunch of stuff I got to do. Like, I'm working as I'm doing this. Clover had to drop off. Thank you, Clover, for coming by. I see you in there, Chavez. Sir, I'm going to send you the link right now so you can join this conversation. Here's the thing, like, where I think the real solution is that you need to go find the debate. Pearl definitely did not take a W on this one because she didn't provide alternative option from Andrew's prescription. And that to me was ultimately what determined the loss, if you ask me. You know, and I know them both. You know, I'm friends with them both.
You're so kind. You're so kind, Glenn. Let her get away with all that coke. All of that.
What cope though? What was the cope? Because
the cope was that maybe I'm black pilled and I just women are just evil, but I'm one, and but I'm okay, and women are gonna cheat, but I'm not gonna cheat.
Well, what woman ever says that they're like all the other women? Most women say, I'm not like the other women. All women say that.
You're making my point. I love you, man.
That's expected. Women
right.
I'm not like most girls. I'm not like those other kind of girls.
She says we a lot.
She was so far up in her
says we a lot, like we are liars.
She's
Like,
the same unique woman as all of them are.
Point a woman. Find me a woman that says that she's not like other women, or that doesn't say that she's not like other women.
Yeah,
and then
Yeah, well, usually, well, Glenn, I like to tell women, like, I'm not like other guys. Okay?
Yeah.
Am I telling the truth? Probably not. Okay. So,
Exactly.
so I'm just saying you can kind of put that on both sexes here and there. But I've been guilty of that.
It's not something that we as men usually say.
Time.
Yeah, usually not. But I mean, if I'm limited on time, like, I'm different from other dudes. You know.
Yeah, that's
Yeah, I think your personality's
stereotypical,
great.
Beta game where they'll be like,
Your
"Oh yeah, I
personality's
wouldn't
great."
treat you like that."
Your personality is great. Now
Your personality's great. You're hilarious. Yeah. Okay.
Like my thing is like like the descriptors and the perfect thing. Here's the thing: I don't expect a woman to come up with solutions for men's problems.
Yeah,
sure.
There goes my camera again. Hold on.
I don't.
Went to the sky. God is looking down.
away. Up and away. Get back down here.
There you go. Oh.
Nope, back down here. Stay, you stupid. Okay, hold on. It's
I feel
acting like a
knocked off.
woman.
I feel like I'm nodding off while I'm driving. Like, holy shit.
Making
But,
men
like-
nauseous? Is that a woman?
Yes, nagging them to their nauseous. My big thing is like, okay, I don't expect her to have a solution, you know, because men are the problem solvers. Holy shit! So it's not even her responsibility to have a solution.
Do you think it's their responsibility to continue to talk about men's issues and insinuate
Yeah,
solutions?
you can't have
like
it both
Pearl
ways.
does? Like Pearl does?
I think
Yeah,
I think it's good for them to
Insinuate
speak about
solutions?
awareness. Like, hey, this is a problem, ladies. Why are we this shitty? Maybe we should stop being so shitty. Like, I think that's a good thing. You know,
That actually, Glenn, I actually agree with that. I think if Pearl said and talked to women and not men, I would have actually. You're right. Then that wouldn't be coke. If she talked to women and said, "Hey, women, stop being so shitty. Stop being so mean to men.
And
Stop
she
being
leads by
bitches,"
example.
and all of that kind of stuff.
It's too late
she
for
gave
her. Women won't
prescriptions-
listen.
but that's the thing.
Right. I understand that.
Most
If she
women in
did
this
that
country are
and she
talking
proposed solutions like French maid outfits or whatever solution she proposed to solve the problem, then
is always a yes.
then I could probably say that she's not full of coke. But when she's sitting there identifying the problems that men face and telling them that she doesn't believe in marriage and she doesn't do all of this stuff, and yet she's dating a guy, she's in a relationship. It's the same problem I have with Rolo, except with her, it's just a little different. And while you say that you don't believe that women should give or come up with solutions for men, well, she didn't even come up with the problems. She's repeating problems that men have told her, so she could, in fact, repeat solutions that men have given her. Hey, you know what? This is a good idea, man. Do that.
Sure, but it comes back to where did she get her information from? So she's parroting, if anything, the person that she is getting the information from. And what are they saying? I don't give solutions. Advice the best practices. You know?
but
So, hey,
also, Glenn,
right.
I feel she parrots other right wing manosphere guys too. Like Jesse Lee Peterson, I've heard her say, "Oh,
Yeah.
women are the devil," and I know where she gets it because I watched Jesse Lee. So I feel like she's an amalgamation of a bunch of other RP guys that, in some ways, contradict each other in some ways. So that's why it's just like I've always kind of had an issue with Pearl, and this is why women don't belong in this space. It just muddies up the water, in my opinion. You know,
I have no problem with Pearl in the space. I have no problem with Pearl in the space. I think that Pearl can do great things, and I think the problem is I think Sweet Tea is right. Pearl burned all the bridges that she should have built. She should have built the bridge from her to other women and led women instead of calling them all a bunch of sleuths and whores, except her, of course. She's not a slut and a whore, but everyone else is. And so she doesn't get passed on this. And I agree with Sweet Aunt T. And now, the men don't like her because
I'm going to push
the
back.
men don't like her because they're tired of hearing a woman say the things that men are saying.
I could give you an example of a woman who doesn't do it like Pearl does, but still gets just as much equally hated shit and rumors spread about them and attacks made against them as she does. So
are you gonna say
it has
Rachel
nothing
Wilson,
to do
or
with- it doesn't have to do with like the rhetoric. It just be the fact that information. Women don't like these uncomfortable truths that are pointing out women's bad behavior.
I agree. I agree with that. I agree with that. But why? Okay, Glenn, I agree with you. I agree with you. I agree with you that women don't like the uncomfortable truths, especially when they come from other women. But if they're not going to listen to men and they're not going to listen to women, then what are we even doing? And why? And since
Greg, you are going out.
Throw up a bunch of walls when
beep bop boop bop beep boo. You sound like a
You're
robot.
breaking up, Greg. You are breaking up.
Is my mic cutting out really bad?
Really?
I'm sorry, man. It's in my car, so I'm sorry. So if women are not going to listen to Pearl, and men aren't going to listen to Pearl, then I don't know where you go from there.
Well, that would be like that's her decision where she chooses where she goes from there. Like most of the women content creators have came into the space to actually speak to women, and it's the fact is women are rejecting to hear their content, and who's listening to them? Well, the guys are like, oh, look at this woman, she agrees, she understands. Well, now it's not their fault necessarily who their audience is, right? You know, it's like
that would
Yeah,
I think
I
that was the thing
disagree
that
with
Pearl
that.
found out when she tried to talk to women, like Ghost pointed out, that yeah, she did used to try to talk to women about this. The issue is that it was the male audience that locked onto her content. It wasn't the female audience. The female, and you could argue that it was because she made mistakes with how she, like Rolo criticized her.
No, I
for
think
how
she formatted it
articulates
like Fresh and
points.
Fit. That's why she
But
catered to the male
she
audience.
actually, you know, she even tried to go after Fresh and Fit and kept
Originally,
that up
at
for a
first
while.
she
That's
did,
why
yep.
that's why there was beef between them for a while. But she did end up mending that fence.
Yeah, but I think
that
she
bridge.
catered to the men's audience because she was trying to mimic the Fresh and Fit style.
Well, no,
That's
she
why
was trying to draw attention to the same things,
Yeah.
and she did start out with the intention to try to speak to women, but she found out what most female content creators find out in this space is that not only, now this is the funny part, not only do women reject female information, they gravitate towards male spaces. Notice how all the feminists want into all the male spaces. They gravitate towards these spaces. They did it with the Fresh and Fit Discord.
But also,
and there were
Fresh and
several
Fit
women that
welcomed these
tried to
women
cause
into the
problems.
space too by having them on the show. I mean, Fresh and Fit,
but
to
I'm
a degree, you
saying
kind of
that-
have to. But
I'm saying that this is the thing: women naturally gravitate towards
I agree with that.
men, especially men that have a chance to be.
I'm going to
more
drop off for a
masculine.
few minutes, guys. I'll be back if you're still going.
all right, good.
right,
What
see
up,
ya.
Chavez? How you doing, my friend?
So this is what most of these content creators like Pearl find out is that there is only a male audience for that type of content, and then what ends up happening is they end up basically it's like the old acting term, Glenn, typecasting. They get typecasted into that role, and that if they deviate from that role of that as that content creator, you see this in other lanes of content as well, they lose audience. And thus they lose, revenue, attention, and that is valuable because even if you're not, say, monetized, like I said, the attention does matter. Your ability to, say, go on other platforms and get interviews does matter because if you're not big enough, a lot of these people won't do interviews with you. Like that, it just is what it is. Like Myron's
exactly
told me
what I
that
wanted to
himself.
say, yeah.
That's why, Jake, I appreciated what you asked me about. Like, hey, do you think maybe you could put a word in with Myron? Like, I got an open often from Myron. One in the chamber, but I need to get more clout before that happens. So when I get like a comparable audience, I could still possibly get an interview. But the thing is that I don't even know if I could even recommend anybody legitimately because I know the criteria is going to be, you got to have a platform.
Understandable.
Yeah.
On
Well,
that.
I'm not
I
like saying
just
this
thought
as a
I'd ask. Yeah,
rejection.
I was
Yeah,
just...
I'm not saying this as a rejection. I'm saying this
Yeah.
is just a matter of like this is the criteria. Like even
Yeah.
I'm subject to. You
Yeah,
know,
but women aren't
this
subject
is
to
the
that
game.
same criteria.
That's where, like, once again, Andrew Wilson is actually a little bit different like that. He does try to reach out to, quote unquote, smaller audiences because, once again, he understands kind of what Thor talks about. The rising tide lifts all ships.
Mhm.
So, but not everybody in this game is going to, even Myron has that mentality a little bit. But when he's got so little time,
It's fair,
he has
yeah.
to prioritize
It's very
like
fair.
what is going to be the min max. He's min maxing IRL.
Definitely.
But I digress
Definitely.
on that point.
Yeah.
So
No, I agree.
This is the part where I think Pearl's kind of run into more or less a dead end alley for herself is that because she's more or less typecasted herself and women didn't want to hear this shit in the first place, then she's kind of stuck in a situation where that's the audience she has to cater to, unfortunately.
Mm-hmm.
But that was the whole marketing strategy,
that
right?
she is going to be catered to, even if she's deliberately targeting women. And once again, it comes down to formulation and things like that, presentation, and unfortunately, the drama always sells better.
No,
And honestly,
that's the
every
whole
woman that
strategy
has got
behind
into
her
this
brand,
space-
right?
Hold on, you guys. Every woman that got into this space that actually speaks on the truth about, Rachel gets shitted on, right? She gets attacked.
Rachel's under a man, though.
But it's irrelevant. She still gets attacked from other women.
Oh,
Women
yeah, I know
don't
that.
like to listen. That's what I'm pointing out. Like even if they're trying to speak to a female audience, right? They're still getting attacked from that same female audience. And who tends to be listening to them more? The guys that are agreeing with what these women are saying and are supporting the message. So it's like, it's kind of hard for, any female content creator to come into the space and speak and, or parrot or confirm or support this message and expect them to actually convince other women. Because the girls think that the women like, oh, you're giving up on the sisterhood. You're betraying us. You're being a pick me, right? They try to label them something, and it's stupid.
Yeah, no, I agree. But I
real quick, I want to welcome Chavez to the stage. Chavez is the drummer. Can the drummer get some?
Great song, man. Great song. Thanks for having me, brother. Listen, I don't want to disrupt this. My camera's kind of messing. I don't know if you see the flickering. I've never seen this happen before.
That's a good camera, man.
It usually is pretty solid, but it's kind of messing up right now. But look, first and foremost, thanks for having me. You guys don't know me, but thank you for being spontaneous and allowing me to speak. Glenn, massive shout out to you. Very, very quick, brief introductions. I'm a truth seeker. I work in absolutes. Either things are absolutely true or it's absolutely false. I hate the gray area. I'm yes, I'm no, I'm left or I'm right. I hate the middle ground and the compromising and stuff like that. Within reason, of course. And full disclaimer, just because I'm honest and transparent, I have not seen this debate yet. I actually just heard about it, and that's what brought me in here. I'm very, very curious to go back and watch it. I think Andrew and Pearl, I'll tell you right off the bat, Andrew and Pearl are absolutely master debaters. Let's just get that out there. They're incredibly wise. I think they're awesome. I don't know them personally, but I've followed them. I've seen what they do, and I think they're really good. One thing I'll just briefly say, as just somebody who's kind of coming into this from a fresh perspective, new set of eyes, and from an outsider's perspective, is I definitely think that, and this might have been mentioned before, so I'm sorry if this sounds like a broken record, but I think there's a very distinct difference between essentially drawing the thin red line of understanding and accepting your role. And that's not a bad thing, by the way. It's not a bad thing at all. And moving forward, as opposed to just acting out of impulse and having low impulse control and feelings and emotions where you just want to do something that the opposite sex is doing just to say, aha, nanny, nanny, boo, boo. I can do this without you kind of thing or whatever. Point being, I feel like pride is the great justifier and excuser of all irrational thought process. I think that there's absolutely nothing wrong with a man accepting his role. There's things that men can do that women will never be able to do. And there's things that women can do that men will never be able to do. And anything outside of that, it's just a complete waste of time and energy all across the board. And for the women particularly, it's always so sad to me, honestly, that apparently submission is a sign of weakness. And that's just not true. Even as men, submitting to a higher authority, I don't necessarily mean women, but just like your boss or whatever, we can be leaders. But me and Glenn kind of had a slight disagreement in the beginning about this, but I think there's a clear understanding now. But I always preach that a prime example of leadership is servanthood. However, at the same time, that's not going to be used as a justification, a crutch, or an excuse to just sit back and do absolutely nothing and not hold people accountable and actually pander and cater to the opposite sex. Because I will say something very divisive, and this is the last thing I'll say. I think we're in the middle of a sympidemic. I really do. I think there's a lot of low IQ, weak-minded beta males, to be honest with you, that are not willing to challenge themselves, their peers, or especially women, because typically they're just trying to get in their pants, man. I really sincerely believe that. I think it's just so sad. And then the other side of that is, this whole domineering female presence. Look, I got nothing wrong with a strong woman, okay? Everybody says the same thing, like that's some kind of preface to say, oh, I got nothing against strong women, but I sincerely mean that. However, you need to know your place just as well as a man does, and just accept it for what it is and move on instead of this bickering back and forth, But I definitely need to go back and watch this debate, so I'll hold on there and yield my time for now. So, guys, thanks for having me. I'll hang out for as long as I can. Great to meet you.
Can I add something to his words?
Sure.
Just one quote that a good officer is the one that knows how to be a good soldier.
Yes.
So that's what I will agree upon the leadership and upon some men that actually they need to know how to follow the good leadership and the good authority. It's also very valuable point.
I want to add on to that as well. I noticed that you play drums. I'm also a guitar player. I'm sure you've been in bands, right? Yeah, you metalhead. Cool. Yeah.
Yes,
So
we're gonna get along just fine. All right.
Yeah. So here's one thing that I've learned about playing in bands, guys, is that when you're in a band, everybody has their role. You have the drummer, the guitar player, the singer, the keyboard player, whatever it might be with the instruments. It's your fucking job to play your instrument. It's your job to practice the instrument. It's your job to take a role on what your job is within the band structure. This also has to do with attitude. Now, whoever's the lead singer of the band writes the lyrics, or maybe there might be just one writer, right? As a guitar player, I wrote all the music, including the bass and the drums, etc. So as a writer, that's my responsibility as well as playing guitar. I had the singer, you're the face, you're the performer up front. Everybody has their roles even outside of your instruments. This is kind of like within a household, everybody has their role, especially women and men, right? In a band structure, when you start going away from those roles or you build an ego, because in music, I don't know if you've dealt with so many fucking musicians, but they have a really high ego. This is one problem, especially when it comes to bands, bro, is that everybody wants to be the star and it's not necessarily the case, right? It just is what it is. If you play your roles correctly, the band can definitely succeed, right? And we've shown examples like Avenged Sevenfold, where they're all really good friends. Everybody has a specific role and they're very successful. A lot of the downfalls is because a lot of men do not want to submit to other men's leaderships. Okay.
Yeah.
And this is one problem that I have with women. They say, oh, I don't like the word submissive to a man. Men submit to men all the time within whatever structure you are, whether it be a workforce,
it's a hierarchy,
a band. It's a hierarchy.
Yeah.
So men do
The
this.
problem is women have taken submissive as slavery, and that's
Yes.
the wrong way to understand it.
Yeah, they don't get the hierarchy thing. They don't understand
I'm
hierarchy.
gonna take a quick break and just so you know, like Chavez is a really good drummer. I put him to the test not too long ago. When he was doing his drumming stream, and I made him play or drum to a song that he's never heard of before, and it was actually my friend who's an artist, a rap artist. I made him drum to his song, and he did very well.
Nice.
Let me show you guys just a quick little break.
Bro.
Give it to him.
That's
Give it to
fucking
Chavez.
dope, man.
That's a
Hell
good
yeah.
song, man. That was a great song. I love
Salute to, shout out to you, Chavez. But yes, everybody plays a role, right? Everybody has a position to play. And what happens is when you are operating outside of your role, that's when things tend to break down, right? When anything is operating outside of its function, its design function, it will break down quicker. It may actually function in that role for temporary, but if you actually try to do it for long term, it will actually break down quicker because it's not being utilized in the way that it was designed, right? Things are designed for a reason. God designed men to be a certain way and women to be a certain way for a reason, and put them in positions that are going to be like they're going to exceed in by their design. So, you know, can women do some things like men? Sure, they can. There are outliers, but the overall and average, no, we know that they can't do everything that men can do, right? And vice versa, right? It's by design. So instead of like thinking that we are all equal in like this blank slate, we have to look at it as like, okay, we are different, and that we should embrace our differences and celebrate them in the sense of, I'm glad that we're not the same because I can't do what you do, and vice versa. Like, instead of trying to compete and be with each other, like, you know, one up each other. That's part of the problem. The issue when it comes to this, like relationships and why things are failing, one, guys have decided that they want to, there goes my camera again. The guys have decided that they want to defer, you know, to women to like, oh, you know what? I'm not going to be, you know, controlling, or I'm not trying to, you know, run the show. And you could have, well, then you're just telling her you don't want to lead. And then now you're putting her in a position where she has to be the leader, but that's not what she wanted to begin with. She just doesn't want to. She just doesn't want a controlling asshole that's domineering. All right, there's a difference between being in control and a controlling man. There's a difference between being a man of you know, establishing boundaries and a dictating, you know, man. There's a difference here, and A guy that's in control knows that he's not controlling anybody. The only person that he's actually in control of is himself. And the best way to operate that is you choose who and what you're not going to allow in your life. So if this woman is acting a certain way that you disagree with, well, then the only recourse that you really have to do is remove her from that access of your life. Now she loses, you and everything that you have to offer. Well, maybe she should have stayed within those boundaries. That's the consequence. That's the reality of it. That's really all you can do,
Yeah. Well, that goes back to what I said before about like when MGTOW and Black Pill talk about avoidance. There are certain times when, yes, you do need to avoid certain women. You may have had interactions with them and you might just have to just part ways.
Yeah. And so it's
Mike Ball raid. Hey, Mike.
Shout out to Mike Ball.
Cool.
Yep.
So like the real thing is, okay, what can guys do? Well, one, guys need to stop focusing so much and prioritizing what women are going to do or operating out of fear of what women could do. If your mindset is fear, I'm afraid that a woman could divorce me, or she could cheat on me, or I may end up getting cucked and raising some other dude's kid. Well, if that's what you're focused on, then you're actually indicating to everyone else that you are not the guy that a woman
She can
would
smell
not wanna
that
do
fear
things
from a
to.
mile away.
Yeah.
Like a hyena.
If you are projecting that, then you're basically saying that you are not confident enough in who you are that a woman would not want to do that to.
Yeah, I say all the time, fear is the mind killer and comfort is the dream killer.
So how about if guys really are concerned about that, becoming the guy that he doesn't have to worry about female hypergamy, because he is the best option that his woman sees every single time. Why? Because he's constantly improving himself. He's not being, complacent. He's not being content. He's like, no, I want to improve and do better in every area of his life. Have this abundance mentality in every area so that he's always the best option. That's obtainable. That's possible. It may be hard. It may take a lot of work, but it's an option.
Well, the reward to that is so worthwhile. You build your frame and you find a woman that can live within that frame, and then you can build a beautiful home.
Yeah.
Well, what I find very interesting is that these are really good points all around. I've talked about this a few times in some Twitter spaces, and I actually haven't said this in a little while, but I don't know. This is definitely a good refresher for me. But I absolutely believe, even now, especially in 2025, we collectively, both genders, and yes, there's only two. Let's be clear about that.
Oh, you fucking
both-
misogyny.
Hey, what?
Fucking misogyny piece
Both
of shit.
sexes.
You fucking piece of shit. All right. I am triggered, but okay, go on. There's two genders.
Dude, I knew we were gonna get along
You
just fine.
fucking
That's
piece of
not
shit. All right, go. Go, you piece of shit.
Anyway, no, but what I love about, or not what I love, I'm sorry, what I find interesting is that I definitely think that both genders are in the middle of an identity crisis, honestly. The reason why I'm bringing that up is because I feel that a lot of the confidence and strength that Glenn is talking about absolutely stems from a sense of identity. Where does your identity actually come from? And for me, I'm not going to get on my soapbox about it, but for me, it's Jesus Christ personally. That's my standard. That's my personal standard that I make all decisions off of, no matter how big or small, relationships, jobs, what to say, what to not to say, what to do, blah, 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 so on and so forth. But my point in saying that is that if somebody doesn't have that standard, chances are they don't know what their identity is. And I don't mean like, oh, I identify as a toaster, I identify as a helicopter, I identify as this. If it's something outside of your gender, you have a serious problem and issue. And I have compassion for those people. I really do, within reason, right? Hopefully they'll be able to listen to logic and reason. But my point in saying that is that once you actually claim that confidence and that strength, you can absolutely move forward with what you need to be, where you want to be, how you want to be, and so on and so forth. But if that void is constantly being filled by other people's opinions, their guidance, and their, I'll just simply say their guidance, it can absolutely lead down a very destructive path. And it's not therapeutically, it's not good. Psychologically, it's not good. Philosophically speaking, it's not good. They have trouble thinking for themselves. Again, they usually are led by feelings and emotions, which again is very much a rational decision-making process as opposed to logic and reason. And that just goes right out the window if they even had any to begin with. But I think identity is so very important. And even if subjectively speaking, maybe your identity is different than mine or whatever, and might disagree with that. Okay, let's agree to disagree. But at least you have identified who you are. Let's start there first, and then we can all work our way to a logical conclusion of what is actually a good identity, not what you think your identity is.
Do you think that's why there's such an attack on identity nowadays, is to remove that framework?
Yes,
Yeah.
I do absolutely 110% agree with that. On a spiritual level, the enemy is here to steal, kill, and destroy, and I think one of the biggest weapons in his arsenal is confusion.
Yep.
The Bible says, where words are many, sin is not absent. If we can confuse ourselves, and if others can confuse us, therein lies the victory within the enemy's hands. And again, whether you believe in Satan or not or whatever, that's irrelevant. Evil absolutely exists, objectively, truthfully speaking. It absolutely exists. And I think it confuses us more so. And instead of looking to either scripture or looking for a wise man seeks knowledge, right? And far too many people are not doing that, very simply put. So I'll lay my plan there for now.
Right on.
Yeah, I agree with you. A lot of people don't see it for what it is. It's a collectivist mob. It's marginalized the smallest minority of all, which is the individual, which is your identity, you as a person. That's why the first thing I'll ask guys, like whether they come from Fresh or Fit or wherever, when they, like say, hey, I think I need some help or something like that, I'll be just like, well, who are you and what do you want? Because if you don't know those things, I can't help you.
Yeah, the red pill, like, I don't want to. Well, I understand what the red pill movement is trying to do, and a lot of the things I applaud them on, and collectively they. The other things, not so much, man. It's very misleading, and I think it's actually both directly and indirectly taking advantage of a very vulnerable man, mainly focused on the men here because I am one. It's very, very misleading and sad because there's so much good truth mixed with that. And again, this is just my opinion, but there's absolutely some bad advice that's coming from these guys where, it's just over the top, militant, testosterone driven, and like compassion and mercy. Like those also are not a sign of weakness, to be very clear. I think all the more reason why men should be way more humble than a lot of the red pill movement says that they should not be that way, right? It's very, very misleading, and I have a lot of qualms with those guys for sure.
Guys are kind of confused because on one hand they are told to be humble, but then when they are nice guys or good guys, then they're mistreated.
They get fucked over. Yeah.
As the saying goes, nice guys finish last. So they feel like in those situations where they're getting mixed messages, so the only thing that they really have to latch onto is, okay, well, let me do. This is kind of what I adopted, which led to a lot of my success. I just started doing the exact opposite of what I believe the quote normal right thing to do, all the shit that people have been telling me, or what the red pill would typically refer to as blue pill thinking, idealistic, comforting lies. And I started kind of reverse engineering things, and I started getting better results. And I'm like, oh shit, they're onto something. Okay, let me go down the rabbit hole a little bit more and see what I find.
Well, this is what I say. Like, don't be a nice guy. One, the Bible tells you not to be nice. What does it tell you to be? To be kind. There's a big difference.
Yeah, exactly.
Just to kind of give you a small example of how I would particularly operate with women, just as a small example, I'll open the door for a woman that I'm with, and as she's going through the door, I'll slap her in the ass. Mixing in the nice and the bad boy sexual thing.
Exactly. My, how the turntables have turned to turntables.
Look, I'm just saying you need some balance there, because if you're full on the nice guy, more than likely she's gonna want that bad boy attitude too, right? So you do need somewhat of a.
Don't be nice guy. Be kind.
Don't be a white knight.
I think I was kind enough to open the door for you. Now I'm going to slap you in the butt when you're walking through. It's very simple.
Don't be a white knight. Be a black knight.
I do the same thing to guys, all right? I do the same exact thing to men, okay? There's nothing wrong with that.
It's like, I'll open the door for Glenn. I'll slap him in the butt. There you go, Glenn.
You still have the blonde in your hair? You still got the bleach?
It's coming out. It's coming out.
As long as you say good game after, it's not gay.
That's true. Good game, Glenn. Good game, Glenn.
See, and that's the thing. The door opening thing has always been baffling to me, because I don't know if it was unique for me, but I was brought up to just hold
Do
the
it
door for anybody.
Anybody, yes.
I
anybody.
was taught to bring extra carts in at the grocery store
Yes.
to pick up trash.
Yep.
And put it in the
No, you're right.
garbage can.
But it's funny because that's like our basic how we were raised as men. I open doors for anybody. It doesn't matter. But that goes a long way on a date with a woman because chivalry to a point is dead at this point in the dating market, right? Women, I'll open a door for a woman. She won't say thank you, but I can do it to a guy and he's like, thanks, bro. Walks right in. No big deal. Unless she's married with her husband, older women tend to say thank you, but younger chicks don't necessarily acknowledge too much of that. I don't know if it's something that you've noticed.
Yeah, I'll actually add on to that real quick and say that one of my main focal points for right now is being a streamer and a content creator in this industry. I am absolutely proactively going after the delinquency and degeneracy in the space. I always try to create awareness about this. And these passive, weak little boys and girls that are absolutely misleading the younger generation and what it takes to be successful. And I'm bringing that up because, again, back to being misled, it's just a very unfortunate thing that a lot of these guys are not taking responsibility for their actions and how that goes. And that ties into I lost my train. Oh, yeah. So you talked about chivalry. That's one of the biggest things I preach is that I want to encourage boys to be gentlemen and I want to encourage girls to be ladies. Chivalry is not dead.